Chapter 111. And Iching sat in the back seat with her eyes closed, as if asleep. Song Yu fell silent, not wanting to disturb an Iching's rest. Jiang Chao, and you shall also stop talking. With no one chatting, the car was completely silent. And Iching could easily manage both her body and consciousness simultaneously, but she wasn't used to it yet, and controlling both simultaneously made her feel a bit sluggish. Of course, there was no need for her to do both at once. After all, there was no need for her here. So, and Iching pretended to rest, focusing all her attention on her consciousness. After entering the city, there was a wide two-way four-lane road. Both sides of the road were lined with high-rise residential buildings, the kind with shops on the ground floor and residential buildings above. Aside from a few elevator apartments, the rest of the buildings were 7-story walk-up buildings. It was completely quiet, without a sound, not even the slightest wind. The white fog was thick, as an Iching noticed when she entered. It was so thick it felt like a viscous liquid, and walking felt like being stuck in a swamp, making movement difficult. Perhaps due to her conscious state, she felt no signs of poisoning, and she managed to maintain a steady pace through the dense fog. Oddly, she didn't see a single zombie. Suddenly, a car approached from a distance. Because she couldn't hear anything and her vision was blurry, she didn't notice it until it was very close. And Iching paused, but instead of dodging immediately, she stared at the black SUV. The windshield was transparent, and from a close distance, an Iching could see the young man behind the wheel, his face filled with anxiety and fear. In the passenger seat sat a woman, weeping. There were shadowy figures, and there seemed to be someone in the back seat of the car. As the car approached her, an Iching dodged to the side. The SUV almost brushed past her. Watching the car disappear into the distance, an Iching frowned. How could these people see the road clearly in such thick fog? The SUV was going very fast. And Iching estimated it was probably over 180 miles per hour, and even if the accelerator wasn't fully depressed, it was probably close to it. At this speed, the SUV might have already left Liuya County, but the poisonous fog zombie hadn't appeared. Puzzled, and Iching turned back to look inside Liuya County. At this moment, in the SUV that had passed an Iching, Jiang Zhe stared ahead, his eyes wide open, his voice trembling. Was there just a person? Tan Xian, sitting in the passenger seat, was stunned for a moment, her hair standing on end. No, right. We already searched everywhere in the city, haven't we? There's no one here. Kong Lele, sitting in the back, hesitated. I thought I saw someone just now, but it was too fast, so I couldn't see clearly. Did I see it wrong? Lu Weiduo swallowed. They'd been trapped here for so long, their nerves were strained. They couldn't handle the shock, and they felt like they were going crazy. If there really was someone, there's no way they wouldn't react at all. That's right. If they had hit someone, the car would definitely have shaken and made a crashing noise. But Jiang Zhe was still uneasy. He asked hesitantly, how about we go back and check? Kong Lele shuddered. Could it be a zombie? Tan Xian hadn't seen anything just now, but the sheer number of both people and zombies was bizarre. They hadn't seen anyone besides themselves in ages, and even the zombies had vanished completely. Lu Weiduo thought for a moment and nodded, then let's go back and take a look. But before he could finish his words, Jiang Zhe slammed on the brakes, his face grim. Again, back again. Fear, anxiety, and despair enveloped them. Tan Xian couldn't help crying again. It's useless, it's useless. We can't leave here, Lu Weiduo couldn't help but pound his fist on the seat, gritting his teeth. Why is this happening? What on earth has happened to us? Overnight, zombies and humans alike vanished. They were trapped like animals in a cage. Although they had enough food and water, the empty city still instilled a deep sense of dread. Jiang Zhe released the brake, stepped on the accelerator, and steered, saying, let's go again. Kong Lele slumped in his seat, despairing. Forget it. Let's just live one day at a time. We tried so many times, and there's no way out. Jiang Zhe, maybe we really did meet someone just now. I want to go over and take a look. Lu Weiduo's eyes lit up. If someone can get in, maybe they can take us away with them. And Iching continued walking down the street, heading into Liuya County. The city seemed to have become a place of silence, a terrifyingly still stillness. Even as an Iching walked through it, she felt an invisible pressure. Even if the white mist hadn't poisoned her, an ordinary person would likely be driven mad by this environment. Not long after an Iching left, another car sped up ahead. After seeing the car clearly, she paused. It was another SUV, also black, identical to the one that had left earlier. Was it just the car that was the same, or was it the same car? And Iching saw the driver. Sure enough, it was the SUV she had seen before. But the car had clearly been heading out of the city before, and logically should have left Liuya County. Now it was driving out of the city again. What was going on? And Iching frowned as she watched the car approach. The car was already approaching, leaving her no time to think. When it reached her, she didn't move out of the way, she simply drove right past it. She was like a miniature sticker, instantly clinging to the front of the SUV, her gaze fixed on the road ahead. The SUV was moving at a rapid speed, and the surrounding scenery quickly receded, blurring her already blurry vision even further. The next moment, the SUV slammed on the brakes and stopped. The SUV was silent. After a while, a tired voice could be heard from inside. "Forget it, I must have been mistaken. I told you, we searched the entire county, but we didn't find anyone, not even a hair. What should we do now? What else can we do? Find a comfortable place to stay, and wait for death. Wow, I don't want to stay here. If this goes on, I'm really going crazy. Who wants to stay here? But what can we do? We can't get out." A voice of despair and self-destruction emanated from inside. Only after the car stopped did an Iching see clearly that this was actually a school library. Even an Iching was a little confused. This was supposed to be Liuya County's university town, but she knew full well that there wasn't a school in the direction she entered Liuya County. And the car had been heading in the direction she come from. So how had it suddenly ended up at the school? The car was going so fast, and with the fog obscuring her vision, she couldn't see how she got into the school. Liuya County is near the center of S province, and it has a sprawling university town. The spot where the SUV was parked was the school library's parking lot. And Iching detached herself from the front of the car and quickly regained her composure. It had to be said that while the consciousness couldn't use skills or abilities, it was surprisingly useful. She walked to the driver's side and knocked on the window. "Excuse me, can I ask you something?" The crying inside abruptly stopped, and then the driver floored the accelerator, sending the SUV hurtling out again at breakneck speed. And Iching, He was frightened by her? Of course, the sudden appearance of someone in a place like this does seem a bit scary. And Iching reflected for a moment and waiting to see if the group would return. If she could return here again, she might as well just use her divine power to cheat, open the car door, and get in. It's scary anyway, but it's better than having them run away. The main thing is, so far, apart from the SUV and the people inside, she hasn't encountered a single zombie, not a single person. The people in the SUV were also silent. Jiangze was a little embarrassed. "I just slipped." Lu Weiduo understood him very well and patted his shoulder. "It's okay, we were scared just now too." After all, a person suddenly appearing in a deserted area and knocking on the car window would be startling enough, even more so after being trapped in Liuya County for so long. Kong Lele asked, "Did you see it clearly just now? Was it a human?" Tan Xi nodded, "Yes, it must be a human. After all, zombies can't talk." Jiangze immediately turned the car around. "Then let's go back." Tan Xian was a little worried. Although, is there any danger? They had experienced the unpredictability of human hearts shortly after the apocalypse. Although they had nearly gone mad after being trapped here, they desperately wanted to find someone else here besides them. But now that a person had actually appeared, Tan Xian couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, no one knew whether the person who suddenly appeared was a good person or a bad one. For a moment, the car was silent. After a while, Lu Weiduo sighed, "Let's go back and take a look. Whether they're good or bad, they're still human. What if, with luck, this person can lead us out?" Jiangze nodded. "We already searched every corner of this city, and confirmed it's now a deserted area. If someone appears now, they're likely from outside." Kong Lele nodded. "But it's better to be cautious. Besides, even if they come from outside, they might not be able to lead us out. It's been almost 2 years since the apocalypse. Since being trapped, they tried every possible method to escape, but nothing has worked. Even if someone stumbles in, they might be trapped with them." And Iching hadn't stood there for long before she saw the SUV that had left return. She raised her eyebrows slightly as she saw the car stop in front of her. The car door opened, and several people got out. Lu Weiduo spoke first. "Hello, my name is Lu Weiduo, and this is my friend Jiangze, Kong Lele, and Tan Xian." He introduced himself right away, and an Iching smiled and nodded. "Hello, my name is an Iching." Kong Lele looked at an Iching curiously and asked, "Did you come in from outside? Did you end up here by accident?" An Iching paused. The question seemed a little strange to her. She smiled and said, "I did come into Liuya County from outside, but not by accident." I'm here to search for survivors. Jiangze was stunned, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Are you from the government? And I Ching was silent for a moment. Most people in this world think of the official military when they hear the word search and rescue team, and she didn't know whether to say yes or no. She said yes, but she certainly wasn't from the national military. She said no, because she was now working with Jiang Xiao again. After a moment, she shook her head. I'm not, but when I came here before, I was working with the military search and rescue team. It's just that the situation here didn't seem right, so I came in to check it out. A few people suddenly understood what I Ching said, their minds automatically understanding what she meant. Perhaps the military was short-handed after the apocalypse, so they recruited volunteers to search for survivors. But those who could join the military search and rescue operation were definitely not ordinary people. And I Ching saw that they were much more relaxed, their expressions not as tense as before. She didn't know what they were thinking, but it was a good thing for them to relax, and it made it easier for her to ask questions. By the way, after I came in, I noticed there were no people or zombies here. Aside from you, I haven't met anyone else. Do you know what's going on? Tan Xian's eyes welled up as she spoke of this, and tears began to fall. Kong Lele, overcome with grief, hugged Tan Xian and cried with her. Jiang Ze and Lu Weiduo felt a little embarrassed. They also wanted to vent the fear that had built up over time, but facing a stranger, they simply couldn't burst into tears like Tan Xian and Kong Lele. They exchanged glances, and each walked away. Even as they moved away, I Ching could hear their suppressed sobs. Seeing this, I Ching tactfully stepped back, reducing her presence to give them time to vent. After a while, Kong Lele, who had cried bitterly, wiped away her tears, and also wiped Tan Xian's. Compared to Kong Lele and the others, Tan Xian had been crying for longer. Her eyes were now severely red and swollen, and she couldn't help but raise her hands to cover them. I Ching saw her eyes, which were barely open, and used her divine power to condense a small piece of ice, handing it to Tan Xian. Apply it to me. Tan Xian nodded, choking back tears as she thanked him. Thank you. And I Ching shook her head. You're welcome. This was her first time using divine power to condense ice, and it didn't feel difficult. Kong Lele was a little surprised, staring at the ice in Tan Xian's hand with wide eyes. Superpowers? She looked a little dazed. Superpowers really do exist. They had been in Liuya County when the apocalypse struck. Even before Liuya County became a deserted city, she had never seen a superpowered person, and she had assumed that this world didn't have them. And I Ching smiled. Yes, I'm a psychic. Jiang Ze and Lu Weiduo also came over, overhearing the conversation. Then, they looked at Tan Xian, who was holding an ice cube to her eyes. As expected, those who could join the military in searching for survivors were no ordinary people. With psychics joining the rescue team, the operation would certainly be safer. Lu Weiduo and Jiang Ze looked at each other, each seeing hope in the other's eyes. They couldn't get out on their own, but now they had psychics, working alongside the military. Perhaps this time, they could finally get out. Jiang Ze looked at I Ching. Sister-in, we've been trapped here for a long time. Can you lead us out? And I Ching nodded. Don't worry, I will get you out, but first, I need to understand the situation here. What exactly happened in Liuya County after the apocalypse? The four of them looked at each other and calmed down. In truth, they didn't know what had happened in Liuya County to trap them. Therefore, they could only tell I Ching from their own perspective. They were freshmen at Liuya University the year before the apocalypse. When the apocalypse struck, they were reading in the library, though there weren't 4 of them, but 5. They also had a friend who was a top student. When the red mist appeared, the top student Yang Jin stood up and said, "This red mist isn't right. It might be dangerous. Let's go back to the dorm." The others who were reading were a little confused, but Yang Jin's expression was serious, frowning as he stared out the window. Because Yang Jin's intuition was always accurate, although they felt a little puzzled, they all put away their books, returned them to the shelves, and gathered their belongings to leave. The university town was huge, and the walk back to the dorms took a long time. Several people got into an SUV parked in the parking lot outside the library. The car belonged to Jiang Ze. He was already 19, and had gotten his driver's license a year ago. Liuya University didn't have a policy prohibiting students from driving on campus, so he brought a car with him. As soon as he got in the car, the red fog thickened, and even with Jiang Ze's fog lights on, he couldn't see the road. Driving back to the dorms in this situation was impossible. Suddenly, a miserable scream rang out, startling everyone. Then, with a thud, a figure threw himself onto the hood of the car, blood splattering onto the windshield. Because the face was so close to the windshield, the 5 people in the car could see it clearly. "Help me." The figure's eyes were filled with terror, and he stretched out his hand towards them, his hand also stained with blood. Before they could react, a ferocious figure with pale skin and a serrated face pounced on him, biting down on his shoulder with its jagged jaws. "Ah!" The man struggled furiously, his arms and head flailing against the car's hood, making a thud. The people inside the car stared in horror. Soon, the bitten man stopped responding. The pale-skinned man stopped biting and staggered to the driver's window. His hideous, terrifying face pressed against the window, his red pupils flickering slightly, as if trying to see the person inside. Everyone was terrified into silence, even holding their breath. After a long moment, perhaps not noticing the person inside, the man staggered away. Before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the person sprawled on the hood stirred and slowly pulled themselves up. This person's skin had somehow turned the same bluish-white hue as the previous person, and their previously black pupils had turned red. Tan Xion's eyes widened, trembling with fear. "Yes, zombies! The apocalypse has arrived." Soon, the person who had just transformed into a zombie also left. The car was completely silent, no one spoke. Tan Xion reached for her phone and tried to call the police, but there was no signal, and the call couldn't go through. The red fog obscured their vision, and the screams, both near and far, were as chilling as the voiceover from a horror movie. They locked the car doors and stayed inside, cautiously refusing to move. As the red fog faded, daylight gradually began to rise. The group, who had endured the entire night, saw a university town swarming with zombies. Thanks to this car, the 4 of them had survived the initial stages of the apocalypse. They discussed their escape. But where could they escape to? The apocalypse had just arrived, and there was no safe haven like in novels. Wouldn't there be zombies elsewhere? In fact, not many people were studying in the library when the apocalypse struck. If they had known it was the end of the world, they might have simply locked the door and gotten safer. Of course, there were problems, as the library only had books, not food. But in the end, the 5 of them returned to the library. They worked together to eliminate the few zombies in the library, then closed the door. They didn't stay on the first floor, but went to the 3rd floor and looked down from the window. The zombies were fast, not as slow as described in novels, but to obtain food, they still had no choice but to venture out and forage for supplies. While searching for supplies, they also rescued many residents and students from the university town. Although they saved people, they didn't care about their food and drink. They couldn't just save people and then give them the supplies they had found, right? To survive, they had to muster up the courage to go out and forage for supplies and food. As a result, many people went from initially being grateful to them to later feeling resentful. However, unlike the others, who were scattered and driven by their own agendas, Jiang and his 5 companions were close and united. So, despite their dissatisfaction, these people didn't dare to rob them of the supplies they had found. One time, while searching for supplies, Jiang and his companions encountered a mother and son. The woman had been bitten by a zombie, leaving a large hole in her abdomen, blood gushing out, and her intestines spilling out. After seeing Jiang and the others, she was clearly infected, yet she forced herself to stay conscious and begged them, "Please, save my son. He wasn't bitten by the zombies. Please take him away." "Woo-woo, Mom, I won't leave." The 11 or 12-year-old boy clung to the woman and cried. The woman closed her eyes sadly, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. "Chung, be obedient." "Mom, I can't make it anymore. I soon become a monster. You just have to be good, and listen to your brothers and sisters, okay?" Ching's face was covered in tears, and he shook his head vigorously. "No, I don't want to leave. I want Mom, woo-woo. Mom, please don't leave me." The woman looked at Jiang and the others pleadingly, "Please." The little boy suddenly let go of the woman, tumbling to his knees before them, and cowed out vigorously. "Brother, sister, please save my mother. Woo-woo. I don't want her to die." The 5 men were mournful and silent, for the woman's condition was truly dire. Even if she hadn't been bitten by a zombie, she wouldn't have survived in this situation. Looking at the woman's tearful plea, the men agreed to her request. However, the little boy resisted frantically, refusing to leave. In the end, it was the woman, with her last remaining consciousness, who reprimanded the child, finally stopping him. The woman didn't want to become a zombie, and asked Jiang and the others to kill her. Chung was too young, and the men couldn't bear to let him witness his mother's decapitation. Calm Lele and Tan Xion took him away, and Jiang Zhe and the other three took care of the woman. After returning, Cheng Cheng remained silent. They all felt sorry for the child who had just lost his mother. Children were naturally weak, so they couldn't leave him alone, or he would likely starve to death. After all, no other team would accept a child without any abilities or connections. After discussing it, the group decided to let Cheng Cheng join them. Of course, they took Cheng Cheng with them when they went out to search for supplies. A greenhouse flower couldn't survive in this world these days, so they had to help him adapt to this apocalyptic world as quickly as possible. However, no one expected this. As they emerged from the supermarket, they encountered a swarm of zombies. They fought and retreated, hoping to get into the car and be safe. The SUV was parked just a few meters away, allowing them to easily escape. Jiang Zhe quickly climbed into the car, Tan Xian got on the passenger seat, Lu Weiduo quickly climbed into the back seat, and Kong Lele also climbed in, turning to pick up Cheng Cheng. Cheng Cheng struggled to climb into the car. The zombies were already closing in. Yang Jin scooped Cheng Cheng up and carried him inside, then stepped in himself. Just as he stepped in, before he could even get inside, Cheng Cheng suddenly launched himself and pushed Yang Jin out. No one expected Cheng Cheng's sudden push, and everyone gasped in surprise. Fortunately, Yang Jin grabbed the door frame to steady himself, but in that moment, the zombie caught up and grabbed his shoulder with its claws. Thankfully, Yang Jin reacted quickly, planted his foot on the ground, twisted the zombie's wrist with his backhand, and threw him over his shoulder, sending him flying and crushing the surrounding zombies. "Hurry, get in the car!" Kong Lele and the others were terribly anxious. Yang Jin stared at the bloody hole in his shoulder, dug by his nails, and hesitated to get on the bus. Lu Weiduo, at the back, was frantic. "Get in the car! What are you standing there for? The zombies are coming again!" Kong Lele reached out, grabbed Yang Jin's wrist, and pulled him aboard. Yang Jin got on the bus, clutching his wound. "You shouldn't have dragged me up. I'm injured." "What nonsense! Who says getting injured means you definitely turn into a zombie? What if you don't? That's what apocalyptic novels used to say. With strong willpower, you could overcome the zombie virus. You're so capable, you'd definitely make it. We all believe in you. I remember you can suck out snake venom, right? Can you suck out the zombie virus? How about giving it a try?" Yang Jin helplessly said, "This is a zombie virus, not snake venom. How can we suck it out?" Kong Lele retorted, "How do we know if we don't try?" Yang Jin stopped arguing with him about the issue and looked down at the child sitting between him and Kong Lele, completely silent and inconspicuous. "Why did you push me?" After being scratched by the zombie, Yang Jin didn't want to get in the car. After all, once he turned into a zombie, he would become a walking corpse, and there was a high chance he would hurt his friends. But Cheng Cheng was still in the car, which was why Kong Lele dragged him aboard. Cheng Cheng looked up, his clear eyes filled with resentment. "I saw it. You killed my mother. You didn't save her, but you killed her. I hate you." Kong Lele laughed in anger. "Your mother was infected by zombies. She didn't want to become a zombie, so she asked us to kill her." Cheng Cheng pointed at Yang Jin. "He was injured too. Why didn't you kill him?" Kong Lele choked, his face livid with anger. Lu Weiduo's face darkened. "Stop talking. This kid hates us. Nothing we say will help. Let's find a place to throw him down." No one in the car said anything. Even the children were chilled the moment he pushed Yang Jin down. He was 11 or 12 years old, not a 3 or 4-year-old who didn't know anything. Could he really not distinguish right from wrong? Of course, it could also be that he was spoiled by his family. In any case, they couldn't keep him. Still, they found a place free of zombies and threw him down. As Cheng Cheng was thrown down, his face was filled with resentment. If they hadn't grown up in a society ruled by law, they would have been tempted to root him out. After abandoning the child, the group hurried to the library. "I left all the drugs I collected in the library. I should have left some in the car. Yang Jin, you have to hold on. We give you drugs when we get back." Yang Jin carefully felt the changes in his body and slowly shook his head. "No, I already developed a mutation." "Okay. Let's give it a try, okay?" Tan Xian and Kong Lele's eyes were red, and Jiang Zhe stepped on the accelerator to the floor. Yang Jin opened his mouth, looking at his friend's red eyes, unsure what to say. He didn't want them to give him drugs, fearing they might get infected. After the car stopped, he'd get out and leave. Yang Jin pursed his lips, a look of reluctance in his eyes. He was an orphan, without family since childhood. His introverted personality meant he had few friends. He only made these friends unexpectedly in junior high school. In his heart, they were all very, very important people to him. After spending so much time with them, occasionally when he was alone, he would experience a loneliness he had never felt before. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible now. He had been infected and couldn't stay with them any longer. Soon, they arrived at the library. After spending so much time together, Jiang Zhe and Lu Weiduo knew exactly who Yang Jin was. Afraid he might escape, they grabbed his hands, one on each side, and hurried to the library. The library door was locked from the inside. Calm Lele knocked hard on the door. Open, open quickly. Inside, the few people they had rescued stared at them motionlessly, showing no sign of opening the door. Tan Xian was terribly anxious. What are you doing? Open the door. The person inside the door looked at Yang Jin and shook their head. No, he's injured and can't come in. That's right. What if he turns into a zombie? He can't come in if he's injured. Another person echoed. Calm Lele's anger flared up. What are you talking about? Open the door. What do you mean he can't come in if he's injured? You were injured when we rescued you before, and we rescued you too, didn't we? The person argued confidently. I was just injured then, not bitten by a zombie. How can this be the same? Anyway, he can't come in, so we can open the door. Just throw him away, and we open the door for you. Calm Lele was shaking with anger. At this moment, more zombies were drawn to the surrounding area by the human presence and ran towards them, roaring. Calm Lele kicked hard at the door, but although the library door was made of glass, it was exceptionally sturdy. She kicked several times, but couldn't get it open. Jiang Zhe's face darkened, but he had to swallow his anger. The zombies are coming. Let's get back to the car. Several people hurried back to the car. Calm Lele pulled a bottle of mineral water from the trunk. There's no other way. We just have to do the drugs in the car. Lu Weiduo took the bottle of mineral water. Let me do it. Jiang Zhe. Before doing the drugs, make sure there are no oral wounds. Do you have any? Lu Weiduo smiled. Don't worry, I know this common sense. There aren't any. Jiang Zhe still took the driver's seat, and Tan Xian sat in the passenger seat. Lu Weiduo pushed Yang Jin in first, then followed suit. Calm Lele was the last to get in. She had even swiftly prepared a bag, so that Lu Weiduo could vomit after giving Yang Jin the drugs. After the men climbed into the car and closed the door, blocking the zombies outside, Lu Weiduo immediately reached out to rip Yang Zhe's white shirt from his body. His clean, neat white shirt was already heavily stained with blood. Just as Lu Weiduo was about to take the drug, Yang Jin reached out to cover the blackened wound on his shoulder. Yang Jin, what are you doing? Let go. Lu Weiduo was furious. Hurry up. Don't let the virus infect too deeply. Yang Jin pursed his lips. All the warmth he had felt in his life came from these few people. If possible, he didn't want to be separated from them. Perhaps, letting them kill him would be better than leaving alone. Thinking this, Yang Jin looked up at each of them, observing the anxiety in their eyes. His own, seemingly cold, eyes were remarkably calm. I've been infected. I can feel my body mutating. As he spoke, his gaze fell on his own hand. The others' gazes followed his gaze, catching the hand covering the wound. Yang Jin had beautiful hands. In high school, Calm Lele and Tan Xian persuaded him to apply for a hand model position because of them. He eventually succeeded, and with them, he earned a good deal of money, enough to cover his living expenses and tuition, and even save some. But now, those beautiful hands were beginning to turn a bluish hue. Their once perfect length seemed to have lengthened, marring their original perfection. Their fingers had become even more slender, and their once perfectly manicured nails had darkened slightly, their tips sharpened like claws. The others gasped. Yang Jin lowered his eyes, pursing his lips. Kill me now. Lu Weiduo's entire body stiffened as he stared intently at Yang Jin's hand, unwilling to believe what he saw. I try it first. What if it works? Yang Jin slowly shook her head. No use. Calm Lele burst into tears. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken that child with me. Tan Xian also cried, covering her mouth with her hands, feeling guilty. I'm sorry, I hurt you, Yang Jin. It's the end of the world, and I read so many doomsday novels, and yet, I still made a mistake like this. Jiang Zhe clenched his hand tightly. Stop crying. Then he said to Yang Jin, the virus is transmitted from wounds, and my mouth isn't injured. Can you let us try? Maybe after we take the drugs, you can resist the small amount of virus in your body, and not turn into a zombie? Lu Weiduo nodded vigorously. Yes, we haven't given up, And you can't give up either. Yang Jin, we're friends, right? Can you listen to us just once? Their persistence made Yang Jin's heart ache. His eyes burned, but he smiled helplessly. Although he was reluctant to leave them, he still wanted his friends to live well, not become zombies along with him. The zombie virus is different from snake venom. How could it be ingested? He rarely smiled, but then he did. Lu Weiduo breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. We've been friends for so many years. When we encounter difficulties, we must face them together. With so many of us, we can definitely solve them. As he spoke, he reached for Yang Jin's hand, trying to pull it away from the wound. The car door creaked softly. Yang Jin pushed it open, pushing aside the zombies surrounding him. Lu Weiduo's pupil shrank, and he reached out to grab, but Yang Jin had already closed the car door. Zombies swarmed around Yang Jin, biting him, but Yang Jin seemed insensitive to the pain and turned to look at them. His mouth opened and closed. Live well. I'm glad to have met you. Then, Yang Zhe dragged the zombies biting him away, step by step. Lu Weiduo, Jiang Zhe, Kong Lele, and Tan Xian could only watch in agony as he walked away, powerless to do anything. He seemed genuinely afraid of hurting them, so he kept walking, as if he wanted to go so far that even if he turned into a zombie, he wouldn't hurt them. Afterward, they were depressed for a long time. Tan Xian, who was particularly sensitive, cried almost every day, unable to stop herself at the thought of Yang Jin. Afterward, Lu Weiduo, Jiang Zhe, and the others found a safe place to stay, but they never dared to save anyone again. No matter how pitiful they seemed, they ignored them. Those whose requests for help were unsuccessful cursed them, but they turned a deaf ear. They had already lost a friend saving someone, and they didn't want to lose another. What happened to the little boy? They didn't know. What happened to Yang Jin afterwards? They didn't know. Later, upon receiving news of the base's establishment, they immediately prepared to pack up and leave. But those resentful survivors deliberately disrupted their efforts, deliberately inviting a swarm of zombies to block their escape, even at their own expense. Jiang Zhe and his companions left several times without success, and these people became increasingly aggressive, seemingly discovering how to exploit the zombies. Even as they searched for supplies, they deliberately disrupted their lives to attract zombies. Being ordinary people with no special abilities, they found themselves in dire straits several times, nearly becoming zombie food. Thankfully, they all escaped safely. Later, for unknown reasons, fog began to fall over the university town. Aside from Jiang Zhe and his group, everyone around them went berserk and began attacking everyone around them, whether zombies or humans. This was the same for both zombies and humans. Frightened by the frenzied zombies and humans, Jiang Zhe and his companions hid in their safe house, daring not to come out, only gazing out the window. Afterward, the corpses vanished as if they had never existed. The university town was pristine, as if everything that had happened before had been just a nightmare. The fog dissipated, and so did the zombies. Chapter 112. For a moment, Jiang Zhe and the others, caught in a trance, truly believed the apocalypse had arrived, that everything that had happened before was just a dream, and now that they had awakened, everything was back to normal. However, their lost friend hadn't returned. Although the zombies had vanished, there was no one else left besides them. The entire university town seemed to have become a deserted city. Desperately, they searched everywhere: bookstores, supermarkets, teaching buildings, and dormitories. They searched everywhere, but still, they could find someone. It was as if the four of them were the only people left in the world. Facing the empty, cold, and deserted university town, a fear washed over them, a feeling even more terrifying than facing the zombies. Jiang Zhe drove to take them away, but it was as if he was stuck in a loop. He'd clearly be heading for the school gate, but the next moment, the car would always end up back in the library parking lot. After several attempts, they realized they really couldn't leave, and had to stay in the university town. But the surrounding silence and emptiness were so overwhelming that they couldn't help but think wildly. Human imagination is always more terrifying than the actual dangers they face. The entire university town had more than enough supplies to sustain the four of them. They had no worries about food or water, but they couldn't leave. Every attempt to leave felt like a wall of obstacles. This fear drove them to periodically attempt to leave the university town. Later, they were able to leave the university town, but they found themselves unable to leave Liuya County. Besides the expanded range of their activities, it was no different from before. After leaving the university town, they searched every inch of Liuya County, hoping to find someone other than themselves. They could only find a way to leave Liuya County. Every time they tried to leave but couldn't, they felt discouraged, disappointed, and hopeless. But after a period of depression, they would cheer up and try again, only to be met with a new round of disappointment and despair. Gradually, they were almost driven mad, even feeling that even the appearance of a zombie would be better than nothing at all. Even though they had enough food and water, their spirits were already on the verge of collapse. They didn't go crazy outright, because they had a few friends around them. If they were alone here, they would have gone crazy long ago. But things weren't much better either. Trapped here for so long, they all knew that if they didn't leave, they would definitely go crazy. So, they kept trying to leave, breaking down again, and then trying again. Before Anichi arrived, they had already exhausted the gas tank of their SUV several times trying to leave. If it weren't for the gas station, the car would have been unusable long ago. It was a long story, and Anichi felt a sense of empathy after hearing it. However, Anichi sorted out what she had heard, thought for a moment, and asked, "Can you see the road clearly?" Jiangze, lost in memories, was stunned by what he heard and looked at Anichi blankly. Yes, isn't it clear?" Anichi looked at him, then cast her gaze on the others. Lu Weiduo took a deep breath, expelling the accumulated anger within him. He nodded in agreement with Jiangze. "Yes. Why do you ask?" Tan Xian felt better after applying ice to her eyes. She looked at Anichi in confusion, hesitant. "Could it be that you can't see clearly?" Anichi nodded. "Yes, to me and the others, the entire Liuya County is obscured by a thick white fog. Our vision is completely impenetrable, and we can't make out anything." After a pause, she added, "Even after I walked in, everything I could see was blurry and not very clear. If you were further away, I could only see a vague shadow." Clearly, they didn't see it that way, and they all looked bewildered. Kong Lele shook her head. "Impossible, how could that be? We didn't see any fog? Although there was white fog here before, it completely dissipated the next day, and it hasn't been foggy since." Jiangze and the other two nodded in unison. Their expressions didn't seem fake. Anichi frowned, thinking. She wasn't the only one who saw the thick white fog, and even her consciousness couldn't fully see through it. How could it be that there was no fog to them? First of all, it wasn't her fault, so the problem lay with them. Anichi's gaze swept over the group. She was absolutely certain these 4 people were human, without a trace of deception. The probability of 4 people awakening a power simultaneously was even lower than the probability of 1 person awakening a power. Furthermore, according to them, when the white fog first appeared, triggering a massacre between humans and zombies, everyone else was affected except these few. It was hard not to be concerned. So why? Is there something special about them? According to the time they mentioned, the white fog appeared shortly after the apocalypse. It's even more bizarre that these people are still alive, and well after all this time. Also, although there are no other zombies, there is a high-level zombie here who controls the fog. Even if the fog has no effect on him, doesn't this zombie eat humans? Anichi pondered for a moment, forming an outrageous guess, but after much reflection, she decided this one was the most plausible. Of course, she still needed to confirm it first. She looked up at the others and said, "Drive out of the city. Slow down for a while, and observe your surroundings carefully." Jiangze nodded, "Okay." They got in the car, and this time Anichi took the passenger seat. The SUV slowly drove away, indeed slowing down this time. It slowly drove through the university town, soon leaving from the west gate and passing through Liuya County's bustling commercial district, heading out of the city. Then, Anichi watched helplessly as Jiangze, who could have easily left Liuya County by going straight, turned and headed the other way. "Wait, why aren't you going straight?" Anichi asked. Jiangze was stunned, a bit suspicious. "There's a residential complex up ahead. Wouldn't we just run into a wall if we go straight?" Anichi, Is that why they ended up walking back? So, from their perspective, the exit was a residential complex? Jiangze was completely oblivious. He turned right, took another route around to the north gate, and then returned to the university town. He drove all the way to the library parking lot before suddenly stopping again. His face grimaced. Back again. Lu Weiduo, who had been feeling somewhat hopeful, now sighed deeply. Actually, being trapped here for life isn't so bad. At least, we won't have to face those terrifying zombies anymore. He said this with a hint of self-mockery, his expression clearly gloomy. Tan Xian leaned on Kong Lele's shoulder, staring blankly ahead. Kong Lele pursed her lips and looked at Anichi. "Sisterin, have you figured anything out?" Anichi nodded, "I see." Several people were stunned, sitting up straight, their eyes fixed on Anichi. Anichi opened the car door and stepped out, smiling. "Someone doesn't want you to leave." Several people frowned, puzzled, and asked, "What do you mean? Who doesn't want us to leave? Is it because someone is preventing us from leaving?" And Iching waved at them. "You find out when you get out." Kong Lele hurriedly opened the car door and got out. Jiang Zhe, Lu Weiduo, and Tan Xian followed closely behind. They had been trapped here for so long, and now An Iching suddenly knew the reason. How could they not be excited? And she had only followed them once, and she had already found the reason. Several people were a little nervous, wondering if An Iching's guess was correct. But if they truly understood the cause, their chances of escaping would greatly increase. Sisterin. Lu Weiduo had just begun to speak when he felt a chill on his neck. He looked down in surprise, only to discover a golden thread had appeared. Following the thread, Lu Weiduo saw the thread held in An Iching's hand. 3 more threads extended from An Iching's hand to the necks of Jiang Zhe, Kong Lele, and Tan Xian. He could clearly see that the golden thread was wrapped around their necks. Lu Weiduo instinctively reached out and touched his own neck. The golden thread was thin, but it hugged his neck tightly and felt cool. He could even feel the slightest touch. Sisterin. Jiang Zhe's throat rolled as he stared intently at the golden threads on his 3 friends' necks, gritting his teeth. "What are you doing?" Kong Lele was also confused. She subconsciously wanted to walk over to An Iching to ask for clarification. However, as she moved, the gold thread around her neck tightened, causing her to feel a slight pain. But the next moment, the thread loosened slightly. An Iching warned, "Don't move, or your heads will separate from your bodies immediately." Tan Xian stared at An Iching in disbelief. Although she applied ice to her eyes, they were still a little red and swollen. "Why? Weren't we here to rescue survivors? Why attack them?" An Iching felt the white mist vibrate and smiled. "You're still students, so naive. You believe everything I say. Kong Lele, you want to kill us? Why?" An Iching hummed, her voice still soft, but it sent a chill through them. "I feel like this place has a lot to do with you four, so killing you should solve the problem," she said helplessly. "I'm sorry, little one. I can't help it. The white mist here is confusing and poisonous. It's very dangerous to humans, and we have to deal with it." Kong Lele's face paled, then she gave a wry smile. "They say every failure makes you wiser. How could we have forgotten the lesson from last time?" She was a stranger who had suddenly appeared, yet they believed her. Tan Xian wiped her tears. "That's good too. A quick, painful death is better than the mental torture we endured." Jiang Zhe said nothing. He stared at An Iching, as if trying to discern something from her expression. However, after a long glance, he couldn't find any clues. He lowered his eyes and said nothing. Lu Weiduo gritted his teeth. "Kill them if you want. Why all that nonsense? We were blind to believe you before." An Iching smiled, unmoved. She gently exerted force, preparing to strangle their necks. The white mist stirred. An Iching's fingers had just moved. "Stop!" A cold voice suddenly rang out. An Iching turned around. A looming figure emerged from the mist, slowly approaching. The 4 people, who had been furious but resigned to their fate, froze. The voice was all too familiar. They had spent years with Yang Jin, and were acutely aware of his voice. Even the slightest change was instantly recognizable. They all turned their heads, looking in the direction of the voice. The next moment, a familiar figure appeared out of nowhere. Yang Jin's dark eyes fixed on the golden thread in An Iching's hand. If the thread hadn't already wrapped around the necks of Jiang Zhe and the others by the time he realized it, he would have killed An Iching immediately. But now Jiang Zhe and the others were in her power, and Yang Jin didn't dare gamble. What if, when he tried to kill her, she could kill them with a flick of her finger? An Iching felt a little regretful. If only her real body was here, she could simply block the space and capture the zombie. Of course, with her real body here, she'd probably be affected by the white mist. Suddenly, she thought of the ice she condensed earlier. She wondered if she could use her divine power to block the space now. Thinking of this, An Iching did just that. However, unlike the ease of condensing the ice, she felt a strong pressure when blocking the space, and a thin layer of sweat formed on her forehead. Lu Weiduo stared at Yang Jin in a daze, completely oblivious to the danger he was in. Kong Lele couldn't help but rub her eyes. Jiang Zhe's mind rang with the words that Iching had said earlier. She had said, "Someone doesn't want you to leave." So, this person was Yang Jin? From An Iching's perspective, the tall, cold figure stood not far away, his gaze seemingly tangible as he stared at her hand. "Let them go." Before An Iching could say anything, Kong Lele and the others could no longer contain themselves. "Yang Jin? Yang Jin? Is that you? You're still alive? Wow. You're still alive. You really are. So great. I thought I'd never see you again. Why did you come back just now if you're okay? Are you trying to trick me into tears? That's right, if you were okay, why didn't you come find us? We all thought you were gone. The group was so excited that an Iching was afraid they'd forget about the golden thread in their excitement, causing blood to splatter everywhere. She subconsciously loosened the taut golden thread. Yang Jin had been irritated, but when the golden thread in her grip suddenly loosened, he froze. Lu Weiduo had already rushed over to Yang Jin and patted him on the shoulder. Good to see you're alive. Good to see you back. Ha ha ha, we still be 5 people, not 1 less. And Iching, No, if she hadn't loosened the golden thread so quickly, 1 more person would have been missing. Jiangze walked over quickly and looked Yang Jin up and down. Although he had doubts in his heart, he still reached out and hugged Yang Jin tightly. I'm glad you're okay. Welcome back. Kong Lele and Tan Xian also ran over and hugged them. Welcome back. Lu Weiduo shouted, What's wrong with you? Don't forget me. He also opened his arms and hugged them all. Yang Jin in the crowd, And Iching's mouth twitched. She had expected Yang Jin to hide, but she stood there motionless, allowing herself to be held tightly. She felt that she wouldn't need the spatial confinement anymore. At the same time, the golden thread wrapped around the necks of Lu Weiduo, and the others vanished under her control. Being hugged by everyone, Yang Jin felt a familiar warmth. He tilted his head, glancing at each familiar face. After a moment he said, I'm not Yang Jin. The few people who had been hugging him, only too happy, were stunned, staring at Yang Jin with some confusion. Yang Jin gently pushed away the people who were hugging him, his eyes fixed on their empty necks for a moment, then glanced at an Iching standing aside. He also realized that this person had deliberately forced him to appear. Yang Jin was silent for a moment. Yang Jin is already dead. I just got his memories. Kong Lele was a little stunned, her brow furrowed. You mean time travel? Yang Jin was stunned. He had never expected Kong Lele to mention time travel. For a moment, he was speechless, and at a loss for words. No! He sighed. The moment he turned into a zombie, Yang Jin was already dead. I'm just a zombie. How is that possible? How do you look like a zombie? Lu Weiduo's joy was dampened by a cold shower. He couldn't accept it at all. Are you kidding us? It's not like we haven't seen zombies before. Kong Lele tried to raise the corners of her mouth to smile, but her smile was particularly unpleasant. That's right, how could a zombie be like you? Tan Xian nodded vigorously. Yang Jin, I used to be like them. I only became like this after I leveled up. The surroundings fell silent. Yang Jin observed their reactions and pursed her lips. So I'm not your friend. I'm not Yang Jin. Jiangze suddenly spoke. You said you're not Yang Jin, but were you the one who kept us from leaving? Yang Jin froze for a moment. You said you're not Yang Jin, but your every move is just like Yang Jin's. Is it really just because you have his memories? Jiangze smiled. Now I remember, when those survivors who asked for help, and we ignored them retaliated against us, we always managed to escape safely, no matter how dangerous the situation. Was it you who helped us? Otherwise, are we the chosen ones? So many times, it seemed like we had no chance of survival, but we always managed to escape safely. Before, they all thought it was just good luck. Thinking back now, it was clear someone was helping them from behind. Now that Yang Jin stood there, it was obvious who was doing it. Yang Jin said nothing, standing there quietly. So, you've been protecting us from behind all this time? Tan Xian covered her mouth, tears streaming. You've been protecting us. Why didn't you show up? Why didn't you let us know? I don't believe you're not Yang Jin. Kong Lele stared at Yang Jin. If you weren't our friend, why would you protect us? If you were a zombie, would you feel protective of humans? Yang Jin's lips parted, but no words came out. A look of bewilderment flashed across his dark, cold eyes. He stood there quietly, his back as straight as a pine tree, dressed as usual in a white shirt and jeans, with white sneakers on his feet. This outfit, unchanged for 10 years, was a familiar one to them. Would zombies imitate the clothing favored by humans in their lifetimes? Would they protect their friends from their human days? Lu Weiduo's eyes reddened slightly, but he forced a smile, a brilliant one, tears welling up in his eyes. Admit it. I don't know why, but I'm certain you're our friend, the Yang Jin we know. Yang Jin pursed his lips. I'm not. If you weren't, you have eaten us long ago. Kong Lele stood before him, looking up at him and smiling. Why are you so timid? And you keep denying it? That's right. It's only been a while since we last met. You're getting more and more timid. Tan Xian nodded. Lu Weiduo chuckled. What do you mean he's getting more timid? He's a coward to begin with. When we first met, he used a cold face to keep everyone away. He looked indifferent, but he was actually a coward. Jiangze couldn't help but pat him. Alright, give him some face. Lu Weiduo retorted. He doesn't even care about himself. So what face does he need? Yang Jin said nothing, but took a step back. This step immediately infuriated Kong Lele. Leave. Try leaving again. If you dare leave, we leave too. You deny being Yang Jin, yet you've been keeping us trapped here with you and haven't told us. I'm telling you, if you don't leave, I won't bother with you. If you leave, we leave with Sisterin. No one was stupid. Previously, they were caught in a situation where they had insufficient information and couldn't understand the situation. Now that Yang Jin had appeared, what else could they not understand? Your threats are useless. Lu Weiduo sneered, his voice cold and sarcastic. Now that he doesn't even acknowledge his own identity, he obviously doesn't need us, his friends. Tan Xian looked at Yang Jin with red eyes. Do you really think so? Jiangze sighed and held out his hand to Yang Jin. Come back, Yang Jin. We all miss you. Yang Jin blinked, his gaze fixed on Jiangze's hand. Soon, one hand after another appeared before him. Even the mocking Lu Weiduo held out his hand, staring at Yang Jin. I'm only extending my hand to you once. If you refuse us again, we really leave. Yang Jin lowered his eyelids, his dry eyes a little uncomfortable. Zombies don't cry. Even if their appearance has completely returned to their human form, zombies are still zombies, they can't be human. But why did he feel so bad? He still wanted them to stay with him. It was a little selfish, but he didn't want to be alone. Yang Jin slowly raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, then slowly extended it. Before he touched their hands, Jiangze grabbed his cold hand and smiled. Now that you made your choice, you can't regret it. Kong Lele placed her hand on both of theirs and said fiercely, if you abandon us again, don't blame us for being rude. Tan Xian also placed her hand on theirs and smiled. Don't be fooled by her harsh words. She cried so hard when you left before. Lu Weiduo placed his hand on theirs and said with a grin, you're still talking about others. Weren't you the one who cried the most? 5 hands clasped together. Yang Jin's icy hands seemed to be warmed by their warmth. And Iching reached out and waved at the surrounding white mist, interrupting the warmth. Now that we reminisced, let's clear the mist. Kong Lele was surprised. There really is white mist. Jiangze looked at Yang Jin. Did you create this? Yang Jin nodded. The white mist gradually dissipated, and an Iching's vision finally cleared, no longer as hazy as before. When she saw Yang Jin's face clearly, she was stunned. Yang Jin was handsome, but not nearly as good as An Yao. However, this face clearly bore 3 similarities to An Yao. And Iching frowned. Was she being overly sensitive, or was this person also related to a deity? If so, was it the evil deity or the deity itself? If he was the incarnation of the evil deity, his current behavior didn't quite fit his style. If it's a god. And Iching found it hard to believe that a god could actually befriend humans. After all, An Yao had always had trouble fitting in. Even now that he was in kindergarten, it was the children who were closest to him. He rarely interacted with them. Jiangze walked over and bowed to an Iching. Thank you for what happened just now. I'm sorry, we misunderstood you. And Iching smiled. If he couldn't even fool you, how could he show up? Yang Jin clearly didn't want them to leave, but she also didn't want to appear before them. Yang Jin pursed her lips at this. Kong Lele and Tan Xian also walked over and thanked an Iching. Sister, and thank you. Otherwise, we'd probably die without knowing what happened. Lu Weiduo also solemnly thanked an Iching. It was clear that they were very, very good friends, the kind who would trust each other with their lives, even their lives, in times of danger. And Iching actually liked them very much, but her eyes fell on Yang Jin, and she sighed, Don't be so happy, I still need to ask him something. She didn't want to dampen their spirits. But don't forget, Yang Jin is now a level 8 zombie. How do zombies level up? By eating people. Kong Lele and the others were stunned, looking at an Iching uneasily. Sisterin, what do you mean? An Iching walked up to Yang Jin, looked him over, and asked, Where are the zombies from Liuya County? Yang Jin paused. An Iching was a head and a half shorter than him, so he had to lower his head to meet her eyes. Even though she was looking up at him, he felt subtly as if he were being interrogated from below. But her voice was gentle and soft, not offensive. At least this interrogation didn't cause Yang Jin to resist. Digested by the white mist, Yang Jin replied. And Iching paused. So you digested the others too? The white mist was Yang Jin's special ability, and naturally represented him. Yang Jin paused, then shook his head. The living left, and the dead were swallowed by the white mist. And Iching smiled. But your white mist has the power to bewitch people, to drive them mad and kill each other, right? Furthermore, the white mist is poisonous. Even if they didn't kill each other, they would still be poisoned. So did anyone really leave Liuya County alive? The air suddenly became deathly silent. Jiang Zhe and the others paled, their gaze fixed on Yang Jin. And Iching waited for Yang Jin's response. Yang Jin stared at her for a long moment before slowly speaking. Only those who wanted to harm Jiang Zhe and the others killed each other. No one else did. Jiang Zhe and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Apparently Yang Jin believed everything they said. And Iching met Yang Jin's eyes. That's not right. Military personnel had been to Liuya County before. They were poisoned the moment they entered. If they hadn't returned to base and sought treatment from healing experts, they would have died. Yang Jin shook his head. No, if I wanted them dead, they wouldn't leave. And Iching raised her eyebrows slightly. What do you mean? Yang Jin, my white mist can solidify. If I want them to stay, I just need to freeze them and deny them any air. And Iching suddenly remembered the stagnation she had felt in the mist when her consciousness entered. Yang Jin looked at an Iching. Yes, I don't know why. The white mist's hallucinations don't work on you, and neither does the freezing. Yang Jin noticed an Iching entering the white mist. His first reaction was to use a delusion to scare her away, just as he had done with Jiang Xiao and the others. But the white mist's hallucinations had no effect on an Iching, so he tried to scare her by freezing her. After all, if anyone found breathing increasingly difficult in the mist, they would immediately leave. However, the freezing had no effect on an Iching at all. Finally, Yang Jin decided to freeze her in the mist and throw her out. In the end, the mist only slowed an Iching's movement slightly. It didn't freeze her at all. At the time, Yang Jin felt bewildered. But it was clear this person was unusual, so wary, Yang Jin didn't rush in front of an Iching. Afterward, an Iching ran into Jiang Zhe and his group. Yang Jin had intended to use the white mist a second time to confuse Jiang Zhe and his group, forcing them to change their route and avoid running into an Iching. But seeing their delight at spotting someone, he hesitated. During this hesitation, the two sides had already engaged in communication. Yang Jin could only observe an Iching silently through the white mist, keeping a wary eye on her. An Iching was speechless. So Jiang Xiao was also bewitched by the white mist back then? Yang Jin hesitated, then shook his head. I don't know who Jiang Xiao is, but no one who entered escaped the mist's hallucinogenic effects, except you. An Iching, An Iching's mind was a little mixed. So you didn't eat humans, so how did you level up? Even if you could level up by devouring zombies with the white mist, you have to reach the 5th level of awakened superpowers, right? Yang Jin looked at her with some confusion. After I became a zombie, I gained the ability to control the white mist. After a pause, he added, it was just very weak at first. The mist was so small that it could only wrap around zombies one by one and digest them. And Iching was genuinely surprised. So, you didn't lose your mind after becoming a zombie? Yang Jin nodded. I always remembered it. But he wasn't sure if he had always remembered who he was after becoming a zombie. Or if he had simply stripped Yang Jin of his memory, which was why he didn't dare appear before Jiang Zhe and the others. And Iching frowned. She stared at Yang Jin for a long time. Although he was now a zombie, his eyes were remarkably clear, their distinct black and white eyes remarkably similar to An Yao's. The information she gotten from Yang Jin was probably at least 70% true. If he hadn't lost his mind after becoming a zombie, then he was most likely a god incarnate. But that was even more strange. If he was a god incarnate, then she and An Yao were both connected, but why wasn't he involved at all? Sister An, what Yang Jin said must be true. He never lies. Kong Lele, watching An Iching go silent for a long time, worried she wouldn't believe him, quickly spoke up to defend Yang Jin. Yes, I can testify to that, Tan Xian said, raising her hand. I can testify to that, too. This guy never lies, Lu Weiduo also spoke. Jiang Zhe nodded. He never bothers to lie. And Iching glanced at them speechlessly, but didn't say much. Okay, as long as he hasn't eaten anyone. So what are you going to do next? Stay in Liuya County, or go somewhere else? And Iching looked at Yang Jin. There's a zombie check at the base right now. I'm not sure if he can fool them with his abilities, but there are many psychics here. If he's discovered, it'd be very troublesome. Jiangze paused, a little hesitant. He looked at Yang Jin. Yang Jin, do you want to stay here? Although they knew what had happened before, this place had left a psychological scar on them. If they could help it, none of them wanted to stay in Liuya County any longer. Even though they didn't want to, they kept silent, just staring at Yang Jin. Yang Jin lowered his eyes. Don't you blame me? They had been so frightened, desperate to leave, and yet he knew they were frightened, yet he still hadn't appeared, even refusing to let them go. Yang Jin thought they would be furious, scold him, perhaps even break off their friendship. But they were so intent on drawing him back into their group that they didn't even seem to blame him. Lu Weiduo, what nonsense are you talking about? We're friends. But I'm really angry. I settle this with you later. That's right. You don't think this is over, do you? Calm Lele folded his arms and sneered. Do you know how we were nearly driven crazy by torture? And me. Tan Xian pointed at her eyes. First I cried because you left, then I cried because I was scared of being trapped here. My eyes are swollen. How could I let you go so easily? Jiangze touched his nose. Actually, I was planning to give you a good beating later. Yang Jin, He suddenly smiled. A smile like spring flowers blooming and a gentle breeze. Okay. And Yiqing looked at the smile. Come on, it looked even more like an Yao. She was trying to convince herself that Yang Jin had no connection to the gods. Tan Xian's smile dazzled her for a moment, but she quickly recovered and coughed softly. By the way, I don't want to stay here. I become traumatized by this place. Calm Lele, startled awake by Tan Xian's voice, secretly cursed herself for almost falling for him, and said seriously, yeah, I don't want to stay here either. The two of them stared at Yang Jin eagerly, waiting for his answer to Jiangze's previous question. Yang Jin, The familiar feeling of being coerced returned. Got it. Yang Jin lowered his eyes, his voice light, but echoing the two girls' wishes. Let's go somewhere else. After a pause, he looked up at the others. If you want to go to the base, that's fine. Lu Weiduo waved his hand. What base? You're already so powerful. Aren't high-level zombies capable of controlling low-level zombies? It's written that way in novels, so you can do it, right? Yang Jin paused, then nodded. Yeah. Lu Weiduo clapped his hands. That's it. If you can control low-level zombies, we can go anywhere. It's safe everywhere, and we don't have to worry about zombies anymore. He smiled, and put his arm around Yang Jin's shoulder. Hey, from now on, we're all relying on you. Jiangze coughed softly. Be more tactful. Don't be so blunt. Ha 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 ha. The group burst into laughter. And Yiqing couldn't help but laugh along. After a moment's thought, she said, I have a territory in City D. If you're interested, you can join me. Jiangze looked at her in surprise. Territory? And Yiqing nodded. Yes, but the territory has restrictions. Zombies are prohibited from entering. Of course, there's a shelter area outside the territory where you can live. The territory has uncontaminated land and water. As long as you obey the instructions and help with the work, the territory will provide you with 3 meals a day. To be honest, and Yiqing's words were really simple, far less rosy than the rosy description Zhou Tengqi had given the survivors. Jiangze and the others were moved by the mention of uncontaminated land and water. Kong Lele, what are the 3 meals a day? Will they be enough to eat? And Yiqing nodded. Yes, all 3 meals a day will be home-cooked. While they certainly won't be as good as the food before the apocalypse, they'd be a mix of meat and vegetables, allowing everyone to have some meat every day. Jiangze and the others looked at each other and nodded. Let's go! And Yiqing smiled. I'm busy right now, and can't take you back. Follow the national highway to City D. You see the territory soon after Rowan County. I notify the people in the territory, and someone will pick you up then. Kong Lele sighed, somewhat disappointed. She had thought an Yiqing would be able to join them. Lu Weiduo asked Jiangze, how much gas do you have left in the car? If not, we can go get some more. Oh, and we should also pack some food so we don't starve on the road. At this point, Lu Weiduo looked at Yang Jin. By the way, Yang Jin, are you hungry? What are you eating? Calm Lele. Don't zombies eat people? A gust of wind swept fallen leaves past, and a deathly silence fell all around. Calm Lele looked at Yang Jin in horror. You're not really going to eat humans, are you? Yang Jin was speechless. I already said, I never eaten humans. It's not like he's lost his mind. He still has the memories and emotions of his human days. Even if he were starving, He wouldn't be able to eat humans. Kong Lele rubbed his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. I was thinking if you really wanted to eat humans, I go to the hospital and find a needle for a blood draw. Can we take turns drawing some blood from you every day? Lu Weiduo looked at Yang Jin. Actually, that's fine. If you're too hungry, we can draw some blood. But not too much, just a little bit. Yang Jin tried to hold it in, but couldn't. I'm a zombie, not a vampire. Jiangze suppressed a smile and teased him. Oh, so we have to cut some meat to feed you? Yang Jin looked at him expressionlessly and nodded. Okay, you do it. Jiangze coughed lightly. Forget it. You've been starving for over a year, isn't it? I don't think you need my meat. Yang Jin grinned. How could that be? I think I quite need it. Jiangze looked horrified. Really? Are you serious? Yang Jin licked his lips. Of course, you think I'm kidding? As he spoke, he walked towards Jiangze. Frightened, Jiangze hurried behind Lu Weiduo, using him as a shield. Hey, come on. I'm too skinny, my meat won't taste good. Yang Jin, look at him. Lu Weiduo has so much meat, and it's firm. It must taste good. Let's eat his. Lu Weiduo, He immediately became angry. Jiangze, what do you mean? Yang Jin looked at Lu Weiduo, seemingly contemplating Jiangze's suggestion. Lu Weiduo was terrified and ran away. Kong Lele, Tan Xian, help! The group played and joked, as if the rift of over a year had completely vanished. They were like friends who had always been together, never apart. Yang Jin's eyes curved, and her smile was even brighter than when she was with them. When Lu Weiduo and the others were panting and exhausted and could no longer run, they plopped down on the ground. Seeing Yang Jin's face flushed, breathless, and even without a drop of sweat, they felt a deep sense of jealousy. Hey, where's Sisterin? Kong Lele was laughing when she suddenly realized that Sisterin, who had been watching them play, was gone. Tan Xian looked around and saw a note stuck to the car. She stood up and walked over. The note had a simple message, I'm leaving first. Goodbye. Chapter 113. When An Iching's consciousness returned to her body, the military vehicle was still moving steadily forward on the road. She slowly opened her eyes and rubbed her brow. Sister Qing, are you awake? Song Yu looked at her tired face and felt a little worried. Didn't you sleep well? Why don't you rest your head on my lap for a while? And Iching smiled and shook her head. I'm fine, don't worry. Song Yu frowned, her intuition telling her that something must have happened to An Iching again, otherwise she wouldn't be so exhausted. Sister Qing, just rest for a while, okay? Song Yu imitated Su Jingxian's behavior, pleading coquettishly, raising a finger to indicate that she could rest on his lap for a short while. And Iching had no choice but to lie down and rest her head on Song Yu's lap. The strain of her consciousness acting alone was indeed immense, and so, not long after lying on Song Yu's lap, An Iching fell into a deep sleep. Song Yu pricked up his ears to listen to An Iching's breathing. Only after confirming she was asleep did he breathe a sigh of relief, his lips curling upwards, his mood brightening. Jiang Shao couldn't help but glance over and over. Song Yu noticed and raised a finger to his lips, silencing him. Jiang Shao, He silently gave Song Yu an OK.'s province base. Song Ping returned home near dusk and immediately collapsed on the sofa, wailing, I'm so tired. This is too exhausting. My back feels like it's breaking. Mom, please talk to Ying and give me a different job. This job is too tiring. If I keep going like this, I'm going to die soon. Siethan hurriedly brought him a cup of hot water and said with some concern, hold on a little longer. How long has it been since you changed jobs? Your sister's going to be mad if you do it again. Song Ping propped himself up and drank the entire glass of water in one gulp, then lay back on the sofa peacefully. I don't care. I'm not going back to this place. If she doesn't change, I won't work. He was very unhappy. Ying, really? You should at least find me a job that's easier. I think a registrar or inspector at the city gate, or a patrol officer, would be fine. What kind of crappy job are they finding me? What? First, they asked me to follow the zombie killing team and clean up after them. Is that human work? If you're not careful, you might run into a zombie that's still alive. It's tiring and dangerous. I asked her to give me an easier job, but she gave me a job repairing the city wall? Lifting and laying bricks every day is killing my back. I think she did it on purpose, deliberately giving me this hard and tiring work. Song Ping had been incredibly exhausted recently. While cleaning up zombies, he encountered a partially dead zombie, and was completely frightened out of his wits. This distressed Song Tian and CFN. Okay, mom gets it. It's too late today. Tomorrow, I talked to Ying about getting you an easier job. CFN tried to comfort him. Song Ping sat up with a start. Don't just take it easy, really take it easy. If you tell her to take it easy, she just arranged something a little easier than moving bricks, and I'd still be exhausted. Song Tian took a puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled. This isn't a solution. It'd be disastrous if our son gets exhausted. Call Ying over for dinner tomorrow, and we talk it over. Finally satisfied, Song Ping held out his hand. Dad, give me one. It's the end of the world. Tobacco has become a luxury. Many people smoke a single cigarette for a month, only taking a small puff when under great pressure and then quickly putting it out. However, Song Tian had several cartons of cigarettes lying around, ready for everyone to smoke. When he was done, he could ask Jiang Ying for more. Song Tian lit a cigarette for his son. Song Ping took a long drag and lay contentedly on the sofa. Mom, I'm hungry. Make me something to eat. I want meat. Okay, Mom will cook you something right away. There's a piece of pork belly in the fridge. I make you some noodle soup, okay? CFN said as she stood up and headed for the kitchen. Song Ping's mouth watered at the mention of pork belly. He nodded vigorously. Okay, Mom, give me more meat. Oh, and don't overcook the meat, or the fat will be gone. CFN, I know. I just cook it until it's fragrant. Just as CFN was simmering the pork belly and making noodle soup, 5 military vehicles slowly pulled up to the base's gate. As soon as the vehicle stopped, and Yiching slowly opened her eyes. Sorry, are your legs hurting? And Yiching hadn't expected to fall asleep so quickly. She sat up and reached out to rub Song Yu's legs. Song Yu blushed, quickly avoiding Yiching's hand and shaking her head hurriedly. It's not hurting. Sister Qing, you didn't sleep that long. It wasn't even half an hour. How could it be hurting? And Yiching smiled, retracted her hand, opened the door, and got out. She took out her citizen card and sent a message to Zhou Tongxi, asking them to make arrangements for Jiang Zhe and the other 5. It was already late, and the base gate was quite deserted, with only a few guards still on duty. And Yiching's gaze fell on the high wall of the base. The wall was high, perhaps 10 or 20 meters high, and its surface was smooth and flat, presumably to prevent zombies from crawling in from outside. The guards had already seen the 5 military vehicles return, and someone immediately approached Yiching. Before they could ask a question, the driver's door opened, and Jiang Zhao's long legs stretched out and stepped on the ground. The guard was startled, then delighted. Captain Jiang, you're back. He then waved to his companions behind him. Quick, go inform the base commander that Captain Jiang is back. After Jiang Zhao walked away, he lost contact with the base. This was normal, as the intercom wouldn't work from such a distance. Although the base commander didn't say anything, he always found time to hang around the base gate every day. Everyone saw it, and was worried about Jiang Zhao. So, everyone was so happy that Jiang Zhao had returned. And Yiching, Song Yu, and Ruanxie also came down. Ruan Yun was still unconscious, and was carried down by Ruanxie. Then came the twins. The survivors who had driven themselves there, sheltered between military vehicles, also disembarked. Seeing the towering walls of the base, they were filled with joy and excitement. Someone's lips trembled slightly, tears barely shed. We're at the base, we're really at the base. It's no wonder these people were so excited. After the apocalypse, facing the terrifying zombies, who wouldn't be afraid? Not everyone has the courage to face the horror of zombies head-on. They had been waiting for the military to rescue them, and the longer it took, the more desperate they felt. Fortunately, their wait finally arrived. The guards on duty at the gate stopped anyone from entering for inspection. Jiang Zhao frowned at the only remaining inspection tent. Previously, there had been 2, with men and women entering the base separated, stripping and inspecting for injuries. But now there was only 1 left. He pulled the guard aside and asked, "What's going on? 1 inspection tent?" The guard was stunned for a moment, then slapped his forehead. "I almost forgot. Captain Jiang, 2 months ago, the lab made a new development. After being infected with the zombie virus, we can now test it by drawing blood. And the results are very fast, within 2 hours. Even the most recent zombie scratches and bites can be detected in the blood. So, we don't have to strip naked like before." And Yiching, standing next to him, said, Thank goodness they changed the inspection method, otherwise she wouldn't want to enter the space. Jiang Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, almost thinking that men and women were now being examined together. After taking turns having a few milliliters of blood drawn, They were sent to the observation room. They had to wait 2 hours for the results before they could enter the base. Jiang family. When Jiangren returned home, he found his precious daughter sitting on the sofa in the living room, her eyes red from crying. Jiangren was startled. He quickly walked over to sit beside her and asked softly, "Ying, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Tell daddy." Jiang Ying cried out, her tears rising even louder. She threw herself into Jiangren's arms, sobbing, "Tangming, he's a bastard." Jiangren was stunned. Then a surge of anger rose in his heart. He asked in a deep voice, "Did he bully you?" Jiang Ying fell silent. Jiangren knew his daughter's personality well. She wasn't one to take bullying. If Tangming had truly bullied her, there was no way she wouldn't tell him. Thinking about Jiang Ying's recent high-profile pursuit of Tangming, Jiangren guessed that she hit a snag with Tangming again. He's seen Tangming before. He was good-looking and had good character, but he was prone to attracting romantic interest. He heard that many girls at the base liked him. It wasn't surprising that Ying fell for Tangming. After all, he saved her when she returned to the base. However, given his daughter's looks, even if her father's eyesight was severely flawed, he couldn't lie and say Tangming was blind because he didn't like his daughter. Jiangren sighed, "Ying, that's how fate works between people. You like him, but he doesn't like you. That's called destiny, and it's destined to be a dead end. A forced melon won't be sweet, so why force it?" Jiang Ying sniffed, "But I just like him." Jiangren felt a headache. He looked like someone who wouldn't turn back even if he hit a wall. He couldn't bear to see his daughter sad, but he couldn't force anyone to be with her. Not knowing how to explain this to Jiang Ying, Jiangren asked, "Then why are you crying? It's not the first time she's rejected you, right?" At this point, Jiang Ying was about to cry again. "I just realized now that Tangming has another woman in his heart. He rejected me not because he dislikes me, but because he's obsessed with a woman he went on a blind date with before the apocalypse." Jiang Ying gritted her teeth. Who still goes on blind dates these days? Aren't they only for those who can't get married? Am I even inferior to an unmarried woman? Jiangren's face darkened, and he snapped, "Ying, did I teach you to belittle others like that?" Jiang Ying was simply furious, her words coming to her senses without a second thought. Hearing Jiangren's angry voice snapped her out of control. She covered her face and cried even harder. I didn't mean that. I'm sorry, Dad. I was just so heartbroken that I couldn't help but take it out on someone else." Jiangren's expression remained grim. People often speak their true feelings when they're emotionally charged. Jiang Ying's blurt out of a woman who couldn't get married proved that this was what she truly believed. He couldn't help but close his eyes, his brow furrowed, wondering if the Song family had corrupted his daughter. Jiang Ying continued to cry, but Jiangren didn't offer his usual gentle words of comfort. She felt a chill in her heart. Wasn't it just scolding someone she didn't know? Had she broken some kind of divine law? Why was he so harsh to her? She felt incredibly sullen. Although she apologized, she didn't feel she was wrong. After all, love is free these days. Only women who can't find a boyfriend or get married go on blind dates. What's wrong with that? The thought of Tangming treating a woman like this as his perfect love made her grit her teeth in hatred. And now Jiangren was scolding her for this woman, which made her feel even worse. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Jiangren glanced at Jiang Ying and coaxed her softly, "Okay, Ying, stop crying. Don't talk like that anymore, okay?" Jiang Ying choked up and nodded. Jiangren took out a tissue and wiped her tears, smiling, "Okay, if you keep crying, you look like a cat. People will laugh at you if they see you." Jiang Ying took the tissue and wiped her tears herself. Jiangren stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. Standing there was one of the guards. The man beamed, Captain Jiang is back. He's being examined and will be back soon." Jiangren immediately smiled and asked, "How is he? Is he injured?" "No, Captain, don't worry. Captain Jiang seems to be in good spirits and likely isn't hurt." Jiangren nodded. Okay, I got it. Thanks for letting me know." The man chuckled for a moment, waved goodbye to Jiangren, and hurried back to his post. Brothers back? Jiang Ying's eyes were still red, but she looked surprised. Growing up, Jiangren and Jiang Shao had always loved and protected her, but it was Jiang Shao who defended her the most. When she was little, Jiangren would be wary of anyone who bullied her, but Jiang Shao would stand up for her without hesitation. Having just been scolded by Jiangren, Jiang Ying desperately needed her brother's comfort. So, she couldn't wait for Jiang Shao to return from his examination before running out, "Dad, I'm going to find my brother." Jiangren hadn't even had time to catch him back, and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, this kid. He turned back, thinking Jiang Shao wouldn't be back for over an hour, so he went into the kitchen. Most of the buildings on the base now had electricity, so the Jiangs had electricity too. He opened the refrigerator and searched inside, finding a piece of pork tenderloin. He could make Jiang Zhao's favorite Beijing-style shredded pork. He wondered if he lost weight after being away from the base for so long. Jiang Ren had never remarried since his wife left, and he raised his 2 children single-handedly. Although his daily schedule was busy, he still did his best to find time to spend with his children. When his wife was alive, he couldn't even tell the difference between sugar and salt, let alone cook. He learned this later, when he was raising his children. Jiang Ying ran all the way to the base gate and asked the guard nearby, "Where's my brother?" The guard smiled and pointed to the observation room nearby. "He's in the observation room. Mississippi Captain Jiang won't be out for over an hour. Why don't you go home and wait?" Jiang Ying didn't want to wait at all. She was still upset at Jiang Ren's scolding and didn't want to go back to see him. She waved her hand, "Bring me a stool. I sit outside and talk to my brother for a while." The guard immediately found a wooden stool, and Jiang Ying took it and ran to the observation room door. The observation room was a room of several dozen square meters. The doors were condensed by a gold-type psychic using their supernatural powers. They were so strong that even if the people inside mutated into zombies, they wouldn't be able to break them. For safety reasons, the observation room had only a tiny window in the top for ventilation. It was so small that a child would have difficulty climbing out. "Brother." Jiang Ying sat in the doorway, her face in her hands. "I'm here to keep you company. Did you bring me a gift this time?" Jiang Shao always brought her something when he went on missions, so even though Jiang Ying asked, she was certain he had. At that moment, the observation room was completely silent. It was impossible for each person to have their own observation room, and the base didn't have enough space for so many. So, basically, each team had its own observation room. And Yiqing and the others were being held with Jiang Shao and his team. At that moment, a cheerful and joyful voice played coquettishly outside the door, and Jiang Zhao's expression suddenly turned strange. His gaze immediately fell on Song Yu. Song Yu, puzzled by his gaze, asked, "Your sister?" She had long known he had a sister. He had previously mentioned that his sister had adopted the Song family as her godparents, and Song Yu still remembered it. It just felt strange. His sister was calling him, so why was he looking at her? Seeing Song Yu's bewildered expression, Jiang Shao breathed a sigh of relief and said to Jiang Ying outside, "Ying, it's already dark. Why are you out here?" "It's cold outside." "Be good, go home." Jiang Ying sat motionless at the door. "No, why are you chasing me away?" "I just want to spend time with my brother. You've been gone for so long and I miss you." Her voice was a little aggrieved. Jiang Shao paused, his heart softening. "I'm still observing. I'll be back soon. It's so cold outside, what if I catch a cold?" Jiang Ying whined, unwilling to go back. "Brother, you still haven't told me what gift you brought me?" Jiang Shao, this. His mind had been completely focused on Song Yu for a while, completely forgetting about this matter. Besides, because of all his speculation, he always felt guilty thinking about Jiang Ying in front of Song Yu. Jiang Ying, hearing the silence, couldn't help but widen her eyes, a look of disbelief on her face, her voice rising. "Brother, you didn't forget to bring me a gift, did you?" Jiang Shao wiped his face stiffening as he saw his teammates, and Yiqing, and Song Yu all staring at him. Song Yu's gaze, in particular, always made him feel uneasy. "What gifts? I'm out searching for survivors this time. How could I have time to bring you a gift?" Jiang Shao said in a somewhat stiff tone. Jiang Ying was startled, and she wondered if there was something wrong with her hearing. Why would Jiang Shao speak to her in such a cold and harsh tone? Jiang Ying felt wrong, tears welling in her eyes. "You all don't love me anymore. Dad's mean to me, and you're mean to me too. I hate you all." With that, she stood up and stormed out. Jiang Shao was stunned and hurriedly called outside, "Ying." But there was no sound outside. After a while, a guard came over and said, "Captain Jiang, the young lady has gone home." Jiang Shao sighed and rubbed his brow. After all, she was his beloved sister, and he didn't want to hurt her feelings before he was sure. He was just anxious to get her to leave. Jiang Shao didn't want Song Yu to witness with his own eyes just how favored Jiang Ying was in the Jiang family. Song Yu leaned against Yiqing, feeling a touch of envy. She could tell the eldest daughter of the Jiang family was truly doted on by her parents and brother, hence her lively and innocent nature, capable of throwing tantrums when unhappy, without ever feeling wronged. The observation room had 2 cameras, providing comprehensive surveillance, allowing anyone outside to be notified of any incidents. The results came back quickly. No one had been infected with the zombie virus, and was cleared to enter the base. Aniching and the others who had just arrived needed to register. Aniching glanced at the registration form. It had to be said that the base was indeed doing a better job than her territory. If everyone entering the base registered their information, management would be much easier. The form was very detailed. Name, gender, age, registered residence, permanent residence, work unit, and special ability. Aniching glanced at it, and filled out her own information. Many people before her had left their special abilities blank. Aniching thought for a moment, and casually filled in teleportation. Song Yu frowned at the sight of the form. She filled out the first few abilities smoothly, but paused slightly for the last, then followed the majority, and filled in none. Jiang Xiao, still waiting for them, noticed Song Yu's blank. He paused, said nothing, and looked away as if he hadn't noticed anything. Everyone had completed their information, and the Wanxia siblings and the twins were taken away by the base's supervisor to find housing. After the area was clear, Song Yu looked at Jiang Xiao. Where are the Song family members? Can you take me there now? Jiang Xiao hesitated. Or maybe we should go tomorrow. It's already late. He wanted to go to the research institute right away and have a paternity test done. The results would be back in a few hours, and tomorrow, he have confirmation. Song Yu's face hardened for a moment, and she pursed her lips. Sorry, I don't want to wait. Or could you tell me where they live? Jiang Xiao felt a little uneasy at her cold expression. No, I take you there. He then led them forward, glanced at Song Yu, and explained, It's not that I don't want to take you there, but I think you're tired from the journey. I think it would be better to rest for a night, and go tomorrow. Song Yu pursed her lips. Thank you, but no, I'm not tired. The enemy was so close, how could she possibly wait? Asking her to rest would be torture. With Jiang Xiao leading the way, Aniching and Song Yu quickly arrived at the west residential area. Aniching kept observing the buildings within the base. She noticed that none of the buildings on the base were pre-apocalyptic architecture. These buildings were clearly newly built after the apocalypse. So, the base had also discovered the insecurity of pre-apocalyptic buildings. Soon, the three of them arrived at the Song residence. The residential area had wooden doors, making the soundproofing very poor. As they reached the door, they heard a voice coming from inside. It was familiar, Jiang Yingying's crying. Jiang Xiao frowned. Had he come to the Song residence out of anger? He was about to raise his hand to knock on the door. Alas, after all, we're not related by blood. While I might appear to be treating you well, there's still a layer of distance between us. Yingying, don't be sad. It's not worth it for an outsider. Jiang Zhao's hand suddenly stopped, frozen in midair. Song Yu didn't want to hear what the people inside were saying. Seeing Jiang Zhao's hand stop, he raised his foot to kick the door. Aniching quickly pulled her back, and made a hushed gesture at her lips, urging her to listen. Song Yu was puzzled, but it was Aniching who stopped her. She took a deep breath, and let it out slowly, suppressing the anger within her. TSK, now you get it? If you want to be close, it's better to be close to us, your biological children. You're so full of yourself calling me brother all the time, but we really just treat you like a little pet. We tease and coax you when we're happy, and yell at you when we're unhappy. Inside the room, Song Ping said sourly, and you never even called me your biological brother. Previously, the Song family had always been very cautious. But Song Tian and Xiefan didn't want Jiang Yingying to get too close to the Jiang family. They were determined to win their daughter's heart back to their own family. So when Jiang Yingying was upset, they comforted her, persuaded her, and even applied the Jiang family's eye drops. But eye drops are limited, and wouldn't they always bring up blood ties? Gradually, they became accustomed to these remarks and gradually lost their caution. Especially at home. Jiang Yingying's anger flared up when she heard Song Ping's words. She stood up quickly and said, Song Ping, you're not done yet, are you? I'm upset, and you're just stabbing me in the heart, aren't you? Song Ping's temper suddenly fell silent, and he muttered, that's just how it is. You're so well behaved in front of that Jiang Xiao, but you're a fire-breathing dragon with me. Song Tian slapped Song Ping on the head, shut up. Say another word and get out of here. He then pulled Jiang Yingying to sit down again. Yingying, don't be angry. That family doesn't care about you, so just don't worry about them. That was the word. What's the saying? Right, they're just pretending to be nice. Jiang Yingying was speechless. Dad, they're just pretending to be nice. Song Tian laughed. Right, that's exactly what I mean. They're not your biological children, so you don't have to be sincere to them. The real thing is to get as much as you can from them. Jiang Yingying responded perfunctorily. Getting something? It's not as easy as they think. Even if she could seize all the supplies in the base, would they be able to protect themselves after they broke away from the Jiang family? By then, it would be all in vain, with nothing left. Oh, it's already this late. Why didn't you tell me? I have to go back. Jiang Ren and Jiang Xiao must be looking for me. Jiang Yingying, her sadness venting, jumped in shock at the time. What do you mean by go back? I'd rather stay here and make them anxious, so they don't get on your nerves over such a trivial matter. CFN couldn't help but pull Jiang Yingying aside. Jiang Yingying sighed, okay mom. They didn't like you to begin with, and seeing me come to your place, they probably hate you even more. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving now. I see you tomorrow, Jiang Yingying said as she walked towards the door. Song Ping hurriedly called out, Yingying, remember to find me a job. Something easier. I really can't do this anymore. Jiang Yingying said impatiently, I know. She reached out and opened the door. Seeing the slender, cold-faced man at the door, Jiang Yingying felt a chill rising from her feet, instantly enveloping her. Brother. Jiang Yingying's body stiffened violently, her tongue feeling as if it weren't her own, and she struggled to speak clearly. Jiang Xiao twitched his lips and chuckled self-deprecatingly, I don't deserve it. Jiang Yingying, who had been clinging to a faint hope, hoping that Jiang Xiao had just arrived and hadn't heard what they had said before, felt as if her vision went black. A single thought flashed through her mind. It's over. CFN and Song Tian heard the noise at the door, and took a few steps toward them. The moment they saw Jiang Xiao, the color drained from their faces. Song Ping scrambled to his feet, his face grim. Thinking of what they had said before, he wanted to turn back time and silence them all. Well, Captain Jiang, that's not the case. It's a misunderstanding, all misunderstandings. He gritted his teeth and explained, we were just joking. Song Tian, realizing what was happening, quickly agreed, yes, it was all a joke. Please don't take it seriously. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He had previously wanted to do a paternity test, but now the situation was clear, and even that wasn't necessary. He stepped aside, revealing the two people behind him. A joke? What about her? Song Yu was still a little dazed. She had just heard the voices inside, and she was feeling very confused. So, Jiang Zhao's sister was actually the Song family's biological daughter? Then who was she? After Jiang Xiao stepped aside, Song Tian, CFN, Jiang Yingying, and Song Ping all met Song Yu's gaze. Song Tian, CFN, and Song Ping stared with wide eyes, as if they had seen something strange. They stared in disbelief at Song Yu, who stood before them alive and well. How is this possible? Jiang Yingying's eyes widened, staring at Song Yu in astonishment. Jiang Xiao saw immediately that Jiang Yingying also knew Song Yu. All his suspicions were confirmed in that instant. Jiang Xiao twitched his lips and closed his eyes. Not only had the Jiang family brought home a false daughter, but they had even nurtured and cared for her with such care, yet she had become an ungrateful person. He didn't know why the wrong child had been taken away, but Jiang Yingying had been raised and carefully nurtured by the Jiang family. While she wasn't as lavish as the daughters of wealthy families, she lived comfortably. From childhood, his father had adhered to the principle of raising sons poorly and daughters well. He was far more generous to Jiang Yingying than he was to him, and her monthly allowance was several times his own. Jiang Xiao believed that no matter how much his father doted on his children, he never neglected their education, always raising them to be upright and kind. However, after learning about her own past, Jiang Yingying not only showed no remorse, but also refused to tell them the truth. She even concealed her true feelings, and brazenly claimed everything that didn't belong to her. Song Yu was stunned upon seeing Jiang Yingying. After becoming a psychic, her memory had improved, not to mention her brief encounter with Jiang Yingying, which had already left a deep impression on her. Aren't you a classmate of Song Ping's? Song Yu still remembered a girl Song Ping brought home from high school, claiming she was bringing a classmate home to play. The girl was wearing a light blue princess dress, her hair braided into a heart shape and tied back with a large, beautiful lace bow. Song Yu had never seen a girl so beautiful before, and she felt completely out of place in his own world. She seemed like a fairy descended from heaven, untouched by the mundane world. Back then, Song Yu was deeply curious about why such a beautiful, pure girl would come to their impoverished place. Of course, no one ever gave her an explanation, but that scene etched itself deeply into her memory. Even though Jiang Yingying was now grown up, Song Yu recognized her instantly. Jiang Xiao, classmate? Song Yu's expression darkened, and she felt a headache. What was happening before her was beyond her comprehension, even absurd. Many years ago, when Song Ping was still in high school, she came back with him. What nonsense! Where are these classmates? What nonsense are you talking about, you silly girl? Siefan reacted immediately, screaming and rushing over to grab Song Yu. Before Song Yu could move, Jiang Xiao raised his leg and delivered a crushing kick to Siefan's heart. Shut up. Jiang Xiao, a psychic with inherent strength, sent Siefan flying several meters, slamming her to the ground. Siefan felt a sharp pain, dizziness, and a sweet, fishy taste welling up in her throat. Puff. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then she collapsed to the ground, soundless. Mom. Jiang Yingying, her face pale with fear, hurried over to help Siefan up. Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Siefan was unconscious, unresponsive. Jiang Yingying reached out a trembling hand to check her breathing. She could still feel a faint breath, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Song Tian and Song Ping also hurriedly stepped back, fearing Jiang Xiao would kick them next. Jiang Xiao closed his eyes. When the Song family arrived at the base, it wasn't fully developed yet, so the registration process upon entering was simple, not as detailed as it is today. But age was also required, so Jiang Xiao knew how old Song Ping was. High school. Even if he didn't know the exact year, it matched up with the time Jiang Yingying ran away from home in junior high. Jiang Xiao gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes bloodshot. Okay, very good. You family, you really think we Jiangs are being taken advantage of, don't you? Song Yu shook his confused head and walked into the room. Song Ping, seeing this, panicked and backed away in fear. You, are you human or a ghost? Song Yu smiled, stepping closer to Song Ping. Song Ping was terrified, but since only Song Yu had entered, Jiang Xiao was still standing outside the door. So, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he charged at Song Yu, fist raised. Song Yu easily dodged the blow, then grabbed Song Ping's wrist and swung it hard. Without even a shoulder strike, Song Ping was swung around and landed on the ground. Song Tian and Jiang Yingying were both horrified by the sight, staring at Song Yu in horror as if he were looking at a monster. Song Ping felt as if every bone in his body had been broken. He tried to cry out in pain, but blood gushed out in streams. Song Yu stepped on Song Ping's chest and smiled broadly. I'm not dead, are you disappointed? How could Song Ping speak now? Blood gushed from his mouth, making it difficult for him to even wail. A dagger suddenly appeared in Song Yu's hand, and he plunged it forcefully into Song Ping's abdomen. Brother, does it hurt? Song Yu bent over, her face close to Song Ping, who was convulsing in pain. I was in 1,000 times more pain before. Didn't expect that I'd still be alive to find you? Song Tian's legs gave way in fear, and he fell to the ground, scrambling backwards with trepidation. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding residents, and soon a crowd gathered at the Song residence's entrance. Even the patrol arrived. Before they could rush in to stop the violence, they were stopped by Jiang Xiao. Song Yu, with a knife, gouged a large chunk of flesh from Song Ping's face. A zombie bit a huge piece of flesh off my face like that. Brother, you don't know? Song Ping roared like a trapped animal, his eyes rolling back in pain. Song Yu continuing, and here on my shoulder. With each spot she mentioned, she gouged a piece of flesh from Song Ping's body, the scene a bloody and horrific sight. Jiang Yingying's face was pale as a bloodless cadaver. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but was met with Jiang Zhao's icy gaze. The doting in his eyes was gone, replaced only by hatred. He had no intention of stopping Song Yu, and even stopped the patrol outside. Jiang Yingying sat on the ground, stunned. What should she do? What should she do now? Her mind was a fuzzy mess, unable to think. The patrolmen were horrified by the horrifying scene inside, but Jiang Xiao blocked their way outside, and the patrol captain was terrified. He didn't know what had happened, but if this continued, someone could die. Gritting his teeth, the patrol captain pulled someone over and whispered something in a low voice. The patrolman nodded and scurried out of the west residential area, rushing to the Jiang family's house to get help. Jiang family. Jiang Ring glanced at the time again and again, frowning. What was going on? It had been over 2 hours, and the two children hadn't returned yet. Even if the test results are a little late, they should be home by now, right? Jiang Ren was about to use the intercom to call someone to check when there was a knock on the door. Jiang Ren smiled, walked over quickly, and opened the door with a smile on his face. A patrol member, looking anxious, said hurriedly, Base Commander, go check it out. Someone's dying. Jiang Ren's smile froze, and immediately became solemn. He took the key, closed the door, and strode out. What's going on? Tell me in detail. The patrol member had no idea that the situation was already like this when he arrived. I don't know either. When I arrived, the Song family had already been in trouble. A woman from nowhere was slashing flesh all over Song Ping's face and body with a knife. The captain wanted to take us in to stop them, but at this point, he cautiously glanced at Jiang Ren's grim expression. Captain Jiang stopped us. Jiang Ren paused, his brow furrowed. The next moment, his pace quickened. Notify the off-duty defense team to come over. Yes. As he spoke, Jiang Ren had already hurried to the west residential area. At this moment, the residential area was packed, with many people gathered outside, peering in, unwilling to leave even if they couldn't see anything. Make way, please make way. When Jiang Ren arrived, the crowds of onlookers were so numerous that it was practically impossible to squeeze in. People from the shantytowns had gotten the news and rushed over to watch the fun. Fortunately, the security team quickly arrived to maintain order and clear a path for Jiang Ren to pass through. Arriving at the Song residence, Jiang Ren immediately spotted Jiang Xiao, who was blocking the door, refusing to let anyone in. Jiang Ren's face was grim. Jiang Xiao, what are you doing? Jiang Xiao's face was expressionless, almost numb. Hearing Jiang Ren's voice, he slowly raised his head, smiled at Jiang Ren, and then a tear rolled down his cheek. Jiang Ren. He was stunned. His son was incredibly resilient. He'd been a man since childhood, determined to protect his sister. So, no matter what he did, he worked incredibly hard and diligently, never admitting defeat, let alone shedding tears. Even when he was a child, fighting over Jiang Ying and sending someone to the hospital, he endured the beating without a single tear. Jiang Ren, feeling strangely panicked, strode over and asked, "What's going on? Where's your sister?" His mind was blank, and the bigger picture was no longer on his mind. He hadn't seen Jiang Ying, and now he saw Jiang Zhao's tears. His mind was buzzing, and his first reaction was that something had happened to Jiang Ying. Chapter 114. Dad. Dad, whoa. Save me, Dad, save me. She's crazy. She's going to kill us. Inside, Jiang Ying, her mind completely blank, heard Jiang Ren's voice, and, as if she had seen a savior, she hurriedly ran towards the door, shouting. Song Yu was near the door, slicing away at Song Ping's flesh. A sinister smile plastered on her face. Jiang Ying trembled with fear. She wanted to rush out, but she feared that if she approached Song Yu, she would suffer the same fate as Song Ping. Jiang Ren was startled by Jiang Ying's cries, and turned to see the tragic scene inside. A woman, her hands covered in blood, stood with her back to him, still slicing flesh from someone with a dagger. There were already so many pieces of flesh scattered on the ground that a large pool of bright red blood had formed where she stood. Even though he had known something was wrong, Jiang Ren was still shocked by the brazenness of the slaughter. He hurriedly ordered, "Defense team, apprehend them first. Patrol team, notify Liao Zihao immediately to come and rescue them." Even if he disliked the Song family, he couldn't just let them run amok in the base, slaughtering others without restraint. Jiang Ying, still inside, was clearly terrified by the scene. She was trembling violently, her face streaked with tears, making Jiang Ren extremely anxious. Jiang Xiao raised his hand to block the door. Frost spread from his palm, instantly freezing the Song family's door shut. And Yiqing, standing next to Jiang Xiao, was stunned and glanced at him in surprise. Ice element? Was he a dual-element psychic? The defense team, about to charge in, were suddenly stopped completely. Even Jiang Ren was stopped by Jiang Xiao. The defense team looked at Jiang Ren bewilderedly. Jiang Ren, startled and furious, demanded, "Jiang Xiao, what are you doing? Ying's still in there." Jiang Ren was truly furious and anxious at this moment. It was the base commander's responsibility to rescue the Song family, but Jiang Ying was also imprisoned, and there was also a danger of unknown origin, which made Jiang Ren extremely anxious. In the past, Jiang Xiao had always been more concerned about Ying than he was. What was going on now? Didn't he see Ying was in there too? In Jiang Ren's opinion, under normal circumstances, if something like this happened here, Jiang Xiao would definitely escort Jiang Ying away first. After all, it had been like this for so many years. Jiang Xiao's lips curled, his eyes filled with grief and sorrow. "Dad, she's not my sister, nor is she your daughter." Jiang Ren was stunned for a moment, almost thinking his ears were failing. He didn't react for a moment. "Who?" Jiang Xiao wiped the tears from his face, took a deep breath, and spoke each word with a firm emphasis. "Jiang Ying." A loud bang. Jiang Zhao's words were like a bomb dropped in Jiang Ren's mind, sending his thoughts into a state of chaos. He instinctively looked towards the Song family's house. The doorway was frozen shut, and only a faint silhouette of the people inside could be seen. Even though the ice made it difficult to see clearly, Jiang Zhao could still see his daughter. He couldn't hear the voices from inside, but he could tell Jiang Ying was calling for help. Jiang Ren shook his head, trying to clear his mind. He twitched his lips. What nonsense! How could Ying not be my daughter? Jiang Zhao's eyes were filled with pain at this, and the tears that had just stopped flowing again. Jiang Ren felt a surge of panic as he watched the tears stream down his face. Jiang Zhao's lips trembled as he spoke slowly. Your daughter, my sister, was switched at birth. By this point, Jiang Zhao had already deduced the truth from the information he knew. It was unknown how far apart the Jiang family's hometown, Shishi village, was from the Song family's Xinshan village, but since they were both in Hengye town, they were probably not very far apart. When his mother had the car accident, the Song family had also been giving birth at the town clinic. You know, Jiang Ren was not only the pride of Shishi village, but also the pride of Hengye town. His parents' wedding had taken place in Hengye town, and it was said that many people came to watch. It was hard not to suspect that the two children had been deliberately switched by the Song family. Jiang Zhao didn't believe this was an accident. If it was, why had the Song family treated Song Yu so harshly since childhood? If it was an accident, how had Song Yu found the Song family so quickly in junior high school and successfully obtained hair from Song Yu to pass a paternity test? As much as he had loved his sister, Jiang Ying, now he hated her. Recalling what others, and even Song Yu herself, had said about her life from childhood to adulthood, Jiang Zhao couldn't help but reach out and clutch his collar. His heart throbbed with pain, almost choking him. When Song Yu entered, Jiang Zhao knew what she was going to do. He didn't stop her, nor did he have the right to do so. Even though this would cause panic and chaos throughout the base, he insisted on standing at the door to stop everyone from stopping her. She was the victim. She should have been a child raised with the loving care of her father, a brother who loved and protected her unconditionally. But because of the Song family, she had been mistreated since childhood, and even more so, sucked dry by her so-called family members as she grew up, to the point where they even drained her bone marrow. Switch. Jiang Ren's breath caught, and he looked at Jiang Zhao. Explain clearly, what do you mean? Switch. Didn't we do a paternity test with Ying before? Paternity test. Jiang Zhao laughed, a mocking laugh, not just at Jiang Ren, but at himself as well. Who could have imagined that after Jiang Ying ran away from home once, she had frightened him and his father, and then she would easily fool the paternity test. His voice trembled, and he held out his hand, his fingers shaking. Pointing at Song Yu, whose figure was blurred by the ice, he said, "This is your daughter, my sister." After a pause, he continued, "This is also the daughter of the Song family, Song Yu, who was sucked dry." Jiang Ren shuddered, as if struck by lightning. Jiang Zhao's 2 sentences were packed with so much information that Jiang Ren felt breathless and dizzy. He staggered, staggering back 2 steps and nearly falling. Base Commander. Dad. Jiang Zhao and the nearby defense team hurried forward to support the pale Jiang Ren. Jiang Ren's breathing was rapid, but his eyes were fixed on Jiang Zhao. Are you telling the truth? He was reluctant to believe it, and even looked at his son with hope, hoping for a negative answer. Jiang Zhao paused, feeling the subtle tremor in Jiang Ren's body. This kind of thing was a huge blow to him, let alone Jiang Ren. But Jiang Zhao closed his eyes. It's true. I had suspicions for a long time. That's why I came back this time to do a paternity test with Song Yu. At this point, he chuckled sarcastically. It's just that I didn't expect it would be such a coincidence that I arrive at the Song family, and hear them and Jiang Ying discussing this matter. He looked at Jiang Ren. Dad, Jiang Ying and the Song family said it themselves. Jiang Ying is the Song family's biological daughter. Jiang Ren was helped to his feet. He slowly pushed aside the guards and Jiang Zhao's hands and stood straight. Jiang Zhao frowned. Dad, if you don't believe me, I order a paternity test right now. Jiang Ren raised his hand, stopping Jiang Zhao from continuing. He peered through the thick ice at the doorway, peering at Song Yu within. The supernatural ice was much clearer than naturally formed ice. Even through the ice, it was still hard to see clearly, but he could still see Song Yu, with his back to them, striking with his blade, one after another, with unwavering determination and agility. Jiang Zhao was a loving brother. He wouldn't have treated Jiang Ying this way unless there was irrefutable evidence. Jiang Ren took a deep breath, calming himself. Open the door. Let me and the child do a paternity test. He had raised Jiang Yingying, and not only did he not want to admit she wasn't his biological daughter, he also refused to believe that the child he had raised was such an ungrateful person. A paternity test would be the verdict. Jiang Shao pulled a notebook from his arms, opened it, and handed Jiang Ren the strands of hair he had carefully gathered. "Dad, this is Song Yu's hair I got earlier." Jiang Ren paused, nodded, and plucked a few strands from his head. He then took out his intercom and called the lab staff to come and retrieve the items. Soon, the security team arrived, escorting a research assistant in a white coat. Jiang Ren handed him the hair and instructed, "Do a paternity test, and quickly." "Okay, base commander." The assistant carefully took the hair and put it away, then immediately returned to the lab. After Jiang Ren watched the assistant walk away, he looked at Jiang Shao and said, "Whether she's my daughter or not, I can't let her continue this brutal killing. It's not good for her either." The order of the apocalypse was chaotic, but as the base commander, he couldn't disregard the law. He couldn't control things outside the base, but inside, he couldn't allow anyone to ignore the law and kill for revenge out of hatred. If this precedent was set, the base would undoubtedly be in chaos. Jiang Shao was silent for a long time. He knew his father was considering the entire base, and his thoughts were correct, but Song Yu had been thrown into a swarm of zombies by the Song family. She had been torn apart by the zombies, bite by bite. Jiang Shao couldn't imagine the pain and despair she must have felt at that time. The Song family are nothing but beasts. How can they be called human? He slowly shook his head, rejecting Jiang Ren. "I'm sorry, Dad. I can't let you stop her. The Song family owes her this. Even if she killed them, she deserves it." Jiang Zhao's throat choked, his eyes reddened, and his voice trembled as he spoke. "You have no idea what the Song family did to her. What you know is just a drop in the bucket." Jiang Ren's pupils shrank. A drop in the bucket? His breathing suddenly became rapid. Even if Song Yu wasn't his daughter, the experiences he learned about were already tragic, and those were just a drop in the bucket. So what had she endured? He had once wondered how parents could treat their own daughter like this. So, it really isn't. The paternity test results haven't come out yet, but Jiang Ren couldn't help but think this way. So, it's precisely because Song Yu isn't the Song family's daughter that they treated her so harshly and sucked her blood so badly. In fact, Jiang Yingying's adoption of the Song family as godparents was strange. She and the Song family had gotten along so well, and were so close from the moment they met, and then she immediately adopted them as godparents, allowing them to do whatever they wanted. So, did Jiang Yingying already know she wasn't their daughter? Jiang Ren felt a splitting headache, his eyes dry and uncomfortable. "No, the paternity test hasn't come out yet. The results are uncertain." Jiang Ren comforted himself, trying to force himself to remain calm. The defense team and patrol team were trying to evacuate the crowd. But there were so many people, and they couldn't disperse them for a while. Thus, the Jiang family's copy conversation was heard clearly by the onlookers. To be honest, they were initially horrified by the Song family's plight. If they hadn't seen the patrol arrive, they wouldn't have dared to stand there and watch. When Jiang Shao sealed the Song family's door with ice, they couldn't see what was happening inside, so their attention was focused on the Jiangs. Their conversation shocked the crowd. "Oh my god! This is impossible. The base commander has been taken advantage of, raising his daughter for so many years? Is this true? Although the eldest daughter doesn't really look like a Jiang family member, this is too unreal. It's like a novel shining into reality. So, reality is often even more outrageous than fiction." After all these years, they didn't even realize that Jiang Yingying wasn't a Jiang family member? Oh, it was a deliberate act, I guess. The Song family must have deliberately swapped the two children. Exactly. I always felt the Song family wasn't good. Sure enough, they're even worse than I thought. They took such a huge advantage by swapping someone else's child, and yet they don't even treat the other family's daughter well. The Song family are certainly bad, but this Song Yu isn't a good person either, is she? Maybe she was corrupted by the Song family. Even if the Song family isn't good, they still raised her. Look at what she's done. TSK, so cruel, so vicious. Something. That's right, it's so cruel, it terrifies me. Is she truly insane? What normal person could do such a thing? I'm telling you, don't you understand the saying? Don't try to persuade others to do good until you experience their own suffering? You all know the Song family abused her, but are you sure they raised her well? For one thing, they didn't bring her with them when they arrived at the base. That's right. When the Song family arrived, there were only 3 of them. They had no idea where this girl was. The chatter quickly spread, and word spread from those in front to those behind. Soon, even those who hadn't seen what was happening inside knew what was going on. Perhaps the Song family was so unpopular that few people spoke up for them. Even if they did, it was because they thought Song Yu's actions were cruel, brutal, and terrifying. So, when the news reached the back, these people actually spoke up with such detail about how the Song family abused Song Yu. Tang Ming and his group were also in the crowd, near the front. Although they couldn't see what was happening inside, they could see the door. TSK. So the eldest daughter isn't really the eldest daughter, but a fake daughter. Zhang Kai sighed. The Song family is such a bunch of jerk. They're so wicked. Yeah, I never expected to see a real-life version of the true or false daughter drama. Hee. But now, Tang Ming can finally get over that rotten peach blossom Jiang Yingying. That's right, Jiang Yingying is so shameless all the time. Not to mention Tang Ming, I even avoid her whenever I see her. Luckily, Brother Tang has good eyesight and doesn't like women like Jiang Yingying. Otherwise... Oh, the thought is terrifying. Huh? Is that person over there Tang Ming's blind date? Chen Tao suddenly noticed an I Ching, who was deliberately minimizing her presence. He squinted his eyes, took a closer look, and leaned toward Zhang Kai. Why do I look a bit like her? Zhang Kai was puzzled. Where? Why didn't I see her? Chen Tao. She's right behind Captain Jiang. I didn't notice her before. Zhang Kai finally saw an I Ching, and was immediately surprised. Yes, that's her. She's actually here at the base. Where? The other teammates looked in the direction Chen Tao had indicated. The one who saved us earlier? Oh, I see. Hey, so pretty. No wonder Tang Ming can't stop thinking about her. Tang Ming couldn't help but glance at them. Don't talk nonsense. Several of them glanced at each other and tugged at their lips, as if zipping up. They exchanged glances. Tang Ming hadn't said anything when they were discussing Jiang Yingying, but he started talking the moment he mentioned his blind date. The crowd around them was gradually dispersing, and Tang Ming and his companions, who had been squeezed so tightly together that they couldn't move, quickly became more relaxed. Guards and patrols evacuated the onlookers at a brisk pace, quickly reaching Tang Ming and his group. Tang Ming glanced in I Ching's direction, and then turned and left. Liao Zihao hurried over, overhearing many of the evacuees chatting in groups of 3 or 4. He was also shocked to discover that Jiang Yingying wasn't the Jiang family's biological daughter. Liao Zihao's heart sank. This wasn't a good thing. It was a huge blow to both Jiang Ren and Jiang Xiao. Especially Jiang Ren, who was over 50 years old and had always been in good health. But who could say whether this incident would cause him any serious damage? Leader. By the time Liao Zihao reached Jiang Ren, the surrounding area had already been evacuated. Even if they had been evacuated, the residential area wasn't soundproof these days, and people lived next door to the Song family. Jiang Ren's once straight back was now slightly hunched, and he seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant. He looked at Jiang Xiao, step aside. Let Liao Zihao go in and save his life. After a pause, he smiled bitterly. I'm not trying to protect the Song family. It's just that, with such vengeance, I'm worried that the child might develop psychological problems. Taking revenge in such a cruel way, perhaps she already has psychological problems. If she continues, it might get worse. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips, silent, standing still at the door like a stone statue. And I Ching, sensing Song Ping's vitality dwindling, finally emerged from behind Jiang Xiao. She looked at Jiang Xiao. All right, open the door. We can't let Song Ping die now. Jiang Xiao was stunned, looking at an I Ching in surprise. Lord. Jiang Ren, Liao Zihao, the patrol captain, and the defense captain all looked at an I Ching. Seeing he didn't react, an I Ching reached out and gently touched the ice at the door. The next moment, it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. An I Ching looked at Liao Zihao. Are you a healing psychic? Let's go in and save them first. Jiang Xiao, who had previously blocked everyone's path, was silent for a moment before obediently making way. Liao Zihao glanced at Jiang Ren. Jiang Ren nodded. Liao Zihao then followed an I Ching inside. Jiang Ren looked at the two men's backs, then turned to Jiang Xiao and asked, Who is this? Jiang Xiao's expression was somewhat complicated. This person is quite powerful. She's established a territory in City D, and she also possesses the ability to purify polluted land. Also, Song Yu is alive thanks to her rescue. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and looked at Jiang Ren. Dad, when the apocalypse arrived, the Song family simply stabbed Song Yu and threw her into the zombie horde. Jiang Ren's breath caught, and he stared at Jiang Xiao with wide eyes in disbelief. Even though he knew the Song family were corrupt and not good people, He had never imagined they could be so evil. Jiang Zhao's teeth chattered as he spoke. But when the Lord rescued her, her entire body was covered in flesh torn from zombies, with barely a single piece of intact skin. The fact that she didn't turn into a zombie and survived is all thanks to the Lord. Jiangren winked, his balance unsteady. The captain of the defense team quickly supported him. Captain, calm down. Jiangren waved his hand. I'm fine. Jiang Shao looked at Aniqing, who had already entered the Song residence. He was deeply grateful. If she hadn't rescued Song Yu, his family might never have known the truth. After all, he and his father had never doubted Jiang Yingying, especially after the fake daughter rumor broke out and Jiang Yingying ran away from home in anger. If he hadn't met Song Yu, even if he had found someone who knew the Song family and proved their evil deeds, he would have ultimately expelled them from the base. He wouldn't have known his sister was someone else, nor would he have known how his real sister had been bullied and tortured by the Song family, let alone that she was already dead. Jiangren followed Jiang Zhao's gaze and looked inside the house. The ice door melted, and Jiang Yingying rushed out like a madman, crying pitifully, "Woo! Dad, I'm so scared." Jiang Zhao's expression froze, and anger instantly surged within him. He grabbed her wrist and swung her back. Jiang Zhao was incredibly strong, and he didn't hold back at all, so Jiang Yingying was thrown back into the house and landed heavily on the ground. Jiangren frowned at this and instinctively raised his foot forward, but he quickly stopped. Ah! Jiang Yingying had never been treated like this before. She was dizzy and felt pain all over her body. She cried breathlessly, "Brother, you actually left me? Whoa, how could you do this to me? Don't call me brother. You're not my sister, and I don't have a sister as cruel as you." Jiang Shao looked at Jiang Yingying coldly, his eyes expressionless. He also looked at Jiangren. "Dad, do you know why the paternity test came back positive? Because when she ran away from home, she went to City D, to Xinshan village in Hongye town, just to get Song Yu's hair." Jiangren clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and took deep breaths, suppressing the waves of dizziness. At this point, he had practically convinced himself that Jiang Yingying was not his daughter, but he still held onto a faint hope, awaiting the results of the paternity test. Aniqing stepped into a pool of blood, and with each step, the blood drifted away, effectively leaving her feet completely untouched. Before returning to Mingwa City, she had acquired numerous superpowers, including black holes and scent tracking, including water, ice, fire, gravity. Aniqing didn't want to be stained by Song Ping's blood, so she used her water power to control the blood on the ground, making way for her. Liao Zihao, following behind, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Blood is also a liquid, containing a lot of water, but it's extremely difficult for a water-based superpower to manipulate the water in blood. Otherwise, a water-based superpower could simply drain the water from a person's body, instantly killing them. So far, Liao Zihao had never encountered a water-based superpower who could control water or manipulate blood. Aniqing came to Song Yu, slowly squatted, and reached out to gently grasp Song Yu's hand, which was about to strike again. She simply grasped Song Yu's wrist, not trying to stop him. Song Yu, immersed in the pleasure of revenge, heard the familiar voice and her hand suddenly stopped. She froze for a moment, her pupils constricting as she glanced nervously at Aniqing, her face flashing with panic, helplessness, and fear. Her lips trembled slightly. "Qing, Sister Qing." Aniqing gently pulled her to her feet and reached out to touch Song Yu's head soothingly. "It's okay, he's just dying. Get someone to treat him." Liao Zihao paused as he squatted down, about to treat Song Ping. He couldn't help but glance up at the gentle and amiable Song Yu, and a sudden pain in his teeth lingered. How could her gentle words sound so terrifying? Does it mean he needs treatment because he's dying? If Song Ping's lifespan isn't so bad, then he doesn't need treatment, right? Even if Song Ping wasn't a worthless person, Liao Zihao couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for him. Thinking to himself, Liao Zihao quickly treated Song Ping. Song Ping's pupils were dilated from his excessive thirst for blood, and his body seemed to still feel pain, twitching occasionally. Jiang Ren's gaze fell on Song Yu. Aniqing pulled Song Yu aside, pulled out an alcohol-soaked wipe from her space, and gently wiped the blood off her face, neck, and hands. Then she wiped her again, with a wipe containing zero alcohol pure water. Song Yu now stood obediently beside Aniqing, like a child being cared for. She was well-behaved and obedient, showing none of the ruthlessness and brutality that had previously gouged Song Ping's flesh. But the face that bore a passing resemblance to his late wife left Jiang Ren stunned. His gaze traced every inch of Song Yu's features, from her features to her eyebrows. This face was familiar. He could find similarities with his late wife, and also with himself. And this was undoubtedly another proof. Jiangren wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. Though Jiangren came from a rural background, he had been intelligent since childhood, with excellent grades. He had always been the child of other families, rising smoothly step by step to the position of governor of S province. Aside from the devastating losses of his wife and parents, his life had been smooth. Everyone called him intelligent and wise. But he left his own daughter stranded without even realizing it, and even raised the child of someone who had deliberately swapped his daughters. How could he be considered intelligent and wise? He was a joke, a complete and utter joke. As Liao Zihao completely healed Song Ping slowly regained consciousness, and Song Yu's image suddenly reflected in his eyes. Ah! Song Ping was so frightened that he tumbled and scrambled to hide in a corner. Devil, you're a devil. Don't come near me! Don't come near me! Song Yu's brows furrowed as he saw the vibrant Song Ping, and he instinctively took a step forward. Wait! Jiangren approached, his once robust frame now looking a bit older. Song Yu looked at Jiangren. Jiangren's eyes were red, and he forced a smile at Song Yu. Hello, I'm the base commander here, Jiangren. Song Yu's eyes flickered. She had overheard the conversation between the Song family and Jiang Yingying before, and she couldn't help but scrutinize the man before her. He seemed in a bad mood, his smile forced, tears welling in his eyes. Song Yu paused. My vengeance against the Song family must be avenged. She thought Jiangren was going to stop her, but he nodded without hesitation, then looked at her. From now on, the Song family will be under your full control. Before that, can I first investigate what happened? Jiangren's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Whether you want it or not, I want to give you an explanation. Song Yu fell silent. She wasn't stupid. From what the Song family and Jiang Yingying had said, combined with Jiang Yingying's current status as a daughter of the Jiang family, she had roughly guessed her relationship with the Jiang family. No wonder Jiang Shao had been so strange with her before. Perhaps Jiang Shao had already suspected it. So, when he asked for her hair, was he actually trying to do a paternity test? Song Yu pursed her lips. She didn't know if the Jiang family wanted to take her back, nor did she know if she wanted to accept them. Suddenly, she felt empty and lost. If she had been a child, when she had desperately longed for her parents' love, she would have been happy to know this. But what about now? Does she no longer need it? Song Yu didn't know, so she remained silent for a moment before nodding okay. Neither side had said it clearly, but both knew it. The Song family and Jiang Yingying had been taken away by Jiangren's orders. Where they had been taken, and Yiqing and Song Yu had no idea. However, Jiangren personally arranged accommodations for the two of them. It was a very nice two-bedroom apartment with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. When an Yiqing arrived at her accommodation, 2 dishes and a soup were quickly delivered. This was considered quite high pay at the base, wasn't it? And Yiqing took a look. The soup was seaweed and egg drop soup, and the vegetables were sliced pork, dried beans, and stir-fried bok choy. You know, with the land being polluted these days, fresh bok choy is almost extinct. After all, the base wasn't like her territory, with its purified soil. This must have been ripened by a psychic. And Yiqing could sense that the Jiangs were trying to give Song Yu the best they could, to make up for their debt to her. Even if Song Yu's exchange was due to the Song family's malicious intent, the fact that they remained completely unaware for so many years is also a responsibility shared by both father and son. Although normally parents wouldn't suspect their child wasn't their biological child, Jiang Yingying was connected to the Song family. Sister Qing, what's wrong? Song Yu asked, nibbling his food from his bowl, noticing an Yiqing lost in thought. And Yiqing smiled, and shook her head. It's okay. Eat. Then get a good night's rest. Song Yu nodded, okay. But her eyes turned cautiously towards an Yiqing. And Yiqing felt a little helpless. I'm not a monster. Why are you being so cautious? Song Yu smiled. Of course I'm not a monster. You're a fairy sent down to save me. And Yiqing blushed, goosebumps forming. She reached out, and tapped her forehead. Where did you learn that smooth talk? Song Yu didn't dodge, but happily accepted the tap. She reached out, and touched her forehead. Sister Qing's touch was gentle, not painful at all. Perhaps it was Sister Qing's attitude that emboldened her, as Song Yu finally expressed her anxieties. Sister Qing, do you think I'm too cruel? When she had previously taken revenge on Song Ping, she hadn't given it much thought, she simply wanted to make him feel her own pain. Now, she felt uneasy and afraid, fearing that an Yiqing wouldn't be able to accept her cruelty. And Yiqing sighed softly, of course you would if you treated an innocent person like this. But you didn't. You were simply retaliating. So you're not wrong. Don't be afraid. And Iching gave Song Yu a resounding answer. Song Yu was too insecure and needed affirmation. Of course, and Iching, being in the dark, didn't realize that Song Yu didn't need affirmation, but only hers. She didn't care what others thought of her, or thought of her. At this moment, the base's solitary confinement room. The solitary confinement room had been built after previous incidents of robbery, and even murder and robbery occurred within the base. After the apocalypse, some people felt that order had collapsed, that the law had become worthless and no longer binding, and thus allowed their malicious intentions to run rampant within the base. Those who committed serious crimes, such as murder and robbery, were expelled from the base. Those who committed less serious crimes were confined to the solitary confinement room, where they were starved for a number of days, depending on the severity of their offense. Jiang Ren, Jiang Xiao, and Liao Zihao entered a solitary confinement room. At this moment, all 4 members of the Song family were hung in a row. The paternity test results were in, and as expected, Song Yu was the Jiang family's true daughter. Dad, please listen to me. I know nothing. It has nothing to do with me. I'm innocent. Please let me go, please. I'm so scared, Dad. As soon as Jiang Yingying saw Jiang Ren, she burst into tears. Jiang Ren glanced at her indifferently, saying nothing. Jiang Xiao, with disgust, didn't even want to look at her. His tone mocked, yes, you're so innocent. So innocent that you know you're not a daughter of the Jiang family, yet you take for granted that you're in a position that doesn't belong to you. Jiang Yingying choked. She knew it was useless to say anything now. The facts were before her, and she couldn't deny them. The paternity test in junior high had proven it. She had long known she wasn't a member of the Jiang family. Jiang Yingying's tears fell. Brother. I'm sorry, I just don't want to leave you and Dad. When I realized I wasn't your daughter/sister, I was so frightened and uneasy. So you can take my sister's place for granted, and enjoy everything that was rightfully hers? Jiang Xiao scoffed. Jiang Yingying, you're disgusting. Jiang Yingying's face paled terribly, and she looked at Jiang Ren with hope. Dad. Jiang Ren's heart churned. This was his daughter, whom he had cherished for so many years. How could he easily take back the love he had given her? But the sight of Jiang Yingying crying affected him, making him even more aware of how much he had given to her. And how did she repay him? Jiang Ren looked at the trembling Song family. Tell me how you exchanged my daughter, and how you treated her all these years. Tell me everything, without leaving out a single detail. Jiang Ren gave Liao Zihao a look. Liao Zihao understood, took out his tablet, and selected a video. It was a brutal scene, discovered in a destroyed base before the apocalypse. The video was extremely bloody and violent, making it unsettling. This video was a complete simulation of the 10 tortures of ancient times. Jiang Ren had spent a long time searching for it, finally digging it out of the sealed archives and loading it onto his tablet, specifically for the Song family to watch. I don't know if you heard of the 10 tortures of ancient times, but now I give you a clearer picture. Jiang Ren looked at the pale faces of the group. If I can't hear the truth, you can enjoy the 10 tortures. He smiled, a smile that sent chills down the spines of the Song family members, making them want to flee in terror. But they were all tied up, unable to escape. Jiang Ren's eyes were icy. Don't worry. You all know the best therapists in our base. They won't let you die easily. When the time comes, you'll be able to experience the 10 tortures in full. No. Dad, you can't be so cruel to me. I'm your daughter, the one you love the most. Even if I'm not your biological daughter, I've been your daughter for so many years, and I called you Dad for so many years. Jiang Yingying was terrified and screamed in fear, trying to regain Jiang Ren's love for her. Jiang Ren looked at Jiang Xiao. She's too noisy. Jiang Xiao nodded. Indeed. As he spoke, a layer of ice sealed Jiang Yingying's mouth. She could only whimper, unable to utter a single word. Jiang Ren looked at the other 3. What? Why don't you try it first? No, I tell you. Don't do that to me, I tell you everything. Song Tian stared at the bloody images on the tablet, terrified to the point of peeing. He kept imagining the agony of suffering these tortures, wishing death were preferable to such torture. I tell you everything. You can know anything you want. I tell you everything. Don't do this to me, please, don't do this to me. CFN also spoke hurriedly, fearing that if she was a step behind, she would be dragged away to endure the 10 tortures. Song Ping, who had previously been gouged by Song Yu, was so frightened that he nearly fainted. He dared not faint, fearing that if he did, he would wake up to find himself subjected to the 10 tortures. The three members of the family spoke eloquently about Song Yu, and soon the Jiang family fully understood what Song Yu had endured since being swapped. When Jiang Yingying was about to be born, the Song family had consulted a midwife, but Siefen's pregnancy didn't look good, so the midwife hesitated and sent the child to a health center. The Song family then went to the health center. Coincidentally, Jiang Ren's wife had been in a car accident and gave birth to a daughter at the same time as Siefen. Jiang Ren was a well-known figure in Hongye town. Upon learning that Jiang Ren's wife had died, Siefen couldn't help but harbor evil intentions. In the end, the couple swapped their children. At first, they were terrified for a long time, fearing discovery. Only after Siefen had finished her confinement, and there had been no further activity, did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. At the time, Siefen hadn't wanted to raise Song Yu, believing it would be better to kill her directly. As luck would have it, a neighbor saw her trying to drown her. Although Siefen claimed she had accidentally dropped the child, the neighbor's suspicious expression left her feeling deeply uneasy. After that, she didn't dare to kill Song Yu, fearing suspicion and the neighbor's report to the police. Raising Song Yu with such trepidation naturally fueled resentment, which led to her constant beatings and scolding. No matter how much Song Yu tried to please or behave, they couldn't tolerate it. Whenever the family felt unhappy or angry, they took it out on her. Song Yu was fortunate. She had to work tirelessly since she was little, suffered from inadequate food and clothing, and her family never took her to see a doctor or give medicine when she was sick. Yet, she persevered and grew up strong. Having Song Yu become a food streamer wasn't the brainless idea of Song Ping. It was Jiang Yingying who provided Song Ping with the land, and even Song Yu's fame was due to Jiang Yingying's financial support. Jiang Ren didn't give Jiang Yingying much pocket money each month, so it wasn't realistic for her to support the Song family, so she came up with the idea of letting Song Yu earn money. As for the resemblance between Song Yu and Jiang Ren's wife, there are countless people online who look alike, not to mention that neither Jiang father nor son watch live streams. Song Yu was genuinely shocked to see Jiang Xiao watching Song Yu's live streams. She hurriedly called Song Ping to ask if anyone was looking for Song Yu, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that no one was. But she was still worried, so she went directly to Jiang Ren to report Jiang Xiao for being obsessed with a live streamer. Jiang Ren and Jiang Xiao suppressed their anger and forced themselves to listen to the family story. But upon hearing that Song Yu had cancer, they forced her to live stream for money. After hearing they decided to come after Jiang Yingying after the apocalypse, they feared Song Yu's presence would be a hindrance, so they stabbed her and threw her into the zombie horde, wanting her to have no chance of survival. Everything they did to Song Yu was too numerous to list. Jiang Xiao couldn't hold back and lunged, punching Jiang Ping in the nose. He unleashed blow after blow, venting his anger and heartache. Song Ping, Song Tian, and even Siefen, the woman, he spared no one. When he faced Jiang Yingying, he stared at her for a long moment. Amidst her tearful pleas, he raised his hand and slapped her, again and again, until her face was swollen and her lips were raw. She had never suffered such abuse in her life, and as she cried, her eyes blazed with intense hatred. Jiang Ren did not stop Jiang Xiao. He waited until Jiang Xiao had vented his anger before letting Liao Zihao treat them. After all, he had agreed with Song Yu that this whole family would be handed over to her for disposal. Chapter 115. That night was destined to be a sleepless one. After returning home in silence, the Jiang sat in the deserted house, with the now stale food still laid out before them. This was what Jiang Ren had made himself. Jiang Yingying's favorite egg custard, Jiang Zhao's favorite spicy spare ribs, ginger tomato soup, and stir-fried shredded radish. Of course, the Jiang family didn't enjoy meals like this every day. That was why Jiang Xiao came home today, and Jiang Ren had specially prepared a meal with these ingredients. Who could have imagined that in just a few hours, the Jiang family would undergo such a dramatic transformation? Jiang Xiao and Jiang Ren's eyes fell on the bowl of tender steamed egg custard, and suddenly, they felt a sharp pain. The love they once had for Jiang Yingying now turned into sharp blades piercing their hearts, shattering them. No one was in the mood to eat. After a long moment, Jiang Ren finally picked up his chopsticks. Eat. We can't waste anything. Yes, food is so precious these days, no one should waste it. Jiang Xiao nodded, picked up his chopsticks, and picked up a piece of pork ribs for Jiang Ren. The father and son ate in silence. Although there were 3 dishes and 1 soup, the portions were actually quite small. The spicy pork ribs only made up 1 rib, and the egg custard was just a small bowl of steamed egg. So, even with 1 person missing, the father and son managed to finish all the food, leaving nothing to waste. After eating, They went to the kitchen together and washed the dishes. Back in the living room, Jiang Xiao finally spoke. Dad, Song Yu probably won't stay here, so I want to go with her. Jiang Ren subconsciously frowned. Before Jiang Ren could speak, Jiang Xiao said, I don't just want to take care of her, I also want to see how the territory they establish develops. Speaking of this, Jiang Ren put his family matters aside. I haven't asked you in detail yet. What exactly is this lord you mentioned earlier? Jiang Xiao, her abilities are very special, and not just one. Many of them are beyond our understanding of supernatural powers. He looked at Jiang Ren. Her name is an I Ching. I haven't investigated what she did before the apocalypse. She can claim land and make it her territory. Once it becomes her territory, neither zombies nor non-resident humans can enter. I tried, and if I absolutely must enter, I just hit an invisible wall, no one can get through it all. Then, there's that land purification ability I mentioned. Once purified, land can be revitalized and used to grow crops. Jiang Ren stood up suddenly, looking at Jiang Xiao with a piercing gaze. Are you sure you can truly restore land productivity? Jiang Xiao had previously said that an I Ching could purify polluted land. But he wasn't sure exactly what pollution purification entailed. Jiang Xiao's words about being able to grow food immediately excited Jiang Ren. No one knew the immense pressure Jiang Ren was carrying. Survivors arrived at the base daily, and rescue teams occasionally escorted a group of survivors. But the more people there were, the greater his pressure. Management was secondary to him. Food was the most important thing now. Especially recently, a team sent out to collect supplies finally managed to clear the zombies surrounding a granary and transport the food inside. Perhaps due to the damage to the granary, some of the vacuum-sealed grain remained intact, while others had turned a grayish-black. Laboratory testing revealed that the grayish-black grain was indeed carrying the zombie virus. Only 20% of the grain was vacuum-sealed, the rest was loose grain. With the grain now infected, their forage supply would dwindle. It was clear the entire base would soon face a famine. Jiang Ren had even slowed down the expansion of the base, gathering all the wood-type psychics to work on ripening crops. After a period of experimentation, they discovered that a collaboration between plant-type, earth-type, and water-type psychics could successfully ripen edible crops. However, the yield was too low. Even with these psychics working around the clock, they couldn't guarantee enough food for even 10% of the base's population. Jiang Ren had been incredibly anxious recently. Losing so much hair, he couldn't believe how much he'd lost. Now, hearing that the land at I Ching had cleansed could be used to grow crops, how could he not be thrilled? Jiang Xiao nodded. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. They already divided the land and planted a lot of seasonal vegetables. They also planted a lot of winter grass. When we returned to the base, they seemed to be preparing to plant wheat. Jiang Ren's excitement faded, but he calmed down. Even if he didn't know the extent of an I Ching's territory, it was clear that someone with their own territory, who could rule their own territories, wouldn't want to be annexed to the base. Furthermore, even if an I Ching agreed, who would ultimately be in charge, he didn't think the territory's only function was to defend against non-citizens and zombies. Jiang Xiao saw that Jiang Ren had calmed down and continued. Besides that, she also has a space vehicle that can teleport, and a battle vehicle that can withstand attacks weighing 50 tons. The battle vehicle can accommodate 300 to 500 people, and can activate a space device, which can accommodate 10 times the original number of people. Citizens in the territory all have an identity card, known as a citizen card. The citizen card is essentially a portable space where they can access anything they want. Currently, there seems to be no storage limit. The territory also has zombie virus serum. Those who are scratched or bitten by zombies are virtually protected from infection after being injected with the serum. There's also a liquid called cell activation spray. I saw someone who had half their leg bitten off by a zombie. After spraying it with cell activation spray, the wound was completely healed in a few minutes. Of course, Jiang Xiao didn't describe the unpleasant scene. The more Jiang Ren listened, the more serious his expression grew. Everything Jiang Xiao described was incredibly useful and valuable in today's world. If these things were in the hands of righteous people, they would definitely benefit the survivors. Even if not all of them, at least some would. However, if these things were in the hands of wicked people, Jiang Ren could easily imagine the calamity that would ensue. After a while, Jiang Ren asked, "What do you think of an I Ching's character?" Jiang Xiao shook his head. "I don't know. From what I know so far, she's a good person. People's hearts are unpredictable, and with such a short time together, he could only see the surface." After a pause, Jiang Xiao looked at Jiang Ren. "However, judging by the territory she manages, I think she can be trusted. She has set up a shelter outside the territory to house those survivors who haven't yet joined. These survivors perform various tasks daily, and she provides them with 3 meals a day. Perhaps the territory truly has no shortage of supplies. I see those survivors eat better than the rest of us. Besides that, those in the territory are also trained in some kind of physical training, supposedly to improve their physical fitness. Once their fitness improves, they be taught martial arts. Jiang Xiao sighed. If nothing else, this alone shows that she's encouraging everyone to strive for strength, ensuring everyone has the ability to protect themselves. Even without a thorough understanding of her, I don't think she's a bad person. Jiang Ren nodded, agreeing with Jiang Xiao's statement. Jiang Xiao glanced at Jiang Ren. However, my superficial understanding only covers the situation in the internment zone outside the territory. I'd like to learn more about the situation inside the territory. Besides confirming An Yiqing's true identity, I also want to explore the situation. Perhaps our base will eventually be incorporated into her territory. Jiang Xiao spoke with a joking, yet somewhat serious tone. The apocalypse has shattered the entire country, and the major bases are now operating independently. There's no other way. The current situation doesn't allow the bases to be centrally managed like the cities before the apocalypse. As supplies become increasingly scarce, the territory may become a path to the future. That night, father and son sat up all night, discussing the matter in detail. Finally, it was decided that Jiang Xiao would accompany An Yiqing back to the territory. Song Yu, as usual, spent the night cultivating her spiritual power, and woke early the next day. When she opened the door and came out, she saw An Yiqing standing by the window, staring out. She walked over, somewhat puzzled. Sister Qing, what are you looking at? An Yiqing came to her senses, smiled, raised her chin, and said, yes, this base is not bad. The security seems good. Song Yu stood beside her and looked over. That should be the base's trading area. Many people were selling goods there. Although there were many stalls, they were not chaotic and seemed to be fixed in place. From here, it was difficult to see the entire trading area. An Yiqing asked Song Yu, do you want to go over and take a look? Song Yu didn't care, but he noticed that An Yiqing was a little excited, so he nodded. Okay. Just as they were about to leave, someone arrived to bring them breakfast. Breakfast consisted of steamed buns with eggs and porridge, accompanied by a plate of magnolia slices. An Yiqing and Song Yu ate before heading out. It was still early, and many people were hurrying towards a destination, their bowls in hand. Curious, An Yiqing and Song Yu followed them, only to discover there was a large cafeteria within the base. A long line had already formed in front of the cafeteria. An Yiqing, curious, walked to the front to see what was being displayed at the cafeteria window. She then saw several buckets of rice soup. It was indeed rice soup. The lady serving the food had to stir the buckets with a large spoon, stirring until you couldn't even see a single grain of rice. Breakfast was just a bowl of rice soup and a steamed bun. Song Yu was a bit surprised and couldn't help but mutter, only one steamed bun and a bowl of water per person. How can they possibly get enough? Obviously not. An Yiqing could hear the complaints from the crowd. At this moment, the line slowly moved forward, chatting with those around them as they waited for their meals. Oh, the food supply is getting less and less every day. What are we going to do in the future? A woman in the middle of the line kept glancing ahead, a look of worry on her face. That's right. Before, everyone could eat 6 steamed buns a day, but then it was changed to 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening, leaving only 2 at noon. Now, we only get 3 steamed buns a day. I noticed yesterday. The buns are different sizes too. They're a bit smaller than before. Do you think our base is out of food? Impossible. I heard they just brought in several truckloads of food a while ago. Those trucks are packed to the brim. If they have food, why are they withholding our food? It's not like we're not working. That's right. I think the higher-ups are doing this on purpose, trying to squeeze some money out of us. Oh, don't talk nonsense. What if someone hears us? Of course they do. I saw the Song family before, the same family the eldest daughter is related to. They eat meat 3 times a day. I could smell the aroma from dozens of meters away. It was clear that this person was very dissatisfied, and his words were filled with anger. Hey, please stop talking about the Song family. Do you know that the Song family is in big trouble? Huh? What's going on? Isn't the eldest lady very protective of the Song family? What kind of misfortune could possibly befall them? There were many people watching yesterday, but not everyone in the base had gone to see it. Especially those who didn't live in the west residential area or the shantytowns near it. Many of them still hadn't heard about it. For a moment, all their dissatisfaction with the base was forgotten, and they all began discussing what happened at the Song family's house last night. After listening for a few words, and Iching realized that rumors really do spread. The stories coming from these people were exaggerating several times, causing the people around them to gasp in surprise. Perhaps because they hadn't witnessed the incident, most of them felt that the Song family deserved it. They were relieved that they had suffered such a fate. And Iching stopped listening, and turned to walk towards the trading area. Song Yu followed in Iching. Sister Qing, why do they talk as if they saw me being abused by the Song family? And Iching laughed. Yeah, even though I didn't see it, people can imagine things. Song Yu chuckled back. Although she didn't care about other people's opinions, she felt a little better when she heard everyone agree that she was right and that the Song family deserved it. Soon, the two of them moved to the trading area. The trading area was a designated area. The vendors here spread a tarp or a blanket made of snakeskin bags on the ground, and on top of it, they displayed their goods. And Iching walked over to take a look. There was quite a lot of stuff. Some sold pots and pans, some sold novels, some sold knives, and even the gold and silver jewelry sold in pre-apocalyptic gold shops. There were also clothes and shoes. Reading the novel, and Iching suddenly recalled the story Survival she had read in her previous life. She couldn't help but ask the heavens. In the original plot, the Jiang family father and son died defending the base. What about Jiang Yingying? According to the original storyline, Song Yu had become a zombie, so the Jiang family didn't discover their daughter's swap. Jiang Xiao found enough witnesses to prove the Song family was not good people and persuaded Jiang Yingying to stay away from the Song family, even threatening to expel them from the base. Unable to protect the Song family, and fearing retaliation if they learned the truth, Jiang Yingying used a drug to silence the entire family. Thus, after being expelled from the base, the Song family was unable to tell the truth to the Jiang family. Jiang Yingying remained the eldest daughter of the S province base. Afterward, the Jiang family father and son defended the base, and immediately sent people to escort Jiang Yingying and Liao Zihao away from the base. Although Jiang Yingying no longer had the Jiang family's protection, Liao Zihao had a close relationship with the Jiang family, and, grateful for Jiang Ren's care for him, he continued to protect Jiang Yingying. His healing abilities are revered wherever he goes. With him protecting her, Jiang Yingying's life will be easy. And Iching, great, that's a bummer. After a tour of the trading area, and Iching decided she could find someone from the internment zone. There are also many talented individuals in the internment zone. They're progressing rapidly in their physical training, and are already learning martial arts. They can be sent out for practical combat later, and the supplies they gather can then be traded with each other. Recruiting people to the territory won't happen quickly. Besides providing food, we need to give those in the internment zone something else to look forward to. For example, they could slowly build up their own wealth. And Iching wandered around the base, and found it truly better organized than their territory. Everyone had a clear division of labor. After looking around, and Iching decided that her territory could make some modifications based on the base's template. Of course, it wasn't a complete copy, after all, a territory and a base were different. And Iching and Song Yu spent the entire morning wandering around the base, returning only at noon. When they got back, the lunch delivery person was already knocking at the door. If they had stayed outside any longer, the meal wouldn't have been delivered. And Iching glanced at the dish, somewhat surprised. Wagyu beef with sauce? Song Yu sniffed it. Smells so good. And Iching couldn't resist picking up her chopsticks and taking a slice. The Wagyu beef was sliced very thinly, and the sauce was incredibly flavorful. It must have been freshly cooked. The Wagyu beef was tender and rich, leaving a lingering fragrance in her mouth. Song Yu also ate a slice and exclaimed, "I never eaten anything so delicious in my life." During her time as a food blogger, she hadn't had much good food. Song Ping always collected all sorts of unusual and bizarre things for her to eat to attract attention. Many of the things looked delicious and appetizing, but were actually quite unpalatable. And Iching picked up another slice for Song Yu. If it's delicious, eat more. Originally, the Jiang family had sent this, presumably for Song Yu. She was taking advantage of Song Yu's kindness. Song Yu also picked up a slice for an Iching. Sister Qing, have some too. The ordinary people at the base could only afford one steamed bun a day, and yet the Jiang family sent them Wagyu beef. And Iching didn't know what to say. She didn't know what the higher-ups at the base ate these days, but it certainly wasn't the rice porridge and steamed buns that the lower-level folks ate. But an Iching could understand. There wasn't much sauce or beef slices, only 6 in total. And Iching and Song Yu each ate half, then washed down the rice with the sauce, which was also delicious. After they finished eating and rested for a while, there was a knock at the door. Song Yu immediately stood up and went to open the door. When he opened it, he saw Jiang Shao standing there. Song Yu paused, unsure of how to face Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao was also stunned, his heart racing with nervousness, unable to speak for a moment. And I Ching asked, puzzled, Song Yu, who is that? Song Yu regained his composure, stepped back 2 steps to let Jiang Shao in, and replied, Sister Qing, it's Jiang Shao. And I Ching glanced at the two of them, smiled, and said, come in. Jiang Shao nodded, a little awkwardly walking in. And I Ching picked up the kettle and poured a glass of water for Jiang Shao and Song Yu, then stood up and said, you two chat, I'm going to go out for a walk. With that, she left the brother and sister alone and leisurely left. The door slammed shut, and the room suddenly became even quieter. After a while, Jiang Shao finally spoke, well, from now on, can I call you Xiaoyu? Neither Jiang Ren nor Jiang Shao was eager to acknowledge her. Regardless, it was their fault that Song Yu had been living away from home for so many years. Even if they felt the Song family had no right to allow Song Yu to continue using the surname Song, unless Song Yu herself wanted to change it, they had no right to change it. After all, Song Yu might not even be willing to acknowledge them. Song Yu hesitated for a moment, then nodded, oh. She wasn't sure how to get along with Jiang Shao. They'd been friends before, but now it had suddenly become something else, something she wasn't used to. Jiang Shao breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, this meant that, whether he recognized her or not, Song Yu didn't reject him. His expression relaxed slightly, and after a moment's hesitation he said, my dad wanted to come, but I talked him out of it. She was mainly worried that if Jiang Ren didn't come, he might be misunderstood as someone who wasn't paying attention. Song Yu nodded. It's a little awkward indeed. After all, the terms parents and brother weren't considered very nice to her. Jiang Shao touched his nose. We already inquired about the Song family's exchange of you. Do you want to hear it? Song Yu thought for a moment and nodded. Go ahead. She also wanted to know how the Song family had managed to steal her from the Jiang family without anyone noticing. Jiang Shao immediately told Song Yu the whole story he had learned from the Song family. Song Yu was a little dazed after hearing this, but then she smiled. So that's how it is. I understand. Thank you. Jiang Shao paused, then continued, and Jiang Ying. Besides going to the Song family that year to get your hair for the paternity test, she was also the one who instigated Song Ping to do the live broadcast. Song Yu was lost in thought. For a moment, she didn't know whether to thank Jiang Ying or resent her. After all, if the live broadcast hadn't happened, she would have been sold to that old widower by the Song family long ago. But if she had been sold to the old widower, perhaps she still had a chance of survival. After all, she was young, and the old widower was very old, and didn't have many years left. Once the old widower died, she might have been free. But freedom. Before she glimpsed Zhou Tongqi's past, how could she have known what freedom was? Perhaps even after the old widower died, she'd be sold a second time, a third time, by the Song family, until even her very bones were sucked dry. A warm hand suddenly rested on Song Yu's shoulder, its warmth seeping in and dispelling the chill from her body. I'm sorry. I'd protect you well from now on. Jiang Shao didn't offer to make amends, because what Song Yu had endured could not be undone. No one could mend her past, so he could only protect her well from now on. Song Yu looked at Jiang Zhao's serious expression, sensing his nervousness. Suddenly he smiled. It's okay. I'm fine now. You don't have to feel guilty. If what I endured was necessary to meet Sister Qing, then I think it was worth it. Jiang Shao, Although, instead of feeling comforted, I felt a little upset. What's going on? Also, sister? You're a girl. Can you please not use such cheesy words to talk to another girl? Jiang Zhao's eyes twitched uncontrollably. By the way, you clarified what you wanted to ask. What about the Song family? Can you leave them to me now? Song Yu asked. Jiang Shao hummed. They're still being held in the solitary confinement room. It's quiet and soundproof there. You can go there anytime you want. Song Yu, He thought she was a pervert who enjoyed torturing people, didn't he? Yesterday, Song Ping had experienced her pain once more, and Song Yu felt that was enough. Of course, she didn't want to let the Song family go, but she felt that the Song family was not worthy of her personal action. Doing it herself would make her look crazy, which would be bad. Song Yu pondered for a moment and asked, where are the zombies most abundant near the base? Jiang Shao was stunned, not realizing why he had jumped onto the zombies again. After a moment's hesitation he said, the zombies in Tianyuan district haven't been cleared yet, so there should be a lot. Furthermore, the occupancy rate there was very high before the apocalypse. A high occupancy rate means a large population, which means there will be more zombies after the apocalypse. Song Yu's lips curled up. Okay, how about we take them there later? Jiang Shao immediately realized, throw them there? Song Yu glanced at him. If you can't bear to part with Jiang Yingying, that's fine. Anyway, the only people I always wanted revenge on are those three in this Song family. It's impossible to say that Song Yu didn't harbor any hatred for Jiang Yingying, especially knowing that Jiang Yingying had suffered, and that Jiang Yingying had contributed to it. But perhaps because Jiang Yingying was just a stranger to her, her hatred was still primarily focused on the three members of the Song family. If Jiang Shao couldn't bear to part with Jiang Yingying, it didn't matter, she was giving Jiang Shao a break. After all, Jiang Shao had saved her once before. Even though she knew Jiang Shao was her biological brother, Song Yu unconsciously treated him as a stranger rather than a family member. Hearing this, Jiang Shao panicked and said hurriedly, I didn't mean that. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. Please don't be angry, okay? Song Yu paused, looking at Jiang Shao in surprise. I'm not angry. She realized she had misunderstood Jiang Zhao's intentions, and pursed her lips. You don't have to be so cautious. I'm not used to that. Jiang Shao confirmed that she wasn't really angry, and then he relaxed. I'm sorry, I overreacted. Don't worry, I won't do it again. Song Yu, Recalling how cautious he had seemed to be with her before, she began to doubt whether Jiang Shao could really do it. Song Yu didn't know where Aniching had gone, but she hadn't seen her when she and Jiang Shao left. Song Yu took out her resident card and messaged Aniching, telling her that she and Jiang Shao were leaving the base. Aniching quickly replied, asking her to be careful. Song Yu felt a warm sensation in her heart, and a smile curled her lips. It was already spring. If it were before the apocalypse, the ground would have sprouted green grass, and the old trees would have been budding. Everyone at the base had changed out of their winter clothes and donned spring clothes, like windbreakers and denim jackets. Of course, the Song family members imprisoned in the solitary confinement cell were no different. Jiang Yingying, a beauty-conscious woman, was especially adorned in the same yellow gradient knee-length skirt she worn to meet Tang Bai. She wore a pair of small white leather shoes, and only a small blazer. In reality, it wouldn't be cold during the day dressed like that in this weather, it would only get a bit colder at night. The family of four hung in the solitary confinement cell were freezing to the point of turning pale, and their teeth chattering. The walls of the cell were covered in a thick layer of ice, causing the already low temperature to plummet, creating an artificial winter. Wouldn't the family of four, dressed in spring clothes, be shivering with cold? Not to mention that they were hung in midair with their hands bound. From last night until this afternoon, their hands had been numb from the dangling. Liao Zihao yawned as he entered and used his healing powers on each of them, preventing several from freezing to death. Jiang Yingying, nearly unconscious from the cold, finally recovered thanks to the healing power, her complexion brightening slightly and her consciousness returning. But the moment she was healed, her previously numb body felt the biting cold again. Jiang Yingying pleaded with Liao Zihao, Zihao, brother. Save me, please. She stumbled over her words, because of the cold. Liao Zihao gave her a pitying look and shook his head. Miss, you brought this upon yourself. Both the Jiangs were kind-hearted. If Jiang Yingying had revealed her identity instead of concealing it, even if she could no longer live the life of a young lady, the Jiangs would have remembered their previous friendship and her kindness in revealing the truth, so they could find Song Yu, and would have arranged for her future. Even in the end of the world, the Jiangs would have been willing to care for her. After all, Jiang Yingying was just a newborn baby when she was switched, she knew nothing. It was all the fault of the Song couple. The Jiang family would only hate them, not her. But Jiang Yingying's actions completely severed the bond between the Jiang family and her, earning them hatred. Jiang Yingying watched helplessly as Liao Zihao left. The door creaked shut, plunging the confinement cell into darkness once again. The cold swept through her, and Jiang Yingying shivered with cold, tears streaming down her face. You're still crying? It's all your fault, you broom star. Song Ping, standing nearby, was also freezing cold, his tone thick with resentment. Jiang Yingying didn't have the energy to argue with Song Ping or the others. The four of them had already been engaged in a long, bitter feud last night. She felt ridiculous. Why had she felt so close to this family before? They were such ungrateful bastards. She'd been so kind to them before, and now that something was wrong, not only had they sold her out, they were blaming her for everything. Just then, the door creaked shut again. Jiang Yingying struggled to open her eyes, and glanced toward the door, hoping it was Liao Zihao, heartbroken and back. To her disappointment, it wasn't Liao Zihao at the door but Song Yu. Jiang Xiao took off his coat and draped it over Song Yu. It's cold in there, so why don't you go in? I get them out. Song Yu, enveloped in the warmth of the coat, froze in shock. Aside from an itching, this was the first time she had felt someone so clearly show kindness towards her, yet her initial reaction was one of bewilderment. Jiang Xiao pulled Song Yu away and walked inside. Brother. I know I was wrong. Let me go, please. I will be your slave from now on. Jiang Yingying burst into tears and begged upon seeing Jiang Xiao. She truly could not bear it any longer. When the cold reached its extreme, she even wished for death. Unfortunately, every time she felt like she was about to fall asleep and never wake up again, Liao Zihao would appear and use his supernatural powers on them, allowing her to recover and continue to endure the cold. Jiang Xiao ignored her, untied the ropes holding her, and, not even bothering to lift her, dragged her out. The once high-ranking young lady was now being dragged across the ground like a dead dog. If she had just been healed by Liao Zihao, her body would have been numb from the cold, and she wouldn't have felt the dragging. But now that she had been healed and regained consciousness, she couldn't help but scream in pain as she was dragged along. Stop making noises, Jiang Xiao said coldly. The next moment, Jiang Yingying's mouth was frozen again, and she could only make mumbling sounds. Song Yu looked at Jiang Xiao with a subtle look. He dragged the Jiang family out and threw them into the back of a military vehicle, freezing their hands and feet, as if to prevent them from escaping. Liao Zihao stood beside Song Yu, smiling at her. Do you think he's a little heartless? Song Yu was stunned and looked sideways at him. She felt strange watching Jiang Zhao's attitude towards her. She hadn't realized why she felt strange before, but Liao Zihao's words suddenly made her realize it. Indeed, she was once his most beloved sister. Such a swift change of heart inevitably gave others the impression of being heartless. Liao Zihao sighed. You don't know how kind the leader and the eldest young master, the base commander in Jiangshao, were to Jiang Yingying. Song Yu blinked, puzzled. Liao Zihao smiled, but she knew about it but concealed it, and even joined the Song family in abusing you. To them, this was undoubtedly a betrayal. Even if she wasn't their biological child, she was someone they watched grow up and protected. To them, she was a very close family member. And yet, such a person chose to betray them and join the Song family in harming you. Liao Zihao completely understood. Surely, whenever the Jiangs thought about how well Jiang Yingying lived in the Jiang family, they would immediately think about how miserable Song Yu was in the Song family. Song Yu glanced at the confinement room, which was probably several degrees below zero. Liao Zihao smiled. The Song family told us that there were several cold winters when they were upset for some unknown reason and took it out on you, locking you out to freeze. This was something the Song family members had revealed during their internal fights. Song Yu felt a little dazed. Indeed, when she was a child, she was locked outside several times every winter. Unfortunately, she didn't have any thick clothes, only very thin layers that couldn't keep out the cold. She cried and begged outside, but no one paid any attention. So was Jiang Xiao avenging her? Song Yu pursed her lips, feeling a little happy. Xiao Yu, all right, let's go. Jiang Xiao waved to her from the side of the car. Song Yu responded, her steps seeming a little lighter as she walked away. Liao Zihao smiled and watched the brother and sister leave. Song Yu sat in the passenger seat and glanced at the people behind him. Just the two of us? Don't we need to call in more people? After all, they were going to a place with lots of zombies. Jiang Xiao paused and shook his head. No, I can protect you. On the one hand, he could handle the zombies himself. On the other hand, he felt that Song Yu's actions were fine for the Song family, but that wasn't necessarily the case for others. There are always those who talk without hesitation. If she really took people there, some would definitely think Song Yu was ruthless and cruel. Even if Song Yu didn't care, she didn't want people to talk about her behind her back. In fact, he deeply regretted not handling the situation properly yesterday, allowing so many people to know about Song Yu's revenge on the Song family. Fortunately, he had disguised himself and wandered through the crowd today. So far, the only voices he heard were those condemning the Song family, with no one speaking ill of Song Yu. Of course, that was because they all knew the Song family was fine. If anyone knew Song Yu was going to throw them into the zombie swarm, some would undoubtedly criticize her from a moral high ground. So Jiang Xiao decided to take Song Yu there himself. Tianyuan district wasn't far from the S province base, taking about 2 hours to reach. Even before entering Tianyuan district, the human presence inside the car had already attracted a number of zombies. Jiang Xiao slammed on the accelerator and rushed into Tianyuan district, deliberately circling to attract more zombies. Song Yu saw that the zombies chasing them were numerous enough, so she slipped into the gap between the passenger and driver seats and made her way to the back. The 4 members of the family had been gagged, but Song Yu was still quite satisfied. She didn't want to hear their nonsense. The Song family, now understanding what Song Yu was up to, struggled desperately, but their hands and feet were bound, their mouths sealed, and their terrified and angry struggles were useless. Song Yu opened the car door and grabbed Song Ping, holding the dagger high in her hand. She smiled and asked, "Does this scene sound familiar, brother?" With that, she plunged the dagger into Song Ping's abdomen, in the exact same spot where he had stabbed her before. Then, she pushed him away. It was unclear whether Jiang Xiao had removed the power that sealed Song Ping's mouth, or whether, in despair, he had broken free from the ice, letting out a miserable, desperate scream into the swarm of zombies. The sound was so loud that it attracted even more zombies. Song Yu grabbed Xiefan, whose eyes were filled with pleading, tears streaming down her face. "It's good to know you're not my biological mother. At least I can do it with less worry." As he spoke, he slashed with his knife, mercilessly pushing the person off the car. A swarm of zombies swarmed over, instantly overwhelming Xiefan. Song Tian made mumbling sounds, whether he was cursing or begging for mercy, but Song Yu ignored him and quickly threw him down as well. Song Yu looked at Jiang Yingying, the last one left, and then hesitantly at Jiang Xiao. "Are you sure you don't need to let her go?" Frightened to death, Jiang Yingying looked at Jiang Xiao hopefully, hoping he would change his mind. She didn't want to die, didn't want to be bitten by zombies, was afraid of pain, and didn't want to become a zombie. Jiang Xiao pondered for a moment. "If you don't want to do it, I can do it." Song Yu toyed with the dagger in her hand, slicing through her fingers, and the blood on the dagger fell on Jiang Yingying's face. After a moment, she stopped and rolled over to the front. "Okay, I leave it to you." Although Song Yu didn't know how she would get along with the Jiang family from now on, she knew she didn't dislike Jiang Xiao, nor did she want him to dislike her. Perhaps it was something she learned from Zhou Tengxi that had made her suspicious. She didn't want Jiang Xiao to regret and blame her after killing Jiang Yingying. Jiang Xiao and Song Yu switched positions. The car's speed dropped momentarily, but Song Yu, accepting the situation, immediately stepped on the accelerator, picking it up again. Jiang Yingying cowed out vigorously to Jiang Xiao, hoping he would let her go. Jiang Xiao gave her a cold glance and drew his knife. Seeing this, Song Yu reminded her, "I really don't care. If you want to spare her life, I have no objection, but it doesn't mean you have to kill her." Jiang Xiao smiled and nodded. "Okay, I understand." Song Yu's emphasis only made Jiang Xiao feel worse. He understood she was afraid he regretted it, hence her repeated reminders. This cautious attitude made Jiang Xiao uncomfortable and distressed. Jiang Xiao looked at Jiang Yingying coldly, slashing her carotid artery with the dagger in his hand before pushing her out. "Don't worry, I'm not killing her out of consideration for your feelings. What she did is intolerable to me and my father." Unwilling to put too much pressure on Song Yu, Jiang Xiao feigned a casual smile and reached out to close the car door. In the distance, someone watching the events unfold through binoculars couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ruthless, I like it. And she's a superpowered person, not bad." Chapter 116. Song Yu felt a sudden surge of palpitations, and she instantly turned her head, looking in one direction. The Tianyuan district was quite bustling, with tall buildings lining the streets. She saw nothing. Jiang Xiao had already flipped from the back to the front, sitting in the passenger seat. Seeing something was off about her expression, he asked, "Xiao Yu, what's wrong?" He followed Song Yu's gaze, but there was nothing there. Song Yu shook her head. "Nothing." She withdrew her gaze and frowned, glancing at the swarm of zombies slowly being pulled away. "By the way, this place isn't far from the base. Have the survivors here been searched and rescued?" Jiang Xiao nodded. "We already conducted a search and rescue operation here. However, when the apocalypse broke out, the population of Tianyuan district was too concentrated, resulting in a large number of people turning into zombies. The initial search and rescue efforts didn't yield many survivors." Song Yu glanced at Jiang Xiao. "Since you rescued the survivors, why haven't you dealt with the zombies inside?" Jiang Xiao smiled helplessly. "There are too many. We just wandered around the edge of Tianyuan district and attracted so many zombies. Do you know how many zombies there are once we get inside? They're like a swarm of locusts. It's difficult to deal with them." Song Yu nodded thoughtfully. With so many zombies, she could refine a lot of crystal cores. She could talk to Sister Ching about this when she got back. However, the palpitations she just felt made her very worried, and she couldn't help but glance back at the now distant Tianyuan district. After using precognition, Song Yu's mental strength had been recovering very slowly, which likely contributed to her failure the second time she tried to use her supernatural power. Song Yu had actually wanted to try using her supernatural power, but she was having trouble driving, so she had to give up. And I Ching wandered around the base alone, taking in the layout and observing the soldiers' training. Of course, it was clear that some of these soldiers, those with better physical fitness, had been selected from the survivors to train with them, cultivating their combat effectiveness. After a while, I Ching ran into Jiangren. She smiled with some surprise. "Hello, base captain. Are you out for a stroll too?" That being said, I Ching didn't believe Jiangren had the time to wander around outside. Jiangren smiled warmly. "Of course not. I just have something to ask you. Lord, please give me a favor and come to my office to discuss this." And I Ching assumed Jiang Xiao had told Jiangren about her situation last night, so she wasn't surprised that Jiangren came to see her. Still, she was a little surprised that Jiangren had come to see her personally. The two of them went to Jiangren's office together. The office was tiny. Before the apocalypse, it would have been hard to imagine it belonged to a provincial governor. Granted, he wasn't governor anymore, but he was still the head of a base, managing a large one. Using such a small office felt rather inadequate. The office contained only a desk and chair, a small, curved sofa next to it, and a water dispenser nearby. Because the office was so small, it felt a bit cramped. "Lord, please sit down," Jiangren said, pouring water for I Ching from a cup. I Ching sat on the sofa, giving a somewhat helpless smile. "Captain, don't be so polite. I'm just a junior. Just call me by my name. Don't say your name or your name. It makes me uncomfortable." Jiangren placed the water cup in front of I Ching and said with a smile, "Okay, I just call you Little N, and you don't have to call me base commander anymore. Call me Uncle Jiang." I Ching nodded, picked up the cup and took a polite sip. "Uncle Jiang, what do you want to talk to me about?" Jiangren sighed. "I heard from Jiang Xiao that you have zombie virus serum and cell activation spray, so I like to buy some from you. Is that possible? Despite the large population of the base, every time we go out to search for supplies and clear the zombies, there are still significant casualties. Sometimes, encountering zombies of too high a level can even risk annihilation. The zombies grow too fast, while the base's psychics grow too slowly, completely unable to keep up. Thankfully, not all zombies advance so quickly, otherwise humanity would have been wiped out within a few years. But the casualties are still too high. Especially after Jiang Xiao led his men out of the base and spread out to search for survivors. The casualty rate skyrocketed, perhaps because they had traveled quite far. There were 5 teams leading the search and rescue efforts. Aside from Jiang Xiao's team, which only had 1 psychic, Jiang Xiao, the other teams were led by 3 to 5 psychics. However, only Jiang Xiao's team managed to return safely. This was why Jiangren had been so anxious before Jiang Xiao returned, and why he'd been visiting the base entrance every day. Of the 5 teams, 1 lost contact shortly after setting out. After all this time, no one had returned, and no one had returned. This was clearly unusual, considering that the other teams had all managed to return at least some survivors. Everyone speculated that this team was likely wiped out. Of the other 3 teams, 1 had only 1 severely injured psychic returning to base. Although Liao Zihao promptly used his healing powers on him, he was infected and only had time to explain their encounter with a terrifyingly powerful high-level zombie before he was completely transformed into a zombie. The other 2 teams were in much less good shape. They were essentially escaping, with over half of their members killed or wounded. Several members bled to death along the way. Neither team was injured by zombies. One team encountered a group of land-grabbing thugs whose psychic abilities were quite high, resulting in severe injuries. The other team was tricked by a group of survivors and nearly became prey. The apocalypse is not just about the zombies, it's also about the human heart. If I Ching had the zombie virus serum and cell activation spray at the base, at least the psychic who escaped wouldn't have been infected and transformed into a zombie, and the few who died from severe blood loss would have survived. I Ching thought for a moment and asked, "Uncle Jiang, what are you going to use to buy these 2 items?" Jiangren paused, sighing helplessly. Finally, he brought up the subject. I Ching had everything the base had, and even things the base didn't have. In fact, Jiangren himself didn't know what to use to buy the serum and spray from I Ching. After pondering for a while, he shyly said, I can ask the Research Institute to send us another batch of walkie-talkies. Do you think we can trade them for some? And Yiqing blinked, realizing that Jiang Xiao didn't seem to know her resident card could communicate, which was why Jiang Ren had come up with the idea of using walkie-talkies. However, walkie-talkies aren't completely useless. After all, her territory doesn't just include her subjects, but also survivors from the internment zone. Even if these survivors haven't joined the territory yet, once they've been trained, they'd be sent out to clear zombies and search for survivors. The Hailan nation is so large, it's obvious there are still many survivors in dire straits. Saving them all is important. Okay, Uncle Jiang, how many walkie-talkies can you spare right now? And Yiqing asked. Jiang Ren breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. There aren't many right now, only 30. If you need more, I have the lab produce them right here. And Yiqing shook her head. Don't worry, we can take our time. But besides the walkie-talkies, Uncle Jiang, you need some talent. Jiang Ren was stunned. What kind of talent? And Yiqing smiled. Don't worry, Uncle Jiang. I'm not asking for psychics. It's like this. I built a school and a hospital in my territory. I need doctors in different fields, as well as a few specialized psychologists. And teachers too. I don't need preschool, elementary, or middle school teachers. I need teachers for high schools and universities. Jiang Ren fell silent upon hearing this. Thinking about the current situation at the base, and then hearing that in Yiqing's territory already had schools and hospitals, even Jiang Ren had to admit the gap was enormous. Supplies at the base were becoming increasingly scarce, so it might actually be a good thing for these people to follow an Yiqing. After all, an Yiqing's territory could grow crops and raise livestock. After a moment's silence, Jiang Ren nodded. I sent someone to see if there are any professionals with these skills at the base. However, I still need to ask for their opinion on whether they are willing to go to the territory in the end. While the conditions in the territory were said to be better, no one at the base had seen what was really going on there. Even if he and Jiang Xiao had given their word, many would likely be skeptical. Jiang Ren wouldn't force them to go to the territory. And Yiqing nodded. Of course. Things like this should always be voluntary. If they're willing to come with me, I can give the base 1,000 doses of zombie virus serum and 1,000 doses of cell activation spray. Of course, for the entire base, 1,000 doses was clearly too few. It wouldn't be possible for everyone going out to have them. I know 1,000 doses is a bit too few, but these things are hard to come by, and I really can't give more. And Yiqing sighed. If possible, she would have given the base as much as possible. However, the SSR card only had 100 boxes of zombie virus serum, 10 doses per box, for a total of 1,000 doses. Now, an SSR card requires 10,000 points to draw once, which means 1 dose of zombie virus serum for every 10 draws. Jiang Ren nodded, understanding. And Yiqing's offer of 1,000 doses was already beyond his expectations. After all, the base's research institute was still helpless against the zombie virus, let alone developing a zombie virus serum. Thinking of this, Jiang Ren couldn't help but ask, can we take 1 dose of this serum to the research institute for research? Jiang Ren felt a little annoyed by the question. It was really presumptuous, and would easily anger an Yiqing. However, an Yiqing didn't mind. If the S province base could truly use the zombie virus serum to manually formulate a drug capable of suppressing the zombie virus, that would be a positive development. If that were the case, she could conserve her divine power, no longer wasting it on zombie virus serum, and could instead conquer and purify more land. So an Yiqing nodded. I sold it to your base, so those things belong to you. You can use them or research them, whatever you want. Suddenly, an Yiqing thought of a question and immediately poked Tian Dao to inquire. Can you create a non-local card similar to a resident card? Non-local cards aren't part of the territory, but they earn points for killing zombies. The card has a certain amount of space, like a zombie corpse. Then, the zombies killed by the person bound to the non-local card will also earn me a certain number of card draws. Tian Dao, Its mechanical voice was a little dry. I give it a try. And Yiqing nodded. How long will it take? Tian Dao was silent. It suddenly understood what humans meant by Zhouba Pai. Of course, it wasn't just any ordinary worker, and the functions an Yiqing requested weren't many. Plus, since there was already a similar card for the people in charge, creating a non-staff card wouldn't be difficult. Especially from what an Yiqing said, it seemed quite urgent. Is an hour okay? An Yiqing paused, feeling a bit conflicted. When Tian Dao said he'd give it a try, she assumed it would take at least 10 days or half a month. But an hour? An Yiqing, expressionless, agreed. Okay, thank you then. After discussing it with Jiangren, and Iching first gave Jiangren 10 bottles of zombie virus serum and 10 bottles of cell activation spray, allowing him to see the effects of both firsthand. She took them out right in front of Jiangren. Jiangren's expression remained calm, showing no sign of shock or surprise. And Iching was about to say goodbye and leave when Jiangren stopped her. And Iching looked over, puzzled. Jiangren bowed deeply to an Iching. Thank you for saving Songyu in that situation. If you need my help in the future, please feel free to ask. And Iching smiled. Uncle Jiang, you don't have to be so polite. Songyu is amazing, and has helped me a lot recently. Jiangren stood up straight and smiled, tears welling in his eyes. It was almost dark when an Iching left Jiangren's office. Just as she returned to her apartment, Songyu had also returned. An Iching looked at Jiang Xiao, who was waiting not far away, smiled, and asked Songyu, "Are you going out again?" Songyu hummed, frowning, a little troubled. He said he invited me to his house for dinner. This description made an Iching laugh and cry. To someone who didn't know, they might have thought they were dating. Seeing Songyu so conflicted, an Iching asked, "I don't want to go." Songyu shook her head and sighed, "I don't know. I'm just worried it'd be awkward, but I also want to see what kind of person he is, so." And Iching reached out and rubbed her head. "Don't worry about it. Just follow your heart. If you want to go, go. If you don't, refuse. If you don't feel resentful of them, you can try to make contact. If you do, then make it clear with them, and keep your distance." Songyu blinked and tilted his head to look at an Iching. "Is that okay?" And Iching laughed. "Why not? Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just think of yourself and Jiang Xiao as still friends, and you're going back to visit your friend's father." Songyu hesitated to speak. She had never had any friends before. But she understood an Iching's meaning and nodded. "I understand, Sister Qing. By the way, Sister Qing, Jiang Xiao just took me to the Tianyuan district. There are a lot of zombies there, and I heard there are even more inside, so the base hasn't been able to clear them out yet." Her eyes sparkled as she looked at an Iching expectantly. To an Iching, those zombies were all crystal cores. Songyu was already rubbing her hands in anticipation. An Iching paused, her eyes twinkling, and she smiled. "Let's go eat. We go to the Tianyuan district tomorrow." Songyu nodded happily, "Okay." After watching Songyu leave, an Iching turned and returned to her room. "Have you finished your extracurricular card?" An Iching asked tentatively, almost an hour in. "Okay, but it still requires card draws." "One card is one card, okay." An Iching, She couldn't help but ask, "Can't we just not have card draws?" "There's nothing I can do about it. I'm the system now, and the underlying logic can't be changed. I tried my best to minimize the required card draws." And Iching sighed deeply. She used her points to purchase a non-local card and examined it. Unlike the pure black local card, the non-local card was a size larger and translucent. "Does this also require blood binding?" And Iching asked, looking it over for a while. "Yes, non-local card members also earn 1 point for each zombie they kill, but they have to kill at least 1,000 zombies to count towards one card draw." That didn't matter, as long as it gave her card draws, it was fine. What if non-staff members join the territory later? Can they just convert their non-staff cards into civilian cards? No, civilian cards need to be purchased anew. And Iching, Each non-staff card has 10 cubic meters of storage space. Even after acquiring civilian cards, they can still use their non-staff cards as storage cards. And Iching, okay. But now, she has a better idea. I can discuss this with the base commander tomorrow. It depends on whether he agrees. At this moment, in the observation room, an exhausted 10-man team lay in a state of disarray in the observation room, resting. Suddenly, the woman sitting in the corner opened her eyes. Her brows furrowed slightly, her expression suddenly darkening. The baby-faced young man beside her saw her expression, looking worried, and asked hurriedly, "Captain Lin, what's wrong?" Lin Jingxin closed her eyes, a faint trace of cold sweat on her forehead. She took a deep breath and gritted her teeth, saying, "Quick, press the emergency bell. I think I've been infected." The baby-faced man was stunned, then suddenly terrified. "How is that possible? Captain Lin, you're not injured at all." Lin Jingxin's breathing was labored. She felt as if a large hand had grasped every muscle in her body, pulling it hard. The pain was so intense that her vision was blacking out. "Stop talking nonsense. Go!" Lin Jingxin ordered. Lin Jingxin was the only woman in this team, yet she was the captain of the entire squad. Before the apocalypse, Lin Jingxin was a female soldier in the special forces, excelling in every subject and a top-tier member of the Special Forces. After the apocalypse, she didn't awaken natural powers like controlling wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, nor did she awaken the 5 elements powers. Instead, she awakened her combat awareness, which further strengthened her already formidable combat awareness. At the same time, her physique was stronger than that of ordinary psychics. She could leap as high as 5 meters and punch as heavy as 500 kilograms. Even without weapons, she could crush a zombie's head with a single blow. This time, Lin Jingxin's mission was to follow the route of the team that had disappeared after leaving the base, to see if they could find any clues to determine if they were truly destroyed. A few days after leaving the base, Lin Jingxin's team encountered a massive zombie horde. These zombies were clearly organized and disciplined, and not as easy to deal with as ordinary zombies. Lin Jingxin and her teammates fought and retreated, finally escaping. Unexpectedly, before the test results came back, her body had already developed a mutation. Lin Jingxin shook her head vigorously to stay awake. She stood up and grabbed the restraints on the observation room wall, wrapping them around her feet, then her hands, trying to bind herself as tightly as possible. She said in a hoarse voice, "Everyone, stand back. Stay away from me. Captain. Captain Lin." The team members' eyes flushed as they looked at Lin Jingxin, whose face had begun to turn pale. They couldn't understand how their captain had suddenly become infected. The baby-faced man had already pressed the emergency bell and quickly explained the situation. Just then, the blood test results for the group came back, revealing that, except for Lin Jingxin, the other team members were clear. Soon, someone opened the observation room door and ushered out the few people who were clear. A group of researchers in white coats hurried in, wheeling a gurney. Arriving at the observation room door, the researcher carefully examined Lin Jingxin. "Captain Lin, how are you feeling? Are you still conscious?" Although Lin Jingxin could feel her body slowly changing, her eyes remained clear. She hummed softly, "No chaos yet." The researcher breathed a sigh of relief, untied Lin Jingxin's restraints, transferred her to a mobile bed, secured her there, and hurried with her to the Underground Research Institute. Teams assigned to missions outside the base had signed agreements with the base. The agreement offered 2 options: accepting entry into the lab as experimental subjects for research, or choosing to be killed. Only a small number of people, for various reasons, refused to become experimental subjects. The majority chose to become such. Lin Jingxin also chose to become one. She tried to stay awake, not to turn into a zombie so quickly, and to help the Research Institute obtain more useful information. Breathing became increasingly labored, and Lin Jingxin had to open her mouth wide to breathe deeply, mobilizing every cell in her body to stop the zombie virus. Soon, Lin Jingxin was transferred to a laboratory. She was transferred from the gurney to the lab bed, her ankles, legs, waist, arms, wrists, and neck all securely fastened to the bed with sturdy metal buckles. Lin Jingxin had no idea how the researchers were going to conduct their research, only that she needed to stay awake as much as possible. Her brain was groggy, her consciousness blurring. She bit her tongue, then paused. She gave a wry smile, perhaps realizing why she had been infected. She was indeed uninjured, but her guns and ammunition were depleted during the evacuation, and her knife was blunted. She had relied on her fists to bring her teammates back. Whenever she was nervous or stressed, she liked to bite her tongue to calm herself or clear her mind. It was the same thing when she encountered a large swarm of zombies. Without weapons, fighting with her bare hands, she smashed a zombie's head, and blood would smear her face. Perhaps, at that moment, a little zombie blood splashed into her mouth. Lin Jingxin's chest heaved as she struggled to breathe. Soon, she heard a series of hurried footsteps. Then, the lab bed she was lying on slowly rose, carrying her upright with it, making it seem as if she were standing. She opened her eyes, her vision blurry. Blinking hard, she finally made out the group before her. Besides the group of white coats, there was a familiar figure. Leader. Lin Jingxin blinked and smiled at Jiangren, who had appeared. Jiangren looked at Lin Jingxin, whose muscles trembled uncontrollably, his eyes reddening. He took a deep breath. "Lin Jingxin, we obtained a batch of zombie virus serum. It's said to be able to neutralize the zombie virus, but we only just received it and haven't tested it yet. Would you like to try it?" Trial, he said, but in reality, it was just her being a guinea pig. Lin Jingxin's reactions had become somewhat slow, and it took her a moment to comprehend Jiang Ren's words. She smiled, controlling her already unresponsive head and nodding gently. "I do." Why wouldn't she? She was going to become a zombie anyway, so providing infection data to the Research Institute or serving as a guinea pig for the zombie virus serum was fine. She was glad to be able to make one last contribution before her death. Jiangren was silent. Even though he trusted Jiang Xiao, he couldn't help but feel nervous, worried that the zombie virus serum wouldn't work. Lin Jingxin saw Jiang Ren's red eyes. This leader was a very good person. He had risen smoothly as a state official and done many good things along the way. Lin Jingxin was one of those who had benefited from Jiang Ren's kindness. This leader might no longer remember her, but she remembered him clearly. When her hometown was hit by a mudslide, it was this leader who quickly led the rescue team to the disaster site. He himself didn't rest, joining the rescue team in the search and rescue. She was dug out by Jiangren himself. Lin Jingxin's vision was blurry, but she forced a smile at Jiangren. "Leader, it's okay, don't worry." That one sentence almost exhausted all of Lin Jingxin's strength. The surrounding researchers' noses tightened. Even though they had seen many infected people, they still felt uncomfortable. Jiangren wiped his face with his hand, suppressing the bitterness in his heart. Seeing the already devastated female soldier still smiling and trying to comfort him, he said in a deep voice, "Inject it." "Yes." The researcher took out the injection Jiangren had brought and walked over to Lin Jingxin. "Captain Lin, I'm about to begin." Lin Jingxin hummed a barely audible sound. The zombie virus wreaked havoc within her body, causing pain everywhere. Every bone in her body felt as if someone was hammering at her with a small hammer, trying to shatter her. She was in so much pain that she felt nothing as the researcher injected her. After the injection, the researcher nearby observed Lin Jingxin's condition with bated breath. Numerous instruments were connected to her, monitoring her vital signs. At this point, Lin Jingxin's heartbeat had slowed to a point where it was practically impossible for a human to achieve. But it was still beating with difficulty. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "It's picking up a little bit." Before each instrument, someone stared intently at the records, their eyes fixed on the data. The blood color is returning to normal. Captain Lin's skin is also recovering. The mutated nails are shrinking. The pupil color is gradually returning to normal. Jiangren, whose nerves had been tense, relaxed and couldn't help but smile. Good, it really works. That's great." Tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Jiangren reached out and wiped them away, a broad smile plastered across his face. Lin Jingxin could vaguely hear the voices of those around her, but she was so exhausted, her eyelids heavy. The next moment, her consciousness was completely darkened. Song Yu sat on the sofa in the Jiang family's living room, clutching a photo album. It was clearly a family portrait, but she didn't see a single picture of Jiang Ying in it. She figured the Jiangs had gotten rid of her photos. Song Yu looked at the wedding photo of Jiang Ren and his wife. The woman in the photo, with her beautiful smile, looked serene and gentle. She unconsciously ran her hand over her face. This face really did resemble hers. Song Yu turned her head to look at Jiang Xiao, who was busy in the kitchen, and continued to look at other photos. There were quite a few photos of the Jiang family, from Jiang Ren's marriage to the birth of Jiang Xiao. Even after Jiang Ren's wife passed away, Jiang Ren seemed to insist on taking photos of Jiang Xiao. Through these photos, Song Yu saw Jiang Xiao's growth. The noise in the kitchen gradually died down. Jiang Xiao, wearing an apron, emerged carrying dishes. "My dad suddenly got a call from the research institute. It must be something important. I don't know how long he'll be done." Placing the dishes on the table, Jiang Xiao sighed. "Sorry, I asked you to come, but he wasn't here." Song Yu smiled. "It's okay. His business is more important." Jiang Xiao knew there was nothing he could do. He brought out his bowl and chopsticks. "Then let's not wait for him. Let's eat first. I haven't cooked in a while, so I don't know if my cooking skills have improved. You can try it." Song Yu hesitated. "How about we wait a little longer?" Jiang Xiao, "Never mind. Usually, he won't be back for hours in situations like this, and sometimes he might even have to stay up all night." He handed Song Yu a slice of mushroom and said with a smile, "This is my specialty, stir-fried mushrooms and pork." Just as he finished speaking, there was a noise at the door. Jiang Ren, looking slightly exhausted, appeared at the door. "Jiang Xiao, Song Yu, When Song Yu returned, and Yiqing had already finished her meal a while ago. Even though Song Yu wasn't there, the meals the Jiang family had prepared for Yiqing were excellent, and Yiqing ate very contentedly. She waited in the living room for Song Yu's return. Seeing that he looked normal, she went back to bed. But she didn't sleep well that night. In the middle of the night, a shrill alarm rang throughout the base. At night, the gates of the S province base were locked, but there were guards on the walls. At that moment, the base was surrounded by a dense swarm of zombies. Their number was terrifying, a dense, dark mass that seemed endless under the moonlight. The guards on the city walls were terrified by the sudden appearance of the zombies, and immediately sounded the alarm, which had been prepared for the base but never used. The piercing siren blared, echoing throughout the base. Those who were sound asleep were instantly awakened, and those who were still awake rushed out to check the situation. And Iching opened her eyes at the sound of the alarm, immediately threw on her clothes, and pushed the door open. Song Yu had also risen, and she ran out with a frown on her face. What's going on? And Iching paused for a moment. It must be something. Let's go and take a look. As they left, the base was in a state of chaos, but still somewhat orderly. Everyone seemed to know their positions, and gathered towards their designated areas. The slum dwellers and ordinary survivors were also arranged in groups and stood by. The patrols spread out, guarding each group of survivors. With a single command, they would ensure an orderly escape. The defense team and the group of soldiers had already formed up and were charging towards the various walls. Some were already waiting at the base's main gate. This scene filled an Iching with admiration. No wonder, in the original plot, despite facing the villain Song Yu, the Jiang family was able to send Jiang Ying away and escort so many survivors. Jiang Ren had already begun giving orders via walkie-talkie, and Jiang Xiao had also led his team up the base's walls. And Iching was about to climb the wall to take a look, but was stopped by a soldier at the stairs, who sternly rebuked her, "Go where you belong. This isn't the place for you." They probably thought she was just an ordinary person, who had disobeyed orders, and wanted to go up the wall to watch the fun. And Iching was about to explain when a voice suddenly spoke up beside her. "There are new team members, and they're also psychics." Tang Ming's voice echoed. And Iching turned and saw Tang Ming, Zhang Kai, and the others hurried over. The soldier, obviously aware of Tang Ming, looked at an Iching and Song Yu with some surprise before nodding. "In that case, you can proceed." Tang Ming smiled at an Iching and said, "Let's go." The group quickly climbed the city wall. Tang Ming explained to an Iching, "Sorry, but it's easier and faster to just say you're our new team members." And Iching nodded, seemingly unconcerned. "I understand. Thank you for that." Tang Ming glanced at an Iching, and then shook his head. A circle of people had already formed on the city wall. Grenades were thrown one after another, intertwined with the psychic's powers, and fireworks exploded among the zombies. And Iching looked up. Her eyesight was excellent, allowing her to see far away even at night. At this moment, the base seemed to be submerged in a vast ocean, countless zombies swarming towards it like an endless tide. There were too many, and from afar, a steady stream of zombies continued to pour in. And Iching frowned. This seemed like a premeditated attack. The zombie swarm was clearly led by high-level zombies, but she didn't know how many there were. Song Yu suddenly looked in one direction, but saw nothing. She leaned over to an Iching and said, "Sister Qing, when we went to Tianyuan district this afternoon, I felt a gaze, and I felt it again just now." Chapter 117. In the distance, a man sat on a chair, legs crossed, telescope in hand, beaming as he gazed towards his territory. Around him, swarms of zombies passed by, charging towards the base. Clearly, it wasn't human. But quickly, it retracted the telescope and couldn't help but sigh, "Ah, I've been discovered," for the second time. As it spoke, the zombie had shifted position, appearing next to a level 7 zombie. King. The level 7 zombie bowed its head in respect upon seeing it appear. There's a natural level of suppression among zombies. Lower-level zombies naturally obey higher-level ones. The zombie king hummed and looked towards the S province base. It had been keeping its eye on the S province base for some time. The fragrant scent of the psychic's flesh and blood within the base constantly attracted the zombies. While ordinary zombies are attracted to them, they are also intimidated by the higher-level psychics within the base. Therefore, the S province base has only experienced a few small zombie swarm attacks. However, the zombie king is not intimidated by the psychics within the base. It only becomes more coveted. Humans categorize zombies into 8 levels, with the 8th level being called the zombie king. This isn't true. There are levels above the 8th, the 10th, and even the 11th. However, the levels above these levels are not as easily discerned by the zombies' eyes as before. Only these zombies can easily determine the level of the opposing zombies through their suppression power. It is now a level 8 zombie, on the verge of reaching the 9th level. Just one step away, it will become the 9th level zombie king. This step wasn't easy to take. It required the blood and flesh of countless psychics. The zombie king was cautious, having no intention of engaging the psychics in the base head-on. He deliberately waited until he had gathered enough zombies before striking, intending to use the lower-level zombies to wear down the psychics in the base before striking out himself. To the Zombie King, the zombies from levels 1 to 4 were merely cannon fodder for his charge. The only troops he had assembled were the level 5 and 6 zombies, who were currently standing behind a few level 7 zombies. Once the psychics in the human base were nearly depleted, they would surge forward, and both ordinary people and psychics would be lambs to the slaughter. The Zombie King licked his lips, his gaze fixed on the base. It was still night, and no matter how good the psychic's night vision was, it couldn't compare to daytime vision. By the time the psychics had gathered on the city walls, the zombies were already at the gates. At this moment, crate after crate of grenades were carried up to the city walls, and cannons were mounted one after another along the walls. Cannonballs and grenades were fired repeatedly, with a deafening roar. Song Yu covered his ears, a little shocked. The base had prepared so many cannonballs. The zombies were blown away by the grenades and cannonballs before they could even reach the walls. Flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the outside of the base as bright as day. The surrounding psychics were also busy. They worked together, using their powers to strangle the zombies that had managed to survive the explosion. One plant-based psychic controlled plants to wrap around the zombies' necks, tightening inch by inch like a snake, until they were broken. An earth-based psychic caused spikes to suddenly sprout from the ground, piercing the zombies' bodies. There were also wind-type psychics, who flung the zombies back to the center of the explosion as they fled the blast radius. And Iching had originally wanted to take action, but now that the base was handling the situation with ease, she felt better about intervening. She looked up at the direction Song Yu had just been looking. Song Yu frowned and said, "That line of sight is gone." And Iching smiled, "It's probably no longer in the same place. It's unlikely that so many zombies could be controlled by just level 6 or 7 zombies, unless a large group of level 6 or 7 zombies were working together." But, was that even possible? Cooperation between zombies seemed too unbelievable. It was more likely that a higher-level zombie was simultaneously commanding a large number of level 6 or 7 zombies, then directing the lower-level zombies to attack the base. The city gates were closed, and all the psychics were stationed on the walls to deal with the zombies below. Song Yu had no place to act, and could only watch from an Iching's side. She tried to use her foresight to determine the Zombie King's location, but failed. The base's reserves of firearms were clearly limited. After several rounds of bombing, they were out of ammunition. At this moment, frost began to spread along the city wall. It spread rapidly, and in an instant, the entire edge of the wall was covered in a silvery white frost. It then spread all the way down, freezing the ground and, along with it, the zombies charging towards it. The frost continued to spread, rapidly freezing the distance. The frozen area continued to expand. Under the night sky, a large area of zombies was frozen into ice sculptures, like a large-scale ice sculpture art exhibition. And Iching was a little surprised. Even she couldn't achieve such a powerful ice ability. She instinctively glanced around, trying to identify this psychic. Then she realized it wasn't just one, but many. Jiang Xiao Tangming, and many other ice psychics, of varying levels, now scattered into small groups. Their hands, shimmering with frost, covered the base's walls, activating their powers. In that instant, a vast expanse of ice appeared outside the base. And Iching walked to the wall, placed her hand on it, and activated her ice powers to join the fray. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed, and cracks appeared in the ice layers surrounding the frozen zombies. The next moment, with a loud bang, the surrounding ice sculptures, carrying the zombies with them, shattered into several pieces. More zombies continued to enter this frozen territory. Often, before they even reached the wall, they were frozen into ice sculptures, then shattered with a crackling sound. It was indeed very powerful, very powerful. The zombies arrived one after another, but an Iching also noticed that the ice-type psychic next to her had lost all color, and his body was beginning to stagger. It was clear that his superpowers were rapidly depleting, and he was beginning to lose strength. And Iching immediately took out a chocolate bean and stuffed it into the man's mouth. The ice-type psychic's vision went dark, and suddenly he felt something being stuffed into his mouth. Startled, he was about to spit it out when he tasted the sweet chocolate. The chocolate bean melted in his mouth, and his Adam's apple rolled, but he quickly swallowed it. Then, a deep warmth washed over his limbs, dispelling the pain from overusing his superpowers. The previously depleted superpowers seemed to be replenished. And Iching took out some chocolate chips and handed them to Song Yu. "Go and distribute them to these psychics." Song Yu nodded, immediately taking the chocolate chips and getting to work. She didn't give the chocolate chips to the psychics. It would have been too much trouble to explain, and they might not believe her. Instead, she chose to use the same method An Iching had used earlier, a simple and quick one. Song Yu quickly ran to the nearest Ice-type psychic. She didn't waste any words, directly saying to the Ice-type psychic, whose face was sweating from the pain of overusing his powers, and whose chest was nearly broken by the pain, "Open your mouth." The psychic, already trembling, frowned at Song Yu. Just as he was about to say something, he opened his mouth and Song Yu stuffed 2 chocolate chips into it. The chocolate chips melted in his mouth, and the psychic swallowed them before he could react. His eyes widened, but before he could angrily rebuke Song Yu for feeding him something, he immediately felt a change in his body. A warmth flowed through his limbs, instantly soothing the pain from overusing his superpowers. His previously depleted superpowers were instantly replenished, returning to full strength. What is this? The superpower user was stunned, but no one answered him. Song Yu stuffed the chocolate into his mouth and immediately moved on to the next superpower user. Song Yu's superpowers weren't combat-oriented, but superpowers were naturally stronger than ordinary people, not to mention her physical conditioning through physical training. Her speed was incredibly fast, and even by herself, she quickly circled the base, feeding the food. Finally, she landed beside Jiang Shao. At this point, Jiang Shao was clearly at his limit, his face covered in sweat. Song Yu immediately fed him chocolate chips. "Open your mouth." Jiang Shao blinked, looked at Song Yu, and without asking, ate the chocolate beans. Song Yu waited for him to finish, then thrust a box of chocolate beans into his hand. "Here, replenish your powers after you use them." She continued to distribute the chocolate beans. After the first experience of eating chocolate beans, Song Yu didn't need to explain anything further. Everyone knew what chocolate beans were. They gratefully but cautiously accepted the chocolate beans. With the chocolate beans staying power, the zombies froze as they arrived. Soon, a mountain of shattered ice piled up beneath the city wall, each one containing a zombie corpse. The zombie king in the distance watched the scene with a grim expression. Even if he couldn't see what was happening above the base, he could see the icy landscape emanating a chilling chill. Even at the edge, some zombies, frozen like ice sculptures, could be seen shattering. Seeing this, a 7th-level fire zombie looked at the zombie king. "King, I take the men to take out the ice-type zombies." The zombie king paused for a moment. The ice-type's freezing ability was so potent because the zombies attacking the base were all low-level zombies. To be honest, it didn't really feel bad about the low-level zombies dying, but it would definitely need to capture other bases in the future, and they would need low-level zombies to lead the charge. It would be a shame if they all died here. To capture a base, the more zombies the better. The zombie king nodded. "Go." The 7th-level fire zombie's lip curled as he selected a group of 6th and 5th-level zombies to join him, all with fire abilities, of course. Fire is a good counter to ice. On the base's walls, everyone quickly noticed something was amiss. Orange flames lit up from one point to another, spreading across the area, quickly melting the frost on the ground and the frozen, uncracked ice sculptures. As the ice melted, the frozen zombies roared and continued their attack on the base. By this time, everyone's chocolate chips were almost gone. Jiang Shao quickly walked over to An Iching, his expression serious. "Lord, do you still have the power-restoring items you used to have?" An Iching shook her head. "Sorry, we're out." She did have some, but not much. She couldn't supply so many psychics, and she needed the chocolate chips for energy, so she couldn't give them all away. Jiang Shao felt a little disappointed, but he also knew that An Iching had done her best to help him. He couldn't ask for more. He nodded solemnly. "I understand. Thank you very much for your help just now, no matter what." An Iching shook her head. "You're welcome. What are you going to do next? Can you still handle it?" Jiang Shao looked at the zombie horde approaching the city again, glanced hesitantly at Song Yu, then at An Iching. "The base is in danger now. I don't know if we can survive this crisis. Lord, please take Xiao Yu and leave first. If you can safely survive this crisis, I will come to the territory to find you." After saying this, he had no time to stay here any longer. The ice seal had been broken, and everyone's powers were almost depleted. The chocolate beans that replenished their powers had also been used up. Now there was no way to use the ice seal again, so they could only fight head-on. The zombies' sharp claws dug into the smooth city wall, their bodies rapidly climbing upwards. Perhaps because the wall was too smooth and flat, the zombies easily slipped halfway up. However, the corpses piled up here allowed them to step on them and climb up. The zombies behind followed closely behind, stepping on the bodies of the zombies in front and charging towards the wall. This scene filled everyone with horror. Those with superpowers, who could still use their powers, attacked the zombies, killing them or driving them away. Others, armed with guns, fired wildly at the zombies gathering to climb the human ladder, trying to stop them from climbing. However, it seemed all in vain. The zombie ladder piled higher and higher, and the zombies climbing up an inch closer and closer to the wall. Captain Jiang, what should we do? The zombies are coming. Everyone nervously gripped their swords, their voices trembling. The scene was simply too shocking, leaving one with a sense of despair, as if they had reached a dead end. And Yiqing stood at the edge of the city wall. After eating chocolate chips and regaining her full strength, she stopped using her supernatural powers and watched the zombies swarm below and the increasing number of zombies climbing the walls. As the first zombie scaled the wall, the nervous defenders at the edge chopped off its head with a powerful blow. The zombie's head and body separated and fell to the ground. But soon, the next zombie charged forward, followed by a second and a third. Everyone on the wall gave up using their supernatural powers and frantically hacked at the zombies that surged up the wall with their swords. Suddenly, a massive black hole appeared, swallowing up the dense swarm of zombies gathered at the wall. They all gathered together, climbing the wall one on top of the other, making it easy for an Yiqing to devour them. But the sheer size of the black hole still drained an Yiqing's mental energy instantly, sending a stabbing pain through her brain. She immediately ate a chocolate chip and ran to the other side, devouring the second, third, and fourth zombies climbing up the wall. Everyone on the wall was stunned, some wondering if they were hallucinating. How else could so many zombies climbing the wall suddenly vanish? The 7th level zombie that had dealt with the frost had already approached the base. It licked its lips excitedly, eager to be the vanguard and taste the flesh and blood of the base's psychics. As it approached, it saw the massive black hole suddenly swallowing a large group of zombies. The 7th level fire zombie's hair suddenly grew all over its body, and took a step back in fear. The zombies that had gathered to scale the city wall, numbering at least 20,000 to 30,000, were instantly devoured by the strange black hole. Alarm bells rang in their heads, and they immediately turned and tried to flee. However, an Yiqing had already spotted them. The moment the 7th level zombie turned, a black hole appeared out of nowhere, swallowing it whole, along with the 5th and 6th level zombies it led. An Yiqing's face paled slightly, as she ate a chocolate chip and frowned. They had only swallowed over 100,000 zombies, and yet more were gathering outside the base. Jiang Shao quickly approached an Yiqing. Lord, this won't work. There are too many zombies. We'd just be exhausted if we keep going. You? He still wanted to persuade an Yiqing to leave, but the sight of an Yiqing using the black hole to devour the zombies made him shut up again. He had seen the black hole before. He didn't know how an Yiqing acquired this ability, but now, an Yiqing was a very powerful force for the base. He glanced at Song Yu, feeling a little guilty. He had just promised to protect her and take care of her, but she had been exposed to such danger. And Yiqing asked, "What do you want to do?" Jiang Shao came to his senses and said, "We have to go out and find the zombie king. If the zombie king isn't eliminated, the zombies will continue to swarm, and they won't be able to kill them all." And Yiqing looked at Jiang Shao. "I have a way to resolve this crisis, but it will be extremely costly, so I need your help." Jiang Shao was stunned, staring at an Yiqing in astonishment. But then, he remembered what had happened in Minghua's city. His eyes slowly lit up, his expression agitated, and he said earnestly and sincerely, "As long as the Lord can help us, we will agree to any request you have." On the other side of the headset, Jiangren clearly heard their conversation. Jiangren was at the command post, watching the monitor show the dense swarm of zombies surrounding the entire base, and he didn't try to stop Jiang Shao. They were now at the end of their rope. If the zombies breached the base, they wouldn't be able to protect all the survivors, and would have to flee as many as they could. He feared even more would die in this zombie wave. So, even if an Yiqing demanded that everyone join her territory, Jiangren would agree. An Yiqing took out a resident card and handed it to Jiang Shao. "This is the territory resident card. After you drip your blood, you can become a resident." Without a word, Jiang Shao bit his fingertip and dripped his blood onto the resident card. And Yiqing immediately granted Jiang Shao the Lord Summon ability. The main reason was that Song Yu had used it before, and the 80-day cooldown period hadn't yet expired, so he had to find someone else to use the Lord Summon ability. While the Black Hole ability was powerful, it consumed too much mental energy, and wasn't as invincible as the Lord Summon ability. And Yiqing pulled out another stack of free cards. "Besides that, I need people to bind free cards. It's just a drop of blood. The more people who can bind free cards, the better." Jiang Shao was stunned and hesitated. If an Yiqing had let him bind himself, he would have no objection. but asking someone in the base to bind free cards. Suddenly, a hand reached out and took a free card. Tang Ming cut his finger and dripped blood onto it. Seeing the blood absorbed by the card, he smiled at Aniching. Is this okay? Aniching paused, blinked, and nodded, sure. Zhang Kai also ran over and took a card, grinning, I bind one too. After he finished, he asked, what's this card for? Aniching was speechless. You don't even know what it is, and you're binding it? Zhang Kai shrugged nonchalantly, anyway, you saved our lives, so you can take them even if you want. Aniching, After binding the extraneous card, each zombie killed will earn you 1 point. You can then redeem these points in my territory. The chocolate beans that restored your psychic abilities can be redeemed. Also, the card has 10 cubic meters of storage space. Jiang Shao looked at Aniching in astonishment. This is giving everyone a storage space? Aniching looked at Jiang Shao. Any more questions? Jiang Shao immediately shook his head. No, not anymore. Aniching nodded. Summon me in 5 minutes. I let Song Yu teach you the details. With that, she leaped from the wall, landing safely on the ground. She then took out her space cart. The moment her crystal core was fully charged, she teleported away from the base. Nowadays, the Lord Summon allows her to be summoned for 20 minutes, a distance of 30 kilometers. Quickly, Aniching used the space cart to teleport 30 kilometers away. After Aniching left, Jiang Shao immediately gave the cards to Tang Ming and Zhang Kai, asking them to distribute them, and explain to the others that those who were willing to bind could do so, and those who were unwilling could let it go. After Tang Ming and Zhang Kai left, Jiang Shao looked at Song Yu. Xiao Yu, is the summoning the Lord talking about the same thing as last time? Song Yu nodded. Yes, it's because my summoning cooldown hasn't expired yet. Otherwise, I could have helped summon Sister Qi myself. Jiang Shao, then how do I summon it? Song Yu, just take the Lord card and silently recite Summon the Lord. Jiang Shao felt a little curious. At this moment, zombies continued to climb the city walls and fight with the people on them. Song Yu also took out her Qifeng sword and joined the fray. Although she was alone, her agility and speed slightly alleviated some of the pressure on those around her. However, as the zombies grew in number, everyone became increasingly overwhelmed. At this moment, a section of the city wall was suddenly breached, and zombies swarmed in through the gap. Ah! The survivors in the base screamed in terror, fleeing in panic like headless flies. Even the patrol's efforts to calm them were ineffective. The defense team stationed within the base ignored the fleeing survivors. Their mission was to eliminate the incoming zombies. So, they were completely focused, immediately attacking any zombies they spotted entering the base. Jiang Shao stared at the time on his watch, the hands seemingly ticking ever so slowly, each second feeling incredibly long and agonizing. Finally, the 5 minutes ticked by. He immediately used the summon card to summon Aniching. The next moment, Aniching appeared out of thin air before Jiang Shao. At this point, the entire base was locked in a tense battle with the zombies, and no one noticed Aniching, who had previously left and now reappeared. Only Jiangren and the others, still at the command center, saw the scene through the monitors. Then, a thick gray mist emanated from Aniching, spreading upward from her body, quickly gathering into a massive cloud. The person sitting next to Jiangren immediately stood up and pointed at the screen. What is this? A thick gray fog left Aniching's side, splitting into 10 parts and surging in all directions. Inside the base, the defense team failed to completely stop the zombies, and many of them broke through the defenses and rushed towards the group of ordinary people. The blood of those with special abilities does have a strong attraction to zombies, but for low-level zombies, they'd prefer ordinary people. The survivors were terrified and screamed as they fled. Wan Xie protected Wan Yun, preventing her from being hit by the people around her. But there were so many people around, it was difficult to protect Wan Yun while escaping without being hit. He could only try his best to protect Wan Yun and walk slowly. Wan Yun had woken up last night, but she had not expected to be encountered by the zombie waves so soon after waking. Her breathing was rapid, and she tried hard to control herself from becoming ill at this moment. Suddenly, Wan Yun saw a child fall from an adult's shoulder in front of her. The man hurried to pick up the child, but was pushed away by the crowd. All that could be heard was his anxious voice calling out for his son. The child, crying loudly, fell to the ground, seemingly terrified. He quickly scrambled to his feet, looked around, and when his father was nowhere to be seen, his sobs intensified. "Brother! There's a child over there!" Wan Yun grabbed Wan Xie's clothes anxiously. Wan Xie looked up. The crowd had vanished, leaving only a crying child. 2 zombies, their maws agape, pounced on the child. Juancia raised his hand, but before he could unleash the metal silk in his hand, a cloud of gray-black mist suddenly appeared in front of the zombies, opened its mouth, and swallowed them both in one gulp. Ruanyun stared at the scene with wide eyes. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the gray fog cleared. She hurried over and grabbed the child. "Don't cry, little one. I take you somewhere. We go find your father when it's safe, okay?" The child was sobbing breathlessly, but Ruanyun soothed him, clinging to her as if she had a lifeline. Ruancia came over and took the two of them to a safer place. "Brother, what was that gray fog just now? It was so powerful, it devoured the zombies in an instant." Ruanyun whispered to Ruancia. Ruancia shook his head. "I don't know." But his mind was thinking of the black hole that had swallowed the Earth-type zombie earlier. The gray fog and the black hole seemed a bit similar. Li Chen was fighting on the base's walls, desperately trying to prevent the zombies from crossing the wall and entering the base. However, the zombies continued to pile up, and his strength was dwindling. His hands were numb and aching, and his body was shaky, almost collapsing. He gasped for breath, severing the head of another zombie before watching another one lunge at him. His arms and legs were too heavy to move. Facing the gaping maws of the zombies, Li Chen closed his eyes in despair. "I'm going to die." The thought flashed through his mind, followed by a wave of resentment. His parents and daughter were still at the base. What would happen to them if he died? But he was so exhausted, he couldn't hold on any longer. Since the zombie wave appeared, he lost count of how many zombies he had killed. Now, it felt like his body was no longer his own, unable to move at all. Suddenly, the zombie roars faded. After a long time without feeling the zombies biting him, Li Chen opened his eyes in confusion. There was nothing before him. The zombies that had attacked him fiercely were gone. What's going on? The man sitting on the ground beside him, gasping for air and clearly exhausted, couldn't help but laugh. Just now, a cloud of gray mist rushed over and devoured the zombies in one swoop. The zombies in front of him, in front of Li Chen, were all devoured by the gray mist. Li Chen looked around in a daze, and soon spotted the gray mist he was talking about. The gray mist rushed in front of a zombie, opened its mouth, and swallowed it whole. The gray mist was like an endless abyss, devouring zombies one by one. Soon, all the zombies on the wall were gone. He hurriedly crouched down beside the wall, peering into the base. The zombies that had slipped past the defenses and into the base were also quickly devoured by the gray mist. Li Chen swallowed hard. What is this? Amazing. The man next to him struggled to his feet and crouched against the wall, but he wasn't looking inside the base, but outside. "I don't know." Just like the black hole before, it appeared suddenly. Li Chen ran over to him, and together, they looked outside. Outside, there was more gray fog. Wherever it passed, zombies were engulfed and devoured. This is incredible." "Yeah, do you think this gray fog is also a supernatural power?" "It should be. Look, it's not swallowing any humans at all, it's going straight for the zombies. Someone must have awakened a powerful supernatural power." And Iching immediately used her Devour skill to activate it. She wasn't idle either. After using her invisibility skill, she left the base to search for the Zombie King. About 3 or 4 kilometers from the territory. The Zombie King sat in a chair, looking somewhat languid. It figured it was almost time. No matter how powerful the psychics in the base were, they already been mostly depleted. However, being used to being cautious, it didn't head directly to the base. Instead, it used its telescope to peer towards the base. This sight sent layers of cold sweat down its spine. The situation at the base was completely different from what it had imagined. Outside the base, several thick, gray-black fogs swirled. These mists looked eerie and terrifying, waiting there like gaping maws. And those brainless idiots, only thinking of charging, ran right into the fog's maw. The Zombie King immediately dropped his telescope, stood up, and waved his hand with a vengeance. "Retreat. Retreat immediately. Quick!" The surrounding level 7 zombies, still confused, bewilderedly asked, "King? What's wrong? Shouldn't we be heading over?" Thinking of the fresh, delicious psychic flesh and blood within the base, the level 7 zombie couldn't help but lick its lips, its eyes filled with longing. The Zombie King slapped it. "Go over there. We run into a tough opponent. Retreat." With that, the sense of urgency compelled it to flee, so it ignored the other zombies. Saving its own life was paramount. The next moment, the Zombie King vanished. The other zombies exchanged glances, each a little reluctant to part with the delicious food within the base. As they debated whether to check out the base first or leave, A cloud of black mist suddenly appeared. Before they could react, they were engulfed by the gray mist. And Iching landed on the ground. She had just seen clearly that there were only level 5, 6, and 7 zombies here, but no zombie king. It must have escaped. Thinking of this, and Iching used scent tracking. The scent was strong here, clearly indicating the zombie king had been here before. Aside from the high-level zombies previously engulfed by the gray fog, the scent of only one zombie remained unabsorbed. And Iching's mind flashed to a rough map. The symbol representing the zombie king was moving in the opposite direction of the base. After determining the location, and Iching used teleportation to reach it. Sighting the zombie king, and Iching whispered, "Space blocked." The zombie king tried to run further, but his foot struck an invisible barrier. Startled, he hurriedly turned around, but saw nothing. He reached out to feel around him. Everything in front, behind, left, right, and above him was blocked. Even using teleportation, he couldn't leave. The zombie king was inconsolable. The reason it had been hiding in the background, allowing the zombie horde to consume the base's psychics, was because its psychic ability wasn't offensive, but teleportation. If it weren't for the zombie's natural level suppression, it wouldn't have been able to command the other zombies with this ability. It had previously used this method to capture other small bases, and with it, it continuously ranked up until it became the zombie king. Because it could control lower-level zombies to attack bases, it coveted the S province base, a large base with many psychics, and wanted to increase its rank even further. Who knew it would hit a wall like this? Even though he couldn't see anyone, the zombie king knew his captors were definitely here. He dropped to his knees in a cowardly manner. "Master, spare me. I was blind and offended you. I deserve death. Please forgive me this time. I won't do it again." And Iching, Just as she was about to swallow the zombie king with the gray mist, she paused, looking at the spineless, unimpressive zombie king with a lingering feeling. Can this thing still be called a zombie king? The zombie king, far from being unimpressive, continued to beg for mercy, using every plea he ever heard in his life. Whoa. The zombie king sobbed. A zombie wouldn't have that kind of thing. Please be magnanimous and spare me just this once. I have an 80-year-old mother to support and a newborn child to feed. And Iching, She was at a loss for words. You're just a zombie. How could you have a newborn baby? Can zombies have babies? She muttered inwardly. She didn't want to listen to this zombie's nagging any longer. With a wave of her hand, a gray mist appeared, swallowing the zombie king. 6 minutes left. And Iching teleported back to the base. The danger was over, and the base returned to activity. And Iching handed Jiang Xiao another stack of unofficial cards. Collecting zombie corpses can also exchange them for things from me, whether it's food or medicine. Jiang Xiao's eyes lit up, like two 200-watt light bulbs. For food? Really, Lord? And Iching nodded, yes. Jiang Xiao quickly calmed down and carefully asked an Iching, Lord, may I know what you want the zombie corpses for? And Iching, to burn them. Jiang Xiao, ? He suddenly remembered that back in City M, Su Jingxian had been constantly putting zombie corpses into her space. So, they really were going to be burned? Jiang Xiao was a little skeptical, but he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he asked, Lord, has the zombie king been dealt with? And Iching looked into the distance, feeling a tug. Yes. With that, and Iching returned to the place she had teleported to, 30 kilometers from the base. This was a mountain stream. The water meandered down, forming a small waterfall, the sound of rushing water echoing in her ears. And Iching was about to leave, when she suddenly heard a series of rapid, urgent footsteps on dead leaves and broken branches. She stopped, turned, and looked in the direction of the sound. Chapter 118. The sound came from the mountain. Someone was shouting. Stop! Don't run! And Iching, She had always been curious. Why do people chasing others like to tell them to stop and not run? Do you think they stop if you tell them to? And won't they stop if you tell them to? The sound was getting closer and closer to an Iching. To be cautious, she took out her invisibility cloak and put it on. Soon after putting it on, she saw a group of 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, hurriedly descending a narrow mountain path, their faces covered in sweat as they ran. Swoosh! Several arrows shot towards them. The 3 fleeing men quickly separated to avoid the arrows, rolling several times along the path. Several arrows thudded into the dirt. All 3 reacted quickly, immediately standing up and continuing to run, unfazed by their tumble. The next moment, several fireballs pelted towards them. One of the 3 women grabbed a nearby tree and swung, spinning around it, just as the fireballs collided with it. One of the men grabbed several rocks, about 30 centimeters in diameter, from the side of the trail and hurled them at the fireballs, each hitting the target squarely, extinguishing them one by one. But this also slowed the three men's pace significantly, and the group behind them was almost catching up. At the same time, a tall, slender woman leaped down the hillside, landing lightly on the trail, blocking the path of the fleeing trio. And Iching was now between the tall, slender woman and the three men. "Aren't you a good runner? Run! Why don't you keep running?" The tall, slender woman's lips curled up, her eyes glaring coldly at the three people before her. The three men panted heavily, warily eyeing the woman, their gazes searching for a way to escape. Before they could find another way, the people behind them had already arrived, completely blocking them from the front and back. "Hey, you stinky woman, you're not going to take my offer, are you? You're so lucky to have me take your fancy, and yet you dare run away. Bah, run from me." In front of the group of pursuers was a pot-bellied man. He sauntered over and sneered, "Since you don't like being my woman so much, then join them and become a two-legged sheep." And Iching frowned. Two-legged sheep? What two-legged sheep? She searched her memory for a long time before finding a vague recollection. Two-legged sheep doesn't mean a sheep with only two legs, but... And Iching's eyes widened, momentarily in disbelief. The three trapped people all looked grim. Dong Yan's chest heaved, and she was panting heavily. She squinted at the group and gritted her teeth. Those were human beings, living people just like you. How could you have the heart to do that? You're worse than animals. The tall, thin woman grinned. Animals? Ha ha ha, between starving to death and being an animal, I definitely choose to be an animal. She walked towards Dong Yan and the other two and said with a tut-tut, "It's the end of the world now, and you're still pointing fingers at us from some bullshit moral high ground? Exactly, what kind of world is this now? The land is infected, the plants are infected, we can't grow food, animals are dying infected, what are we going to eat if they don't eat people? We're just waiting to starve to death." The pot-bellied man also said this. The men following him echoed, "Anyway, I had enough of starving. I don't want to go hungry anymore. Hee, this woman is just ungrateful. She's never tasted a lamb. If she does, she'd definitely like it. I don't think she's ever been hungry before. Let her go hungry for 10 days, or half a month, and she still has the nerve to say she won't eat." And Iching's mind went blank for a moment. This is truly cannibalism. "You beasts, I fight you." Mu Chung, beside Dong Yan, raised his fist angrily and rushed towards the slender woman. The slender woman leaned to the side and reached out to grab Mu Chong's wrist. Mu Chung reacted extremely quickly, his fist suddenly changing direction, striking the slender woman's palm hard. The slender woman's pupil shrank, and she immediately retracted her hand and bent backwards. Her body was very flexible, landing on her hands and flipping backward to regain her footing. Mu Chung gave chase, and the two exchanged blows. Dong Yin and He Wei exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned and attacked the pot-bellied man and the men behind him. The pot-bellied man, though portly, was surprisingly agile. He dodged the two's attacks and unleashed a stream of flame from his hand, striking them in the face. Dong Yin and He Wei immediately dodged and continued their attack. And Iching could tell that Dong Yin and the other three were likely ordinary people. Even with their formidable fighting abilities, they would be at a disadvantage against this group. Especially since there were several psychics among them. One with fire abilities, one with ice abilities, and one with gold abilities. Flames, icy spikes, and golden arrows continuously assaulted Dong Yin and the other two. Soon, wounds began to form on their bodies, their endurance dwindling, and they were eventually captured by the group led by the tall, thin woman and the fat man. And Iching watched the three being captured and led up the mountain, then followed them unnoticed. After climbing the mountain path for about an hour, they reached the midpoint of the mountain, where a striking cave entrance appeared before them. At this moment, An Iching received a message from Song Yu asking about her. She quickly replied, saying she was busy and asking him to wait for her at the base. At this moment, several people were still waiting at the cave entrance. Seeing their captors had been brought back, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, we caught them. Great. They didn't get away. I was so worried I almost died. That's right. Hundreds of pounds of meat. Enough for us to eat for days." The group chatted as they surrounded the fat man and the tall, thin woman and entered the cave. And Iching followed them into the cave. The entrance was small, only big enough for one person to fit through. This was a great location. If zombies came, they could just squeeze in one by one, making it much easier for the people inside to kill the zombies that had been struggling to get in. Dong Yin and the others had been knocked unconscious, so they were shoved in one by one. After they were all inside, and Iching followed. What should we do with these three now? They're so fast. Look, I worked so hard to make this thick hemp rope, and I broke it. What a talent. I see they all been killed. Aren't there a few bags of salt over there? We can hang the meat and salt at the cave entrance to dry and eat them later. Air-dried? Air-dried meat is too tough. I have weak teeth. How can I eat it? An old woman said disgruntledly, forget it. Let's just tie them up. Hemp rope won't work. Teasy, get an iron chain and use it to tie them up. The man named Teasy scratched his head. An iron chain. I don't know how to make one. When I use my superpowers, all I condense is arrows. I can't even make a knife, so how can I make one? Oh, you're so clueless. Other people's superpowers can change however they want, but yours is fixed, right? Isn't an iron chain just a series of small iron rings connected together? Go try it. And Iching walked around the cave. It was quite large, with many smaller caves within. Those smaller caves were filled with hay and cotton bedding. It was obvious that these people were living in the smaller caves. In another larger cave, there were several people with their hands and feet bound by hemp rope. An old man in his 50s, a little girl around 10, two boys in their 17s and 18s, and a young man in his 20s wearing glasses. And Iching walked around the cave, confirming there were no powerful figures here before she lifted her invisibility cloak. Teasy, forced to use his supernatural powers to conjure chains to bind people, was scratching his head anxiously. Suddenly, he looked up and saw a strange woman in the cave. Startled, he looked at an Iching warily. Who are you? What's wrong, Teasy? The old woman next to him also stood up and squinted. Oh, this girl is so beautiful. Who brought her back? The tall, slender woman looked up at the words and spotted an Iching. Her brow furrowed as she quickly walked over, pulling the old woman behind her. Grandma, get out of the way. We didn't bring this woman back. The portly man, with a large belly, also stood up. Seeing an Iching's face, his heart fluttered. He rubbed his chin. Hey, Grandma, you have good taste. This woman is indeed beautiful, much prettier than that ungrateful one. Shut up. The tall, slender woman glared at the portly man, who was thinking with his lower body, then turned to an Iching. Who are you? What are you doing here? An Iching smiled. She twitched her fingers, her smile fading. I'm here to kill you. Then, several golden threads shot out. The tall, slender woman, startled, leaped to the side. The fat man's smile faded. He was terrified of the golden threads, dodging them nimbly. The man called Teasy gathered countless arrows and, while dodging them, swung them at an Iching. An Iching used his teleportation skill and flashed, appearing behind them. All the arrows pierced the cave wall. Ah! Help! Teasy, save me! The tall, slender woman turned and saw the old woman and the middle-aged man and woman all bound by golden threads. Then she felt her hands and feet tighten. She, too, was bound. The golden threads bound the tall, slender woman and her group like dumplings, tossing them all into a corner. You filthy woman, let me go now, or I teach you a lesson. The fat man struggled mightily, his body ablaze with flames. However, the more he struggled, the tighter the golden threads tightened. Soon, the pain was so intense that he could no longer speak, rolling on the ground and wailing loudly. The tall, slender woman looked at an Iching. Who are you? Why don't my powers work on you? An Iching stood up and slowly walked to a wooden stake at the edge of the cave. The stake was still stained with blood, some of it blackened with age, while others still had a distinct smell of fresh blood. Your power? What is it? An Iching asked casually, but she squatted beside the stake, examining it closely. The tall, slender woman felt a chill in her heart, a bad premonition rising. She swallowed and said nothing. An Iching smiled. Your power, is it something that suppresses other people's powers, preventing them from using them? The tall, slender woman's eyes widened at this, staring at an Iching in disbelief. An Iching had used her power on them before, only to find it was as if she had lost it, unable to locate the core of her power. She had originally thought it might be a domain or something like that. But then he thought, something seemed off. If it truly was a domain, then why could Teasy and the others use their powers? So, her powers must be directed at humans. Judging from the tall, thin woman's reaction, she must have guessed correctly. An Iching reached out and touched the bloodstain on the wooden stake, then glanced at them again. Is this where you killed the two-legged sheep? The group remained silent, feeling uneasy and terrified. An Iching nodded. Two-legged sheep, I hear they're delicious. I haven't tried them yet, so I don't know what they taste like. The fat man swallowed and carefully examined Aniching's face. She looked gentle and calm, and didn't seem to be joking anymore. He hesitated, then said cautiously, "Two-legged sheep are really delicious. Whether roasted or stewed, they're incredibly fragrant. We have quite a few fresh ones in the cave. If you like them, we give you 2 to try." Aniching smiled. The fat man saw this and smiled too, feeling relieved. This man had come from nowhere, attacking them the moment he arrived. He almost thought he was seeking revenge and was doomed. It turned out he was after the 2-legged sheep. The fat man felt a little reluctant, but the 2-legged sheep was more important than his life. Just when the fat man thought he had passed this stage, Aniching approached him, grabbed the golden silk string that bound him, and dragged him away. The fat man was stunned, then his eyes widened as he realized that Aniching was dragging him towards the wooden stake. For a moment, his mind went blank. You, what are you doing?" He broke down in fear. Aniching smiled. "Kill a 2-legged sheep. But I never done it before, so I don't know how to do it. Please forgive me if my technique isn't good." "Ah! Let me go, let me go!" Damn woman, get out of here." The fat man was terrified and struggled mightily, desperately trying to escape. The golden thread tightened once more. "Ah!" The fat man screamed like a pig being butchered again. The tall, lanky woman watched helplessly as Aniching dragged the fat man away. Then, she tied his legs apart to the horizontal bar of a wooden stake and let him fall. "Is it tied like this?" Aniching looked at the tall, lanky woman and her group and asked with a smile, "This is your first time. Is this the right way to tie it? If you're wrong, please let me know." The old woman's eyes rolled back in fear, and she fainted. Teasy once again directed his arrow at Aniching. Aniching took a slight step to the side. The sound of arrows piercing flesh echoed. "Ah!" The fat man let out another agonizing howl, like a butchered pig. Of course, the arrows missed Aniching, but they had all pierced the fat man. "Teasy, did you do this on purpose? Just wait, I show you how I'm going to deal with you." Teasy shuddered with fear, tears welling in his eyes. No, fatty, I didn't mean to. I meant to stab her." The fat man, hung upside down, was already struggling to breathe, and the tightly bound golden silk threads felt as if they were digging into his flesh. His abdomen was pierced by numerous arrows, and blood was gushing out. Every breath was painful, causing his eyes to black out. Dong Yen awoke to a scream. She groggily opened her eyes, then leaped to her feet alertly, glancing around cautiously. Then she froze. Dong Yen stared at the scene in astonishment. The tall, thin woman and her group of beasts were all tied up, and the fat man with a potbelly was dumped on the same wooden stake where their teammates had been killed. Dong Yan's mind flashed back to the image of her teammates being bled and gutted, and she trembled violently. Her eyes were red as she stared intently at the fat man hanging upside down. She clenched and unclenched her fists, then clenched and unclenched them again. After a while, her gaze shifted to the woman standing next to the fat man. Aniching smiled at her. "Are you awake? Are you feeling unwell?" Dong Yen frowned as she looked at Aniching. The woman was petite and looked somewhat fragile, and her words were gentle and tender, which immediately struck a liking in her. However, Dong Yen suppressed her rising fondness and eyed the stranger warily. "Who are you? Why are you here? What are you planning?" Aniching lowered her eyes, looking at the fat man hanging upside down. "He said he wanted to treat me to a lamb. I don't like others making choices for me. If I have to choose, I definitely choose it myself." Dong Yan's mind buzzed, and her teeth chattered. "Another beast. A pervert," Aniching sighed. "But I don't know how to kill a lamb. I don't even know where to start, you know?" Dong Yan was stunned and looked up at Aniching. After a moment, she looked at the trembling, slender woman and the others. She finally realized that the man in front of her didn't want to eat lamb at all. He was saying that on purpose, deliberately trying to make them feel the same way as those they mistakenly killed for lamb. Seeing Aniching's clear eyes, Dong Yan became even more certain. She pursed her lips. "I can do it. How about I do it?" Aniching gestured for permission and stepped aside. Dong Yan stepped closer to the fat man. Hanging upside down, the fat man's brain was swollen with blood, and he felt groggy. Dong Yan squatted down, looking at the fat man's purple face. "I seen how they kill 2-legged sheep. The first step is to bleed them. Blood is a valuable resource, and it shouldn't be wasted. You have to collect it in a basin." Aniching looked around and actually found several stainless steel basins. She walked over and kicked one over. Dong Yan grabbed a basin and placed it under the fat man's head. She reached out and lifted his head, forcing him to tilt his neck back. She smiled. When you killed my teammates, did you ever imagine that one day you become a two-legged sheep? The fat man looked at the smile on Dong Yen's face in horror and began to struggle again. Dong Yen grabbed the knife the fat man and his team had used to make the two-legged sheep sing. With one powerful slash, the fat man's eyes widened, and a hoarse sound emanated from his throat, like a broken bellows. A deep, long gash had been opened in his neck, and blood gushed out furiously, pouring into the stainless steel basin. The fat man opened his mouth wide, struggling to breathe, but it became increasingly difficult. His head began to spin, his vision went black, and it was so cold. Was he going to die? The fat man felt his heartbeat slowing down, becoming increasingly sluggish. Slowly, the fat man, with his eyes wide open and his mouth wide open, fell silent and motionless. The cave was completely silent. The middle-aged couple could no longer bear the moment, and their eyes spun as they passed out. Seeing this, Aniching was puzzled. Were they this timid when they killed the two-legged sheep before? Dong Yen sneered. Timid? Of course not. They're so happy because they be eating meat soon. How could they be afraid? Aniching glanced at the fat man. Oh, so this time, maybe it's because the victim was someone they knew, so they couldn't handle it. She smiled at Dong Yen. Who's next? Dong Yen glanced at the group of people, their faces pale with fear, then pointed at the tall, slender woman. Her. The tall, slender woman's pupil shrank, and she dodged to the side, squirming like a caterpillar, trying to escape. Dong Yen walked over, grabbed the tall, thin woman by the hair, and dragged her back. So you're afraid too? I thought you weren't afraid of anything. They're just two-legged sheep, we're all human. If you treat others like two-legged sheep, then they should treat you like one too. That's fair, isn't it? Dong Yen walked over to the wooden stake, and untied the ropes binding the fat man's legs. The fat man's body fell heavily to the ground, his fat ripples bouncing, making him look even more like a pig. Dong Yen tied the tall, thin woman up as well. The tall, thin woman gritted her teeth, neither begging nor crying, but her body trembled with fear. Dong Yen squatted down and looked at the tall, thin woman. Oh, by the way, I remember when you guys were grilling one of my teammates. You said that meat cut alive was the freshest and tastiest, right? Dong Yen nodded. The tall, slender woman was truly terrified. A slit throat would only take a moment, but if she were to be cut alive, how much torture would she have to endure before she died? It was simply a fate worse than death. No, please, don't do this to me. Kill me, kill me. The tall, slender woman's tears and snot streamed down her face as she begged Dong Yen to give her a quick death. Mu Chong and Wei, standing nearby, awoke to the sharp cries of death. They propped themselves up from the ground, their minds still hazy. Soon, they saw the situation near the wooden stake. Dong Yen? What's going on? Wei stared in astonishment at Dong Yen, clutching a bloody butcher knife, his eyes vacant. Mu Chong, however, glanced around, then at the tall, slender woman hanging upside down, and roughly grasped the situation. Although he didn't know how Dong Yen had done it, the usually impulsive Mu Chong was now remarkably calm. He looked at Dong Yen and said, "Calm down. They're beasts, but we have to be human beings." Dong Yen closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. She gripped the butcher knife tightly, gnashing her teeth. But I'm not willing to accept this. Are you willing to accept this? They tore through countless pieces of flesh, one by one, before the captain was tortured to death. Mu Chong pursed his lips, his Adam's apple rolling slightly, as he imagined the group slicing and roasting the captain's flesh. He raised his foot and walked towards Dong Yen. You already killed one, let me do this one. I avenged the captain. Mu Chong took the butcher knife from Dong Yen and smiled. Of course I'm not willing to accept this. Who could be willing to accept this? They done so many evil things. If they torture the captain like that, I never forgive myself. Dong Yen stared at Mu Chong in amazement. The next moment, ah! A miserable scream echoed, and Dong Yen saw flesh and blood falling to the ground. It turned out she wasn't the only one who couldn't forget. Mu Chong also remembered it clearly. Every cut he made was exactly where the tall, slender woman and her companions had cut flesh from the captain's body. Compared to the fat man, the tall, slender woman had clearly suffered far more. Teasy was terrified, his face pale. Looking at the fainted people around him, he felt like crying. He also wanted to faint, but he was clearly frightened to death, and he couldn't. The tall, slender woman convulsed and died. Mu Chong was covered in cold sweat, his legs giving way as he sat down on the ground. The screams died down, and the cave was completely silent. Dong Yin and her team were part of a rescue team dispatched from the S Province base. The team consisted of 5 civilians and 5 psychics. The team leader and the other 5 civilians were all military veterans, while Dong Yin and the other 4 psychics had all awakened their powers and been incorporated into the military for training. Who knew, not long after leaving the base on this mission, they would encounter a woman begging for help on the road. The woman calling for help was this tall, slender woman. She was being chased by a group of zombies, and happened to run into Dong Yan's team, who rescued her. The woman said she lived in Xiaoxiangshan. When the apocalypse struck, a wedding was being held in the village, and many people had been transformed into zombies. Those who survived fled up the mountain and took shelter in a natural cave. To call for help, they selected several of the fastest runners, hoping they could escape and find someone to save everyone. Everyone else was caught up by zombies as they ran down the mountain. Only she, running the fastest, escaped the clutches, though many were unwilling to follow her back to save the people. The tall, slender woman seemed nearing despair, weeping bitterly. Dong Yin and her group had originally come out to search for survivors. Although Xiaoxiang Mountain wasn't in their original search area, they couldn't help but rescue them once they encountered them. So Dong Yin and her group changed direction and followed the woman to Xiaoxiang Mountain. After ascending the mountain, they encountered no zombies. Instead, they were knocked unconscious by a blast of powder. When they woke up, they were bound hand and foot and imprisoned in a cave. The villagers had already tied a man, whose stomach had been cut open and bled, to a stake. In the pot, they were boiling a pot of blood. After being bound and imprisoned in the cave, they discovered that their superpowers had become inoperable at some point. They couldn't mobilize their superpower cores, let alone activate them. In fact, it was Dong Yin who was originally supposed to be captured when the flesh was cut alive. It was the captain who deliberately spoke to attract the hatred of the tall and thin woman and her friends, who ultimately dragged the captain out. Later, perhaps the fat man suddenly became interested in her, determined to make her his woman. This time, they were able to escape because Dong Yin pretended to agree to the fat man's request, which gave them the opportunity to escape. Originally, she wanted to take everyone here with her, but time was running out, so she could only take 2 teammates and leave first, waiting to retrieve more people from the base before returning to rescue and seek revenge. However, they ultimately failed to escape. Thankfully, revenge had finally been achieved. Dong Yin couldn't stop crying, but she laughed especially loudly. He Wei untied the 2-legged sheep in the cave. As they stumbled out, they were horrified by the bloody scene before them. Seeing this, He Wei stepped aside to block their view. Don't be afraid. These are the same people who killed and ate me before. Don't look. Get out of here first. A 20-something bespectacled young man rushed over like a madman, picked up a butcher knife from the ground, and, roaring like a madman, stabbed the corpse with all his might. He stabbed again and again, as if he was going to chop the body into a pulp. Everyone was shocked by his frenzy. The old man next to him sighed and said he and his girlfriend were tricked into coming here together. His girlfriend. The young man's girlfriend wasn't here, so what had happened to her was self-evident. As the sky grew darker, and Yiqing and her group finally came down from the mountain. I'm going to the S Province base now. What about you? And Yiqing looked at the group. He Wei was startled, and after a second glance at Yiqing, he said, We're going to the S Province base too. The old man hesitated. S Province base? Is it in S Province? He Wei smiled and nodded. Yes, it's in S Province. It's not far from here, about 30 kilometers away. The old man looked down at his little granddaughter. The little girl had been terrified during her time in the cave, terrified all day. Now, she was dazed and unresponsive, even after leaving the cave. Sadness flashed in the old man's eyes. Then let's go to the S Province base too. He wondered if there was a doctor at the S Province base who could see his little granddaughter. The old man reached out and touched the little girl's head, gently cradling her in his arms. The other 2 teenagers, age 17 or 18, also said they were heading to the S Province base. The young man with glasses didn't say anything, but he followed them, presumably heading to the base as well. Everyone had the same destination, and an Yiqing brought out a battle van. The main issue was that Dong Yin and the others were covered in blood, and the young man with glasses was even more. The van opened, and an Yiqing swiped their cards so they could clean themselves properly. I wonder if all the zombies around had been diverted by that spineless zombie king to attack the S Province base. Despite the strong smell of blood, they didn't attract any zombies. And Yiqing took the driver's seat and drove the van back to the base. She glanced at the roadside sign for Xiaoxiangshan, opened the national map on her phone, and began to check her location. She quickly found Xiaoxiangshan in S province. From Xiaoxiangshan, there are 3 roads that lead to the S province base. And Yiqing took a look and chose the closest one. Not long after, Dong Yin emerged from the shower. Her clothes had been washed, and since she was a fire-type psychic, she quickly dried them and put them on. She walked over to the driver's seat and looked at Yiqing. "Thank you for saving us." And Yiqing smiled. "As a thank you, could you cook me a meal? I haven't eaten all day and I'm starving." Dong Yin was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Sure, what do you want? I make it for you." And Yiqing looked at Dong Yin with some surprise. "You really can cook?" She was indeed very hungry, but she had just been joking with Dong Yin. She didn't look like the kind of woman who could handle the kitchen. Dong Yin raised her eyebrows and curled her lips. "As long as you have the ingredients, I can make you a full banquet." And Yiqing was genuinely shocked. "A full banquet?" She couldn't help but ask, "Are you also a descendant of the imperial chef?" Dong Yin uttered an "ah," not understanding. "What descendant?" And Yiqing, Dong Yin realized, feeling both amused and embarrassed. "I was exaggerating, you know? Do you really think I can make a full banquet? Not to mention you can't get all the ingredients, even if I did, I couldn't make it." And Yiqing said, "Oh," and pulled out a pork leg bone from her space. "How about pork bone soup? Is that something you can do?" Dong Yin stared at the fresh pork leg bones, the smile on her face gradually fading. Her face, which had once been rosy from a bath, paled. Dong Yin turned her head away, her back to Yiqing, and began to dry heave. And Yiqing was stunned. She looked at the fresh pork leg bones she had just taken out, then at Dong Yin's reaction, and suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. She immediately put the pork leg bones back into her space. "Sorry, I forgot." And Yiqing felt a little apologetic. She hadn't witnessed how those people cut the meat off the 2-legged sheep and ate it, but Dong Yin had. Perhaps it had left a deep psychological scar. She didn't know if she would ever be able to accept eating meat again. Dong Yin had been hungry for a long time. Her stomach was empty, and she could only dry heave for a while, but nothing came out. She suppressed the urge to vomit, and looked at Yiqing apologetically. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I just rest for a bit, and it'd be fine." And Yiqing shook her head. "It's okay. I wasn't really craving meat. Do you know how to stir-fry potatoes? I have potatoes here. If you can, just rest for a while and make some." Dong Yin couldn't help but recall the image of her teammates and Captain's bones being stewed in soup or grilled over a fire. She couldn't resist, so she nodded. "Okay, I'd take a break and go." Dong Yin rested for 10 minutes, then went over to Yiqing to get rice, potatoes, and some seasonings and went upstairs to cook. Since Yiqing had instructed her to cook everyone's meal, Dong Yin did so. The rice cooker steams rice quickly, and stir-frying potatoes is a breeze, aside from the time it takes to chop them. Therefore, not long after, Dong Yin called Yiqing and the others upstairs for dinner. He Wei sat at the dining table on the second floor, gazing at the car, and couldn't help but ask Yiqing, "Did you customize this?" He knew that before the apocalypse, there was a group of doomsday enthusiasts who constantly suspected the impending doomsday and prepared a ton of doomsday supplies, including doomsday RVs. This car was truly unique, feeling like it was built specifically for the apocalypse. He Wei suspected that Yiqing was also a doomsday enthusiast. And Yiqing hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "I guess so." It was custom built for the system, so it was a custom car. Everyone sat upstairs to eat. The meal was crystal clear white rice, and the side dish was a simple plate of stir-fried potatoes. There was no meat, which actually relieved everyone except Yiqing. If there had been any meat, they definitely wouldn't have been able to eat it. Forget eating it. Even the smell of meat now reminded them of what happened in the cave. Dong Yin was also curious. The car has both water and electricity. Is it equipped with a power box and a water tank? How much water can this car store? And Yiqing, She had forgotten to ask Tiandao about this. She'd been curious before, but she'd forgotten about it. Now that Dong Yin was asking about it, she took the opportunity to ask Tiandao as well. The car had a built-in power core, different from the power cores in humans, but similar. It was equipped with a water power core and a lightning power core. The water power core produced water, and the lightning power core produced electricity. And Yiqing was strangely silent for a long moment before she asked, "So what's the car's power source?" It was a wind power core. And Yiqing put her hand to her forehead, almost unable to hold back a laugh. Should we say Tiandao is a genius? After a hearty, hot meal, and Yiqing didn't want to drive any further. Besides, it was already completely dark, and she wanted a good night's sleep. Soon, the battlefield vehicle fell into silence. She didn't know how long she had slept, but when An-Iching awoke, it was already bright daylight. Yawning, she rose from the bed and took in the sight outside the battlefield vehicle. Her still hazy mind suddenly cleared, and An-Iching rushed to the battlefield vehicle's windshield and peered out. The battlefield vehicle was parked on the side of the road, but the road ahead was blocked. Yesterday, when the vehicle was parked here, she could clearly see that the road was fine, without any problems. How could it be blocked now? An-Iching took a closer look at her surroundings and realized that everything around her had changed. Last night, while staying here, she passed a largely collapsed self-built house. Now, looking back, the original structure was gone. Dong Yen, meanwhile, had also woken up and noticed An-Iching frowning, looking uneasy. She immediately approached. "What's wrong? What happened?" An-Iching looked up at her, then back at the broken road. "It's broken." Dong Yen, startled, hurried over to take a look, her eyes widening. The road was broken, and not just any broken. A vast area of the road in front of the car had collapsed. It was as if they had parked their car on the edge of a precipice overnight. How is this possible? I didn't sleep well last night, but I didn't hear a sound." Dong Yen found it incredible. She frowned and said, "Besides, this area is low-lying. How could it have collapsed like this?" An-Iching walked towards the back of the car, quickly passing the toilet and looking out the rear window. "The road behind is also blocked," An-Iching said calmly. Chapter 119. At this point, Mu Chong and Yi-Wei had also woken up and stood up to investigate. Seeing that the roads ahead and behind had been completely severed, both of their faces turned grim. The old man with his little granddaughter was extremely worried and held the little girl tightly in his arms. How could this happen? Wasn't it fine yesterday? No one had expected to wake up to find the road blocked. If it had simply been broken, it wouldn't have been a big deal. An-Iching could easily have used the space car to teleport them away. But the surroundings had changed. Something was clearly amiss. She was worried that teleporting would not only be useless, but would also put them in danger. The two 17 or 18-year-old boys were named Kong Wei and Zhang Zichen. They weren't tricked into the mountains by the tall, thin woman. They were knocked unconscious and taken back. It was thanks to Dong Yen and her group that the two boys survived until now, otherwise, they would have been their prey. But they had been trapped in the cave for several days. The tall, thin woman hadn't intended to starve them. She even given them meat to prevent them from becoming too thin. But how could they possibly eat it? Knowing what kind of meat it was, even the old man's little granddaughter had never tasted the meat the tall, thin woman and her friends had given her, having been starving for so many days. Because of the broken road, the atmosphere in the car was chilly, and everyone's face was grim. Only the young man with glasses, after his outburst yesterday, had stared blankly. No one knew whether he slept last night, or if he had just sat there all night. Kong Wei glanced at An-Iching. "Sister, how about I go down and check on the situation?" An-Iching looked at Kong Wei, thought for a moment, and then decided not to take on too much responsibility. She nodded and said, "Let's go." "I go with you." Dong Yen hurriedly followed me too. Mu Chong and Yi-Wei followed suit. The situation outside was unclear at the moment, and they couldn't wait in the car. Zhang Zichen also walked over to Kong Wei, intending to go out and take a look. The old man saw them all preparing to go down and take a look, and he wanted to follow. But after looking at his dazed granddaughter, he didn't follow. He just stared out the window, with a worried look on his face. The door of the war van opened, and several people got out one after another, first going around to the front. The road was broken so neatly, as if it had been cut with a knife. Approaching the edge and looking down, one could not help but gasp. They felt as if they were truly on the edge of a cliff, 1,000 feet high. Looking down, there was no end in sight, only a hazy white mist, and a chill rising from the bottomless cliff. Kong Wei and Zhang Zichen subconsciously took a step back, both swallowing nervously. An-Iching picked up a clod of dirt from the side and tossed it down. The clod of dirt fell, completely invisible in the white mist, and there was no echo. Clearly, this broken cliff was real, not an illusion. They circled around to the back road and looked. Just like the front, it was an invisible cliff. The road on the other side was very far away from them, probably at least 1,000 meters. Such a long distance seemed to want to trap them here. Yi-Wei pointed to the dense woods on both sides of the road. Only these two sides are not broken. Is someone trying to make us go into the woods? An-Iching glanced at the trees on either side. They looked no different from the gray-black trees common in the apocalypse, seemingly normal. So normal that she began to wonder if the sparse trees she'd seen yesterday were a mistake. Now, it seemed their only option was to get out of the car and walk into the woods to see if they could find a way out. However, I Ching first opened the system panel and immediately saw the grayed out name on the contact list. This proved that she had been disconnected again. I Ching sighed and rubbed her brow. According to the current communication range, this place was clearly within range, but now it was disconnected. This could only mean that she had entered someone else's territory. I wondered if this territory belonged to humans or zombies. Since they were in someone else's territory, teleporting out was impossible. They would have to find the owner of that territory. I Ching and the others returned to the battle bus and sat down to discuss. We probably entered someone else's territory. We don't know if the domain's owner is human or zombie, but regardless of which faction it is, it's clear they have ill intentions. I Ching looked around and, without hiding what she had discovered, shared it with everyone. She was absolutely certain they weren't in someone else's territory before falling asleep last night, because she had received a message from Song Yu at that time. The people at the base are very receptive to extraneous cards these days, practically clamoring for them. The few cards that I Ching had brought out were all gone, and many people even ran to Jiangshao to ask for them. Song Yu then asked I Ching when she could return. At the time, she told Song Yu she'd be able to return the next day. Who could have imagined that after just a quick nap, she'd be trapped in someone else's domain, and I Ching felt that their group, or rather herself, had been targeted long ago. So, whether she'd chosen to rest here yesterday or not, she'd probably have been pulled into the domain. Dong Yen frowned. Domain? What kind of supernatural power is that? Kong Wei. The word domain often appears in games and anime. It means a space that belongs to one, exclusive, and under one's complete control. A supernatural power's domain probably means the same thing, right? And I Ching nodded. Yes, that's right. Mu Chong's heart sank at that. So we're all in someone else's territory now. Is there any chance we can leave? Zhang Zichen shook his head. Very unlikely. Generally, to break into someone else's domain, you first have to seriously injure or kill the domain's owner, and within a domain, the owner is essentially invincible. And I Ching glanced at Zhang Zichen. It was clear that the two teenagers were frequent gamers and anime fans, so they had a deep understanding of the term domain. She extended her hand, a flame igniting in her palm. The only thing that's not so bad right now is that there's no restriction on superpowers here. Dong Yan's eyes lit up, and she subconsciously activated her own superpowers. She was also a fire-type superpower, and a flame ignited in her palm. When I Ching learned that the tall, slender woman could restrict others' superpowers, she suspected there must be a superpower among this group. Now, seeing that Dong Yan was a fire-type superpower wasn't surprising to her. Mu Chong twisted his neck, and in the next instant, he was covered in dirt and rocks, transformed into a clay figure. And I Ching glanced at Yi Wei, who didn't move. Kong Wei, however, scratched his head and said, Actually, I'm a psychic too, but a water-type one, and my powers are very weak. I can only condense about a cup of water every day. Perhaps feeling rather useless, his face flushed as he spoke, feeling embarrassed. Zhang Zichen also said, I'm a wind-type psychic. I only awakened my powers just before I was captured. I'm new to them and useless, so I probably won't be of much help. The old man also raised his granddaughter's hand, taking her hand. I'm just an ordinary person. I haven't awakened any special powers, but my granddaughter did. It's the ability to store things, some kind of spatial ability. And I Ching glanced at the dazed young man with glasses. He didn't react, as if his girlfriend's death had been a heavy blow to him. However, even if the young man and Yi Wei were both ordinary people, there were already a lot of psychics in this car. So it's very likely that zombies are targeting them, coveting the psychics in this carload. All of I Ching's skills, as long as they're not on cooldown, are usable, allowing her to use her powers. Although she's in someone else's domain, and I Ching only needs to find the domain's owner to be completely confident of defeating them. But this domain's owner showed no sign of appearing, leaving I Ching feeling a little unsure. Normally, if zombies were coveting the flesh and blood of these psychics, they should have immediately emerged to feast after trapping them in their domain. After all, within its own domain, it has a significant advantage. But not only did it not appear, it deliberately created a blocked path, then clearly lured them into the woods. In reality, I Ching could have easily disobeyed its command. She could have stayed in the battle vehicle and fought it out. She had enough food in her space, so she could afford to wait it out for as long as she wanted. Even if the food in her space ran out, she still had the system and could choose to draw food cards. With just a few people in the vehicle, she could have fed them forever. But An Iching felt that things were definitely not that simple. The domain's owner clearly wants us to enter the woods. What do you think? An Iching asked for everyone's opinion. We now have two choices. One is to remain where we are and not follow the domain's owner's instructions, stalling out until he runs out of patience and reappears. Of course, it's very possible that the domain's owner is deliberately creating this situation to make us suspicious, to make us fearful, to keep us where we are and not go anywhere. In other words, staying still is a big pitfall. The other option is to get out of the car and walk into the woods to find the domain's owner. But entering the woods would risk us encountering unknown dangers. We might even become food for the domain's owner. Everyone was silent for a moment. In other words, either option was dangerous. The moment they entered someone else's domain, they had essentially put one foot in a grave. Dongyan stood up and said, "Let's go into the woods. Since either option carries unknown dangers, I'd rather find something to do than stay here and freak out over my thoughts." He Wei and Lin Chon looked at each other and expressed their support for Dongyan's choice. An Iching looked at the others. Kong Wei and Zhang Zichen were still somewhat frightened, especially since they were both recently awakened, low-level psychics. Besides their improved physique, they lacked any offensive power. For a moment, they hesitated, unsure which side to choose. Kong Wei hesitated for a moment, then looked at An Iching. "Sister, do you want to go in or stay?" His reasoning was simple. They had all been tricked or captured by the tall, thin woman before, facing certain death. It was An Iching's appearance that saved them. This also proved An Iching's strength. Since either choice was dangerous, it was definitely better to follow An Iching. As Kong Wei asked this, the old man also looked over, gazing at An Iching expectantly. An Iching smiled. "I don't plan to stay here." The domain master could create two truly precipitous cliffs, one in front of the other. This meant that if it so desired, the road beneath the vehicle could vanish. A direct plunge from such a height would completely overwhelm the battlefield's defenses, crushing it into a pile of metal. Furthermore, An Iching had a hunch that the domain master probably really preferred they stay here and not go anywhere. Otherwise, why would the trees on both sides be so dense, so distinct from what they had seen yesterday? Because it was so obvious, it served as a reminder. It reminded them that something was amiss in the forest, that there was something wrong, and that it wanted them to enter, so there must be a trap. Of course, everyone could imagine many different possibilities in this situation, which was why An Iching let them choose whether to stay or leave. If anyone chose to stay, she wouldn't be stingy with the battlefield vehicle and would leave it here. Kong Wei and Zhang Zichen whispered to each other for a moment, then looked at An Iching and said, "Sister, we go with you." An Iching smiled and looked at the old man. The old man sighed and said, "Then I go too." He was just an ordinary person. Everyone chose to go into the woods, so he had no choice but to follow. Otherwise, what if he stayed here and ran into danger? An Iching looked at the bespectacled young man who had been silent. "What about you?" The bespectacled young man, staring blankly at the outside, slowly turned his head and looked at An Iching. He didn't say anything, but he stood up from his seat, making his decision clear with his actions. Since everyone agreed, An Iching pulled out food from her space. "In that case, let's all have a good meal first. We set off after we're full and satisfied." Dongyan nodded and naturally reached for the ingredients. An Iching didn't bring out any meat this time, but instead gave Dongyan a bowl of noodles, some small vegetables, and an egg. Even if they didn't eat meat, eggs would be fine. After a moment's thought, An Iching said, "Let's boil all the eggs and each of us can carry a few." This domain was obviously different from her own domain skills, but there was no time limit. If they couldn't find the domain's owner, they didn't know how long they would be trapped here. They needed to prepare some food. Dongyan nodded, "Got it." Soon, Dongyan cooked a large bowl of noodles for each person, along with a boiled egg. Dongyan also cooked the remaining eggs, making 2 eggs for each person. An Iching conveniently tucked the eggs into her pocket, and quickly finished her noodles. After everyone got out of the car, An Iching packed up the battle vehicle, and the group headed towards the woods. Before they even entered the forest, fog suddenly rose around them. The white mist was light, and slightly chilly. The gray-black was already looked eerie, and shrouded by this ethereal mist, they became even more eerie and sinister. Kong Wei and Zhang Zichen hissed, shivered unconsciously, and rubbed the goosebumps on their arms, subconsciously leaning closer to An Iching. Dongyan narrowed her eyes. "It seems they really don't want us to enter the forest." The mist seemed more like a deliberate threat from the domain master, trying to make them hesitate and stay put. An Iching stepped in. "Let's go!" Regardless of what the domain master thought, An Iching had always intended to enter the forest. And I Ching's intention in entering the forest was simple. Besides searching for the domain master, whose whereabouts she hadn't yet discovered, she also wanted to explore the edge of the domain. As long as she found the edge of the domain, she could attempt to use her divine power to violently destroy it. As they entered the forest, the light dimmed instantly. The dense branches and leaves overhead obscured the light, making the forest appear even more eerie and terrifying, especially as a cold wind blew, bringing a biting chill. Hiss, so cold. Conway shivered and couldn't help hugging himself. Why is it so cold in here? It's almost summer, so even the forest shouldn't be this cold, right? Zhang Zichen, maybe it has something to do with the surrounding white mist. It feels like tiny particles of ice when it hits my face. And I Ching reached out and felt the mist. Indeed, it was very cold when it touched her skin. She withdrew her hand. Actually, there were walls between realms. This realm was completely different from hers. So what on earth was the master of that realm trying to trap them here? They walked for a long time. The forest seemed vast, and no matter how far they walked, they could never reach the end. The old man was truly exhausted. Even with Lin Chong helping to hold his little granddaughter, he could barely lift his feet. And I Ching saw this and said, "Let's rest for a while." No one objected. Although they weren't as exhausted as the old man, they were all exhausted. Except for I Ching, everyone was more or less out of breath. Wei didn't sit down immediately. He stretched his body for a while before sitting down and saying, "We just walked for about 4 hours. At our pace, we covered about 15 kilometers. Wei was a little surprised. Can you even calculate that? He only knew they were walking non-stop, but without a phone or watch to tell the time, he had no idea how far or how long they had walked. Wei smiled. "I've been mentally calculating the time since I got off the bus." "That's pretty impressive," Wei boasted. Without a phone or watch to keep track, mentally calculating time was quite difficult. Zhang Zichen frowned. "Are we going to keep going in circles? I feel like after entering the forest, the trees around us seem to grow exactly the same, and the distances between them are the same." And I Ching reached out to touch a nearby tree trunk, bent down, and saw the mark she had left on it. Since entering the forest, she'd been marking trees regularly. She probably marked 13 trees. At first, she hadn't seen any of the trees she marked until half an hour ago, when she saw a marked tree. And now, Wei looked at Zhang Zichen. "Weren't we walking in a straight line?" And I Ching tapped the tree trunk beside her. "We're indeed going in circles. I see the mark I left earlier." Dong Yen walked over, looked at the triangle on the trunk, and frowned. "The trees here are all the same, tall and dense. They block our vision so much that it's easy to go in circles. Because people can walk in a straight line, it's all because they can see. Most people can't walk in a straight line with their eyes closed, they end up wandering off into the distance." Although they weren't walking with their eyes closed in the woods, it was normal for their vision to differ due to the identical surroundings. "So what do we do now? We can't just keep going in circles." Wei subconsciously glanced at I Ching. Zhang Zichen sighed, "If only we had a compass." And I Ching was also trying to figure out how to keep walking in a straight line. Since no one had a compass, she could ask Tiandao to pull one out for her. Something so simple should be no problem. Before I Ching could even reach for Tiandao, a hand reached out, and in its palm lay a compass. And I Ching looked up, somewhat surprised, at the young man with glasses. The young man said nothing, simply handing the compass to I Ching. Zhang Zichen's eyes widened in shock. "You actually have a compass?" The young man leaned against the tree trunk, closing his eyes and resting, still not intending to speak. At any rate, now that they had a compass, they could try to keep walking in a straight line. And I Ching said to the young man, "Thank you for the compass. Let's rest for a while." We set off again after we rested. Tong Sheng, a young man with glasses, pulled an egg from his pocket, peeled the shell, and slowly chewed it. He was also a psychic, with a rather unique ability. He possessed the ability to materialize objects. For example, a compass. He could simply recall its appearance and internal structure in his mind, and conjure one out of thin air. But this was too limited. If he only knew the appearance of a compass without the specific structure and materials, the compass he materialized would be just an empty shell, useless. Thankfully, he happened to know what a compass looked like, so he could conjure one now. Tong Sheng chewed the egg, feeling a bit down. He had grown up in an orphanage and had little education, dropping out early to earn a living. It was his girlfriend who taught him the specific structure of a compass. She always said he was smart and learned quickly, and she hoped he'd go to adult school. As long as he studied hard and got excellent grades, and if he could get accepted into a good university as an exception, he'd definitely achieve great things. Tong Sheng didn't consider himself particularly intelligent. He did have a good memory, but there were many people smarter than him. But she always had great confidence in him, even acting cute and coquettish to get him to go to school. Before the apocalypse, Tong Sheng had actually been persuaded by his girlfriend to attend night school. Unfortunately, Tong Sheng's mind flashed back to him, as if the group had cut his girlfriend's flesh. His memory was truly excellent. Even now, the bloody scene was vividly before his eyes, as if every cut of the knife had been made. Tong Sheng's body, leaning against the tree trunk, began to tremble. "Okay, let's go," a voice rang out, interrupting the bloody scene before Tong Sheng's eyes. He opened his eyes, and everyone around him stood up, dusting themselves off. Lin Chong carried the little girl on his back. He Wei looked at the old man and asked, "Are you okay? If not, I carry you." The old man waved his hand. No, I rested and can walk." He Wei nodded. "I carry you again when you can't walk anymore." The old man was touched, and couldn't help but wipe his eyes. The group set off again, with an I Ching leading the way with a compass. After about 3 hours of walking, an I Ching stopped and looked down at an eggshell on the ground. This was what they had eaten during their previous rest stop. Everyone was hungry, so each person ate an egg, leaving the eggshell behind. "Have we gone around in circles again?" Looking at the eggshells on the ground, Conway quickly walked over and took a look. It was indeed the spot where they'd been eating eggs. He immediately spotted the eggshells he'd thrown. And I Ching looked at the compass in her hand. "It looks like it's been interfered with." "Dong Yen, if the compass is interfered with, how can we stay straight?" Zhang Zichen hesitated. "Actually, if we could get a rope or a tree root, we could stay straight that way, but here." Although it was a forest, the roots of the trees were all rooted to the ground, and there were no vines entwined on the trees, so using roots or vines wouldn't be very effective. Tong Sheng said, "I can get a rope." Everyone looked at Tong Sheng. And I Ching shook her head. "A compass can be interfered with, so an ordinary rope probably wouldn't work either." "He Wei, how about light?" And I Ching looked at He Wei. He Wei raised his hand, and a straight line of light shot out from his palm. "I'm a light-powered person. We can form a straight line. I go last. That way we can stay in a straight line." It should have been getting dark outside by now, making the already gloomy forest even darker. He Wei's light condensed into a finger-thick streak, bright and visible. Indeed, light was more reliable than rope for keeping a straight line at this time. Even if the domain master could move the trees in the forest, their direction wouldn't be deviated. But an I Ching still felt something was wrong. It was too peaceful. Since they entered the forest, apart from encountering the terrifying atmosphere of fog and the dropping temperature, they had only gotten lost and wandered in circles. No danger, just peace. As expected, the domain master's goal was to trap them, but why? Or was someone plotting against the base, deliberately trapping her here? And I Ching tapped her head. Everyone sat down to rest for a while. She took some mineral water from the space, and gave everyone a piece of bread. After half an hour, after resting enough, everyone set out again. Before setting off, an I Ching melted everyone's food wrappers into a hard plastic stick, which she then stuck into the ground. She also made a new mark on a nearby tree trunk, this time carving an arrow. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive along the way. And I Ching walked in front, followed by Kong Wei and Zhang Zichen, then Tong Sheng, the old man, and the little girl, and finally Dong Yen and Lin Chong. He Wei walked last. Light emanated from his palm, forming a straight line. The group ahead of them clung to the light, allowing He Wei to verify through them that it wasn't shifting. This time, they walked a long, long way, yet they hadn't returned to their starting point, nor had they reached the end of the woods. A few hours later, the old man was carried on Tong Sheng's back. Lin Chong and Dong Yen held the little girl, and even an I Ching, exhausted, still hadn't reached the end. And I Ching glanced back at everyone's condition. It was clear they were all exhausted. Everyone's breathing was heavy. She raised her hand, calling for a halt. Rest. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They all felt like they couldn't walk any longer, but realizing they hadn't returned to their starting point or gone in circles, they gritted their teeth and pressed on, hoping they might soon reach the edge of the woods. But the thought of walking and remaining in the woods was truly depressing. Kong Wei couldn't help but ask an I Ching, "Sister, are we going to get out of here?" And I Ching sat down and gave them some bread, biscuits, and water. "Tomorrow, let's try to cut down the trees around here." Tong Sheng unwrapped the bread and looked up at her. "Do you need a chainsaw?" When he worked at the lumber mill, he'd taken apart a chainsaw with a repairman, so he knew the internal workings. And I Ching shook her head. "No. A chainsaw would be too slow to cut through trees." She planned to use the golden thread condensed from her divine power to cut directly. Tong Sheng, having received his answer, lowered his head to eat his bread and fell silent. The forest grew colder at night, much colder than the temperature in the Xiaoxiangshan cave. The wind blew, and the old man's teeth chattered with the cold. He quickly hugged his little granddaughter to protect her. Not to mention the old man, who was just an ordinary person. Even Dong Yin and the others were shivering with cold, blowing air into their palms from time to time. The temperature seemed to be dropping even further. If they fell asleep like this, there was no telling if they would even wake up tomorrow. And Yiqing stood up, and a golden thread shot out from her hand, instantly severing a large area of surrounding trees. Everyone looked up at Yiqing in surprise. And Yiqing pulled a battle car from the deck and opened the door. "Let's go, get in and rest. It would be warmer and much safer inside." Kong Wei was astounded by Yiqing's maneuvering. How could she do that? So, everyone got in the car. The temperature was dropping so rapidly that, while the inside was better than outside, it was still cold. Everyone took turns taking a hot shower, but soon felt cold again. And Yiqing handed them out their thermostatic combat suits. The thermostatic suits could be adjusted to each person's body shape, so they would fit even the smallest girl perfectly. Only after donning the temperature-controlled combat suits did they stop shivering from the cold. Everyone was exhausted today. After reclining their chairs, they fell asleep instantly. The white fog outside grew thicker. Even with the doors and windows of the battle vehicle tightly closed, the fog continued to seep in, causing the temperature inside the vehicle to drop steadily. Without the temperature-controlled combat suits, they would have been unable to wake up from this sleep. And Yiqing was also exhausted, but she lay in bed without sleeping. Instead, she used her consciousness to ask Tian Dao, "Is there any skill that can help us escape this place directly? It works against normal realms, but not this one." And Yiqing's brows furrowed at the thought. "Is it related to the evil god again? I'm not sure, but this place feels very dangerous to me." And Yiqing's heart suddenly sank. She began to extract crystal cores from the space and absorb them, letting Tian Dao sense the presence of danger, almost certain it was related to the evil god. But she still hadn't discovered the source of the danger in this place. And Yiqing felt a little irritated. The danger she had encountered before at least had a clue. As long as there were clues and clues, there would always be a solution. But now, knowing the danger, yet remaining too calm, was making her irritable. And Yiqing took a deep breath, suppressing her irritation. Closing her eyes, her main body continued to absorb divine power, while her consciousness separated from her body, manipulating it to explore the edge of the domain. The divine power spread out in all directions, exploring the surroundings like in Yiqing's eyes. However, even after reaching her limit, the power still couldn't explore the edge of the domain. As she moved further out, and Yiqing felt her consciousness begin to throb and become unstable. There was nothing she could do but withdraw her divine power and return her consciousness to her body. Base. Song Yu was terribly anxious. She stared at Yiqing's fading name. "I should have gone with Sister Qing." She now deeply regretted it. When Sister Qing chose to teleport out and let Jiang Xiao summon her, she should have gone with her. After all, she wouldn't have been of much use staying in the base, and she couldn't summon Sister Qing herself. If she had gone with her, she would at least know what Sister Qing had encountered, instead of being left here in the dark and anxious. Jiang Xiao brought a glass of water over and placed it in front of her. "The Lord is so powerful, he'll be fine. Don't worry." Song Yu pursed her lips, placed a hand against her brow, and took a deep breath. "No, I need to see if I can help Sister Qing." Jiang Xiao watched Song Yu close her eyes, as if straining to see something, and left her alone. Song Yu strained to mobilize her supernatural powers, and slowly, that familiar feeling emerged. The next moment, a blurry image appeared before Song Yu's eyes. White mist shrouded the surroundings, densely packed with trees. The image was extremely unstable, like a black and white TV with a poor signal, periodically going black and shaking. Then, Song Yu saw Yiqing. She was walking with a group of people in the woods. There was no danger around, but she kept walking, and walking, unable to get out of the woods. Song Yu tried to see what was going on, but the image flashed, and darkness suddenly enveloped her. She suddenly opened her eyes, and a warm current surged through her nose. Jiang Xiao was startled and quickly reached for a tissue to wipe Song Yu's nosebleed. "What's going on? Why are you bleeding? Are you okay? Are you feeling any worse? I go get Liao Zihao." With that, he hurried out to find someone. Song Yu was truly not feeling well. Her head ached. She had only seen a tiny fragment of the image, not the entire situation, but the pain felt like a knife was constantly stabbing inside her. The blood flowed uncontrollably from her nose, soon soaking her clothes. Song Yu's vision darkened, and she had a terrible premonition. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. It seemed calm and peaceful, yet her sixth sense was setting off alarm bells. As her consciousness gradually faded, Song Yu's mind struggled to process. With trembling fingers, she picked up her resident card, her eyes wide open to clear her vision. Song Yu found Tang Bai's contact information in her contacts list and dialed his number. As the call went through, Song Yu's breath quickened and she spoke with difficulty. Summon. Before she could finish her words, her vision went dark, and she completely lost consciousness. When Jiang Xiao and Liao Zihao hurried over, they found Song Yu lying on the ground, her face uncertain as to whether she was still alive. Blood was still oozing from her nose, leaving a small pool of bright red blood on the ground. "Xia Yu?" Jiang Xiao, horrified, hurriedly picked her up. Liao Zihao, startled as well, frantically grabbed Song Yu's hand and began to treat her. A soft light enveloped Song Yu. After a moment, Liao Zihao's face paled. He looked at Jiang Xiao. What happened to her? Why is she so badly injured? His ability level had recently increased. Now, even if he could save someone seriously injured and near death, he wouldn't use up all his abilities. With that kind of injury, he could save at least 3 people before exhausting all his abilities. However, now, while treating Song Yu, he felt his own abilities rapidly depleting. Song Yu's nosebleed was only slightly less severe than before, and it hadn't stopped yet. Jiang Xiao was panicking. I don't know. It seemed she just used her abilities. He didn't know what Song Yu's abilities were, but she definitely used them. He just didn't know why. As Liao Zihao's face grew paler, the light surrounding Song Yu grew weaker, and Song Yu's nosebleed still hadn't stopped. Jiang Xiao grew increasingly panicked. Liao Zihao staggered, gritting his teeth to hold on. Jiang Ren, having heard that Song Yu was in trouble, rushed over. Seeing the blood on the ground, his brain was dizzy with shock. What's going on? Jiang Xiao, seeing Liao Zihao nearly collapsing, was about to put Song Yu down and find a healer when he heard Jiang Ren's voice and shouted, Dad, get a healer. Song Yu was bleeding profusely, and the bleeding hadn't stopped yet. Jiang Xiao was trembling all over, fearing Song Yu would succumb to the blood loss. The new assistant who had come with Jiang Ren hurriedly said, I go right away. Soon, most of the healers at the base were called in to relieve Liao Zihao. Liao Zihao's energy was exhausted, but fortunately he didn't faint. He watched with a solemn expression as each healer came to treat Song Yu. These healers' energy levels weren't as high as Liao Zihao's to begin with, and they soon became exhausted. One healer after another took over. After more than a dozen healers took turns treating Song Yu's nosebleed finally stopped. But it only stopped the nosebleed. Her face was extremely pale. Jiang Xiao and Jiang Ren were both heartbroken, but her injury was clearly unusual, and being alive was a blessing. The father and son carefully took Song Yu back to the Jiang family home. At dawn, Aniqing's eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. She paused, feeling something was wrong. She pushed herself up and realized she was actually in a military vehicle. What was going on? She remembered that Song Yu had asked her to lie on his lap and sleep for a while. She had thought she would accept Song Yu's kindness and just lie down for a while, but she hadn't expected the separation of her consciousness from her body to have such a significant impact on her. She fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes. But when she opened her eyes, she was not in the military vehicle, nor was she lying on Song Yu's lap, but on the military vehicle itself. Aniqing immediately looked around warily, and spotted a group of people behind her whom she didn't recognize at all. Her gaze paused on the temperature-controlled combat uniforms of these people, but she was absolutely certain that she didn't recognize them. Who are you? Chapter 120. Territory. The land newly allocated to Jiang Guodong and his wife has now been cleared. Because the ecological park has a pond, the land near the pond has been reclaimed into paddy fields. Rice seedlings are now growing, and a group of people are bending over in the paddy fields, their trouser legs rolled up, planting rice. Jiang Guodong and his wife weren't idle either, they worked alongside everyone else. These days, the people in the territory no longer eat from a communal pot. Everyone earns points and either buys their own stoves and pots and pans to cook, or eats in the cafeteria on the second floor. Because the points earned are now theirs, the people in the territory work even harder. No one wants to be kicked out for slacking off. After all, living conditions in the territory are truly much better than outside. The construction team is still building the house, and the progress is rapid. Perhaps it won't be long before they won't have to share a single room with their entire family. Of course, buying a house will require points, so everyone wants to quickly accumulate them so they can own their own home. Neither Tang Bai nor Lu Mingxiang's parents are particularly skilled, so they currently live in the shelter outside. Luckily, there are 4 of them, so they can share a room, avoiding crowding with others. At this moment, Tang Bai and Lu Mingxiang were leading a team clearing out zombies. The people in the territory are now divided into 10 teams. 4 teams take turns patrolling the 20-kilometer radius around the territory each day to ensure its safety, while the remaining teams drive out of the territory to search for survivors and clear out zombies. Of course, they can't just leave the zombies where they kill them, they must bring them back to the territory. In this situation, if there were only a few zombies, it wouldn't be a big deal, but if there were too many, it would be a real problem. So, Zhou Tongji gathered some survivors from the internment zone to follow along and collect zombie corpses. The zombie corpses these survivors brought back also counted as points. These points could be exchanged directly for supplies they needed, or they could be recorded and later given to them after they became subjects. Previously, many survivors were reluctant to collect zombie corpses, fearing danger. Until one survivor followed the team and collected a large number of zombie corpses. After handing them over to Su Jingxian, they exchanged them for a lot of food, such as braised beef, steamed fish, pork intestines with tofu, chicken and lotus leaves. These dishes, which many people had grown tired of before the apocalypse, were now quite tempting, and the survivors from the internment zone immediately rushed to sign up. At this time, Team 10 Captain Tang Baigang led his team to clear the grain and oil factory of zombies. After confirming that there were no other zombies inside, he threw a large fireball into the sky. This was a signal to the survivors of the body collection team, indicating that this area was safe and they could come and collect the bodies. About 4 or 5 kilometers from the grain and oil factory, a small truck was parked nearby, waiting. In the front of the truck, besides the driver, there were 5 people crammed in. Hey, time to get to work. Zheng Yin spotted the high-flying fireball and quickly started the car, stepping on the accelerator. The truck sped towards the grain and oil factory. Zheng Yin had signed up when Zhou Tongji first recruited people to join him in the body collection. He had now become the team leader of the 6-person body collection team. It took so long to resolve this, there must be a lot of zombies inside. Oh hey, looks like we can have another good meal today. Our Captain Zheng is really good, snatching up Team 10's mission. Zheng Yin also had a very proud smile on his face. Of course, he had already found out what each team's daily missions were, and which directions they were heading to, so of course he snagged a good job. Soon they came to the gate of the grain and oil factory. The grain and oil factory was quite large, even with staff dormitories, so after the apocalypse, there must have been quite a few zombies here. Seeing the zombie corpses strewn about the grain and oil factory, Zheng Yin and his crew were overjoyed. They stopped the car and jumped out to collect the bodies. The others dragged the zombie bodies back from below, and Zheng Yin went to the truck bed and stacked the bodies they had thrown up one by one. This way, they could fit more bodies in than just throwing them randomly. Tang Bai and his crew were moving grain and oil from the grain and oil factory. The oil was mostly sealed in barrels, thus avoiding contamination from the zombie virus. Barrel after barrel of oil was loaded onto the battle vehicles, along with vacuum-packed food. Lu Mingxiang was delighted. We got a lot this time. Tang Bai smiled. While it might seem like a lot, the supplies they gathered wouldn't even be enough to feed the entire population inside and outside the territory. Captain Tang, we have sausages and bacon over here. Someone nearby shouted in surprise. Tang Bai and Lu Mingxiang walked over. Hanging on the wall were indeed a large number of sausages and bacon, as well as pressed duck, dried chicken, and dried fish. Even though they already been well fed in the territory, everyone's mouths began to water at the sight of these things. Tang Bai sensed something was wrong with the color as soon as he saw it. He walked over, drew his Qingfeng sword, and cut open a section of bacon. The team members, who had been so delighted just moments before, froze their smiles. After cutting it open, the meat inside was also a grayish-black color. It's contaminated. It's no longer usable. Lu Mingxiang felt bad. So much meat, now inedible, it was truly heartbreaking. Tang Bai sighed. It's contaminated, but there's nothing we can do about it. This meat is no longer edible. Captain Tang, there's some vacuum-packed stuff over here. It shouldn't be contaminated, another team member shouted. Several people walked over, and sure enough, the cardboard boxes over there were filled with bags of vacuum-packed sausages and bacon. Instantly, everyone couldn't help but cheer. After all, They only had to turn in 20% of the supplies they collected during their outings to the territory. The rest belonged to their team. They could sell these supplies to the territory, to the canteen, or even to the body collection team if they wanted. It was all up to them. Tang Bai couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand. All right, move it. Okay. After loading the items onto the truck, they began to take inventory. There were 1,200 barrels of rapeseed oil, 510 barrels of peanut oil, 503 barrels of corn oil, and 322 barrels of sesame oil. There were 200 boxes of sausages, bacon, and other items. There were 25 people on their team, and after deducting the supplies they had to hand over to the territory, each of them would be able to take home quite a bit. After a rough estimate, everyone was beaming. Zheng Yin, from the corpse collection team, was also incredibly happy. This time, they had collected over 3,000 zombie corpses, earning over 3,000 points from the territory. As the team leader, he could take 10% of the points first, with the remaining points divided equally among the 6 of them. Tang Bai saw that the corpse collection team had already loaded the zombie corpses onto the truck, and then he prepared to head back to the territory. As soon as he got in the car, Tang Bai heard a series of dinging sounds. He took out his resident card and saw that it was Song Yu's call. Lu Mingxiang, who was beside him, also saw it and was a little surprised. Song Yu? Why is she calling you? Everyone knew that Song Yu and the Lord had gone to the S province base with the group of soldiers. Could something have happened? But that didn't make sense. Even if something had happened, why would Song Yu contact Tang Bai? Song Yu and Tang Bai weren't close friends, they had barely exchanged a single word. Tang Bai shook his head. I don't know. But he didn't waste any time and immediately answered the call. Before Tang Bai could say anything, he heard a weak voice from the other end. Song Yu sounded seriously ill, and the voice was faint. Looking for... Tang Bai listened carefully, but there was no sound. He frowned. Song Yu? What did you just say? Hello Song Yu, what's wrong? Speak. Tang Bai didn't hear Song Yu's response, so he raised his voice slightly. However, there was still no response. The call remained connected, but there was silence on the other end. Lu Mingxiang, growing concerned, asked anxiously, what's going on? What did Song Yu say? Tang Bai hung up and called Song Yu again, but no one answered. He looked grave. I didn't hear it clearly. I just heard her say Zhao. She seemed to say something else after that, but it was so quiet I couldn't make it out. Lu Mingxiang frowned as Tang Bai called Song Yu again. She didn't answer? Tang Bai nodded. I think she might have fainted. Lu Mingxiang also took out her resident card and called Song Yu, but still no one answered. Something must have happened. Let's go back immediately. Tang Bai got in the driver's seat, started the battle vehicle, turned it around, and sped back to the territory. Zheng Yin and the others were stunned for a moment, then hurried to catch up. Hey, Captain Tang and the others, what's going on? Why are they running so fast? Captain Zheng, hurry up. Aw, don't get left behind. I'm getting anxious without Captain Tang and the others. Zheng Yin almost floored the accelerator at his teammates' urging, but he still gradually distanced himself from the battle vehicle. Thankfully, the journey was safe enough, and they safely returned to the territory, hanging on to the back of the battle vehicle. Lu Mingxiang quickly sent a message to Zhou Tongxi and Xiao Yunan. As soon as the battle vehicle arrived at the territory, the two of them jumped out, not caring about their belongings, and rushed back to the territory. At an I Ching's request, the rest area on the 7th floor of the territory was converted into a meeting room. When Tang Bai and Lu Mingxiang arrived, Zhou Tongxi, Xiao Yunan, and the others were already waiting anxiously. Su Jingxian was in the holding area collecting zombie corpses, and couldn't come. At that moment, only Zhou Tongxi, his 3 brothers, and Xiao Yunan were waiting in the conference room. As soon as Tang Bai and Lu Mingxiang entered, Xiao Yunan stood up and asked anxiously, what happened? I saw Sister Qing's name on the contact list has dimmed again. Tang Bai shook his head. I don't know the specifics. I only received a call from Song Yu. She seems to be in a bad state. Her voice was very weak. She said something to me, and then fell silent. Tang Bai and I both called Song Yu again, but no one answered. Lu Mingxiang pulled out a chair and sat down. Now, we should quickly figure out what Song Yu meant by that. Does that Zhao mean find or something else? Zhou Tongyuan couldn't sit still, pacing the conference room. Could it be that Sister Qing suddenly disappeared and can't be contacted, so she wants Tang Bai to help find her? Xiao Yunan shook his head. Impossible. If Sister Qing really is missing, it's definitely not simple, especially with the communication cut off again. In this case, Even if she contacted us, it wouldn't be of any use to Sister Qing. There's no need for her to specifically contact Tang Bai to help find someone. Zhou Tongbin. I don't think it's likely either. Furthermore, Song Yu's contacting Tang Bai is strange. Normally, if she had something to say, wouldn't she contact Xiao Yunan and Jing Xian? Song Yu wasn't very close to anyone in the territory. She rarely spoke except for official business. She was closest to an I Ching, followed by Su Jingxian and Xiao Yunan. So, Song Yu contacting Tang Bai seemed strange. Zhou Tongyuan scratched his head. Didn't Tang Bai say she wasn't feeling well? She couldn't even speak clearly. Could she have just dialed in an emergency? Zhou Tongqi denied it. Impossible. There are quite a few people in the territory now. If she just dialed, she'd probably have dialed someone who just joined. So, she wouldn't just randomly dial. Zhou Tongbin frowned, thinking. So she specifically called Tang Bai? Why? Everyone fell silent. Xiao Yunan frantically scratched his head, unable to figure out why Song Yu had broadcast the message to Tang Bai, what the character Xiao actually meant, and whether there was anything else behind it. The conference room suddenly fell silent, everyone racking their brains, the entire place so still you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, Zhou Tongqi thought of something and turned to look at Tang Bai. I remember when we were in Mingwei City, everyone had used their Lord Summon, except for yours, right? Tang Bai was stunned, then nodded. At the time, he was the only one with one remaining Lord Summon, but since an I Ching had already resolved the danger, Tang Bai understood when she mouthed safe to him and didn't use it. Zhou Tongqi. So, she specifically called you and mentioned Zhao. Could she be asking you to summon a lord? What do you mean by summoning a lord? Zhou Tongbin, still unaware of this, was somewhat bewildered. Zhou Tongqi didn't have time to explain, so he simply said, "We talk about this later. Let's resolve the current situation first." Tang Bai pondered for a moment. I'm not sure, because Song Yu's speech was so unclear, and there was no sound at all afterward. Zhou Tongqi pondered for a moment. Then let's give it a try. Summon the Lord first. Tang Bai hesitated. But the Lord gave us this summoning skill to use in times of crisis. Wouldn't it be too hasty to use it now? Zhou Tongqi, not hasty. Although the territory is not in danger, Song Yu contacting you is likely because the Lord is in danger. Song Yu possesses the ability to foresee the future. When Li Ribao and his wife raped him, Song Yu foresaw an I Ching's misfortune and fainted afterward. It's hard not to wonder if the same thing will happen this time. Tang Bai nodded. Okay, I summon him now. He then took out his Lord card and summoned the Lord. Kong Wei awoke, half asleep, and upon seeing his surroundings, he shuddered. He glanced around frantically, and then, seeing Zhang Zichen beside him, he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around nervously, wary, wondering why he had been tied up in the cave before, only to find himself in such an unfamiliar place. Could he have been rescued? Kong Wei swallowed, carefully moved to Zhang Zichen's side, and gently nudged him. Zhang Zichen frowned at the nudity, then suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing it was Kong Wei pushing him, his tense body relaxed slightly. He whispered, afraid to alert anyone, "What are you doing?" Kong Wei lowered his voice. "Where are we now?" Zhang Zichen, who had just woken up, was a bit confused by the question. Then, taking in his surroundings, he sat up in shock, almost bumping into Kong Wei. The unfamiliar surroundings frightened Zhang Zichen, yet he couldn't help but cling to hope. We were rescued? Kong Wei shook his head. I don't know. I woke up and realized we weren't in the cave anymore. With a frown on his face, he looked elsewhere. He soon spotted the old man holding the girl, Tong Sheng, sleeping alone at the back, and Dong Yen, Lin Cheng, and Yi Wei sleeping beside them. They're here too. So were we really rescued? Who saved us? Kong Wei was bewildered. At that moment, Dong Yan's eyelids fluttered, and she suddenly opened them. She immediately noticed something was wrong and stood up, looking around cautiously. When she saw Kong Wei and Zhang Zichen, she frowned. Where are we? Why are we here? She recognized the two people before her. Like them, they had been tied up in the cave like two-legged sheep. But now they were on a bus? Dong Yen was still suppressing the raging anger and hatred within her, her eyes bloodshot. She had just watched helplessly as the tall, thin woman and her companions hung the captain up, cutting flesh from his body with knives to roast, claiming that this was the freshest meat. The captain, so formidable and resilient, was tortured to the point of uncontrollable, uttering suppressed screams. Those screams still seemed to echo in her ears. Dong Yan's hatred surged, and flames suddenly erupted from her body. The instant the flames erupted, frightened Kong Wei and Zhang Zichen, who both stepped back, staring at Dong Yan in horror. Conway swallowed and shook his head hurriedly. No, I don't know. We woke up here. Dong Yen was stunned. She saw the flames burning all over her body. Fueled by her hatred and anger, the flames continued to rise in temperature. Her powers returned? Zhang Zichen, also somewhat frightened by Dong Yen's current state, chimed in. We think we've been rescued. Look, the ropes that bound us have been untied. Dong Yen frowned, speechless for a moment. Her mind was a blur. Were they rescued? Then, what about those beasts? Dead or escaped? At this point, He Wei and Lin Chong also recovered. They sat up from their beds, each bewildered by their surroundings. Where is this? Why am I here? They asked in unison, immediately noticing each other and Dong Yen standing there. Lin Chong quickly walked over to Dong Yen, looked around, and couldn't help but ask, Sister Yen, where are we? How did we get here? Where are the captain and the others? Dong Yen was completely bewildered by the barrage of questions. She slowly turned to look at Lin Chong. What did you say? Lin Chong was startled by the sadness and pain in Dong Yen's eyes, and stuttered. Yen, Sister Yen, what's wrong with you? He Wei saw the bloodshot eyes, and nervously pulled Lin Chong back a step. Sister Yen, are you hurt? Seeing the bloodshot eyes, the two of them immediately wondered if she was mutating. Dong Yen stared at them intently. You just asked about the captain and the others? He Wei subconsciously glanced around, seeing only strangers. Yes, Sister Yen, where are the captain and the others? Did they go out to gather supplies? Dong Yen looked at the two of them, seemingly oblivious to their previous encounter, their eyes clear of either sadness or pain, and choked up for a moment. After a moment, she glared at the two of them angrily. You. The captain was just tortured to death by those men, and you've forgotten so quickly, and you're still asking me about the captain and the others? Do you still have a heart? Dong Yan's anger nearly drove her mad. She glared at the two of them, her eyes red. Lin Chong and He Wei were both bewildered. Wait, Sister Yen, what do you mean? What do you mean by torture? Who tortured the captain? Aren't we really planning to go up the mountain to search for survivors? Lin Chong was completely bewildered, but seeing Dong Yan's unflinching grief and hatred, he felt a surge of anxiety. He Wei frowned and looked at Lin Chong. What mountain? Didn't we just leave the base? For a moment, a deathly silence fell. Even Dong Yen, nearly losing her mind, sensed something was amiss. She glanced at Lin Chong, then at He Wei, then at Kong Wei and Zhang Zichen. The two men also sensed something was amiss from the conversation between the three of them. Under Dong Yan's gaze, they shuddered, feeling like prey being watched by a predator. Dong Yan took a deep breath, suppressing the confusion within. What about you guys? Do you remember what happened in the cave? Kong Wei's Adam's apple rolled, and he was afraid he might say the wrong thing. So he thought for a moment before cautiously saying, I remember that yesterday, one of your teammates was killed, like a pig. Dong Yan narrowed her eyes. How many of our teammates did you remember being killed? Kong Wei, okay 2? No 3, yes 3. Zhang Zichen stood there in a daze, his mind a blur. Before Dong Yan could even glance at him, he spoke, as far as I remember, you were captured and taken to the cave. Those people were saying you were extraordinary and powerful, so they planned to eat you first before killing the others. Silence fell once again in the battle vehicle. At this moment, the old man holding the little girl also woke up. He looked around blankly, and when he met the eyes of Dong Yan and the others, he shrank back in fear. Looking down at his little granddaughter in his arms, the old man frantically protected her and looked at them warily. Who are you? Where's my son? Kong Wei looked at the old man with some surprise. He took 2 steps forward, but seeing the old man's face pale with fear, he quickly stopped and asked, as if to confirm, Grandpa, don't you recognize us? The old man paused, feeling that Kong Wei didn't seem to harbor any ill intentions. His initial vigilance relaxed slightly. He looked at Kong Wei hesitantly, then shook his head firmly. No, I don't know him. The old man had been in the cave from the beginning. It was said that he and his son were preparing to go to the S province base with their granddaughter, along with several people from the community. Perhaps because they thought the old man was too old, the group killed his son and his family first, leaving him and his granddaughter behind. Kong Wei lowered his voice, trying to sound more friendly. Grandpa, do you remember where you and your son went, and what you were doing? The old man's memory actually began to resonate. I remember. My son, my granddaughter, and I just ran away from home. Kong Wei frowned and turned to join Dong Yan and the others. Our memories are all messed up. This was obvious. Tong Sheng, in the last row, didn't know when he woke up, but his clear eyes showed that he had been awake for a long time. He just remained silent, listening to their conversation. When Dong Yan looked at him, He returned her gaze with those dark eyes. Dong Yin asked, "What's your last memory?" Tong Sheng didn't say anything. He first glanced at his surroundings, then his gaze fell on the window. Outside the window was a dense forest, and outside the windows on both sides of the bus were trees, as were the front windshield and the rear windows. This bus seemed to have been parked in this spot for a very, very long time, so long that a dense forest had grown around it, completely enclosing the bus. Tong Sheng's eyelids fluttered slightly before he looked at Dong Yin and spoke slowly. "Someone showed up and subdued those cannibals. Then you killed them. By the time I came out, they were already dead." He hadn't been able to avenge Chu Chu. Tong Sheng clenched his fists and lowered his eyes. "Who are you?" A voice suddenly pierced through. Everyone in the chaos looked up, their gazes directed towards the front of the vehicle. They hadn't seen anyone there before, or perhaps there was someone there, but they overlooked it. Tong Sheng saw An Yiqing and said, "She's the one who subdued those people who treated us like sheep." Kong Wei breathed a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across her face. "Hello, sister, thank you for saving us." An Yiqing raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at the group of people who seemed completely unfamiliar to her. But this was her battle vehicle. They were still wearing temperature-controlled combat uniforms, something she hadn't given them, and they probably wouldn't have been able to wear. After all, these people were clearly not residents of the territory. However, she had no recollection of these people, which only proved one thing: her memory was flawed. Could it be that she had been bewitched by a psychic, just like Hong Ying had been? An Yiqing calmly asked Tiandao, "Do you know what's going on?" A creaking sound of electricity echoed. This was the first time An Yiqing had questioned the system, and she heard a stuttering sound. She frowned. After a while, the system's voice finally came through. "Sorry, no, I don't know." This short sentence was punctuated by a distinct creaking sound. An Yiqing's heart sank. Even if Tiandao had become a system, it was still Tiandao. What kind of powerful psychic could even affect Tiandao? Tong Sheng claimed that it was An Yiqing who saved them. But Dong Yin and the others remained skeptical. After all, they had no memory of An Yiqing saving them, so they certainly wouldn't believe Tong Sheng's words. An Yiqing's own memory was flawed, so it was normal for others to have memory issues. He probably meant I saved you. After all, this vehicle is my battle vehicle, and you're wearing my own temperature-controlled combat uniforms, An Yiqing said. The group was stunned. In the chaos, they hadn't noticed what they were wearing. Looking down, they realized they weren't wearing familiar clothes, but rather something completely unfamiliar yet perfectly fitted. An Yiqing reached out to feel the chill in the air. "It's very cold right now. It's so cold inside the vehicle, it must be even colder outside. I probably gave you the temperature-controlled combat uniforms because I was worried you'd freeze to death." Dong Yin instinctively reached out to feel the air's warmth, but the biting cold made her withdraw her hand immediately. "It's so cold. It's probably around -1 or -2 degrees Celsius. My clothes aren't thick, but they're warm enough. As long as I don't intentionally expose large areas of my skin to the air, I won't feel the chill." An Yiqing took in everyone's expressions, then smiled and said, "Okay, since we all have gaps in our memories, let's all share our own." She pulled out a notebook and pen from her space and handed them to them. "You should all write down what everyone says so we can easily put the whole story together." Dong Yin paused, then took the notebook and pen from her. "Thank you." An Yiqing smiled. Then everyone sat together and began recounting their memories. An Yiqing wrote as she recorded them. Her memory stopped at the moment Song Yu asked her to lie on his lap for a nap. In other words, everything after that was forgotten. Now, she had no idea what happened after that. However, from their accounts, it seemed that something happened during the period of her lost memory that led her to the area of Xiaoxiang Mountain, where she encountered the people they called cannibals, and then rescued them. The hazy white fog outside the car grew thicker, seeping into the interior until it was now shrouded in mist, obscuring her vision. An Yiqing frowned. The fog was annoying, and she wasn't sure if it was related to her memory loss. So, she opened the system panel and selected the domain card. Ding! Card usage failed. An Yiqing paused, her brow furrowed, and she questioned Tiandao with her consciousness, "What's going on? Why can't I use my domain card?" The sound of electricity echoed again. Along with the sound of electricity, Tiandao's voice echoed in her ears, stuttering. "The host is currently in a domain and cannot use domain skills." An Yiqing frowned. In a domain? This description shouldn't mean that she has already used the domain card and is in her own domain, so she is now in someone else's domain? An Yiqing rubbed her brows with a headache, feeling a bit troubled. Since she is in someone else's domain, Is this white mist also controlled by the domain's owner? Is her amnesia also due to this domain? So, what exactly is the domain owner's purpose? And Iching checked her space, then her system dashboard, and even searched her body for any clues. After a moment, she pulled out an egg from her pocket. It was bare, just an ordinary egg. If she had experienced amnesia before, she would have left clues. Since there were none now, this must be her first time. The first time she lost so much memory, and the length of memory lost varies from person to person. There's no guarantee to what stage her memory will return to next time. So for now, she needed to hurry and search for clues to break through the impasse, ideally finding the owner of this domain or its edge. After sorting out the information, Iching shared her findings with the others. So, our most important goal now is to find the domain's owner, or the edge of it. Iching glanced around and said, no one knows when we lose our memory again, or how long we lose it, so we must hurry. Besides, any clues you find must be recorded immediately in your notebook. Iching wrote on the cover of her notebook as she spoke, also, everyone, please write a brief summary of our current situation on the cover of your notebook. Use the shortest possible sentence to quickly understand your current situation, and what we need to do. Everyone listened attentively, and began writing notes on their notebook covers. By the way, be sure to keep your notebook safe, and keep it where you can easily reach it. After writing down her reminder, Iching put away her notebook and said, got it. Dong Yen also finished writing, carefully putting away her notebook and pen. Iching nodded, and took out food and water from her space. I don't know if we'd be forced to separate later, so it's best to bring some food and water with you. She then took out a few backpacks, and asked them to fill them with food and water. No one was expecting Iching to actually give them food and water, and they were stunned for a moment. Iching continued to take out food. Once the food is packed, eat it first. We set off soon. As soon as she finished speaking, Iching felt a familiar tugging sensation. Her heart tightened. If her memory loss wasn't long, then the only one with the Lord's summoning power would be Tangbai in the territory. Could something have happened to Tangbai? Iching still didn't know what had happened back in the territory, but if she really vanished from the battle vehicle, the little trust she had just built with these people would be shattered. She couldn't disappear in front of them. Iching said quickly, I need to go to the restroom first. Before she finished her words, she had already sprinted past them, and rushed to the bathroom in the back. The door opened and closed in one smooth motion, with a loud bang. Iching reached out, and locked the door. The next moment, in a flash, she vanished from the restroom. Kong Wei felt only a gust of wind passing by him, a shadowy image before his eyes, and then the loud sound of the door opening and closing. He blinked, okay, so fast. Is it that urgent? Everyone looked at each other, silent. Tongshen picked up the backpack Iching had given him and began to fill it with food and water. He grabbed 2 cartons of milk, 2 bottles of mineral water, and then some chocolate and compressed biscuits. Seeing this, Kong Wei also hurriedly picked up his backpack and began to pack his food. Soon, everyone had packed their backpacks full of food. Even the old man stuffed as much as he could into his backpack, and he also filled a backpack for his little granddaughter, carrying both on his own back. At this moment, Iching had already appeared in the conference room. For some reason, being summoned this time, she felt a strong sense of dizziness, momentarily unsteady, and toppled to one side. Lord! Sister Qing! Zhou Tongxi and Xiao Yunan supported Iching, one on each side. Iching took several deep breaths before she felt better. She sat in a chair and rubbed her aching temple. Tell me, what happened? Chapter 121. Iching sat in the soft chair at the head of the table, rubbing her brow to cheer herself up. After all, the summoning period was only 20 minutes, so she had to quickly understand the situation here, so she could have enough time to resolve the issue. But this time, being summoned was truly unbearable. Iching felt as if her brain was being torn apart. Sister Qing, are you injured? Why are you so pale? Xiao Yunan asked worriedly, taking a bottle of water from her territory card, unscrewing it, and handing it to Iching. Iching took a sip of the water, feeling the pain in her brain ease slightly. She shook her head, I'm fine. First, what happened in the territory? Zhou Tongxi took out some chocolate chips, and handed them to Iching. Lord, nothing happened in the territory. You were summoned back, because Tangbai received a call from Songyu. Iching glanced at the chocolate chips Zhou Tongxi handed her. Thank you. She took the chocolate chips and ate too. I don't know if the headache is related to my mental strength, but the pain in my brain from the chocolate bean seems to be fading rapidly, soothed by the warmth they radiate. Iching took 2 sips of water to dilute the chocolate flavor before asking, Songyu? Why did she contact Tangbai? As she spoke, her eyes fell on Tang Bai. Tang Bai shook his head and recounted the details of his call with Song Yu. And Yiqing frowned, pulled out her card, and tried to contact Song Yu, but no one answered. She immediately changed her contact and called Jiang Xiao. In the base, Song Yu was taken back to the Jiang family. Jiang Xiao didn't let Song Yu live in the room Jiang Yingying had previously occupied. He wasn't sure if Song Yu would mind, but he was afraid she would. So, he cleaned up his own room and gave it to Song Yu. Song Yu's nosebleed had stopped, but she lay pale and breathing weakly. At this moment, another healing psychic was treating Song Yu nearby. However, her condition didn't improve much after the treatment. Jiang Ren sat by the bed, looking at Song Yu's pale face, his mind a mess, and he had no energy to work. How could this happen? Your sister has suffered so much since she was a child. We finally found her, but we haven't been able to give her a good life. How could this happen? Jiang Ren held Song Yu's hand tightly, his eyes reddened. Jiang Xiao was also deeply distressed. Song Yu suddenly became unwell in his presence, and he was completely helpless. Even after calling in Liao Zihao, he couldn't save her. Base Commander, Captain Jiang, my powers are exhausted. The therapist next to him said, his face pale. Jiang Xiao hurriedly helped him up. Thank you. Go back and get some rest. Jiang Ren's assistant hurried over to support the therapist. I take you back. When they were alone in the room, Jiang Xiao sighed. If only the Lord were here. She should be able to save Xiao Yu. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Xiao heard the ringing of an incoming call. He paused, looking around. Jiang Ren noticed his movement and asked, what's wrong? Jiang Xiao hesitated. I heard the phone ring. Jiang Ren frowned. Are you hallucinating from the stress? I stay here with Xiao Yu. You should go get some rest. Jiang Xiao shook his head. No, it's not hallucination. The voice is very clear. Dad, didn't you hear it? Jiang Ren, no. Jiang Xiao listened carefully. The voice seemed to be ringing right next to his ear, but there was nothing near his ear that could produce sound. He walked around the room, and no matter where he went, the voice was still ringing in his ear. He searched around and found his intercom, but the sound was obviously not coming from an intercom. Finally, Jiang Xiao found his resident card. And Yiqing's name was displayed on the card. He was a little surprised. Resident cards can also communicate with each other? How did it connect? Just as he thought this, the communication was instantly connected, and a familiar voice rang in his ears. And Yiqing didn't waste any time, asking directly Jiang Xiao, how is Song Yu now? Jiang Xiao's heart suddenly surged with excitement. He didn't ask Yiqing where she'd been, why she hadn't returned, or how she known about Song Yu's accident. He immediately said, Lord, you haven't been back? Xiao Yu was very worried. It seemed she used her supernatural power, and then she started having a severe nosebleed. When I got the healer back, she had already fainted. The healers at the base took turns treating her, and the bleeding has stopped, but Xiao Yu's breathing is still very weak, and she hasn't woken up. Use supernatural powers? And Yiqing's heart sank. That domain was most likely connected to the evil god again. Song Yu's serious consequences clearly indicated that she had spied on what was happening within the domain. I understand. I'm temporarily unable to leave due to some matters. I have some chocolate beans sent over. Please take good care of Song Yu, and Yiqing said. Jiang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Having eaten chocolate beans before, he was well aware of their benefits. With them, Liao Zihao would quickly recover his mental strength and be able to treat Song Yu. He said gratefully, Thank you, Lord. Thank you so much. Don't worry, I will take good care of Xiao Yu. Jiang Ren glanced over as Jiang Xiao spoke. It wasn't until Jiang Xiao relaxed, as if he had hung up the phone, that Jiang Ren asked him. What's going on? Were you talking to Yiqing just now? Jiang Xiao nodded, his expression a little complicated. He looked at the resident card in his hand. He had obtained it for an emergency, and wasn't familiar with its functions. He had only just realized that it could actually be used to communicate with others. I didn't expect the resident card could even have a calling function. Jiang Ren glanced at his little daughter lying on the bed, reaching out to touch her head, his heart filled with pity. What did she say? Is there a way to save Xiao Yu? Jiang Xiao nodded. The Lord will have some of those chocolate beans I told you about earlier sent over. That way, they'd be able to restore Liao Zihao's abilities and help with Xiao Yu's treatment. The news of the chocolate beans had spread throughout the base, not to mention that Jiang Xiao had also mentioned it to Jiang Ren. Jiang Ren breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Did they say when they be delivered? Although Song Yu's nosebleed had stopped, her breathing was weak and her heartbeat was faltering, giving the impression that it might stop at any moment. Naturally, father and son hoped for the best as soon as possible. A few minutes later, Jiang Xiao received another call. He glanced at his citizen card. Xiao Yuanyuan, a completely unfamiliar name. At that moment, Xiao Yuanyuan was at the base gate. She needed to undergo an inspection before entering, but she teleported here in a space car to avoid wasting time. And Yiqing had instructed Jiang Xiao to get the chocolate beans as soon as possible. Besides, having Xiao Yuanyuan deliver them also meant that she and Liao Zihao could treat Song Yu together. Xiao Yuanyuan's healing ability was also very strong, as could be seen from the fact that she had just awakened and could heal so many classmates without touching them. Not to mention that her mental training during this period had significantly increased her mental strength, and her ability level had also increased accordingly. Of course, when entering someone else's territory, one must abide by their rules and regulations, so the inspection step was essential. Xiao Yuanyuan called Jiang Xiao and asked him to come out and take the chocolate beans into use. Jiang Xiao received a call from Xiao Yuanyuan and hurried to the base gate. He immediately spotted a girl wearing the same clothes as an Yiqing. He strode over. "Excuse me, is this Miss Xiao Yuanyuan?" Xiao Yuanyuan nodded. "Yes, it's me." She took 20 boxes of chocolate chips from her resident card and handed them to Jiang Xiao. "Take these. I'm also a healing psychic. After I check in, I go treat Song Yu." Jiang Xiao took a deep breath and said gratefully, "Okay, thank you very much." Xiao Yuanyuan smiled. "You're welcome. The Lord sent me here. I go check first." As she spoke, she walked towards the inspection line, standing last in line. Jiang Xiao couldn't care less at this point. He hurriedly grabbed the chocolate beans and found Liao Zihao, taking him to Song Yu's treatment. In the territory. After an Yiqing arranged for Xiao Yuanyuan to deliver the chocolate beans, she let Zhou Tongxi and the others leave. There was nothing to do in the territory, so she wanted to rest for a while. Her head still ached slightly, and an Yiqing ate a few more chocolate beans, and the discomfort gradually subsided. Now an Yiqing was the only one left on the 7th floor. She returned to her room, relaxed on her bed, and began to ponder the realm that trapped her. Song Yu must have seen something in her premonition, which is why she had Tang Bai summon her. So Song Yu thought summoning her would help her? Why? After all, she only had 20 minutes to stay after being summoned, and at that point, she would be forced to return to her previous location. Lying in bed, relaxed, and Yiqing felt no sign of sleep. She opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling. Suddenly, she sat up abruptly. An Yiqing separated her consciousness from her true form. Soon, an Yiqing and her consciousness sat face to face on the bed, able to see both herself and her consciousness simultaneously from two perspectives. Using this dual perspective again, she no longer felt as unfamiliar as she had at first. Now, only a few minutes remained before this summons ended, and in those few minutes, she couldn't do anything at all, not knowing what she could do to benefit herself. But then, an Yiqing suddenly pondered another question. The consciousness couldn't use system skill items or abilities. Is this a bug? First, while the consciousness was within her, teleportation and Lord Summoning were still effective. Only after the consciousness was separated would those skills become ineffective. In other words, if she separated the consciousness here, it should be able to remain here after the summoning time expired and her main body returned. And Yiqing didn't know what exactly that domain used to cause amnesia, but could the consciousness still be affected in a territory so far away from the domain? And Yiqing felt her heart beating a little faster. She took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement. With a few minutes left, and Yiqing left her bed. She took out a large pile of crystal cores and spread them on the bed. Both her main body and consciousness began to absorb divine power simultaneously. With the double blessing, the crystal cores were absorbed at a rapid pace. The consciousness's absorption rate was clearly even faster than the main body. Watching the consciousness's rapidly dwindling crystal cores, an Yiqing pondered. After a moment, an Yiqing stood up and took out all the crystal cores in the space, leaving the consciousness to absorb them. She opened the door and took the elevator downstairs. With more people in the territory, construction was proceeding at a faster pace. The territory had undergone significant changes during an Yiqing's absence. The residential complex alone seemed poised for completion soon, and the land surrounding the territory was being leveled and planned. An Yiqing glanced at them and headed towards Su Jingxian. Su Jingxian, who was busy collecting zombie corpses, spotted an Yiqing. Her eyes lit up, and she rushed over to throw herself into her arms. "Sister." An Yiqing caught Su Jingxian and smiled, patting her head. "You've grown taller again." Su Jingxian smiled brightly, hugged an Yiqing's waist, and nuzzled against her affectionately. "Yeah, you grown 2 centimeters. They exchanged a few words briefly, and an Iching took out the refining furnace. Leave it here with you. You can refine zombie corpses directly. Su Jingxian paused, a little surprised. Sister, aren't you taking it with you? And Iching smiled. Well, for now, I keep them in the territory. You don't need to put these corpses in the space anymore. Hire someone to handle them. Just keep an eye on them and collect the crystal cores. Su Jingxian nodded obediently without further questioning. And Iching bought Su Jingxian a bunch of resident cards. Keep them for now. Su Jingxian obediently put them away. Although she was too busy to attend the meeting on the 7th floor, Lu Mingxiang told her what had happened. So Su Jingxian now understood an Iching's current situation. She pursed her lips and said, Sister, be careful and come back safely. And Iching smiled. Okay, I definitely come back safely, don't worry. Time was running out, and an Iching turned and returned to the 7th floor of the building. When the time came, an Iching's main body was instantly pulled back. The consciousness lying on the bed, absorbing the crystal core, had a momentary daze in its eyes, but soon regained its clarity. She sat up and rubbed her brow. How could she describe the feeling? It was strange, new. Separated by the domain, her main body and consciousness seemed to become 2 distinct entities, yet deeply connected. After her main body returned, all the previously forgotten memories on the consciousness side returned. On the other hand, her main body remained in a state of amnesia. But the consciousness and the original body are actually one person, sharing the same memories. This allows the original body, having lost its memories, to obtain the truth from the consciousness. A subtle expression flashed across both an Iching's original and consciousness forms. A moment later, the original body opened the bathroom door and walked out. Outside, Dong Yin and her group had already finished their meals, and were waiting for an Iching to use the restroom before they could depart. No one expected an Iching to stay in the restroom for 20 minutes. If they hadn't been completely unfamiliar with an Iching and her amnesia, and unsure how to interact with her, they would have already knocked on the restroom door. An Iching coughed softly. Let's go after we finished eating. Dong Yin nodded. Shall we all go together? Or should we explore separately? An Iching shook her head. No, we don't know when our memories will return. Losing our memories mid-exploration would be very troublesome. Perhaps because the original body and consciousness were separated by the boundary of the domain, the consciousness had already regained its memories. An Iching, whose memories were indirectly restored through her consciousness, already knew what they had done in this area. So, after getting out of the vehicle, an Iching put away her SUV and said, There are too many trees around here, and every one of them is exactly the same. It's easy to get lost. So let's just cut down all the trees around here. Kong Wei looked at an Iching in shock. Cut them all down? Wouldn't that be bad? An Iching smiled. What's wrong with that? These trees are already infected, so cutting them down is fine. Kong Wei thought so too, but we don't have any tools. We do. Tong Sheng suddenly had a chainsaw in his hand. He flipped the switch, and the saw immediately began to work, making a humming sound. Kong Wei, A moment later, Kong Wei, Zhang Zichen, Tong Sheng, Dong Yin, and Lin Chong each took a chainsaw and began sawing the surrounding trees. The light-based supernatural power directly condensed the light. Compared to the light that had guided them yesterday, this light was more lethal. Like a laser, the beam instantly severed a tree. And Iching's golden thread shot out swiftly, quickly wrapping around a large area of trees. With a flick of her finger, the trees fell one by one with a rumbling roar. The main body was chopping down the trees. The consciousness had already absorbed all the crystal cores. The speed was truly astonishing. After absorbing the crystal cores, an Iching went downstairs. Zhou Tongqi was stunned when he saw an Iching. He subconsciously checked the time. The 20-minute deadline for summoning the Lord had long passed, so why was she still here? He pulled out his citizen card and scrolled to an Iching's name in the contacts. Seeing the dimmed name, he frowned. An Iching had already noticed Zhou Tongqi. Judging by his flurry of actions, she knew he'd become suspicious if he didn't explain clearly. She walked over and said with a smile, Don't worry, it's not someone impersonating me. The person staying here isn't my real self. Zhou Tongqi's suspicion was only fleeting. This was within the territory, and only citizens could appear within it. And within the territory, those who knew an Iching wouldn't be able to impersonate her. Even if someone who didn't know an Iching had awakened the ability to disguise themselves, they wouldn't be able to impersonate her so closely. Although he was curious about the clone situation, he tactfully refrained from asking. Zhou Tongqi walked beside an Iching, meticulously briefing her on every detail of what had happened in the territory since she left. At present, The various positions in the territory had yet to be assigned. Because An Iching hadn't made any assignments yet, Zhou Tongqi didn't take the initiative to assign positions, even though he felt it was inconvenient. An Iching nodded. Go and tell everyone to gather in front of the building after dinner tonight. Some positions should be assigned. Of course, this meant everyone in the territory, not the survivors in the internment zone. Zhou Tongqi, okay. An Iching strolled around the base and returned to the 7th floor. She sat down at her desk, took out a pen and paper, and began to plan the positions. She had actually thought about this a while ago, but assigning positions was a bit of a challenge. She felt a headache as she recalled the positions in her previous life space. She knew of the chief and deputy chiefs, along with their secretaries and assistants. There were also research institutes, hospitals, schools, nurseries, training camps, weapon storage facilities, contribution point management offices, nutrient solution production plants, equipment production plants, base safety inspection departments, and field collection departments. These were the foundations of the base in her previous life. Of course, there might be positions she wasn't aware of. After all, she was just a member of the field collection team back then, not even the team leader, so her knowledge was limited. The Research Institute's territory was definitely needed. Although she now seemed to have everything she wanted thanks to the system, she was only human, and life would eventually come to an end. Once she dies, the system will disappear. Will the things it created based on divine power still exist? Thus, a research team is essential. The hospital has already been established, and we can recruit doctors and nurses to the territory to work there. Although the school hasn't been built yet, the internment area has already begun. She might not have enough building materials, so school construction will have to be postponed. As for the nursery, the territory probably doesn't need it. If survivors in this world truly want to have children, they'd probably raise them themselves, not abandon them in a nursery. A training camp is necessary. The Contribution Point Management Office, in this world's parlance, is essentially the finance department. We now have 2 financial resources in the territory, but 2 people won't be enough, and we need more staff. The nutrient solution production plant isn't needed in the territory, and the equipment production plant can be put on hold for now. The base security department can be modeled after a territory security department. The outbound collection team doesn't need a territory security department, but a search and rescue department is necessary. An Iching wrote furiously in her notebook, quickly listing the various departments. As for who would be in charge of each department, An Iching felt she only needed to appoint the general manager and deputy managers. It would be up to them to determine the positions for their subordinates. After finishing, An Iching let out a long sigh. As dinner time approached, An Iching remembered her promise to An Yao to pick him up whenever she was free. After getting up and stretching her body, An Iching went downstairs to pick him up. It had been a while since we last saw each other, and she wondered how he was doing. When An Iching arrived at the kindergarten class, there were many more children than before. Through the window, she immediately spotted An Yao, who was smiling as he watched the teacher, who was reading a story to the children at the podium. An Iching felt a surge of relief. It seemed like spending more time with children was indeed a good thing for him. At the end of class, An Yao stood up to leave, and as he turned, he saw An Iching standing at the doorway, smiling at him. An Yao was stunned, momentarily dazed. It hadn't been that long since he last seen An Iching, but it felt like centuries had passed. By the time he realized what was happening, he had already left the classroom. See you tomorrow, An Yao. The teacher waved at An Yao with a smile. Goodbye, brother An Yao. The children inside also waved goodbye to An Yao. An Yao regained his composure, turned around and said goodbye to them with a smile. Then, standing in front of An Iching, he paused and asked awkwardly, when did you come back? An Iching looked An Yao up and down in surprise. As they walked back to the territory, she asked, you're not calling me sister anymore? An Yao paused, a little embarrassed. It wasn't that he didn't want to call me sister, it was just that he couldn't bring himself to say it. That day, while learning to draw in the children's section, he had drawn a flower no one recognized. Since then, he started dreaming every night after going to bed. Each dream was long. In his dreams, he became an ordinary person, from birth to death in old age. After waking from his first dream, his mind was a blur, and he couldn't quite distinguish between dream and reality. The second time he dreamed, it felt as if he had truly experienced it. The third time, he began to get used to it. His original childishness gradually shed itself through these dreams. Thanks to these dreams, he was becoming more and more able to blend in with people. But the gap was quite wide. Before, he had felt like a child, ignorant and clueless, but now, he had suddenly become an old man who had experienced countless lifetimes. Well, and Yao didn't think of him as an old man, but he wouldn't think of himself as a child anymore. Now, if he were asked to call an Iching's sister, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. He had a feeling that the things in his dreams were real experiences. If you counted the time he spent in dreams, he must be at least 1,000 years old, enough to be an Iching's ancestor. After an Iching finished speaking, noticing An Yao's lack of reaction, she couldn't help but glance over. His face was expressionless, the corners of his mouth slightly raised in a faint smile. Why aren't you talking? An Iching wondered. An Yao's lip curled downward, and he shook his head gently. Nothing, just remembered something. Ahem. Actually, I learned a lot now, and I don't need to mess around in kindergarten anymore. An Iching noticed that An Yao had changed quite a bit. She looked him up and down. An Yao felt uncomfortable under her gaze. What's wrong? An Iching asked suspiciously, are you really An Yao? An Yao was a bit amused. How could this be fake? Well, actually, I feel like I traveled through time before. Every night I travel to another world and experience life from birth to death again, more than once. And now I'm back again. An Iching, Okay, if you don't want to go to kindergarten anymore, what do you want to do? How about going to elementary school? An Yao pursed his lips. Actually, I think I could help you with something else. An Iching nodded. Other things? What do you think you can do for me? An Yao's eyes flickered, and he looked at her expectantly. Just like that Zhou Tongxi. An Iching, She couldn't help but curl her lips. No. Let's not even talk about whether An Yao had the ability. Even if he did, she wouldn't place him in such a prominent position. She hadn't forgotten An Yao's identity. The incarnation of a god. The kind who might turn evil at any moment. Furthermore, she felt that An Yao's change was very strange, especially his talk of time travel, which made her wary. Perhaps the evil god had begun to influence An Yao. But seeing An Yao look so dejected after being rejected, An Iching felt uncertain again. Whether An Yao was infected or not, she trusted Zhou Tongxi more. An Yao fell silent. Although he didn't show it, An Iching could sense that he was somewhat unhappy. The two of them walked in silence for a while before An Yao spoke again. Or, I could go with them to search for survivors. An Iching paused slightly. I'd think about it. An Yao perked up a little, his lips curled up beautifully. Okay. Dinner's about to start. Go eat. An Iching waved at An Yao, letting him go. An Yao was stunned for a moment, then glanced at An Iching. You're not eating? Then, he finally saw An Iching's current appearance. Although she looked exactly like her original self, An Yao saw something different. An Iching shook her head. I won't eat. You go. An Yao responded, took 2 steps, and glanced back at An Iching. An Iching returned to the 7th floor, and retrieved her notebook. An Iching was uneasy about letting An Yao handle Zhou Tongxi's duties, and even more uneasy about letting him search for survivors. If he were truly corrupted by the evil spirit, wouldn't it be like letting those survivors fall prey to a tiger's mouth if he were to search for them? After dinner, everyone in the territory was summoned to the open space in front of the building. Zhou Tongbin even used his supernatural powers to raise a high earthen platform in front of the crowd, allowing An Iching to stand on it and speak. An Iching glanced at the platform and stepped onto it. Good evening, everyone. You all worked hard all day, so I won't waste any more words. The subjects below the stage were neatly lined up, but their faces now showed some signs of fatigue. Good evening, Lord. We weren't tired, Lord. You were. The uniformed voice startled An Iching for a moment, and she couldn't help but glance at Zhou Tongxi's position. Her instinct told her that this was another one of Zhou Tongxi's doing. I called everyone here today because the base is gradually getting back on track. Today, I'm planning to add some new departments and responsibilities to the territory, and I asked everyone to come and listen, so everyone can understand. An Iching held up her notebook with her plans and said, the first department is the training camp. Zhong Che will serve as the chief instructor, and Xiao Yunan will be the deputy chief instructor. In the crowd, Zhong Che was somewhat surprised. It wasn't that he was the instructor at the training camp, but rather that he was the chief instructor, and Xiao Yunan the deputy chief instructor. An Iching smiled and said, Uncle Zhong, Xiao Yunan, even though everyone knows you, there's still a sense of ceremony. Come up, and let everyone recognize your faces. The people couldn't help but laugh. Zhong Che and Xiao Yunan walked out together, and climbed the dirt steps. An Iching glanced at Zhong Che and Xiao Yunan. From now on, you two will be the leaders of the training camp. The instructors will need you two to assess and select you. Do you understand? Understood. Zhong Che and Xiao Yunan replied in unison. Xiao Yunan stood on the dirt steps, his lips curled up uncontrollably, his heart filled with joy. He didn't think Zhong Che's position as chief instructor meant he was superior to him. After all, Zhong Che was a descendant of ancient martial arts, and he, on the other hand, had learned his bodybuilding techniques from Sister Qing. Not to mention he's currently studying martial arts with Zhong Che. Ultimately, Zhong Che deserves the title of chief instructor, and his appointment as deputy chief instructor is entirely thanks to Sister Qing. And Yiqing said, next, the territory will need a security department. This department will be responsible for security issues both inside and outside the territory. She paused. Wang Bin will serve as the chief of the territory security department, and Chu Dong will serve as the deputy chief. Wang Bin is Zhong Che's second disciple and a more attentive person, making him a more suitable person to handle security matters. Although Chu Dong is only a high school student, he possesses maturity beyond his years and is quite steady. Furthermore, with Wang Bin leading the way, he's more than capable of handling the role of deputy chief. Wang Bin also stepped onto the platform. Chu Dong was still a little dazed. He hadn't expected anything of his own here, and he stood there completely stunned. Qin Chang, standing beside him, was so anxious that he gave him a shove. I'm calling you. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. He was so worried. Chu Dong finally came to his senses, feeling a bit adrift, as if he were still in a dream. And Yiqing continued, there's also a search and rescue department, responsible for searching for survivors and collecting supplies. The director is Tang Bai, and the deputy director is. She paused before continuing, the deputy director is Zhou Tongyuan. Huh? Me? Zhou Tongyuan asked, somewhat surprised. And Yiqing nodded, yes, that's you. Of course, if you don't perform well, I remove you from your position. Before Zhou Tongyuan could even begin to rejoice, and Yiqing poured cold water on him. But his joy remained undimmed, and he happily ran forward. Don't worry, Lord. I do my best, and won't give you the chance to remove me. Tang Bai also stepped forward and stood beside Zhou Tongyuan. Also, appoint Su Yi as acting director of the hospital. From her high perch, and Yiqing spotted Su Yi in the crowd. Su Yi was the obstetrician and gynecologist and Yiqing had brought back from the Holy Land. Her belly was already large when she arrived at the territory, but now, her stomach was flat, clearly indicating the birth of her child. Su Yi was the most experienced doctor in the territory. While it was uncertain whether she could handle the duties of director, she was the most suitable candidate at the moment. She had to give it a try after all. Su Yi emerged from the crowd and stepped onto the platform. She couldn't help but glance at Yiqing. And Yiqing smiled at her, her eyes encouraging. Okay, for now, these are the departments we fill. The others will be filled later. And Yiqing said, however, there are 2 more positions to be filled. From now on, Zhou Tongqi will serve as the Lord Secretary and Assistant, while Zhou Tongbin will be responsible for territory planning and design. And Yiqing had been pondering what position would be appropriate for Zhou Tongqi. A territory only needed one lord, there was no need for a deputy. But she needed someone with the authority of a deputy to assist her in managing the territory. After much thought, the secretary position seemed like a good fit. Since she had complete control over the territory, the secretary was essentially a deputy position. Zhou Tongbin whispered in his ear, wow, brother, the Lord Secretary. Doesn't that mean he's second only to the Lord? Zhou Tongqi glanced at him, said nothing, and stepped onto the platform. Zhou Tongbin smiled and quickly followed. Chapter 122. That night, the people of the territory were a bit overly excited, concentrating on chatting with family and roommates in their rooms, unable to sleep for a while. The territory's departments were currently few and far between, but that was enough to excite them. With specific departments now in place, the territory was truly on track, compared to the previous situation where so many people were clumping together, and the leadership was clueless. Compared to the people's excitement, Zhou Tongqi and his companions, who had taken on specific responsibilities, were noticeably calmer. Zhou Tongqi and his family no longer lived in the building. While accommodations were still tight, they were not as tight as before. Zhou Tongqi, Xiao Yunan, and the others at least had their own rooms. However, Zhou Tongqi's family of 4 still occupied only one apartment, not a single room. Because the residential complex typically had 3 bedrooms and a living room, Ms. Wang had her own room, Zhou Tongqi had his own room, and brothers Zhou Tongbin and Zhou Tongyuan shared a room. The family of 4 sat on the small sofa in the living room. A small sofa, perfect for one person, sat on one side of the square coffee table, with each family member sitting on either side. Have you finished planning the follow-up for the territory? If you have, give it to me, and I hand it over to the Lord tomorrow, Zhou Tongqi asked Zhou Tongbin. He was already feeling sleepy and wanted to go back to his room to sleep, but when Zhou Tongqi pulled him over, Zhou Tongbin couldn't help but say, "Not yet." Sister Qing said there's no rush. We're running low on building materials right now. I hand it over after your summoning cooldown period is over in a few days, and she returns. The territory currently consisted of only the hospital, residential complex, buildings, and an ecological park. Zhou Tongbin had just finished planning the roads, and he also planned to create some green space within the territory. After all, the area outside the territory was now dominated by a grayish, dark hue, creating a visually oppressive feeling. The lush greenery of the ecological park, however, was a welcome relief. He reasoned that, although it was still early days for territory construction, the landscaping could be done while the road construction began, without delaying the project. So, he hadn't yet finalized plans for the rest of the territory. Zhou Tongqi frowned. The summoning cooldown period is only 2 or 3 days away. That means if you submit your plan now, and the Lord approves it, the construction team can begin work on the preliminary work. Once the cooldown period is over and the materials arrive, we can move on to the next step. Zhou Tongbin paused, looking at Zhou Tongqi with some confusion. There's no need to rush, right? Zhou Tongqi stared at him intently. Do you really think you're the only one capable of planning the territory? Don't forget, you're just an architect, someone who hasn't designed a single building. If you don't seize the opportunity the Lord has given you, someone will soon be replacing you. Why do you think the Lord put you in charge of planning the territory without establishing a construction department? Zhou Tongbin was stunned, his previously heated mind slowly cooling down. Zhou Tongyuan yawned nearby, drowsy from what he heard. He listened, but the words went in one ear and out the other. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Wang Weihua, standing next to him, slapped him. Zhou Tongyuan had to sit up straight and steel himself, earning a glare from Wang Weihua. Zhou Tongqi, the Lord is giving you this opportunity. This is also a test. True, the materials aren't in place yet, but you can't wait until everything is complete before submitting the plans. Furthermore, planning isn't something you can just do on your own. If the Lord isn't satisfied, you have to go back and start over. Think about it yourself. Will the Lord still let you take charge of this matter if you delayed the territory's construction? Zhou Tongbin shuddered. He had been feeling sleepy, but now he was completely relaxed. He stood up quickly and said, "Brother, I give you the blueprints tomorrow morning." He wasn't completely unaware of the crisis. He recently taken a lot of books on urban planning from Su Jingxian and been poring over them. The distinction between designer and planner wasn't particularly clear, so it wasn't difficult for him to grasp it. Zhou Tongqi's expression softened a bit. Don't worry. Go to Mafang tomorrow and ask for information on the territory's inhabitants. Pick someone who understands planning and design to work with you. It doesn't matter if they have little knowledge. You can slowly build up your team now. As the territory grows, your brainpower alone won't be enough. Zhou Tongbin, So tonight's incident was meant to scare him. I see. Zhou Tongbin knew that, while it was meant to scare him, it was also because he had been lax lately. During the time the Lord was away from the territory, his work progress had been exceedingly slow. Zhou Tongyuan's energy, perked up by Wang Yuehua's pat, lasted only a few seconds before fading again. Yawning profusely, he felt as if he could fall asleep instantly if he lay down. Then, a cold gaze swept over him, giving Zhou Tongyuan a chill. He instinctively raised his eyes to look at Zhou Tongqi, his voice stammering, brother. Why are you looking at me like that?" He racked his brains to recall that he hadn't done anything wrong recently. He had been diligently leading Territory Team 2 on patrols around the territory recently, and there hadn't been any mistakes. Zhou Tongqi saw what was going on in his mind at a glance. From now on, you not only be the captain of Team 2, but also the deputy director of the entire search and rescue department. Stop that sloppy attitude. And think more before you do anything. Silence for 10 seconds before you speak or act. Zhou Tongyuan, He forced a dry laugh. Well, there's no need to be like this, is there? Am I that clueless? Before he could finish his words, he was met with the stares of his entire family. For a moment, Zhou Tongyuan felt withdrawn. Zhou Tongqi waited for him to fall silent before continuing. Tomorrow, Tang Bai and Wang Bin should divide up the 10 teams and clarify their responsibilities. You be with Tang Bai and Wang Bin. You won't have to interfere with the assignments, but watch and think about them. When you come back tomorrow night, tell me in detail how they're doing it. Zhou Tongyuan was stunned. Brother, are you asking me to monitor them? Wang Weihua couldn't help herself and covered her eyes with her hands, unable to bear the sight. Zhou Tongbin's lips twitched, and he said speechlessly, I'm asking you to learn how others talk and act. Big brother will check on you when you come back. Zhou Tongyuan, eh? Zhou Tongyuan, oh. Zhou Tongxi also felt a little exhausted. Although Zhou Tongyuan was his younger brother, sometimes he really thought he was just clueless. If the territory weren't currently short-staffed, how could he have become deputy minister with his brains, separating the consciousness from its own body, and at such a great distance, was completely overwhelming for an I Ching. That night, the consciousness went to bed early. And I Ching finally didn't have to deal with the perspectives of both sides simultaneously. Even so, her original body was still quite exhausted. She took out some chocolate chips and ate them to regain some mental strength. And I Ching looked around at the fallen trees that had been cut down. After a day of tireless effort, a large area had been cleared in the center of the forest. Tong Sheng and his team used chainsaws, so felling trees was slow. But in I Ching and Yi Wei, one using gold thread and the other using light, were much faster. The clearing now covered nearly 100 acres. However, looking out from the edge of the clearing, there was still a dense, endless forest. Kong Wei shook his numb hands. Although only a low-level psychic, his physical fitness was far superior to that of an average person. Even after a day of sawing trees, his hands still felt like they were about to be broken, sore and painful. This place is so huge. How did we get trapped here? Zhang Zichen, who was nearby, rested against a tree trunk, kneading his hands and looking at an I Ching. Sister, do you want to continue? It was getting dark, and everyone was exhausted. Dong Yin and the others also sat nearby, sipping water and resting. And I Ching shook her head. No, get in the car and rest. We continue tomorrow. Just remember to record what happened today. Dong Yin suddenly said, I won't get in the car. I just rest outside. And I Ching looked over. Dong Yin paused. I want to see what happens if I stay out here. Don't worry, I record everything immediately. Lin Chong frowned. Then I go with you. Yi Wei also said, then the three of us will stay out here. And I Ching also noticed that Dong Yin, now with her amnesia, was somewhat distrustful of her. Especially after a day of sawing trees, she probably suspected her own amnesia was related to her. At this point, I Ching couldn't show that she didn't have amnesia. If they knew she didn't, they would probably become even more suspicious of her. Kong Wei and Zhang Zichen exchanged glances, then turned to an I Ching. And I Ching was silent for a moment, then nodded, all right, be careful. With that, she pulled out the battle car, opened the door, and climbed in. Kong Wei and Zhang Zichen hesitated for 2 seconds before quickly following. The old man, with the little girl, looked at the woods, which had become even more eerie and terrifying after dark, then at the battle car. Although he felt a bit frightened, the car looked much safer than the trees. He gritted his teeth and followed along with his granddaughter. Tong Shun glanced at Dong Yin and the other two as he passed them, then climbed into the car. The car door closed. Lin Chong then whispered, Sister Yin, is there something wrong with an I Ching? Yi Wei also looked at Dong Yin. Dong Yin hesitated for a moment, then shook her head, I don't know. And I Ching was indeed incredibly strong. Not to mention the ample food and water, and the incredibly safe combat vehicle, the speed with which she used her golden thread to chop down the surrounding trees was enough to demonstrate her prowess. If an I Ching truly had some ulterior motive, even this group of people combined would be no match for her. She wouldn't have needed to resort to such a roundabout approach. It's more likely that because an I Ching was so powerful, the domain owner was wary and afraid to confront her head-on, so they resorted to this roundabout approach to weaken their strength. If that were the case, separating from an I Ching might make it easier for the person behind the scenes to reveal themselves. Dong Yin shared her thoughts with Lin Chong and Yi Wei, writing them down in her notebook. Lin Chong and Yi Wei pondered for a moment, believing Dong Yan's suspicions to be highly plausible. Then should we move further away? Lin Chong gestured to the battle vehicle not far from them. Dong Yin nodded. Yes, we go into the woods later. We don't need to be too far away, about 100 meters will be enough. Yi Wei was a little worried. Wouldn't that be too dangerous? Dong Yin glanced at him. I'm worried that if we keep delaying like this, our memories will fade more and more. The longer it goes, the worse it will be for us. What if our memories remain at the level of infancy? Lin Chong's eyes widened in surprise. No, that's impossible, right? Yi Wei, however, thought of the old man's granddaughter. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke uncertainly. It's possible. Have you noticed the old man's granddaughter today? Lin Chong paused, a little startled. Puzzled, that child has always had a low sense of presence. It's like she was frightened into silence in the cave. She's been dazed, mostly silent, and only cries occasionally. He Wei, who didn't remember what happened in the cave, was silent for a moment, then continued, but she slept for a long time today. She cries when she wakes up, and sleeps again after eating. It's like she's regressed to infancy. Dong Yin nodded. Her crying today was indeed different from before. It's likely related to the reversion to infancy. The extent of memory loss varies from person to person. Some lose it for longer periods, while others for shorter periods. If the little girl suddenly reverts to infancy, then she would have lost the longest memory of the group. If someone can lose 10 years of memory in an instant, how long will it take them to lose it the next time? 10? 20? Dong Yin walked towards the woods. Let's all stay up tonight, and see if we have amnesia tomorrow morning. Got it. Lin Chong and He Wei followed. And I Ching returned to the battle vehicle, washed up, and ate a simple dinner before collapsing into bed. Even though she felt so exhausted she could fall asleep at any moment, and I Ching fought to stay awake. She closed her eyes, and simultaneously cultivated her spiritual power with her main body and her consciousness. This was her first attempt at this. Soon, two images appeared before I Ching's eyes, and her spiritual power split in two, circulating. Whether it was an illusion, I Ching felt as if something invisible pounced upon her while she was cultivating her spiritual power, absorbed by both her consciousness and her body. The spiritual power cycled over and over again. Territory. On the 6th floor of the building, the windows of Yao's room were wide open. He was wearing a temperature-controlled combat uniform and sat against the window, his legs crossed and dangling out the window. He tilted his head back, his face, so beautiful it looked almost mannequin-like, completely exposed in the silvery moonlight. After a moment, Yao slowly extended his hand, watching the moonlight filter through his fingers. Under the moonlight, Yao's previously dark pupils shone with an eerie glint. Only upon closer inspection could one see a deep, dark crimson lingering beneath them. The dark crimson shimmered within his pitch-black pupils. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, his gaze shifting from the moon to a single direction. He emanated a dangerous aura. If the children were here, they probably wouldn't feel a liking for him, they would simply burst into tears of fear. Yao's form suddenly transformed into a puff of black smoke, ascending through the window, and silently entering the crack on the 7th floor. On the bed, I Ching's consciousness lay motionless, eyes closed. The black smoke entered through the crack in the window, but she was completely oblivious. Soon, the smoke coalesced into a humanoid shape beside the bed. Yao sat on the edge of the bed, tilting his head, looking at her with a smile on his face. He gently stroked I Ching's face with his fingers, and spoke, his voice a bit deeper than usual. Cheating isn't a good habit. As he spoke, a dark crimson surged in Yao's eyes, and a thick black mist enveloped I Ching's consciousness. In an inconspicuous corner by the window, an inconspicuous mass squirmed, silently approaching the bed. Instantly, countless golden threads burst forth from the mass, weaving into an impenetrable net that instantly enveloped the bed and its occupant. Yao, transformed into black mist, immediately attempted to flee upon realizing something was amiss. However, no matter which direction he tried to escape, the black mist would collide directly with the net woven from golden threads of concentrated divine power. I Ching's consciousness, previously devoured by him, easily transformed into liquid and seeped out of the impenetrable net. The escaping consciousness merged with the remaining consciousness outside, merging into one. Soon, the consciousness recondensed into I Ching's form. She pulled up a chair and sat down, smiling at Yao, trapped and unable to escape, who had finally transformed into a human form. Good evening, Yao. Although the net was extremely tight and impenetrable, I Ching could clearly see through the golden mesh, Yao sitting on the bed, with a terrifyingly gloomy expression. Meeting his eyes, dark as ink, yet faintly shimmering with a faint, shimmering crimson light, I Ching's smile faltered. In an instant, she felt as if she were sinking into a bottomless abyss of interwoven black and crimson, her body plummeting at an incredible speed. Yao, looking at the dazed I Ching, whispered, "Open it, let me out." His voice held a strange rhythm, and the dazed I Ching froze even further after hearing it. She slowly raised her hand, and the golden cage encircling Yao began to loosen in an instant. Yao's lips curled up, revealing a sinister expression not usually seen on his face. The golden thread gradually loosened, and Yao's body gradually began to vaporize, preparing to devour I Ching's consciousness once again. I Ching's dazed expression suddenly cleared, the smile on her face fading. Without hesitation, she hooked her finger. The slightly loosened golden thread suddenly tightened and shrank rapidly. The comfortable bed that Su Jingxian had specially prepared for I Ching creaked as the golden thread gathered, then shattered with a bang. And Yao inside instantly let out a trembling cry, "Sister, sister." And I Ching paused in her movements to gather the golden thread as the pained, weak voice echoed. She didn't meet In Yao's eyes, unsure if this In Yao was truly In Yao. Although I Ching sympathized with In Yao and felt a certain pity for him, she never forgot his identity, the incarnation of a god, a person easily corrupted by evil spirits. The In Yao she met this time was so different from before that she wasn't sure if he had already been corrupted, or if he hadn't yet realized it. But what he said at the time easily led to other speculations. For example, could it be that the polluted deity had a backup plan, which was why In Yao kept traveling through time and space, experiencing a life cycle from birth to death? After all, she had met Yang Jin before, so this explanation seemed quite convincing. But, the more convincing it seemed, the more doubts In Ching harbored. Does the deity really have a backup plan? Their true form couldn't resist the pollution, and even their unpolluted parts were barely suppressing it. What else could they possibly have, letting their spirit fragments reincarnate? What effect would that have? Of course, perhaps what In Yao said was true, and perhaps the deity had indeed made arrangements. But I Ching still made preparations when she returned to the 7th floor. Many times, it's better to be prepared for many things. If nothing happened, that would be great, but if something did happen, she would be able to handle it well. Of course, besides her suspicions about In Yao, she had another suspicion. That is, the evil god had seen her consciousness in Minghua City. Although she quickly devoured the evil god's clone, she wasn't sure whether its memories would be transmitted to the evil god. Of course, with such uncertainties, it's best to prepare for the worst. How could the evil god not respond if he knew of her consciousness? And the Lord's summons from heaven was no secret to the evil god. The gods are omniscient, and even if the evil god is slightly weaker, he must have known that Song Yu was by her side, and that Song Yu possessed the ability to predict the future. Thus, I Ching felt that the evil god would not fail to anticipate the possibility that her consciousness might escape that realm. Then the evil god would surely find a way to attack her consciousness. Thus, I Ching had made preparations long in advance. While it might be dangerous for her consciousness to face the evil god alone, it was the most effective in this situation. The consciousness's control over divine power was gradually strengthening. This time, she had absorbed all the crystal cores she had previously refined, significantly increasing her divine power. Thus, not only had she set up a miasma in her room, but she had also deployed consciousnesses to stand guard in inconspicuous locations throughout the territory. With her consciousnesses dispersed, I Ching's perspective shifted to a multi-monitored perspective. While it felt strange, it gave her peace of mind. To avoid detection from the evil god, I Ching's consciousness, which was cultivating her spiritual power, remained confined to the bed. The scattered consciousnesses lay dormant, like an inconspicuous speck of dust. And I Ching had originally thought that even if there was something wrong with In Yao, he wouldn't act so quickly. He would definitely wait a while, perhaps until her vigilance had weakened. However, even then, I Ching had no intention of letting down her guard. Who would have thought that In Yao would actually strike today? However, this also made I Ching clearly aware of the evil god's urgency to eliminate her immediately. But so far, she hadn't troubled the evil god. After all, she didn't even know where the evil god was, so there was no way she could trouble him. The evil god had always attacked her, and she had merely responded. Why was the evil god so desperate? Did her presence have any effect on him? I Ching watched In Yao, whimpering in pain like a little animal in his golden cage. He seemed lost and puzzled, his voice trembling as he called out "sister" over and over again. Having nearly fallen last time, I Ching naturally wouldn't meet In Yao's gaze this time. She lowered her eyelids, avoiding his gaze. "Are you really In Yao?" she asked calmly. And Yao's voice sounded aggrieved. "Sister, it's me." And I Ching smiled. "But this is my room. Why are you here?" And Yao paused, shifting slightly, as if to look around. After a moment's pause, she said, bewildered, I don't know. "Sister, why am I here?" And I Ching groaned softly, and the golden thread suddenly gathered. "Ah!" And Yao's voice suddenly became shrill. Her bed crumbled to ash, falling from the gathering golden thread into a heap. The golden thread was quickly pulled in and absorbed into the consciousness. Engulfed and absorbed by the consciousness, and Yao struggled mightily, calling for mercy, "Sister." And I Ching remained unmoved. It wasn't that she was cold-blooded and heartless, but she was very clear that this In Yao was no longer the In Yao she knew. As the incarnation of a god, In Yao was connected to her. Under normal circumstances, I Ching would have sensed that subtle connection if she had only carefully sensed it. After all, In Yao had no divine power to replenish, and even if he didn't use it regularly, it would be depleted day by day. And I Ching had abundant divine power, so some of it would have been transferred to An Yao. This subtle transition was subtle, and An Yiqing wouldn't have noticed it unless she paid close attention. She had just spoken to him, wanting to sense it more carefully, but she couldn't. She didn't feel any of the divine power that had transferred, even if she had actively tried to. The purified divine power had a natural aversion to contamination, not wanting to blend in, only to purify. The bed was gone from the room, and An Yiqing tried to use her divine power to restore it. However, the ashes wouldn't budge, and after several attempts, they still couldn't be restored. An Yiqing had no choice but to turn around and rest on the sofa. As she lay there, An Yiqing felt a little uneasy. After all, it was An Yao she had rescued from that dark room. Even though she had known An Yao probably wouldn't live long, they had been together for so long, and he still depended on her so much. An Yiqing felt melancholy for a moment, then separated herself into another small consciousness. This time, she didn't hide in the corner by the window, but moved to another location. The next morning, just before dawn, Zhou Tongyuan was woken by Zhou Tongbin. Zhou Tongyuan drowsily opened his eyes, yawned, and said sleepily, "What are you doing? It's still dark. Isn't it time for training yet?" Zhou Tongbin pulled the blanket off Zhou Tongyuan. "Wake up, Tang Bai is here to see you." Zhou Tongyuan reluctantly got up and dressed after the blanket was pulled off him. Confused, he asked, "Why is Tang Bai here? Couldn't he just send me a message?" Zhou Tongbin twitched his lips and smiled. "Yeah, but some people look human, but are actually pigs." Zhou Tongyuan, eh? He immediately understood Zhou Tongbin's implication, and instinctively pulled out his resident card to check. He saw 2 missed calls, and 3 messages from Tang Bai. In addition, there were several messages from the members of his second team, as well as calls and messages from Xiao Yunan. Zhou Tongyuan was shocked by the number of missed calls and messages. He truly hadn't heard a thing. After all, he was training his mental power last night, not like he was completely asleep. How could he not have heard anything? Not to mention Zhou Tongbin's speechless look, Zhou Tongyuan himself was starting to question his life. Could it be that he was so engrossed in his mental training that he didn't hear anything? Zhou Tongyuan couldn't help scratching his head. "Ah, it's not my fault. I really didn't hear anything." He hurriedly got up, opened the door, and went out, only to see Tang Bai standing there waiting. Tang Bai nodded gently. "Let's go! Let's assign the teams before training." Zhou Tongyuan hurriedly washed up and followed Tang Bai out. "So early? Isn't it too early?" "Actually, assigning the teams after training is just as effective." Tang Bai smiled. "The sooner the better. Wang Bin is really anxious." Zhou Tongyuan was puzzled. "What's he anxious about?" Tang Bai, "Of course, it's the safety of the territory. Even though the territory has a protective barrier, there are still so many survivors in the internment area. Those people don't have the protection of the territory barrier." Before, without specific responsibilities, Wang Bin didn't have to worry about these matters. Zhou Tongxi was responsible for them all. Now that he is the head of the Territory Security Department, he naturally has to consider security issues outside the territory as well. If An Yiqing hadn't been so late assigning responsibilities last night, he would have wanted to assign the teams first. Zhou Tongyuan couldn't help yawning several times along the way. Last night, Zhou Tongyuan had been nagging him, and it took a long time for him to wash up and go to bed. He really didn't sleep well. Of course, he was actually cultivating his spiritual power while sleeping, so he wasn't that sleepy and was still alert. But he wasn't used to sleeping so long, so he instinctively fell asleep. Soon, Zhou Tongyuan followed Tang Bai to their destination, a large open space not far from the residential complex. This area, also within the territory, had been leveled, but nothing had been built on it yet. It was quite empty, and the people of the territory usually trained here. When Zhou Tongyuan took one look, he couldn't stop yawning. He had thought that many people wouldn't have arrived yet, so he walked over and saw that all the team leaders and members were present. Only he, the captain of the second team, and deputy director of the search and rescue department, was late. Tang Bai didn't count, because Tang Bai had personally gone to call him. Zhou Tongyuan felt a little embarrassed, his face flushing. Especially when he saw Xiao Yunan, who stood not far away, watching the show, he felt even more ashamed. Ever since Xiao Yunan began teaching the internment group physical training, he maintained the habit of waking up early. Later, after An Yiqing helped him awaken his superpowers, he rose even earlier each day to practice physical training, swordsmanship, and his own superpowers. Wang Bin saw Zhou Tongyuan approaching, nodded and greeted him, then looked at the 10 teams. "Minister Tang and I have discussed this. The assignments to each team are entirely voluntary. Those willing to join the security department should stand with me, and those willing to join the search and rescue team should stand with Minister Tang. Wang Bin's face was serious, his voice steady, as he scanned the 10 teams in front of him. The 10 teams now had quite a few members, each with 20 or 30, totaling 200 or 300. The number of people was small, and they would need to recruit the best from both physical and sword skills later on. However, they also needed to have some of the current 200 or 300 people here to work with. When new members joined later, it would be better to let those who were already familiar with the situation lead them. Zhou Tongyuan took Zhou Tongxi's advice to heart, listening attentively to Wang Bin's words. He then glanced at Wang Bin, Tang Bai, and the others, and then at the 10 teams. Team 9, led by Tang Bai, sided with Tang Bai without hesitation. But Team 2, led by Zhou Tongyuan, was hesitant, frequently glancing at Zhou Tongyuan's face. Zhou Tongyuan was no fool. If these people were willing to join the search and rescue department, they wouldn't be so hesitant and look at his face. When he led Team 2, they hadn't yet gone out to search for survivors. They had only been patrolling the territory. The occasional zombies they encountered from nowhere were rare and easy to deal with. Seeing the actions of Team 2, Zhou Tongyuan's face darkened. He said unhappily, "We already said it's voluntary. Why are you looking at me? If you want to go to the security department, just go directly there. No need to worry about my attitude." Everyone in Team 2 breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and without hesitation, they all ran to Wang Bin's side. Zhou Tongyuan, Although he understood, he was still furious. Looking at Tang Bai, then at himself, Zhou Tongyuan suddenly felt ashamed of himself as the deputy director. He had no face at all, not even a single person willing to come with him to the search and rescue department. The teams were quickly assigned. Those heading to the security department included Team 2, led by Zhou Tongyuan, Team 3, led by Wang Bin, and Teams 5 and 6, led by Wang Bin's junior brothers Zhang Weihai and Liu. Arriving at the search and rescue department were Team 1, led by Xiao Yunan, Teams 4, 7, and 8, led by Wang Bin's junior brother Xiang Yongqi, Teams 9, led by Tang Bai, and Team 10, led by Tan Xiang. Tan Xiang's team consisted entirely of women who had been rescued from the religious community by an I Ching, an all-female army. However, the others dared not underestimate Tan Xiang's team. Their relentless training was renowned throughout the territory. Back in the internment zone, when the teams competed against each other, many were no match for these women. Of course, not all teams chose a single department. Some teams had the majority of their members choose the search and rescue department, but one or two, unwilling to take the risk, opted for the security department. Some teams, even among the majority who chose the security department, had one or two members who chose the search and rescue department. After the teams were assigned, Wang Bin assigned the newly formed security department patrols to begin patrols. The original teams 2, 3, 5, and 6 were reorganized into teams 1, 2, 3, and 4. The team previously led by Zhou Tongyuan was temporarily handed over to Chu Dong. Wang Bin continued to lead his previous team, but he promoted him to deputy captain, who would temporarily lead the team when Wang Bin was unavailable. At morning training time, everyone in the territory arrived, as did everyone in the internment area. After training, the patrol team began to disperse around the area. Teams 1, 2, 3, and 4 each split into several 5-person teams for patrol. Today was the first day, and Wang Bin also joined the patrol. As deputy team leader, Chu Dong certainly couldn't be idle either. However, the two of them went in different directions. Chu Dong was still a little nervous and uneasy. This was his first patrol. Shortly after leaving the territory, he saw a car approaching. Chapter 123. Dong Yin and the other two didn't dare stray too far from the battle vehicle. They leaned against a tree trunk in the forest, with inside of it. Afraid of falling asleep, the three chatted idly. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from Yiwei's hand. The next moment, the trees in front of them were cut down. Dong Yin and Lin Chong immediately alerted their surroundings. But everything was silent and still. What happened? Dong Yin looked at Yiwei. Yiwei's expression was particularly grim. He lowered his head to look at the ground beneath his feet, his lips moving for a moment as he said, "The ground is moving." Dong Yin subconsciously glanced at the dirt beneath her feet, then raised her head to look in the direction where Yiwei had cut down the trees. Originally, this direction was where the battle vehicle was parked, and they were only about 100 meters away, visible through the gaps between the trees. But now, Dong Yan's heart sank. Yiwei had just used his beam to cut through the trees about 100 meters ahead, but there was no sight of the battle vehicle. The large clearing ahead, where the trees should have been cut down, was gone. The three of them now felt as if they were deep in a dense forest. The ground was moving, but what about the trees? Had the surrounding trees also moved while they weren't paying attention? Dong Yin gathered her thoughts and said, "He-Wei, illuminate." He-Wei understood and concentrated a ball of white light to illuminate the surroundings. Dong Yin immediately took out her notebook and wrote down what she had just discovered. Lin Chong also took out his notebook to record his observations. Suddenly, Dong Yin paused, pondering for a moment, and looked at He-Wei. "Please rewrite it for me." After recording everything, the three sat down to rest. The trees on the ground were moving. Even if they went looking for an I Ching and the others, as long as the domain master didn't want them to find them, they would only get further and further away from them, no matter where they moved or what direction they took. However, since they had already moved them so far, why hadn't the domain master appeared yet? The three rested on the spot, but they didn't sleep, remaining vigilant for the domain master who might appear at any moment. Dawn broke, and tiny rays of light filtered through the dense leaves, casting a faint glow, brightening the dense forest slightly, but still dark and eerie. The white fog seemed even thicker than before. Although their thermostatic combat suits could regulate the temperature to prevent them from freezing, their exposed skin could clearly feel the temperature difference. Dong Yin was momentarily stunned. Her once wary gaze flickered to the two men across from her. She quickly stepped back, keeping a safe distance. "Who are you? Where is this place?" Her family had been transformed into zombies during the apocalypse. Fortunately, she had awakened her fire ability. Although it was weak at first, it greatly enhanced her physique, allowing her to kill her zombie family and escape. Afterwards, Dong Yin simply gathered some supplies, and quickly headed for the base in Province S, the closest to her home. She knew full well that the zombies would be the fewest in the early stages of the apocalypse, and that the more time passed, the more zombies would appear, so she didn't dare delay. On the way, she felt compassion and saved a space-based psychic. However, this psychic secretly stole all her supplies. Dong Yin was furious and wanted to kill the psychic, but he had already fled, taking her car with him. She had no idea where to find him. Just as she was struggling to walk towards the town, hoping to find a usable vehicle, her vision blurred and she found herself in a dense forest. Dong Yin eyed the two men across from her warily, suspecting them of psychics intent on killing people and stealing supplies. She immediately said, "I don't have any supplies on me right now. They've been robbed. Look, I don't even have my backpack." Outnumbered, she was clearly at a disadvantage. Not to mention that the two men had somehow managed to make her suddenly appear there. Dong Yin calmly wiped at the nearby trees, confirming that this wasn't an illusion, but a real secret order. Where she had been before, there wasn't such a large forest. Lin Chong looked at Dong Yin in confusion. Sorry, what did you just say?" He wondered if he had misheard. Lin Chong couldn't help but scratch his head. He had run out of food on the way to the base, and had to gather some nearby before continuing on his way. Unexpectedly, he encountered a horde of zombies. Terrified, he fled frantically, eventually being cornered on the rooftop. Unfortunately, the door lock was broken, leaving him holding the door shut by himself as the zombies pounded on it. Then, the zombies chasing him vanished, and he emerged into a forest, facing a man and a woman. Lin Chong, convinced they must have saved him, excitedly tried to thank them, when he saw Dong Yin cautiously retreat and say something that left him bewildered. Even if he was foolish, Lin Chong realized that if it wasn't this woman who saved him then. Lin Chong's gaze shifted to He-Wei, who stood beside him. He-Wei frowned, his gaze flickering between Dong Yin and Lin Chong. Seeing Lin Chong looking at him, he immediately stepped back, putting some distance between them. He-Wei was also confused, wondering how he had just been beaten and thrown out, only to find himself in this very place in the blink of an eye. When the apocalypse struck, He-Wei was resting at home with a cold and a fever. Once the apocalypse arrived, his family was left with nothing to eat or drink. As soon as he felt a little better, he had no choice but to bravely go out and search for supplies. He went early, so the supermarket near his home was deserted. Luckily, the door was unlocked. He snuck into the supermarket and settled in temporarily, but within 2 days, several other people had also arrived. These people, taking advantage of their numbers, tried to kick He-Wei out. He-Wei, unable to resist arguing, ended up beating them up and throwing them out. He-Wei gritted his teeth in anger, his vision blurring for a moment. When he came to, he was standing in the woods. He had no idea why he had suddenly appeared there, and he was extremely wary. But after hearing what Dong Yin had just said, it seemed as if she thought they were robbers. He wary, distanced himself from the bewildered Lin Chong. He felt strange too. Logically, having just been beaten, he should be aching all over. After all, those people had hit him hard. But he felt no pain at all. No, if it hurt, there was actually a spot that hurt. He Wei's movement gave Dong Yin a bad feeling. She thought he was going to attack her. Gritting her teeth, she didn't want to sit there and wait for death. Even if she couldn't beat her, she had to give it a try. So, she hurled 3 fireballs, one at the bewildered Lin Chong, the other 2 at He Wei, who seemed ready to attack her. He Wei's first reaction, startled, was to step back and dodge. However, the fireball was moving too fast, making it impossible for him to dodge. He instinctively raised his hands to protect his head and face. In that instant, 2 beams of light shot out from his palms, instantly piercing the fireball. The fireball's flames were dispersed and extinguished. Elsewhere, Lin Chong, frightened by the attack, turned and ran. The dense, thick trees around him made escape difficult. The fireball drew closer and closer, and he could feel its scorching heat. For a moment, he was filled with despair. Tripping over a tree root, Lin Chong stumbled, falling headfirst, and the fireball slammed into him. Lin Chong closed his eyes, desperately waiting for death, only to discover that, aside from a scorching heat, he felt nothing. Hesitantly opening his eyes, he was surprised to find that his hands had turned into clay. He slowly rose from the ground and looked down at himself. Not just his hands, his entire body had turned to clay. Could this be his supernatural power? Lin Chong heard the sounds of fighting behind him, and turned to see Dong Yin and Lin Chong already locked in a tangle. Punches and kicks were exchanged at a rapid pace, occasionally accompanied by blasts of fire and light-based supernatural powers. He swallowed hard and quietly backed away. He felt both of them were formidable, more than he could handle. While they were fighting, should he turn and flee? As the sky gradually brightened, and I Ching opened her eyes. When she opened her eyes, she was momentarily confused, but quickly realized her current situation through her consciousness. She rubbed her brow, a splitting headache aching. Having her memory forcibly erased, and then having to retrieve the memories of her conscious form from her own, the two collided, and she felt like her brain was about to explode. And I Ching hurriedly pulled out chocolate chips from her space, and poured them into her mouth. After eating 2 boxes of chocolate chips, she finally felt some relief from the exploding headache. The battlefield vehicle was in chaos. The little girl in the old man's arms cried loudly. The old man's memories had returned to the pre-apocalyptic erasure, and in panic, he had to comfort his crying granddaughter. Tong Sheng raised his hand to cover his head, feeling a slight headache. His girlfriend Chu Chu had dragged him onto the bus, saying she wanted to take him to night school. He always felt unable to refuse Chu Chu, so he had no choice but to follow her on board. The bus had just jolted, and when Tong Sheng opened his eyes, he found the interior completely transformed. The bus, which had been packed before, was now pitifully empty. At a glance, only a few people remained. The view outside the window was even more unfamiliar. Instead of tall buildings, it was densely packed trees. What was going on? Chu Chu. Tong Sheng turned to look beside him, then froze. Chu Chu. Tong Sheng excitedly stood up, anxiously looking around, unable to resist asking the old man who was holding his granddaughter and coaxing her, "Grandpa, have you seen my girlfriend? The one who was sitting next to me earlier." The old man had no time to deal with him. His little granddaughter was sobbing, breathless, her face flushed crimson. He tried to find his phone to call his son and daughter-in-law, but couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Thankfully, he found some food in his backpack. Thinking his granddaughter might be hungry, he quickly unwrapped a piece of bread and coaxed her into eating. The little girl felt something near her lips and instinctively opened her mouth to take it in. However, she didn't chew on the bread, instead sucking intently. Grandpa, have you seen my girlfriend? Where is this place? Why is the bus driving through the woods?" Tong Sheng was furious when the old man ignored him. The old man finally breathed a sigh of relief when his granddaughter finally stopped crying. He waved his hand. I don't know. He had no idea how he and his granddaughter had ended up on this strange bus, and he felt uneasy. He couldn't help but look around, wondering if they had been kidnapped too. Kong Wei remembered sleeping in the dormitory, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. He frantically looked around and finally saw someone familiar. Zhang Zichen. With a familiar figure beside him, the feeling of being overwhelmed by fear eased slightly, but he still felt terrified. Do you know what's going on? How did we get here? I remember sleeping in the dorm. Zhang Zichen swallowed hard and huddled with Kong Wei, as if that would alleviate his fear. He shook his head. I don't know. I was just looking up information in the library, and then in the blink of an eye, I was here. Besides the two of them, there was an unfamiliar young man and an elderly man holding a child. The scene seemed familiar. Kong Wei and Zhang Zichen exchanged glances. Infinite-style novels have been incredibly popular in recent years, and they both read a fair share of them. Isn't this exactly like the beginning of an Infinite Flow novel? They all suddenly and inexplicably enter the Infinite Flow world, appearing on buses, trains, or in the village entrance hotel. It's very common. No way. Kong Wei swallowed hard, his fear growing even stronger. Zhang Zichen began to tremble all over, a deep sense of despair rising in his heart. If it wasn't the Infinite Flow, how could I suddenly appear here from the library? What should I do? How can we survive? Before even experiencing danger, he was already imagining how he would die. After all, the Infinite Flow they read about could actually kill people. They were just ordinary college students, not the brilliant minds or incredible luck of the protagonists in Infinite Flow novels. Suddenly, there was movement ahead of the battle vehicle. Kong Wei and Zhang Zichen immediately looked ahead warily. Then they saw someone stand up. Kong Wei's eyes widened. Could it be the guiding NPC? And Yiqing had just recovered from her headache when the noise behind her made her head hurt. She sighed and turned to see Tong Sheng banging on the car door, trying to get out. Stop, calm down, and Yiqing said. Influenced by An Yao's reaction last night, and Yiqing subconsciously channeled her divine power into her voice. After she finished speaking, Tong Sheng paused, his anxiety slightly calmed. He stopped banging on the door and frowned at An Yiqing. Kong Wei, Zhang Zichen, and the old man all looked at An Yiqing. And Yiqing stopped pretending to have lost her memory. In this situation, there was no point in continuing. You all have your own notes. Look at them, and you understand the situation. Kong Wei and Zhang Zichen still thought An Yiqing was their NPC guide, believing it was some important clue. They nervously followed their instructions. When they looked down for their notebooks, they realized they weren't wearing their usual clothes, but a tight-fitting outfit made of an unknown material. The notebook was hanging around their waists, something they hadn't noticed before. Kong Wei picked up the notebook and saw the words on the cover. They were in his own handwriting. It read, "Your name is Kong Wei. This is the apocalypse, a zombie apocalypse. You are trapped in a realm that causes amnesia. Trust in Yiqing, she's your savior." Kong Wei was stunned, rubbing his eyes and looking more closely. It was indeed his handwriting. But the apocalypse? Is the world really ending? Is it real? And who was An Yiqing? The name sounded like a girl's. There was only one girl in the car, and that was the one he assumed was the NPC guide. Kong Wei was about to look at An Yiqing when Zhang Zichen, standing beside him, pulled him back. Kong Wei looked at Zhang Zichen. Zhang Zichen's face was grim, and he asked, somewhat quizzically, "How old are you? What year are you in college?" Kong Wei was stunned by the question and uttered an "ah," looking at Zhang Zichen with some confusion. "Don't you know how old I am?" Zhang Zichen pursed his lips and said, "Answer me first." Although a little puzzled, Kong Wei could see his seriousness and replied, "I'm 18, a freshman." Zhang Zichen paused for a moment, then rephrased the question, "Do you remember what month and date it was before you came here?" Kong Wei frowned. Zhang Zichen's strange attitude reminded him of what he had just seen on the cover, about them being trapped in a realm that causes amnesia. Was Zhang Zichen confirming this? Wednesday, March 17th. Zhang Zichen's lips trembled, and he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. If you're not lying to me, then what I wrote in my notebook must be true. Because I remember looking up information in the library on September 20th, not long after our freshman year started. Kong Wei was stunned. No, aren't we already in the second semester of our freshman year? He hurriedly opened his notebook to read the contents, and the more he read, the uglier his expression grew. Tong Sheng, who was at the door, was also flipping through a notebook. After reading the contents, Tong Sheng's expression went from shock to pain, and finally numbness. He clutched the notebook tightly with both hands, his eyes somewhat hollow. "No, it can't be true, it can't be true." Tong Sheng roared, throwing the notebook away with all his might. He squatted down, holding his head, tears streaming down his face. The person who knows you best is yourself. Tong Sheng had long anticipated that if his memories were to return to the time before Chu-Chu's death, he would find it difficult to accept the fact that Chu-Chu was dead, and would subconsciously deny it. So when he took notes, he wrote them specifically for himself, so that even if he couldn't accept it, he would have to believe the fact of Chu-Chu's death. The old man also took his notebook and read it. His hands trembled violently at the contents. He couldn't help but hug his little granddaughter, tears welling in his eyes. and Iching waited until they all calmed down before saying, "Okay, let's record everyone's current memories." Several people gathered together to record their memories. Afterward, and Iching opened the car door and got out to find Dong Yin. The door of the battle car opened, and an Iching paused. The large clearing they had cleared yesterday had vanished, and the battle car was surrounded by dense trees. And Dong Yin and the others were no longer where they had been last night. Thankfully, Dong Yin and the others had chosen to stay outside yesterday. She had anticipated this possibility, so she used said tracking on them, leaving behind the scent of the three of them. Now, and Iching used her supernatural powers to track the three's location and quickly found them. About a few kilometers away from an Iching, Dong Yin and the other two were already engaged in a fight. Their eyes were red, and they were all wielding a ferocious force, as if they were determined to kill the two men on the other side. Lin Chong had originally not wanted to fight them. He had intended to sneak away. Instead, a beam of light from He Wei directly severed one of his arms. Even though he could still reattach his arm after being reduced to clay, Lin Chong was furious. So, a three-way melee ensued. Aside from the clay-turned Lin Chong, the other two were already injured to varying degrees. By this point, the three men were completely engrossed in the fight, completely unaware of the sudden appearance of a massive black hole nearby. The black hole suddenly rushed over, swallowing the three men in one gulp. At this moment, the three men, only then aware of the sudden appearance of the black hole, were startled and retreated. However, it was too late. Their retreat was no match for the black hole's speed. Instantly, the three men were swallowed by the hole. Before the three of them could react, they were spit out the next moment. Before Dong Yin, Lin Chong, and He Wei could even stand, three golden threads shot out, tightly binding them, making them unable to move. Dong Yan's face changed drastically, and she looked up at an Iching. And Iching said decisively and quickly, "I'm letting you go, but you're not allowed to attack again. You have a notebook on you. Once you read it, you understand the current situation." She looked at the three of them. "Do you understand?" Dong Yin and the others were a little confused, not understanding what she meant. But an Iching had already released the magical golden threads. Even after being released, the three of them were quite wary of an Iching, who could completely restrain them. Lin Chong felt around, but found nothing. Hesitantly, "What notebook? I don't have it." Dong Yin also searched her body, but found nothing. She looked at an Iching suspiciously. An Iching paused, realizing that not only were the notebooks hanging from their waists gone, but even the backpacks she had given them were gone. Is this the consequence of staying out overnight? An Iching pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling a bit apprehensive. Without their own handwriting as proof, even if she added divine power to her voice, it would be hard to convince anyone immediately. Furthermore, she wanted to know exactly what had happened to them last night. Because she was completely focused on dealing with Yao last night, her attention was completely focused on the territory, leaving her no energy to pay attention to Dong Yin and the others. Thus, an Iching had no idea what had happened last night. But now that Dong Yin and the other three had lost their memories, the mere fact of them fighting meant they no longer recognized each other. Without her notebook, an Iching could only do her best to explain the current situation to them. Back in the territory, Yao, devoured by the consciousness, had finally ceased his commotion. The black mist was being rapidly absorbed by the consciousness. At this point, an Iching had figured out why the evil god had repeatedly targeted her, and was eager to eliminate her. Because her presence was indeed hindering the evil god. The pollution spread throughout this world, strengthening the evil god. But what did an Iching do after her appearance? She devoured the pollution carried by the zombies, purifying the land. She also refined and purified the zombies she killed into pure divine power crystals for her to absorb and use. She also purified the pollution from the land, gradually expanding her territory and purifying more land. For the evil god, wasn't this like taking advantage of his own power, perhaps, by constantly absorbing the evil god's power spreading throughout this world and purifying it into pure divine energy? She was gradually weakening the evil god's power. That's why he was anxious. He was trying every possible way to kill her. And Iching sighed. After discovering this, her sense of urgency only intensified. She needed more divine power to strengthen herself. When an Iching came down from the 7th floor, the training inside and outside the territory had concluded, and everyone had taken their positions and begun work. At that moment, a huge cauldron stood next to the hospital. A fence had been erected around it, sealing off the lower half of the cauldron, leaving only the upper half and the entrance exposed. At that moment, several people were carrying zombie corpses and throwing them into the refining furnace. "Sister." Su Jingxian saw an Iching running over with a smile. An Iching reached out and touched her head. How many crystal cores do you have in your space? Su Jingxian, a lot. The crystal cores under the refining furnace were full just now, and I collected a wave. I think it's almost full again. Do you need any crystal cores now? And I Ching nodded. Keep some for daily use, and put the rest in my room. Oh, and the bed in my room is broken. Please send me a new one later. Su Jingxian paused, a little surprised. Huh? Why is the bed broken? It's broken. And I Ching replied vaguely, it just broke accidentally. Su Jingxian nodded blankly, still finding it incredible. How could such a large and sturdy bed break? Just then, Zhou Tongqi approached, Lord. Seeing his serious expression, and I Ching waved to Su Jingxian, okay Jingxian, please help me get everything upstairs. Su Jingxian nodded, okay. She first went to the refining furnace to store the newly accumulated crystal cores, then ran back to the building. And I Ching then looked at Zhou Tongqi, what's wrong? Zhou Tongqi, the kindergarten teacher sent me a message saying An Yao didn't go to school. And I Ching was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, An Yao won't be going anymore. Please tell the kindergarten teacher. Zhou Tongqi was a little surprised, but An I Ching clearly didn't want to continue, so she stopped asking questions and took out her resident card to send a message to the kindergarten teacher. After sending the message, Zhou Tongqi and An I Ching reported on the recruitment of the next batch of citizens. The newly joined citizens had now fully adapted to life in the territory, and were very well behaved, with no signs of disobedience. It was indeed time to recruit the next batch. Especially now, the security and search and rescue departments are both short-staffed and desperately need fresh blood. After listening to Zhou Tongqi's arrangements and agreeing, An I Ching returned to the 7th floor of the building. Su Jingxian had already helped her put a bed back in the room, which was also filled with a large pile of crystal cores. And I Ching walked over and sat beside one of the cores, beginning to absorb their energy. At this moment, not far from the territory, a black SUV was approaching. Jiang Zhe was driving, Yang Jin was in the passenger seat, and Tan Xian, Kong Lele, and Lu Weiduo were in the back seat. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat subdued. Yang Jin was already a 9th level zombie king, and even 8th level zombie kings had to bow before him. Therefore, their journey had been smooth sailing, with no danger at all. But Yang Jin was an orphan, whereas Jiang Zhe and the others were not. The reason they were only just approaching the territory now was because they had all returned to their respective homes to visit their families. But it's been so long since the apocalypse, and it's clear they haven't found them. It's unknown whether they become zombies or fled to some base, and no letter or note was left at home. There were even large bloodstains in Tan Xian's house, giving people a very ominous feeling. Unable to find their family, they followed the address and I Ching gave them to the territory. Yang Jin, sensing the sadness emanating from his friend, pursed his lips, and suddenly said, that seems to be the territory over there. At this, the 3 people in the back seat all looked up, leaning on the backs of the drivers and passenger seats, looking ahead. There's a residential complex in such a remote place? Jiang Zhe's vision from behind was much better. He immediately spotted the residential complex standing tall on his territory, and was astonished. Let me see, where is it? Kong Lele kept craning her head forward. Jiang Zhe quickly reached out and opened the sunroof. Stand up and look from the outside. Oh! Kong Lele retracted her head, stood up, and poked her head out the sunroof, also catching sight of the residential complex not far away. Wow, this must have been built after the apocalypse, right? Before the apocalypse, this looked like fields. Lele, let me see. Tan Xian hurriedly pulled her over. Kong Lele reached out, grabbed Tan Xian's hand, and pulled her over. Come up and take a look. It's wide enough for both of us to see. Tan Xian also popped her head out of the skylight, looking toward the territory. There are 2 more buildings over there, and over there, a huge area of prefabricated houses. There seemed to be a few people up ahead. Kong Lele suddenly saw someone approaching and quickly retracted her head. Tan Xian also retracted her head. Could they be from the territory? Jiang Zhe, I'm not sure. I ask later. Lu Weiduo warned, be careful. Don't make it like last time. Jiang Zhe nodded. Seeing Kong Lele and Tan Xian retreat, he immediately closed the skylight. It's no wonder they were so nervous. It was mainly because they'd been robbed before. If it weren't for Yang Jin, their powerful weapon, they would have been killed right there. As the 2 sides approached, the SUV slowly slowed down and then slowly came to a stop. Chu Dong and his group walked forward cautiously and watched the car window lowered a little, then stopped without lowering it completely. Who are you? Where are you going? Chu Dong asked directly. Jiangze glanced at the 5 wary men and tentatively asked, We've been invited by Sister N to join her territory. Is this Sister N's territory? And Yiqing had previously messaged Zhou Tongxi, who immediately informed his 10 teams of the situation. After all, patrols were rotating at the time, so no one knew which team would encounter them. Chu Dong suddenly realized Jiangze? Jiangze breathed a sigh of relief when he heard his name accurately addressed. He rolled down the remaining windows and smiled. Yes, hello? I'm Jiangze. These are my friends, Yang Jin, Lu Weiduo, Kong Lele, and Tan Xian. The names matched, and Chu Dong hurriedly said to the person next to him, Go back and ask the minister to borrow the space car. Tell them that the people the Lord mentioned have arrived. The man immediately nodded in agreement and scurried off in the opposite direction, texting Wang Bin where he was. Seeing this, Jiangze, Kong Lele, and the others opened the car doors and got out. Kong Lele asked, somewhat surprised, Can't we just go straight over there? And Yiqing had indeed previously told them about the territory's ban on zombies, but she had assumed that meant Yang Jin wasn't allowed to go there. But isn't it possible to just pass through the territory without entering? Chu Dong had no idea that one of the people in the group was a zombie. He explained with a smile, You don't have citizen cards yet, so you can't enter. The territory has a protective barrier, keeping zombies and non-citizens out. This road is now occupied by the territory, so you have to go back and circle around to the containment area from the other side, which is too troublesome. I have someone ask the minister for a space vehicle, and they take you there directly. Lu Weiduo was stunned, scratching his head. Is this so powerful? There's even a protective barrier? Chu Dong pointed to the edge of the territory. That's the edge. Do you want to give it a try? Don't worry, there's no danger. You just can't get in. Lu Weiduo was quite eager to try. Kong Lele and the others were also quite curious, so they all walked over. Chu Dong smiled and said, This is it. You can give it a try. Lu Weiduo was the first to step forward, and he actually felt the legendary air wall. Shocked and curious, really? How do you do this? Kong Lele also touched it, then punched it hard. There was no sound, but it felt like hitting a wall. I don't know exactly how it's done, but this territory has this ability thanks to our Lord. Chu Dong extended his hand to demonstrate it to them. The air wall they touched was real air to him, and his hand simply passed through it. Tan Xian couldn't help but exclaim, Sister N is truly amazing. Kong Lele nodded vigorously. Yang Jin also reached out, tentatively touching the territory barrier. Jiangze was startled, instinctively reaching out to block her. Lu Weiduo was also startled, and quickly moved aside to block Chu Dong's view, fearing that the territory barrier would react differently to zombies than to humans. Kong Lele and Tan Xian were also terrified. They each took a step forward, seemingly curious about the barrier, but in reality, they were blocking Chu Dong and the others' view. Yang Jin's hand touched the barrier, and it didn't react differently than the others, which made them all breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Dong, He glanced at the strange reactions of the others with a puzzled look, but soon the team member who had just gone to Wang Bin to get the space car arrived in the space car. The 5 of them boarded the space car, and the patrol team quickly activated the space car's teleportation function. Everyone's eyes flashed, and the next moment, they appeared in the internment area on the other side of the territory. Liang Jing was now in charge of settling the survivors in the internment area. After receiving the news, she had been waiting there. As soon as the space car appeared, she walked over, helped open the door, and greeted with a smile. Hello, welcome to our territory. This warmth overwhelmed everyone. Hello, hello. Kong Lele and the others got out of the car and greeted Liang Jing politely. Liang Jing was smiling and very friendly. After the patrol team dropped Kong Lele and the other 5 off, they drove the space car back to Wang Bin. Liang Jing led the 5 of them into the shelter. We used to share a room with 4 people, but now that more prefabricated buildings have been built and there are more rooms, it's not as crowded as before. Now it's basically 2 people per room. If there are 5 of you, 2 girls and 3 boys, that's just right, 1 girl per room and 1 boy per room. I'm afraid the other person will have to share a room with someone else. Jiangze and Lu Weiduo glanced at each other, and then Lu Weiduo said, then I stay with someone else. Yang Jin, you and Jiangze will stay together. They were worried about Yang Jin living with others. It wasn't that they didn't trust Yang Jin, but more that if something happened, they wouldn't be able to explain it. Chapter 124. Liang Jing quickly led them to the accommodation area. I arranged these 3 rooms side by side, so you could all be on your own. Liang Jing used the key to unlock the doors to the first 2 rooms, then pushed them open for a look. The small room, a few square meters, had previously been cramped with 2 bunk beds. Now, with just one, it finally felt a bit more comfortable. A row of stainless steel pipes lined the wall opposite the bed, perfect for hanging clothes and other items. A table and 2 chairs sat by the window near the door. I take you to get your toiletries after you finish looking around the rooms, Liang Jing said, pushing open the door to the second room. In fact, the 2 rooms were identical, with absolutely no difference. Kong Lele exclaimed, "It feels like I'm back in the school dorms." Of course, the school dorms were much larger than this prefabricated room. Liang Jing smiled. By the way, there's already someone living in the 3rd room. He's out working right now. You can only get to know each other after he comes back tonight. Come on, I take you to get your toiletries. The others followed Liang Jing, and soon arrived at the warehouse, which was made of prefabricated buildings. There was a table set up at the entrance, and a man in his 50s or 60s was sitting by the door. Liang Jing walked over and greeted the man. "Grandpa Chen, we're new to the territory and need to pick up some daily necessities." Grandpa Chen pulled a registration book and a pen from the table. "Please register." Liang Jing handed the pen to Kong Lele, who was standing next to her. "Come on, you have to register before you can pick up any daily necessities." Kong Lele took the pen and looked down at the form in the registration book. Name, age, place of origin, occupation, specialty, special ability. Kong Lele looked up at Liang Jing. "If you don't have special abilities, should I fill in the none column for special abilities?" Liang Jing nodded. "Yes, just write none." Kong Lele quickly filled in his own form, and passed the pen to Jiang Zhe behind him. After the 5 of them had filled out their forms, Uncle Chen stood up, took his key, and went to open the door. He immediately took out a toothbrush, toothpaste, a mouthwash cup, a towel, a wash basin, a footbath, a kettle, a water cup, a lunch box, and bedding. Uncle Chen wrote down all these things at the back of their registration, and asked them to sign to confirm receipt. Lu Weidua whispered in Yang Jin's ear, "So strict." Yang Jin's lips curled up. Soon, they collected their belongings. Liang Jing led them to the battle vehicle to fetch water and said, very knowledgeably, "Every morning and evening, many people come to the vehicle to wash up. The long lines in the evening aren't a big deal, but we have training every morning, so we're pressed for time. You 2 will share a room, so there will be 2 kettles. One of you can boil water while the other gets cold water, and you can use the water in the kettles to wash up in the morning." Kong Lele asked, somewhat surprised, "Are we still training?" "What kind of training?" Liang Jing pointed to the playground. "We now have half an hour of taijutsu practice here every morning, half an hour of combat training after lunch, and half an hour of swordsmanship training after dinner in the evening." Kong Lele was stunned. Tan Xian was also astonished. "Why taijutsu, combat, and swordsmanship?" Jiang Zhe hurriedly asked, "Does everyone have to do this? What if we don't know how?" Liang Jing smiled and said, "Don't worry. Someone will teach you. You learn alongside the new survivors, who have just arrived at the territory." Kong Lele and the others returned their daily necessities to their dormitories. Liang Jing then guided them through the shelter and introduced them to the territory. Of course, they couldn't enter the territory, so they had to stand outside and give them a tour. Soon, lunchtime arrived. Liang Jing asked them to bring their lunch boxes and then line up for their meals. She and Jiang Zhe had arrived early. Wang Yuehua and her group had just begun carrying out the food bowls. Seeing Liang Jing approaching with a few people, they all smiled and greeted. "Liang Jing, you brought new people again?" Liang Jing nodded with a smile. "Yes, Auntie, what's for lunch today?" The aunt who greeted her said with a smile, "Oh, the newcomers are in for a treat today. We're having braised cured pork ribs later." Soon, all the vegetable and rice bowls were brought out. The rich aroma of food washed over Jiang Zhe, and he subconsciously swallowed. It had been a while since they had a proper meal. When they were trapped in the university town, the power was still on, so they could still eat instant noodles, river snail noodles, and the like. Later, they settled on biscuits, milk, sausages, and bread. They weren't starving, but eating too much of these things got greasy. Now, smelling the delicious food, his mouth watered uncontrollably. The aunt couldn't help but smile and wave at their eager faces, inviting them over to get their food. There was a stainless steel plate next to them, and Liang Jing asked them to get one and get their meal. The auntie who served them the food poured each of them a generous bowl of white rice without a tremor. Then came stir-fried zucchini, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, pickled cucumbers, and finally braised cured pork ribs. The cured pork ribs were stewed with corn and white radish, creating a rich aroma. Because of the soup, the cured pork ribs were served in their own lunch boxes, 2 15-centimeter long ribs per person, for radishes, 1 corn, and half a box of soup. After the meal, Liang Jing didn't greet them again, telling them to eat on their own. They were told to remember to wash their plates and lunch boxes after eating, put the plates back in the storage box, and take their lunch boxes back to their dorms. So, the 5 of them returned to their dorms. After giving them the keys to their dorms, Jiangze opened their door, moved the table by the window a little further, and then went to Kong Lele and the others' room to bring chairs over. Then, they sat together to eat. Yang Jin was now a zombie. He didn't need to eat, nor could he eat these things. Jiangze and Lu Weiduo then divided the food on his plate, clearing it out between them. The 2 spare ribs were given to Kong Lele and Tan Xian. Yang Jin sat on the bed and watched them eat. Jiangze and the other 4 ate happily, their faces filled with satisfaction. Yang Jin was also delighted to see them eat. It was completely different from the feeling he had secretly observed them in Noya County. At that moment, Yang Jin felt a special sense of satisfaction, a feeling that made him long to stop at this moment. The 4 of them devoured the 5 meals, even finishing off the stewed pork ribs with every last drop. Burp! Kong Lele burped unceremoniously, slumping back in his chair with satisfaction. Wow, this is so delicious. I'm so stuffed. Tan Xian was also overfilled and tried hard to suppress the urge to burp, but she couldn't help it and let out a long, loud burp. Ha 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 ha. Kong Lele couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh my goodness, Xin, can you stop being so vain? It's so late now, and you're still so concerned about your image. Tan Xian's cheeks burned from laughter, and she glared at Kong Lele. Try to laugh again, or I be rude. Kong Lele grinned. Yeah, no more. Lady Xin, please forgive me. Lu Weiduo rubbed his bloated belly, glanced at the 2 people playing around, and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Kong Lele, if you admit your mistake, try to be more sincere. You're grinning all the way to your ears. At this time, Zhou Tongqi had already reported to an I Ching that Yang Jin and the other 4 had arrived at the territory. The downside of being a consciousness is that they can't use the territory card. Zhou Tongqi had to go to an I Ching to report anything. Fortunately, an I Ching's consciousness usually stayed on the 7th floor. She rarely came down unless necessary. Upon learning that Yang Jin and his companions had arrived at the territory, an I Ching frowned. After An Yao's incident, she became suspicious of anyone associated with the gods. Especially Yang Jin, even as a zombie, remained so unique. Other zombies needed to consume humans to level up, but Yang Jin could level up by devouring zombies through white mist. Zhou Tongqi, noticing an I Ching's serious expression, asked with some confusion, Lord, is there something wrong with them? An I Ching sighed and shook her head. No, but have someone keep a close eye on these people. After a pause, she said, especially, don't put their lives in danger. Zhou Tongqi raised an eyebrow in surprise, hesitated for a moment, then said, in that case, why not let them join the territory? That way, they can be assigned to territory work. Although he didn't understand why an I Ching was so cautious about these people, since an I Ching had said so, he would follow her wishes. An I Ching shook her head. No, let them stay in the holding area. I just have to trouble you with your care later. Zhou Tongqi was a little confused, but didn't ask further. Okay, I'd be more careful, and won't let anything happen to them. And I Ching smiled. Now she trusted Zhou Tongqi quite a bit. What Zhou Tongqi had done in the past could not be erased, but he had proven through his actions that he was trustworthy. And I Ching's original form also learned of what Dong Yin and the other 2 had discovered that night. Although Dong Yin and the other 3's notebooks had been lost, but after an I Ching explained the whole story, He Wei remembered that he'd been beaten, yet he felt no pain. The only part that still hurt was his arm. He rolled up his sleeve, and saw crystal clear words on his arm. It wasn't much, just that they discovered the earth and trees moving the previous night. The words were carved into his arm, as if someone had carved them stroke by stroke with a knife. The handwriting on his arm was clearly his own. Seeing this, Dong Yin also rolled up her left sleeve, and saw the same words and handwriting. Lin Chong had regained his human form. Pulling back his sleeve, he saw the same words on his arm. And I Ching sighed and said, it seems like as long as the domain owner doesn't show up, there's no way we can find him. Everyone looked at each other, feeling a mix of confusion and distress. If there was no other solution, Were they just going to continue losing their memory? But in their current situation, they couldn't leave this place. Even if they cut down the trees, they would grow back in one night. Dong Yan's brows darkened, and she felt furious. At this point, her memory was still stuck on the moment she'd just been tricked, and she had no recollection of her two teammates. Flames erupted from her hands, and she said, "Why not just burn this place down? We die sooner or later anyway. Maybe this will force the domain master out. I'm afraid that won't work. We cut down so many trees, and the domain master hasn't appeared. Even if we burn this place down, I guess he'd be able to return to his original state." And I Ching sighed, "Forget it. In these last days, let's eat and drink well, and live one day at a time." We're just giving up like that. Kong Wei was a little confused, unable to accept it. He convinced himself to trust in I Ching, and yet, she'd just given up. And I Ching said helplessly, "But we tried everything we could, and nothing worked. What else can we do?" For a moment, everyone was silent. A few days later, the cooldown period for Zhou Tongxi and his team's Lord Summoning expired. Su Jingxian used Lord Summoning an I Ching's true form once again. This time, an I Ching took out a lot of non-staff cards and gave them to Su Jingxian, and then took out a lot of construction materials and piled them on the open space in the territory. During the recent recruitment drive, quite a few new residents joined, bringing the total to over 20,000. This time, an I Ching used all 4 expansion cards and 4 purification cards she hadn't used previously. The vast expanse of farmland across the way was incorporated into the territory, leaving a small amount of land unincorporated. Now, the entire territory encompasses over 500,000 square meters. The total area is roughly twice the size of an average town. With such a large area, an I Ching is thinking about allowing those willing to purchase land to use their territory points to purchase and rent it for growing crops. The reason she's only renting it out, instead of distributing it directly to the residents, is that there are over 20,000 residents in the territory now. Even if each person gets half an acre of land, her small amount of land wouldn't be enough to go around. Of course, an I Ching had Zhou Tongxi convene a meeting to discuss how much land to reserve for development, and how much to rent to the residents for farming, and then submit their findings to her. With matters settled in the territory, and the summoning time up, an I Ching's body returned to the area that trapped her, while her consciousness remained within the territory. It's unclear whether the evil god had given up, or what, but during this time, an I Ching's consciousness hadn't encountered any danger in the territory. Perhaps, without an Yao, the evil god couldn't enter the territory. An I Ching's body returned to the battle vehicle, and looking at the group of people inside felt overwhelmed. The old man's memories had returned to his youth, and he didn't even recognize his granddaughter. He spent the whole day in the bathroom mirror, fretting over his aging face, muttering, "I just slept. And how did I suddenly become like this? What should I do? My mom said I'm going on a blind date tomorrow. Who would be interested in me looking like this?" And I Ching, she had already given up. She didn't care what they looked like when they woke up the next day, as long as they didn't fight. But the old man's granddaughter's memories had probably been rewound, so now she was like a puppet, completely motionless except for breathing. To prevent the little girl from starving to death, an I Ching fed her some milk every day. After that, the others kept rewinding, and the first thing they did every day was cry loudly. And I Ching offered them snacks to calm their fears, and they quickly started playing together, but soon the fights broke out again. Fearing that these adults with childish minds might accidentally open the car window and fall out, and I Ching locked the car doors and windows with her Lord card. If it weren't for the memories of her conscious body supporting her, her current situation wouldn't be much better, because her original body's memories had been rewound to when she was 10 years old. To this day, the domain master still hadn't appeared, and I Ching was puzzled. Could it be that the master of this realm truly intended to trap her to death here, with her conscious form providing backup outside, and I Ching wasn't worried at all about being trapped to death? After all, every night, while her main body and conscious form were simultaneously cultivating their spiritual power, and I Ching discovered that she could actually absorb the zombie virus lingering in the air, in other words, contaminated divine power. Furthermore, after practicing her spiritual power every night, the pressure of separating her conscious form from her main body had been reduced, now well within her tolerance. There was no need to worry about her both collapsing over time due to the strain. Several days passed. When an I Ching's consciousness learned through Zhou Tongxi that Song Yu had finally awakened, everyone else on her original body, save for the old man who had become a child, had become nothing but crying babies. The old man, whose memories had been replayed as a child, was clearly frightened by the sight of so many crying people and burst into tears. The constant crying inside the battle vehicle gave Iching a terrible headache. Outside the vehicle, a vast expanse of white was shrouded in a thick fog. The fog, which had been growing thicker each day, had now reached a point where it was impossible to see through. Even inside the battle vehicle, it was filled with fog, and even with the bright lights inside, it was difficult to see clearly, almost as if one were half blind. And Iching frowned, feeling more and more that something was wrong. What on earth was the master of this realm thinking? And Iching sat in the driver's seat, her index finger tapping lightly on the steering wheel. Could it be that everyone was in the battle vehicle, preventing the master from breaking through, and so there had been no movement? She stood up, lost in thought. When she turned around, the little girl, who had long since stopped crying and looked like a doll, was gone. In that instant, it was like a flash of thunder. The golden threads in Iching's hand suddenly shot out, enveloping each person, binding them like dumplings, and pulling them back. Each golden thread wrapped around a person. But one of them had lost most of his body. And Iching stared at the old man, whose head and most of his body had been chewed off. Blood dripped down, staining the surrounding white mist a faint red. The surroundings were completely silent, and the thick white mist outside kept pushing inward. At this time, Iching felt a little suffocated, as if someone had blocked her mouth and nose with their hands, preventing her from breathing. A familiar feeling of stagnation also came from the surroundings. This feeling had also occurred to her when she previously used her consciousness to walk through Yang Jin's white mist. And Iching immediately activated her devouring ability, swallowing the white mist that filled the car in one gulp. The thick white mist instantly faded, and the suffocating feeling she felt vanished, her vision clearing. With a quick glance inside the car, Iching couldn't see the little girl. Iching glanced at Kong Wei and his group, still crying, and wove the golden thread into a cage, trapping them. Only half of the old man's body was left outside the cage, to attract the little zombie. Yes, the old man's granddaughter had already become a zombie, and her level was exceptionally high. Perhaps, with the help of the evil god, she already broken through to a level higher than level 8. It's also possible that the little girl was the evil god's incarnation. From the moment they first met, the little girl had been held by the old man, so she'd been so confused that she hadn't noticed the little girl had already become a zombie. Afterward, she was trapped in the little girl's domain, controlled by her. Even though Iching fed her milk every day, she never noticed anything unusual about her. You've been exposed. Come out. You can't do anything to me if you hide like this. How about a face-to-face showdown? Iching glanced around the battle vehicle and headed for the restroom behind it. Iching guessed that the little girl had probably put all her skill points into her domain. After all, the ability to cause amnesia in a domain was already incredibly powerful. Although the surrounding white mist lacked Yang Jin's devouring power, it shared Yang Jin's ability to materialize. No matter how powerful she was, if the surrounding white fog solidified and blocked her mouth and nose, she would be doomed. So, the little girl had been waiting for the white fog to gather in her domain. Luckily, she had taken out her battle scooter long ago, and after realizing she couldn't leave the domain no matter what, she stayed inside without getting off. Otherwise, given the density of the white fog outside, even if she could use her black hole to devour it, it would probably only give her a few seconds to breathe. Iching opened the bathroom door. Seeing no one inside, she turned and headed upstairs. The white fog outside kept squeezing in through the window cracks, and even though the battle scooter's doors and windows were tightly closed, it still let in a trickle of white fog. Iching stood at the second-floor staircase and used her black hole to devour the white fog from the second floor. The fog was a problem. You couldn't just swallow it all. Some would always remain. Thankfully, after swallowing the white fog, Iching's vision cleared again, and she saw the little girl standing at the kitchen door on the second floor. There was still blood at the corner of her mouth, and the heated combat suit on her chest was also stained red. Iching reached out, and the Xiantian sword appeared in her hand. She smiled and said, "Okay, now we can solve this problem properly." The little girl looked at the sword in her hand, then at Iching, and suddenly burst into tears of grievance. "Sister, I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I will never eat anyone again." Iching smiled, raised her sword, and rushed forward. The little girl's expression suddenly changed. The white mist remaining in the battle vehicle suddenly gathered and rushed towards Iching. However, before it reached Iching, a black hole appeared in front of her, swallowing the white mist that the little girl had gathered. The little girl's face twisted in anger, and a furious roar erupted from her throat as she charged at Iching. As Iching approached, she sheathed the Xiantian sword. From the beginning, she hadn't intended to kill her. The little girl stared in surprise, as the Xiantian sword vanished from An Yiqing's hand. Then, in a flash, An Yiqing charged head-on. Without time to dwell, the little girl raised her hand, her once normal nails suddenly growing into long, sharp talons that clawed at An Yiqing's chest. An Yiqing reached out and grasped the little girl's wrist. The next moment, a gray mist erupted from her, swallowing the little girl whole. Domain power, of course she wanted it. The moment the little girl was swallowed, the white mist around her lingered for a moment before slowly dissipating. When the mist completely cleared, An Yiqing discovered the battle vehicle wasn't in a dense forest, but parked on the road where they had rested after leaving Xiaoxiang Mountain. This road was perfectly fine, not even a crack. Everything that had happened before seemed like a dream. An Yiqing looked outside. The sun was high in the sky, clearly midday. Breaks of crying emanated from the first floor, and An Yiqing's eyelids twitched. Something felt amiss. She hurried down the stairs, and saw Kong Wei and the others trapped in the cage. Her bad premonition had come true. Zhang Zichen lay on the ground, wailing uncontrollably, his face covered in tears and snot, his arms and legs flailing and kicking like a complete baby. Nearby, Kong Wei was in a similar situation, his legs curled up, his hands clenched into fists, and he sobbed with all his might, his face and neck red from sobbing. Dong Yen, Tong Sheng, and the others were in a similar situation. An Yiqing, So, even if they killed the little girl, their lost memories wouldn't return? At that moment, An Yiqing felt a wave of fear. Looking at the crying babies, if Song Yu hadn't foreseen what was happening here, if she hadn't asked Tang Bai to summon her back to the territory, if she hadn't separated her consciousness and left it there, then... A wave of cold air washed over An Yiqing, chilling her whole body. Ding! Congratulations to the host on gaining the domain power. The power she gained didn't make An Yiqing happy at all. She sat in a nearby chair and closed her eyes. The little girl's domain must have taken time to grow. For example, when she first constructed her domain, there was no white mist within it, and none of them had yet begun to lose their memories. As the domain formed longer, a white mist began to form within it, and their memories would be devoured. The memories initially devoured were likely unstable, so she was summoned back to the territory, and only after separating her main body from her consciousness could she recover the lost memories. If they had discovered that the culprit was the little girl and dealt with her immediately, everyone's memories would likely have returned. But no one had anticipated that the domain was actually constructed by the little girl who had been with them. An Yiqing took a deep breath and looked at the old man, whose body was only half gone. Did the old man know that his granddaughter had long since become a zombie? An Yiqing didn't know, but regardless, the old man was dead, and the little girl had been devoured by her. Whether the old man knew the little girl was a zombie or not was no longer important. But she knew the little girl had been staying in that cave, probably waiting for her. An Yiqing used her domain ability. Domains and domain skills are completely different. Domain skills expand her domain from the spot she's in, while the little girl's domain ability opens a domain in another dimension from the spot she's in. It's somewhat similar to space, yet different. After using her domain ability, her domain was empty. An Yiqing imagined the ocean, and then her domain became a boundless ocean. So, domain abilities rely on the user to create the environment. Where's the white mist? An Yiqing tried to activate the white mist within her domain. Slowly, a thin layer of white mist rose from the sea level. The mist appeared very, very slowly. At this rate, it would take at least 10 days to half a month for the mist to thicken enough to solidify. But as she activated the mist, she discovered that, just as she imagined, the mist not only solidified but also devoured the memories of others. Since I can devour them, can I also restore their memories? An Yiqing didn't want to have to take care of a bunch of babies in adult bodies all the way. She devoured the little girl and gained her terrestrial powers. So, were the memories that the little girl had manipulated the white mist to devour still within it? Perhaps she could give it a try. Thinking this, An Yiqing caused an island to appear in the sea within her terrestrial domain, then enclosed the battle vehicle within. A battle vehicle suddenly appeared on the island in the sea. An Yiqing opened the car windows and doors, letting a thin layer of white mist in, and tried to manipulate the mist to expel their memories. Maybe it was because the mist was too thin, but An Yiqing felt that she had indeed restored some of their memories. However, seeing that they were still as fussy as babies, it didn't seem to have much effect. Do we have to wait until the white fog thickens before we can fully expel their memories? Since they can expel memories, it must be because the fog is too thin. An Yiqing decided to return these people's memories before returning. In the territory, Zhou Tongqi hurried to the 7th floor, his face grim. Lord, something's wrong. An Yiqing was absorbing the energy from the crystal core. Her consciousness had grown stronger after she had been continuously absorbing the crystal core and cultivating her mental power at night to absorb air pollution. While her main body was still struggling with the use of divine power, her consciousness had already mastered it for many tasks. Of course, she still had a long way to go before fully mastering it. "What's the matter?" And I Ching asked, standing up. Zhou Tongqi frowned. A few days ago, a man named Wang Guohua disappeared from room 1202. The person in charge of dormitory inspections only made a note of him and didn't report it, because he had been having an affair with a woman who lived alone in the same room and would occasionally go to sleep with her. We were all adults, and some things were consensual, so they couldn't interfere. It was better to mind your own business than to just turn a blind eye. The second night, when the person in charge of dormitory inspections went to room 1202, they found Wang Guohua still gone. According to his roommate, he hadn't returned since. The person in charge of dormitory inspections was a little angry, but they kept it to themselves and simply made another note of Wang Guohua. On the third and fourth nights, Wang Guohua still hadn't returned, and the person in charge of dormitory inspections became angry and went to look for Wang Guohua's lover. For 1 or 2 days, he could have turned a blind eye, but if he hadn't returned for a long time, it was a serious matter. If they really fell in love, couldn't they just apply to switch rooms and live together openly? However, when they arrived at the woman's place, it was only the woman who had her own room who opened the door. Wang Guohua wasn't there at all. The woman claimed that Wang Guohua hadn't been to her place at all during that time. The person checking the dorms was immediately terrified and broke into a cold sweat. They hurriedly reported the matter. After a thorough investigation, they discovered that Wang Guohua hadn't participated in training or even work since the first day he was absent from the dorm. The members of Wang Guohua's team complained bitterly, saying that he was always cunning and sly. The team leader had warned him, scolded him, but he just wouldn't listen. There was nothing they could do. Their team could only cautiously cover for him, fearing that his cunning behavior would bring disaster to the entire team. After reporting the matter to Zhou Tongqi, he immediately led his men to investigate and discovered that there was more than one person missing, just like Wang Guohua. A woman named Qi Nian had disappeared before Wang Guohua's disappearance. In the days since Wang Guohua's disappearance, 4 more people have gone missing. In total, 6 people have disappeared. Unfortunately, for various reasons, those who knew about their disappearances concealed their whereabouts and only reported them after a while, realizing something was amiss. And I Ching stood up and said, "I go check it out." Investigating the missing people meant questioning them, and so word quickly spread throughout the internment zone. For a time, the survivors were in a state of panic. After all, no one knew how these people had disappeared so quietly within the internment zone, and everyone began to fear for their own safety. Wang Bin led his men to maintain order in the holding area, his brow furrowed as if he were nipping a fly. After all, even after becoming the head of the Territory Security Department, he hadn't forgotten the security of the holding areas outside the territory. Especially with the additional personnel, for teams would take turns patrolling the holding area every night. Daytime patrols were even more numerous, radiating from the territory. In this situation, they didn't even know how someone had gone missing, which was truly frustrating. After receiving the order, Wang Bin immediately had everyone in the holding area informed to return to their rooms and not leave unless necessary. The survivors walked in groups of 3 or 4, whispering quietly as they headed to their rooms. Calm Lele, Jiang Zhe, and the other 5 also returned. By this time, Jiang Zhe and the others were all frowning, feeling a bit uneasy. The 5 of them deliberately avoided the crowds and headed for a more secluded area. After ensuring no one could hear them, Lu Weidua whispered, "What should we do? They won't suspect Yang Jin, will they?" Jiang Zhe pursed his lips and said, "I can vouch for him. He and I have been inseparable during this time. Those disappearances can't possibly be related to him." Kong Lele, however, was a little worried. "What's the point of your testimony? We are all Yang Jin's friends. Even before the apocalypse, our testimony was unreliable." Tan Xian hesitated, saying, "Probably, there's no need to worry so much. Sisterin knows Yang Jin. Although he's a zombie, he's retained all his human memories and emotions. It's impossible for him to harm anyone." Jiang Zhe looked at Yang Jin. "By the way, have you noticed anything unusual these days?" They all knew that this incident definitely had nothing to do with Yang Jin, but they were worried that an I Ching would suspect him. After all, the internment zone had been peaceful before, but people had disappeared since Yang Jin's appearance. It was hard not to arouse suspicion when an I Ching knew he was a zombie. The best way to clear suspicion is to find out the real reason why those people disappeared. Chapter 125. Wang Guohua lived in the second room of the 12th row of cabins, so room number 1202. Kong Lele and the others lived in the 22nd row. The cabins were arranged in rows of 10, so row 22 was right next to row 12. Yang Jin shook his head. It's safe here. I'm not using my powers. To control this place, he needed to disperse the fog. Even if an I Ching could tolerate him staying in the containment area, she wouldn't tolerate him letting the fog permeate it. If that happened, they would probably be kicked out. Yang Jin knew his friends loved this place. Although life here was tiring, with daily work and training, from morning till night, it was fulfilling, and they also had delicious meals. They were very satisfied. Being isolated in Liuya County for so long had made Kong Lele and the others very detached from the mundane world here. So, after arriving here, Yang Jin kept a low profile. Even though his appearance was completely human, he didn't want to attract attention or have his identity discovered. The four, who had initially felt hopeful, sighed in unison and looked at each other, each one worried. What were they supposed to do now? Yang Jin had no idea if anything was amiss lately. How could they possibly uncover the truth behind those disappearances? When An Yiqing and Zhou Tongqi arrived, all the survivors had already returned to their rooms. Liang Jing hurried over with a list and handed it to An Yiqing. Lord, this is the list of survivors currently residing in the internment zone. An Yiqing glanced through it briefly and handed it back to Liang Jing. Now let's do another count to see if there are any missing. Liang Jing nodded and first counted the inspectors in each row of rooms to confirm the number of inspectors was correct. Then, she assigned them to check if there were any discrepancies between the residents in their row and the resident register. This check actually revealed a missing person. This person had been there during the inspection the previous night, but surprisingly, they were gone early this morning. After confirming another missing person, Liang Jing hurried over to report to An Yiqing. An Yiqing frowned. Due to the expansion of the territory, the southwest and northwest directions of the internment zone had been completely occupied by the territory, forming a natural defense line for the internment zone. The only vacant area was the northeast direction of the internment zone. After all, if the internment zone was to expand, it could only expand in this direction. This was also the direction the patrol team paid the most attention to, making it less likely to make mistakes. To the southeast of the internment zone were rolling hills, varying in height, the highest reaching over 2,000 meters. The hills were not particularly steep, so it was possible for someone to traverse and abduct the people. But why would they spend hours climbing over the mountain to rob people, if it were zombies? An Yiqing paused, suddenly remembering that there was indeed a zombie in the holding area. She stepped aside and asked Zhou Tongqi, "Have you had anyone keep an eye on those individuals recently?" Zhou Tongqi was a little unsure of An Yiqing's attitude toward these individuals. Asking about them at this moment clearly indicated suspicion. Luckily, since it was An Yiqing's order, he had been paying close attention, so he was aware of their recent movements. So far, these individuals seemed to be following instructions very well. They trained diligently every day and worked diligently. Even when they were a little slow at first, they didn't drag their feet or slack off. Their work is getting better and better every day. They seem to have a good relationship. Except when sleeping, they're usually together, playing and joking around, full of energy. Only Yang Jin is quieter, has a low presence, and never attracts much attention. At first, Zhou Tongqi's monitors often overlooked Yang Jin. Whenever he asked about them, the monitors would talk about the other four. After a couple of attempts, Zhou Tongqi didn't notice, but after a few more, he realized Yang Jin was always missed. So, Zhou Tongqi had his monitors pay extra attention to Yang Jin, and that's when he finally realized he wasn't missed. Because the monitors always paid extra attention to Yang Jin, Zhou Tongqi realized that the five of them were almost inseparable during these times, and that they always stayed in their own dorms during dormitory inspections. An Yiqing nodded, then looked toward the mountains to the southeast. This stretch of mountains stretched from east to south, spanning a vast distance, probably tens of kilometers. Wang Bin, take some people over there to check. An Yiqing pointed to the hill behind the containment area. Wang Bin immediately called a few people over to investigate. The slope wasn't steep, but it was covered with vegetation. Wang Bin and the others had to be careful not to get scratched by the vegetation, as it carried the zombie virus. While investigating, Wang Bin actually discovered something. Dangling from the thorn of a thorn bush was a thin, inconspicuous thread, but with a gradient of two colors, it was clearly a piece of silk snipped from clothing. Wang Bin sent someone back to report to An Yiqing. After receiving the news, An Yiqing and Zhou Tongqi both came over. An Yiqing reached out and twisted the silk thread, looking up at the mountain. Looks like it's this way. Let's go and see who's come here to kidnap people. Wang Bin, yes. He drew his Qifeng sword and cut through the thorns that were blocking the way as he ascended. A while later, they found another rainbow bean not far away. Rainbow beans are ordinary chocolate beans, without any special benefits, but now they are even more popular than before the apocalypse. The survivors in the internment zone are happy to help the residents, earning extra food. Some also help the body collection team, such as queuing for food, washing clothes and plates, and so on, which also earns them some gifts from the body collection team. These chocolate beans are something that almost everyone in the internment zone can earn if they're diligent. After searching a little further, Wang Bin and the others found a bow tie. After finding the bow, Wang Bin stopped moving. He returned with a frown and handed the bow to an I Ching. Lord, I feel like someone left this there on purpose. The initial thread must have been accidentally snagged, but the subsequent rainbow beans, and now the bow felt too deliberate. It felt like someone had deliberately lured them there. It wasn't that Wang Bin hadn't considered that the abducted person might have left something there to beg for help. But even if the abducted person had the opportunity to leave something behind, wouldn't someone who had snatched someone so quietly from the holding area have noticed? And I Ching narrowed her eyes. Whether or not they deliberately lured us here, we have to go and take a look. A thief can be a thief for 1,000 days, but he can't be on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. That's true. They were on guard day and night, but without knowing how the enemy had abducted them, there was a high chance they might slip up. Furthermore, even if they could maintain a tight defense, it would only last for a day or two. Such a tense and comprehensive defense every day would be too much for even a psychic, let alone an ordinary person. And I Ching thought for a moment, pointed at someone, and asked him to call Xiao Yunan and Tang Bai over. Shou Tongqi frowned. Lord, isn't that too risky? He knew that the person here wasn't in I Ching's true form, so he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Since the enemy had deliberately lured them over, they had clearly prepared a means to deal with them. And I Ching smiled. It's okay, the danger over there has been resolved. And her conscious form was no weaker than her true form. They didn't wait long before Xiao Yunan and Tang Bai arrived. Lord! Sister Qing! Tang Bai and Xiao Yunan called out, one after the other. And I Ching nodded. Okay, let's go. The group followed the path towards something, and soon they came across another piece of fruit candy wrapped in transparent colored paper. You know, candy is a very precious commodity in the apocalypse. And yet, this group was willing to go to great lengths to throw rainbow beans and fruit candy on the roadside, pretending it was a clue left by the captives. And I Ching and her group followed the clues, heading southeast over a mountain, then following the path south along the mountain, soon arriving at a small canyon between two mountains. The canyon was narrow, only wide enough for one person to fit sideways, making it impossible for anyone with even a small stature to cross. And I Ching squatted down, looking at the nearly melted rainbow beans in front of the canyon. It's also because the plants in the apocalyptic land are now infected, otherwise these rainbow beans would have been carried away by insects and ants long ago. Shou Tongqi pushed his glasses up his nose, and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue. Lord, do you want to go? And I Ching saw that he was sweating profusely from exhaustion, looking much more disheveled than before. Looking at the others around, Xiao Yunan and Tang Bai, both psychics, were just as relaxed as she was. Wang Bin's years of martial arts training had always kept him in excellent physical condition, and while his breathing was a little heavy, it was much better than others. The other ordinary people were basically in the same condition as Shou Tongqi. This was only because they had all practiced physical techniques, significantly improving their physical fitness. When the original body returned, Shou Tongqi and Wang Bin could also be assigned psychics. And I Ching glanced at the narrow canyon and said, You stay here. I go in and try it first. Shou Tongqi disagreed. Before he could even start to persuade an I Ching, Xiao Yunan was the first to resign. No, Sister Qing, you can't take such a risk. If we're going to try, I go in first. Xiao Yunan stood in front, insistent. What was he working so hard on his physical training, swordsmanship, mental cultivation, and the use of his supernatural powers for? Because it was always an I Ching who took the risk, and every time he could only watch anxiously from the sidelines, unable to do anything to help. Now, Xiao Yunan could sense that his control over his supernatural powers was becoming more and more proficient, and his mental strength was growing stronger. While it might not be enough when facing a powerful enemy, he could still handle the scouting mission, without Sister Qing leading the way. And I Ching hadn't expected Xiao Yunan to be so excited, and was stunned for a moment. Shou Tongqi glanced at Xiao Yunan and advised, Lord, there are so many of us here, and we're not just for show. You should use us when you need us. Honestly, and I Ching's constant rush to the front, Her behavior of shouldering the burden of danger left him feeling frustrated. How could this be the behavior of a leader, a lord? And I Ching was silent for a moment. She was indeed accustomed to charging forward when danger struck. She had done this in her previous life, but in that life she had been a member of Team 188. Now she was the lord of a territory. Perhaps she really needed to change her habits. And I Ching nodded, looked at Xiao Yunan and urged, "Be careful." Xiao Yunan smiled and nodded vigorously yes. He turned, looked at the narrow canyon, took a deep breath, and stepped sideways into it. 1 step, 2 steps. Everyone around him held their breath, staring at Xiao Yunan nervously. As Xiao Yunan walked, he surveyed the canyon. It lay between 2 mountains that had originally been connected, but for some unknown reason separated, forming this canyon. On both sides of the canyon were flat rocks, uneven and uneven. Looking up, he saw that both sides of the canyon were high, at least 1,000 meters high. It seemed there was no danger. Xiao Yunan breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare completely relax. He kept a vigilant eye on the other side of the canyon. Just as he was about to reach the end, he felt a sudden pain in his back. Something cold was instantly pushed into his body. Xiao Yunan subconsciously used lightning to attack his back. But as the lightning struck, his vision went black, and he fell to the side. Even on the other side, I Ching narrowed her eyes. Her consciousness was clear. She had just seen a silver needle emerge from the rock and pierce Xiao Yunan's back. "Everyone, step back," I Ching said gravely. Zhou Tongxi, Tang Bai, and Wang Bin all took 2 steps back, and the others followed suit, watching the canyon entrance with vigilance and caution. Though they didn't see the needle, they clearly saw Xiao Yunan stiffen and then use his lightning power to attack his back. When the lightning struck the rock behind him, his body also fell to the side. Xiao Yunan had already reached the edge of the canyon, and this fall sent him plummeting to the other side. Now they couldn't even see him. "Xiao Yunan is over there now, Lord. What should we do?" Tang Bai frowned. No matter what was going on inside, he could have just used fire. But now that Xiao Yunan was there, things were going to be very difficult. If they really set the fire, what if Xiao Yunan got burned? And I Ching glanced upwards and said, "You stay here? Don't come over yet. I go check." Zhou Tongxi didn't stop at I Ching this time, only admonishing, "Lord, be careful." And I Ching nodded yes. She shot out a golden thread from her hand, wrapping it around the trunk of a tree at the top of the canyon. Then, her body rose and swung across the canyon's hillside. The thread unwound, and the moment I Ching landed, a puff of thick smoke filled her nostrils. She squinted. This place was surrounded by mountains, forming a skylight. Aside from the narrow canyon passage nearby, there was no other entrance. The surroundings were precipitous cliffs, making it difficult to leave or enter the canyon. Even for those with special abilities, this would present a challenge. No one was around, and Xiao Yunan, who had collapsed at the edge of the canyon, had disappeared. Although she didn't know what the thick smoke was for, I Ching suspected it was some kind of drug. Unfortunately, I Ching wasn't in her true form, but a consciousness. Consciousness doesn't need to breathe, so it's naturally unaffected by drugs. But I Ching's body swayed slightly, and she stumbled back a step, closing her eyes and falling to the ground. A moment later, a slight snapping sound was heard, and I Ching transformed her hair into eyes, taking in the situation openly. A huge rock slowly moved aside, and 2 men in protective suits rushed over, carrying I Ching and the others inside. The huge rock then slowly closed. Inside the rock was a passage approximately 2 meters wide, constructed entirely of silver metal. Long incandescent lamps were embedded in the ceiling, illuminating the passage while giving it a cold, chilling feel. After entering, I Ching was placed on a trundle bed, and 2 men in hazmat suits pushed her forward. "Is this the so-called Lord? He doesn't look very powerful, but he was taken down so easily. Could what Hang Chi said be true? Is he trying to trick us?" Perhaps feeling stuffy in their hazmat suits, both men opened their masks. And I Ching observed the 2 men through her hair. They both looked quite ordinary, nothing memorable at all. But Hang Chi? Why does that name sound familiar? No way. Our access to the base is indeed blocked. There's clearly nothing there, yet somehow we can't get through. Didn't we all see that? Forget it, it's none of our business. Just get them to the lab. Sure, why do I keep feeling like someone's watching me? Do you feel it? The man couldn't help but glance at I Ching. She lay quietly unconscious, her eyelids barely fluttering. Then he looked around again. "I felt it just now. I thought I was mistaken." The other man couldn't help but glance around, but it was clear that neither of them suspected I Ching, who had been drugged. The drug they were using wasn't just any ordinary drug. It was specially developed to combat psychics. No matter how powerful you are, even the slightest bit will knock you out. Because Hangchi boasted about an I Ching's power, they increased the dosage tenfold to deal with her. It could knock out a dozen or 20 psychics. Soon, a pair of metal doors with a combination lock appeared at the end of the long corridor. One person walked over first, punched a series of numbers, and the doors clicked and then swung open. An I Ching was pushed through one door, then turned a corner and entered another. Behind the two doors, the metallic corridor widened even further, and more people filled it. People in white coats came and went, and someone, clearly an assistant, hurried by pushing a cart. "Is this our Zero? Send it to my lab first." A hoarse, somewhat aged voice called out. And I Ching looked over and saw a man who clearly looked foreign, but his accent was pure Hailan Mandarin. "Okay, Dr. Eric." Two men in hazmat suits were cautious, not daring to speak or breathe, as they wheeled I Ching toward Eric's lab. Eric reminded her, "Don't forget to put the psychic blocker on her." "Okay, doctor, we got it." And I Ching calmly separated her consciousness, and soon, tiny clusters of consciousness, the size of a fingernail, spread out. Since her consciousness was too small to move around easily, and I Ching let it cling to people passing by, allowing her to gather more information. And I Ching was wheeled into the lab. Two men in hazmat suits carried her to the lab bed, and then used the bed's restraints to tie her hands and feet, then her waist and neck. The last man held a collar-like object and fastened it around her neck. This must be the so-called psychic blocker. The men in hazmat suits left and closed the laboratory door. And I Ching lay on the bed with her eyes closed, receiving messages from the other consciousnesses. One of these consciousnesses clung to Eric. Eric walked down the hallway, and soon reached what was clearly the living area. He opened a door and walked in. Hangchi, chowing down on his lunchbox, was so frightened that he nearly dropped it. Luckily, he managed to hold onto it, and tremblingly called out, "Dr. Eric." Eric pulled a chair and sat down, offering a kind smile. "Don't be nervous, kid. You're no longer our experiment, you're our partner." Hangchi swallowed his food, feeling a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. "I understand, doctor. Did we catch that woman?" Eric smiled, saying nothing. He simply patted Hangchi's shoulder. "Don't worry about these things. Don't worry, as long as the information you provide is true, we at the base will credit you with great merit and allow you to live the life you always dreamed of." Hangchi instantly forgot all the hardships he endured in the lab. His heart itched, and he swore to the heavens, "Dr. Eric, don't worry, I'm telling the absolute truth. This woman is truly extraordinary. Her powers are extraordinary. She can build a barrier to block zombies and purify the land. If you can create her, unifying the world is no longer a dream." Eric nodded, stood up, and said, "Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Enjoy your meal." Hangchi stood up. "Dr. Eric, take care." And I Ching's consciousness split in two, one part remaining with Hangchi, the other continuing to follow Dr. Eric. Only after Dr. Eric left did Hangchi breathe a sigh of relief, clutching his heart. He held his lunch box, looking at the rice mingled with various bean dregs, and continued to eat. As he ate, he recalled his days in the internment zone. Even before he awakened his powers, he had never eaten such disgusting bean dreg rice. Thinking about it, he felt a pang of sadness. "If I had known, I wouldn't have been so arrogant." Hangchi chewed the bean dreg rice, swallowed it with difficulty, and then took a long sip from the water cup beside him. Back then, Hangchi, because of his awakened powers, felt superior to others and was extremely arrogant, even looking down on the Lord and I Ching. As a result, he was driven out of the internment zone. After being driven out, Hangchi actually felt a little regretful, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He then planned to leave the mountain behind the territory and head for the S province base. However, before he could even get over the mountain, he fell into Dr. Eric's laboratory. The subjects in this laboratory were all kinds of psychics. Yes, Eric was studying the differences between psychics and ordinary people, attempting to transfer the superpowers of psychics to ordinary people. When Hangchi was captured, he had already failed 11 times, and these 11 deaths meant the lives of psychics. Here, psychics were Dr. Eric's team's guinea pigs, used for dissection and research. Hangchi had also endured countless cruel experiments. It was when he heard Dr. Eric casually sigh that these psychics were too weak, and that it would be better to find stronger psychic test subjects. At that moment, he immediately thought of an I Ching. Both an I Ching and the other psychics in her territory were formidable. An I Ching, in particular, possessed the ability to not only build a territorial barrier, but also purify the land, a fact that would surely appeal to Eric. Hang Chi seized the opportunity to tell Dr. Eric about an I Ching. As expected, Dr. Eric was immediately intrigued and asked him to elaborate. If he could provide him with a powerful experimental subject, Hang Chi would be able to leave his experimental status and join Eric's base. Hang Chi was naturally delighted. During his time under study, he had been tortured and terrified, and he dreamed of leaving his experimental status. So, Hang Chi told Eric everything he knew about the territory and its lord, even revealing its location. And I Ching's consciousness, staying with Hang Chi, finally remembered who this person was from the fragments of his occasional mumblings while he was lost in thought. The multi-agent psychic who had awakened in the containment area later discovered that this person had awakened the ability to replicate any psychic he had seen. However, this person, having awakened his psychic powers, had become incredibly arrogant, his air of superiority truly irritating an I Ching, so she let Hang Chi leave. It seemed that this person had fallen into the hands of a human research institute, but even with this fate, he still hadn't learned his lesson. After leaving Hang Chi's place, Dr. Eric headed towards the laboratory where an I Ching was being kept. On the way, an assistant hurried over. "Doctor, that lightning-type psychic's powers were too strong. We just wanted to draw a tube of blood, but it caused him to radiate electricity all over his body, making it impossible to draw blood." Eric frowned. "You can't even do this. You're useless." The assistant lowered his head at Eric's scolding. Avik turned and strode in another direction, the assistant hurriedly following. And I Ching's other consciousness quickly attached itself to the assistant. They soon arrived at another laboratory. After opening the door, the consciousness attached to Eric saw Xiao Yunan, strapped tightly to the laboratory bed. Xiao Yunan was still unconscious, his eyes closed. However, his entire body was flashing with lightning, crackling, and making a terrifying sound. Several researchers and assistants gathered around Xiao Yunan, unsure where to start. The consciousness attached to the assistant fell silently to the ground and quickly rolled to the corner. Eric's face darkened upon seeing Xiao Yunan's current condition, and he couldn't help but burst into a tirade. "Are you all idiots? I told you countless times to put the psychic blockers on the test subjects as soon as they arrive. You all turned a deaf ear to me, didn't you?" Several researchers lowered their heads in response to Eric's scolding. One of them quickly apologized. "Sorry, teacher, we were negligent. It wasn't their fault, actually, because the psychics before weren't very powerful. As long as the drug was spilled, they could do whatever they wanted, without the hassle of psychic blockers. Who knew they encounter a troublesome one this time?" Eric, looking at the sparks and lightning on Xiao Yunan's body, felt a headache. "Forget it, let's put this aside for now. Once the lightning stops, we put the psychic blocker on him immediately." "Okay, teacher," the researcher quickly agreed. "Come on, let's go check out Subject Zero," Eric said, turning and walking out. "Subject Zero is precious. Don't touch her. Just watch me." "Teacher, is Zero going to initiate a new initiative? Is that the toolization you proposed earlier?" A researcher walking beside Eric asked excitedly. Eric smiled. "Yes, I wouldn't trust anyone with such powerful abilities. After much thought, I think it's best to let her become a tool under our firm control." When an I Ching heard the word toolization, she thought of Su Jingxian's experience in the original story. Su Jingxian was sent to the research institute, studied, and transformed, ultimately becoming a tool with consciousness, but no control over her own space. So, this is the research institute that transformed Su Jingxian in the original plot? I never imagined that the research institute that led to Su Jingxian's tragic end would be located just across a mountain from the territory. So, where is the research institute's base? At this moment, the door to Hang Chi's room was pushed open again. This time, two heavily armed men walked in. They looked at Hang Chi and said, "Come on, Dr. Eric asked us to take you to the base." Hang Chi quickly stood up and said with a flattering smile, "Okay, thank you for your help." "Okay, enough nonsense." The two men walked out, motioning for Hang Chi to follow. Hang Chi hurriedly followed. The three of them walked through the lounge area and reached the elevator. The doors opened, and they all entered, pressing the button for the basement floor. And I Ching's consciousness clung to Hang Chi and followed the elevator down. A moment later, the elevator arrived and the doors opened. In the hallway lay a modified mountain bike. "Get in the car." Hang Chi was nudged and obediently got in. Soon, two heavily armed men flanked Hang Chi, one on each side, in a situation that looked more like an escort than a convoy. Hang Chi, previously so arrogant and domineering in front of an I Ching, now sat quietly, not daring to say a word. The ATV raced down the tunnel, soon reaching a fork in the road. At this point, the two armed men spoke. "How short was the route to the base before? Now we have to take a long detour." And Iching recalled what the two men in hazmat suits had said. So, their original route to the base was beneath the territory. It probably wasn't before. Perhaps after she expanded her territory, it happened to cover their tunnel. It's true, tunnels are safer than walking. At least there's no need to worry about encountering zombies. Yeah, a perfectly good passage is ruined, and we're forced to work overtime to dig a new one. Outside the canyon, Zhou Tongqi paced back and forth at the canyon entrance, peering inside. An hour had passed, and there was still no movement. Wang Bin was getting impatient and asked Zhou Tongqi, "Secretary Zhou, the Lord hasn't come out yet. How about I go in and take a look? I can do the same as the Lord, going from above." Although he didn't know what had happened to Xiao Yunan earlier, he was definitely in trouble. And Iching looked fine from above, but he didn't know what happened after he got in. It wasn't a good idea for them to just wait outside. While Wang Bin wasn't a psychic, his physical condition was excellent, so he could still make it through this narrow canyon from above. Zhou Tongqi frowned. Wait a minute. As soon as he finished speaking, his resident card received a message. It was a message from an Iching's main body. "I can handle what's going on inside. You wait outside and don't move." Seeing an Iching stream, Zhou Tongqi breathed a sigh of relief, his expression completely relaxed. Alright, the Overlord can handle what's going on inside. Let's step back and wait for him to come out. Tang Bai leaned against a tree trunk with his arms folded, waiting. The others also found a place to rest temporarily. Zhou Tongqi found a large, clean rock and sat down. Wang Bin walked over to Zhou Tongqi. "We really don't need to go in and help." Zhou Tongqi, "Yes, the Overlord sent me a message." "Don't worry." Wang Bin relaxed a bit, then felt a bit depressed. "The Lord has done everything, and we seem pretty useless." Zhou Tongqi smiled. "How could that be? The Lord will need us soon." Wang Bin was stunned, looking at Zhou Tongqi suspiciously. Zhou Tongqi smiled, but said nothing. If an Iching didn't need them, she wouldn't have kept them waiting, she would have sent them back. At that moment, Eric pushed open the door to his lab, revealing a pitch-black darkness. Eric frowned. "Why is it so dark? Who turned off the lights in the lab?" He walked in and turned on the light inside. The light suddenly brightened, illuminating the entire lab, and Eric met an Iching's eyes as she sat on the lab bed. An Iching smiled slightly and waved to Eric. "Hello, Dr. Eric." Eric's expression suddenly changed. "You?" The researchers behind him were also stunned. This test subject was actually awake. Dr. Eric's gaze fell on the neatly severed restraints on the lab bed. His lips trembled. He reached out, grabbed the researcher next to him, and pushed him toward an Iching, then turned and ran. Since the apocalypse, he had seen quite a few psychics, even some very powerful ones. But after being drugged by his specially formulated drug, those psychics usually took over 48 hours to regain consciousness, not to mention an Iching was wearing a psychic blocker. Not only had she woken up in such a short time, she had also severed the restraints on the lab bed. The blocker seemed completely useless to her. At that moment, Dr. Eric's mind went on fire, and his first instinct was to flee. "Ah!" The researcher, who had been dragged in as a scapegoat by Eric, let out a shrill scream. The next moment, as if whipped by a whip, he flew through the air, slamming heavily onto a nearby shelf of lab equipment. Various instruments, scissors, tweezers, and bottles and cans all fell to the ground with a resounding clatter. As Eric ran, he realized he had remained in the same spot, and his perspective had increased significantly. His face was utterly pale, and he slowly, mechanically lowered his head, realizing that his feet were already off the ground. And Iching jumped off the lab bed and walked towards the door. She stepped around Eric and stood in front of him. She raised her head and smiled, saying, "Dr. Eric, why didn't you say hello to me?" "That's very rude." Eric looked at an Iching smile, his face twitching as if cramping, his eyes filled with fear. "What are you doing?" "Let go of Dr. Eric." Because they were right at the door, someone quickly noticed what was happening. Instantly, people rushed over from both sides of the corridor. And Iching's consciousness was scattered everywhere, fully aware of the horrific human experiments being conducted by these people in this institute. This time, she treated them with no courtesy at all. Golden thread shot out from the scattered consciousnesses, piercing through the legs of these people, severing their legs at the knees. In an instant, the entire institute was filled with wailing cries of pain. The footsteps behind them suddenly stopped. The men watched in horror as their legless colleague rolled on the ground, covered in blood. They swallowed their saliva and unconsciously took a step back. Then, a golden line flashed, and the legs of the person behind them were also severed at the knee. Ah! The screams were deafening, echoing throughout the institute. Dr. Eric trembled as he watched an Iching single-handedly sever the legs of everyone in the institute in an instant, tears streaming down his face. Mercy, mercy. Eric begged in a trembling voice. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have set my sights on you. Please forgive me. I'd be your slave from now on. Please. And Iching scoffed. She did need scientific research talent, but she could forget about those who conducted such inhumane human experiments. And Iching smiled at Eric. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Eric breathed a sigh of relief, his body trembling calmed. He offered Iching an ingratiating smile. Don't worry, I'm very capable. You won't regret sparing my life. Eric's pupils suddenly dilated, his eyes widening before he finished. And Iching turned. I won't kill you, but I can play a game with you. The name of the game is Identity Swap. At this moment, several more figures appeared in the research institute. They bowed deeply to Iching's departing figure, then all their eyes turned to Dr. Eric, who had fallen from midair, and to the researchers and assistants around him, their legs broken and howling in agony, as well as the armed personnel protecting the institute. And Iching violently tore open the doors of every laboratory in the institute, rescuing one tortured and dying psychic after another. And Iching's real body emerged from the realm, and sent another message to Zhou Tongxi. Okay, everyone can come in now. Chapter 126. Zhou Tongxi immediately led his men inside upon receiving the message. After crossing the narrow ravine, the group came upon a deep valley surrounded by sheer cliffs. A massive rock had been pushed out to the side, revealing a passage clearly man-made. Many people were sitting or lying in the passage. Some were still conscious, but appeared to be exhausted. Others lay unconscious, their eyes closed, on the side. Zhou Tongxi looked around and quickly approached Iching. Lord, who are these? Iching, these are psychics captured by this research institute for human experiments. Treat their wounds first, then take them back to the healing psychics for treatment. Aki Yuan was not the only psychic with psychic abilities in the territory now, which was why Iching had dared to send her to the S province base to help treat Songyu. Wanbin immediately led his men to examine the injuries of the individuals, and then took out the cell activation spray to treat them. The injuries on these individuals were truly horrifying, making one's scalp tingle and their hair stand on end. One person had 2 long wounds on their back, which had been stitched shut. It was unclear what the research institute was planning on leaving such long wounds on someone's back. Even though they had been stitched shut, the technique was crude, leaving thick, long wounds on their backs. The wounds had clearly been poorly treated, and blood was still seeping from their backs. Someone's abdomen had been opened, and even someone's skull had been opened. Zhou Tongxi's expression grew increasingly grim as he watched, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look into the passage. It's been resolved inside. Don't worry about it. After Iching's consciousness dispersed, she gathered a wealth of information. Perhaps because the assistant researchers had been trapped here for so long, they enjoyed chatting with their companions whenever they were around. Even when no one was around, they would occasionally mutter to themselves. From these fragmentary messages, Iching learned that the person whose back had been opened was a psychic with the ability to fly. This ability wasn't due to control, but rather to the ability to grow wings from his back. Initially, the Research Institute didn't understand psychics, so they conducted a wide range of research, examining their blood, flesh, bones, and entire bodies. Thus, those with wounds on their bodies were likely psychics captured for research early on. If they weren't psychics, their physical fitness was superior to that of ordinary people, and they would have died countless times over. But no matter how powerful a psychic is, they're still human, and therefore, many psychics used as experimental subjects have died in this institute. Those who survived are both unfortunate and fortunate. Unfortunately, their continued existence means they be constantly studied and dissected. Fortunately, they have now been rescued, finally able to escape this hellish abyss, and see the light of day. Recently, Dr. Eric has found it extremely difficult to extract the superpower core from a human's Dantian and return it to others. So far, he has extracted the superpower cores of several psychics, but unfortunately, none of them could endure the pain of containing them. Those who were given superpower cores have all exploded and died. Those whose skulls have been opened are Eric's latest research. He plans to install chips in their brains to control them, turning them into weapons in his hands. Seeing the torture these people endured, Iching thought of Su Jingxian from the original story. Su Jingxian was rescued shortly after the apocalypse, and soon afterwards sent to the Research Institute. So, she was one of the early people there. She had endured all the pain these people endured. It's unknown how long she had been at the Research Institute before she became the person who, while still conscious, could neither move nor speak, and whose space had become a warehouse for the entire base. After Wang Bin and the others treated everyone's injuries, they each carried 2 people and left together. Although Xiao Yudan was uninjured, whether instinctively protecting himself or otherwise, his entire body was covered in sparks and lightning. No one could touch him, and in the end, An Yiqing had to use a golden wire to carry him away. As she left, she used the wire to pull the rock back, sealing the hole again. At that moment, the research institute was filled with miserable, desperate screams. Dr. Eric watched helplessly as a translucent figure approached him with an electric hacksaw. The humming sound, so familiar to him, now filled him with a chilling fear. Even before the saw even touched him, his eyes rolled back and he passed out. But soon, Dr. Eric awoke to intense pain. The translucent figure was sawing at his skull with the hacksaw. Ah! Dr. Eric convulsed in pain, his eyes rolling back. He struggled to run, but his arms, legs, and neck were bound tightly by the straps on the lab bed, and his head was immobilized in a restraint, preventing him from moving. He stared, tears and snot streaming down his face. Blurred, he seemed to see the translucent figure's grinning face. It was the psychic who had once lain on this very laboratory bed, having died after numerous experiments failed. Eric's pupils trembled. How could it be possible? Then, after the pain, he felt a chill in his brain. Eric strained his eyes open, and saw that the transparent figure was holding his skull. The entire laboratory was like a living hell. The researchers who had once used psychics as guinea pigs were now all guinea pigs, bound to the laboratory beds. The deceased psychics stood where they had once stood, carrying the same instruments they had once used, conducting the same experiments. The entire laboratory was shrouded in an invisible golden aura. This was a realm simulated by An Yiqing's divine power. Within this realm, the souls of those who had died in torture could semi-materialize and, unlike the spirits in the service station rest area, would not quickly vanish. They could freely exact revenge on the researchers. Even after the researchers' death, their souls would continue to live on because of the realm. The realm strengthened the souls of the deceased psychics, allowing them to continue suppressing the researchers. Of course, these souls could not leave the realm. If they did, without the realm's blessing, their souls would return to their original state and quickly vanish. Among those An Yiqing and her team brought back to the territory, in addition to the psychics being studied, were also those who had previously disappeared. Several of them had died, allegedly being taken for experiments that had failed. Only Wang Guohua was still alive. The return of the missing people naturally attracted great attention from the survivors in the internment zone. Wang Guohua, emaciated from hunger, returned to his dorm. Before he could rest, a large group of survivors had blocked the doors and windows. Hey Guohua, where have you been all this time? Yeah, how come you lost so much weight? I almost didn't recognize you. Where did the Lord and his men find you? Did you leave on your own, or were you abducted? The last question was the one that concerned everyone the most. If Wang Guohua left on his own, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if he was abducted, everyone was inevitably uneasy. Many survivors who had been muddling along in the internment zone, thinking it was okay not to join the territory, now felt a sense of crisis. The security in the internment zone was still too low, nothing compared to the territory. Wang Guohua's roommate brought white rice porridge, specially prepared for the previously abducted and the group of psychics. Hey, move aside, move aside. Don't block the door. Don't spill it. Wang Guohua's roommate, Zhang Chong, carefully guarded his lunch box, blocked outside and could only shout. Thankfully, those who heard his voice, no matter how curious or anxious, made way for him. Zhang Chong breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked back inside with his lunch box. He said to the people outside, I say, don't block us here. The Lord said there'd be a meeting soon to discuss this matter. Don't disturb Guohua's rest. He opened his lunch box and shoved it towards Wang Guohua. You've been hungry for a long time. Have some rice porridge first, and then you can eat something else. Wang Guohua burst into tears instantly, sobbing uncontrollably as he clutched his lunch box. During his captivity, he had truly felt the cruelty of the apocalypse and realized how fortunate he was to be in the holding area of the territory. Thinking of what he endured after being captured by the lab men, he felt a chill run down his spine. The warm rice porridge in his hand shone through him, chilling him. Calling the lunch box, Wang Guohua took a sip before saying, It's okay. I can't sleep either, so I can talk to you. He paused, then smiled wryly. It's just that I really don't have the energy right now. Don't argue. Ask one by one, or your voices will completely drown me out. Zhang Chong glanced at Wang Guohua in surprise. He spoke so gently, a stark contrast to his former self. In the past, Wang Guohua wouldn't have bothered to talk to these people, it would have only annoyed him. It seemed he truly experienced something this time, which had caused such a drastic change. Wang Guohua's voice was indeed too soft, and he sounded a little weak, so the crowd around him quickly quieted down. After hearing Wang Guohua's words, everyone realized that he had indeed been abducted. In reality, it was his own fault. There were restrooms built in the shelter. After all, with so many people, the few toilets in the tanks were far too few. But even with the restrooms, they were still insufficient for the large number of people in the shelter. Every time they needed to use the restroom, they had to wait in line. Wang Guohua had always been impatient. Whenever he saw so many people, he would go straight to the foot of the hill behind the shelter to relieve himself. Then, he was knocked unconscious and taken away. And because of his usual behavior, no one took his case seriously after a day or two of absence, which is why it took so long to be discovered. After Wang Guohua was taken to the research institute, he was locked up. The institute had limited space, so they couldn't afford him a separate room, so they kept him with the test subjects. As soon as he woke up, Wang Guohua fainted from shock. Only then did he realize what a terrifying place he had landed in, and he lived in constant fear, fearing he'd be captured and sliced up for research. The lab had actually prepared bean rice for him, not much, but it was enough. Wang Guohua, fearing it might contain something bad, didn't dare eat it. During his captivity, Wang Guohua felt more and more regretful and despairing. He regretted not taking his training and work seriously, sitting around in the containment area all day, waiting to die. Now, in danger, he had no ability to save himself. It was the end of the world. He had truly been blinded by greed. He had such good conditions, and such a great opportunity, but he hadn't seized it. Wang Guohua was truly terrified and truly regretful. Now that the Lord had rescued them, he had resolved to turn over a new leaf and become a good person, never again like his former self. Everyone around him sighed upon hearing this. Some, like Wang Guohua, who had thought the shelter provided enough food and drink to get by, felt a pang of fear, fearing they would suffer the same fate as Wang Guohua. Wang Guohua was incredibly lucky to have survived. Hadn't they seen that no one else had made it back? All the survivors now had only one thought, to join the territory. Of course, some couldn't help but question Wang Guohua. Why are you the only one still alive? Where are the others? If he had been questioned in the past, Wang Guohua would have jumped up. This time, he simply curled his lips and sneered, "That's just them being stupid. They know that place isn't a good place, yet they still dare to eat the food they're given." The bean rice was mixed with something called attraction agent. Its specific purpose was unknown, but it was clearly for experimental purposes. Because they were all imprisoned together, Wang Guohua even tried to persuade them not to eat it, saying who knew what was in it. But they ignored him. Afterwards, a simple blood draw was done. Those whose traction agent levels met the standard were taken away. Only Wang Guohua, who didn't, was left behind. Even further away, and I Ching's consciousness, attached to Hang Chi, had followed them through the passage to the base on the other side. It was a small base, not far from the territory, about 5 or 6 kilometers away. The underground passage leading from the research institute to the base had been incorporated into the territory after I Ching used the 4-up cards territory expansion cards, thus disconnecting the research institute from the base. Later, another road leading to the base was developed. However, due to the vastness of the territory, they could only dig a long circuitous underground tunnel from the small one to the base. At this point, the 3 of them had already arrived below the base. 2 armed forces parked their vehicle, entered the code into the upward lock, and opened the upward door. The door opened, and the 3 of them climbed the stairs and entered a fully enclosed room. After opening the door, they found themselves in another long passage, which led through several doors before entering the base. The base was surrounded by high, curved walls on both sides, about 2 meters apart, forming a circular shape. Hang Chi's gaze drifted to the survivors sitting near the inner wall. Most of them wore tattered clothing, some huddled in corners, while others, more respectable, had tents or sleeping bags. But this also chilled Hang Chi's heart, as if these survivors were little more than beggars. Furthermore, their faces were numb, their eyes glassy, like puppets devoid of soul, which made Hang Chi even more terrified. At that moment, regret washed over him like a surging wave. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Would leaving the lab and joining the base really make things better? Would he one day end up like these people? No, not at all. He was a psychic, not one of these lowly, ordinary people. Soon, the armed team led Hang Chi to a short, thin man. He was about 1.6 meters tall, much shorter than Hang Chi, and he had to keep his head down to look at him. The armed team handed Hang-Chi to him and departed. The dwarf eyed Hang-Chi critically, then smiled broadly. Come on, I take you to your quarters. Let me briefly explain our base. It's divided into an outer city, an inner city, and a central city. We belong to the outer city, where ordinary people live. Enter through that door, and you find the inner city, where all the psychics live. Hearing this, Hang-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps because his tone was too obvious, the dwarf glanced at Hang-Chi. The psychics I'm talking about are all exceptionally powerful, generally above level 5 or 6. Hang-Chi's heart sank. After entering the laboratory, he also understood his own psychic level. His powers were already at level 1 upon awakening. Most psychics are actually at level 0 upon awakening, and reaching level 1 takes a long time. Of course, some quickly master the method of cultivating their powers, and despite some setbacks, they grow rapidly. Hang-Chi, on the other hand, awakened directly to level 1, surpassing the starting point of many psychics. However, he was so complacent at the time that he was expelled from the containment area. Since being sent to the Research Institute, he has had no time to research his powers, so he is still stuck at level 1. The dwarf smiled and said, but you're lucky to have Dr. Eric's attention. Hang-Chi's heart sank as the dwarf spoke, his heart rate fluctuating wildly, almost unbearable. However, Dr. Eric's approval is needed for your specific arrangements. Until then, you temporarily reside in the outer city. I arrange a tent for you. The dwarf picked his teeth and said vaguely, but as long as the information you give Dr. Eric is useful and true, he will definitely treat you well. He whispered in Hang-Chi's ear, if Dr. Eric gives the okay, maybe you can enter not only the inner city, but also the central city. Hang-Chi's initial nervousness subsided a little, and he became curious. What is the central city? The dwarf smiled broadly, and was very easygoing. After walking to a secluded and deserted spot, he said, the central city? It's a place where you can live as well as before the apocalypse. As if recalling something delicious, the dwarf smacked his lips. The central city has a bounty of supplies. There's meat, wine, and women. TSK, I was lucky enough to be there once. It's a true paradise on earth. This simple statement instantly filled Hang-Chi with longing. He subconsciously glanced toward the inner city. I can really get into Central City? The dwarf continued to pick his teeth. That depends on the value of your information. Hang-Chi instantly felt a surge of confidence. The information he had given Dr. Eric was completely true. In today's world, its value is immeasurable. Dr. Eric would definitely send him to Central City. The dwarf sneered silently at Hang-Chi's hazy, yearning expression, and his uncontrollable complacency. He quickly led Hang-Chi to a tent. Okay, the bedding is ready. You can stay here for a while. Hang-Chi nodded repeatedly. Looking at the ragged ordinary people not far from the tent, he no longer felt the same pity he had when he first saw them. He glanced at them with disdain, snorted, unzipped the tent, and peered inside. The bedding hadn't been washed or aired in who knows how long. It reeked of mold, a stark contrast to the accommodations in the territory's internment area. Not to mention the musty smell, which was accompanied by an indescribable stench that made Hang-Chi step back several steps and look hesitantly at the dwarf. Aren't there any cleaner tents? The dwarf looked helpless. It's the end of the world now, and everything is scarce. Who has the time or manpower to clean bedding? This is the cleanest. How about I take you somewhere else? Hang-Chi shuddered when he heard that this was the cleanest. It was a shame that the supplies he had taken from the internment area had been taken away at the Research Institute. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to sleep in such a place. Hang-Chi had no choice but to hold his nose and stay. And I Ching's consciousness disengaged from Hang-Chi and attached itself to the dwarf. After the dwarf left, he quickly reached the base gate and told his companions about Hang-Chi as a joke. The group laughed and laughed, mocking Hang-Chi's wild imagination. And I Ching waited a moment, but realized the dwarf had no intention of entering the inner city. She had no choice but to break away from the dwarf and move toward the inner city gate. The consciousness, no bigger than a fingernail, was inconspicuous, but also difficult to move because of its small size. Afterwards, I Ching carefully observed her surroundings. When no one was watching, she used the golden thread to attach herself to the wall near the inner city gate. With a firm pull, her consciousness shot towards the gate. Soon, I Ching entered the inner city. The inner city was larger, but it was also located between two walls. The towering walls were clearly much taller than those of the outer city, and several times wider. While the people of the inner city weren't particularly glamorous, they were still far better off than those of the outer city. They lived in small, tiled houses, but they were still houses. Under two walls, identical houses were neatly arranged. And Iching even spotted an old woman sitting at a doorway, sewing shoe soles. And Iching walked around the inner city and discovered that there were quite a few psychics here, totaling around 2,000 to 3,000. Not only were these all psychics, but from what they heard, some were still out gathering supplies. In other words, these 2,000 to 3,000 weren't even the entire psychic population of this small base. After all, the total number of psychics in Province S is only a little over 1,000, not to mention in Iching's territory. Her territory already had a large population, but the rate of awakened superpowers was pitifully low. Currently, the total number of superpower users in the territory was less than 100. After some thought, Iching split her consciousness into two. One part remained in the inner city to wander around and gather information, while the other went to the gates of the central city and swaggered in. This base was built in a circular formation. The base was a circle within a circle, forming an outer city, an inner city, and a central city. The central city was the very center of the circle within this circle. The base, inside and out, wasn't large, but it boasted incredibly high walls. The outer city's walls were roughly the same height as those of the S province base, the inner cities were a third higher, and the central city's walls were 3 or 4 times as high. While Iching was in the central city, she subconsciously looked up at the sky. At that moment, she felt like a frog in a well, deep at the bottom, only able to see the tiny patch of sky at the well's mouth. Unlike the loosely organized inner and outer cities, the central city actually had armed patrols, the same heavily armed ones that had brought Hangchi here. And Iching guessed that these people must have obtained their equipment from the Hylan Kingdom's armed forces. The buildings in the central city were much better built, resembling small villas, with the ones in the center being noticeably better built. And Iching quickly figured out that the central villa was the residence of the base's top leader, Commander Yang. The other small villas were the homes of his trusted subordinates. In addition, there were many handsome men and beautiful women serving these people. Next to them was a building that served as a brothel, housing many attractive men and women who were used to entertain the psychics and the armed patrols. For beautiful people, the apocalypse seems like an endless hell. Unless you possess the strength to protect yourself, you become prey on others' chopping blocks, at the mercy of their prey. Previously, Iching had mostly encountered women who suffered, but now she realized it wasn't just women who suffered. Some people, when they turned beastly, showed no regard for gender. A consciousness the size of half a fingernail couldn't do much, especially since she hadn't been able to use it up all the way to the base. A direct solution to the situation here was certainly out of the question. She could merge the consciousnesses of the inner and central cities, then find and kill base Captain Yang. This consciousness could kill one person, but it would likely alert the enemy. The base clearly didn't know what was happening at the research institute. If they were alerted, she wasn't afraid of what they might do, but she was afraid they'd flee. So, Iching had her consciousness find a safe place to stay in the inner or outer city, monitoring the base's movements. Just then, a familiar figure appeared. If it weren't for Captain Tion, your parents and sister would have died. Now Captain Tion has saved you and brought you to the base, giving you a place to stay. You must be grateful. A man dressed very coolly walked in, his slender waist swaying in a way that was particularly. The moment Iching looked over, she felt as if she were blind, wishing she had gouged out her eyes to pretend she had never seen such a thing. The person following behind this man was slender and tall, with a truly beautiful face, her peach blossom eyes particularly captivating. While not quite as attractive as Yao, the incarnation of a god, he was still better looking than the celebrities the original owner had seen on TV. And this kind of beauty was quite neutral, possessing a kind of androgynous beauty that was difficult to distinguish between male and female. This is Captain Tion's home. Here's a piece of advice. Serve Captain Tion well. Being chosen by Captain Tion and being allowed to stay in this central area is a blessing you earned over several lifetimes. Don't be ungrateful. Think of your parents and your sister. The boy, with a limp back and a wobbly gait, patted his shoulder and pushed him towards Captain Tion's home. Iching, The handsome young man, with androgynous features, clenched his fists, his lips pursed, his beautiful peach-shaped eyes gleaming with anger. Where are my parents and sister? The charming boy laughed. Oh, you're such a fool. You ask me, but I don't know. You better try to please Captain Tion and make him happy. Once he's happy, he naturally let you meet your parents and sister. Iching wondered, was this Captain Tion a man or a woman? The handsome young man gritted his teeth, but his parents were in someone else's hands. He didn't dare act rashly, fearing that his parents or sister would be in danger. But was he just going to accept his fate? Chibin felt a flame burning in his chest, threatening to consume him, but he couldn't do anything. If he resisted, who knew what would happen to his parents and sister? At that moment, Chibin even thought it would be better if his family had died together in the zombie swarm. And Iching's consciousness split into two again. One part stuck to Chibin, and the other part stuck to the charming boy who left. The alluring boy swayed and twisted his waist, flirting with the patrolling armed forces. When he encountered them, his expression extremely seductive. However, even a good-looking boy imitating such an attitude was rather unpleasant. As the armed forces passed by, they pretended not to notice the alluring boy's movements, their pace quickening even more than before, as if they were afraid of being pestered by him. Soon, the alluring boy staggered into the small brothel. The brothel housed many men and women, each occupying a room. After entering, the alluring boy glanced at the men and women in the bar-like lobby on the first floor, his face grim. "What are you doing? What are you all doing here, all of you lazy people? You're so lazy. Get up and go to the dressing room to get ready. What are you thinking, with your scowls on your faces? Are you starving again?" The man and woman sitting on the sofa didn't dare to say a word despite the scolding, and immediately got up to get ready. A girl came over hesitantly, half her cheek still swollen. "Huang Ming, can you please, find me someone with a better temper today? I really don't want to be beaten anymore." As she spoke, the girl sobbed and felt like crying. Huang Ming sighed. "Look at you, I changed you several times before, and what's the result? You always act like you've been tortured, which makes me angry. Is it a problem with the replacement? This is your problem. Qian, I'm being a little more considerate of you, because we're classmates and both have the last name Huang. But you can't keep doing this. It's hard for me to handle you, okay?" Huang Qian's tears immediately flowed, and she bit her lip, remaining silent. "Huang Ming, alright, go wash up and put some medicine on your cheeks. You can't look so gloomy tonight. If you keep doing this, I can't help you." Huang Qian had no choice but to turn around and go to the dressing room. She could only console herself that everything was fine. At least, she wouldn't have to face those terrifying zombies anymore. Here, she could eat and drink well, and she was safe, wasn't she? While comforting herself, Huang Qian couldn't help but wipe away a tear. Huang Ming waited until they all cleaned up before returning to his room. As the door closed, Huang Ming's charming and alluring demeanor vanished, the forced allure on his face vanished, his face gloomy and terrifying. His room was large, with a large, soft, and comfortable-looking bed, a large wardrobe, a dressing mirror, and a bathroom. Sitting in front of the mirror, Huang Ming stared at his gloomy face and clenched his teeth. After a while, he muttered to himself, "It doesn't matter. It be soon. As long as I can become a superpowered person. I avenge everything I endured." With that, he slammed his fist down on the dressing table, making a resounding thud. And Iching couldn't recall where she'd seen Huang Ming before, but from hearing him mutter these words, it was clear that he wasn't willing to serve anyone else. After a while, Huang Ming went to the bathroom to wash his face. He had been wearing makeup, a rather glamorous, seductive look that was quite different from his natural appearance. Now, with the makeup removed, his true appearance was revealed. And Iching pondered carefully, finally digging this person out from the corners of her memory. Huang Ming, Qiu Yuanyuan's classmate. Back in the territory, the boy who raped a woman and wanted to give Qiu Yuanyuan to Li Ringbao without hesitation was so self-conscious. For a moment, and Iching was at a loss for words. Is this retribution? No wonder she felt familiar, it was him. But an Iching didn't leave immediately. Huang Ming was clearly well connected within the base, otherwise, he wouldn't have been the one to escort that pretty young man to Captain Tian's house. Furthermore, his tone of command and reprimand was constant when he spoke to the others in this small brothel. After washing his face, Huang Ming began to undress, apparently intending to shower. And Iching immediately withdrew. In the territory, over 20 psychics within the research institute had been cured. But the long years of confinement, research, and torture within the institute had taken a toll on them. Even facing an Iching, their savior, they remained suspicious, wary, and cautious. At this point, an Iching was a sentient being. Her affinity, though not perfect, was at least 80, but this level of affinity was completely useless to this group of people. And Iching tried to soothe them, but they remained silent, staring at her silently, their eyes clearly wary. They didn't even eat a single bite of the rice porridge she had sent them. Seeing this, an Iching sighed and said, "I know you're uneasy and don't trust me. You're all well now. If you don't want to stay with me, you can leave and find another way. Bases have been established in every province now, and you can go there. Provincial bases are generally established by post-apocalyptic government agencies and are more trustworthy. It's best to avoid smaller bases. After a pause, Aniching reminded them, especially Shinrong Base, a few kilometers west of here. The research institute you were previously stationed at is part of this base. This research institute must have existed before the apocalypse, otherwise its facilities wouldn't be so comprehensive, and the distance between the base and the research institute wouldn't be so great. After Aniching said this, someone among the psychics reacted slightly. It was a woman, probably in her 50s. Her eyebrows trembled. She looked at Aniching and curled her lips. Shinrong Base, I know. The woman's voice was raspy, as if it were made of sandpaper, with a distinct graininess that made it uncomfortable to listen. My son handed me over to the lab. Shinrong Base conducted these inhumane human experiments secretly. Dr. Eric didn't dare to visit the powerful psychics at the base, so his research institute primarily focused on those with less powerful abilities. Only those with exceptionally powerful psychics would be able to obtain research, often resorting to extremely devious methods. Of course, the base also had another option. That was volunteering to participate in the research, under the guise of contributing to humanity's future. Because the compensation was excellent, many people signed up. However, the number of ordinary volunteers accepted was limited, leading many from the outer city districts to fight tooth and nail for a single spot. Since psychics were rarely willing to participate, the base offered exceptionally high compensation to those who volunteered, even offering a one-person participation benefit for the entire family. Therefore, her daughter-in-law had volunteered for this low-level Earth-type Esper. Yes, it was her daughter-in-law who signed her up, but she knew full well that without her son's approval, she wouldn't dare hand her over. While being studied in the lab, tortured to the point of wanting to die, she envied the Esper who had died after the experiments failed. Death meant knowing no pain, while life meant continuing to suffer. She regretted, deeply regretting not strangling her son when she gave birth to him. She had painstakingly raised him, paid for his education, bought him a car and a house, only to have him eat even her bones. Thinking of her heartless son, anger and hatred welled up in her heart, a flame flaring up. She wished she could be at Shinrong Base right now and tear him into pieces to quench her hatred. As soon as the woman spoke, someone else spoke up. Me too. My brother handed me over to the research institute. My girlfriend signed me up. Hee. Ha ha ha. So everyone's the same. I thought it was just me. My dad signed me up. Aniching was stunned. She hadn't expected that most of these 20-something psychics were originally from Shinrong Base, only to have their close relatives volunteer as experimental subjects. The hospital in the territory had been built, and the doctors, nurses, and healing psychics had been transferred there. However, every day, one doctor, one nurse, and one healing psychic would still be on duty at the temporary hospital in the internment area. At this moment, these psychics were all housed in the prefabricated hospital. The ward was a large, prefabricated room with 30 beds. The spaces between each bed were very small, but curtains were installed in the middle to provide some privacy. At this moment, the entire ward was filled with sobs of pain and frantic laughter. Aniching listened to the clamor, feeling deeply oppressed and heavy. She suddenly spoke, I plan to attack the Shinrong Base soon. If you're not in a hurry to leave, you can recuperate here and join our team. All the figures suddenly stopped. They stared at Aniching in silence. Aniching sympathized with them, but she had no idea what they were thinking. She smiled and said, Rest well and take care of yourself. With that, she turned and left the prefabricated hospital. She let out a long breath and glanced at the psychiatrist beside her. This was the only psychiatrist in the territory, which reminded her of the one she'd been promised in Province S. If nothing had happened, she would have brought one back with her, and there wouldn't be a shortage right now. The psychiatrist felt uneasy under Aniching's gaze. Lord. Although she was a psychiatrist, she had only just begun her internship before the apocalypse. She was more theoretical than practical, and she still felt a bit unsure. But now she was the only psychiatrist in the territory, so there was nothing she could do but bite the bullet. Aniching smiled and patted her head soothingly. Don't worry, just do your best to help them. The psychiatrist nodded vigorously. I understand, Lord. Don't worry, I do my best. Chapter 127. Aniching left the hospital and returned to the territory, summoning Zhou Tongxi. Go to the meeting later and discuss the abduction of the survivors. Give them some comfort and instruct them to strengthen Wangbin's security. Zhou Tongxi nodded. Okay, I understand. Aniching's claim that the danger inside had been resolved was believed, even though he hadn't witnessed it himself. He quickly organized the details and consider the appropriate wording. Also, notify the survivors and the territory residents that I'm dispatching personnel to attack Shinrong Base. Participation is voluntary. That research institute is part of Shinrong Base. If the base isn't eliminated, these human experiments could easily resurface. Zhou Tongqi, unaware of the relationship between the research institute and Shinrong Base, was stunned by An Yiqing's words. After all, there's a huge difference between a research institute and a base. Lord, are you planning to stay out of this time? Zhou Tongqi asked tentatively. An Yiqing nodded. Well, this time I just check for gaps and won't take direct action. This will serve as a training exercise for the people in this territory. Zhou Tongqi breathed a sigh of relief, a smile breaking across his face. As long as the Lord understands. After confirming An Yiqing's instructions, Zhou Tongqi turned and prepared to leave. After the meeting, come up to the 7th floor, An Yiqing instructed. Zhou Tongqi paused, then immediately realized what was happening. Even if he'd been calm, he was still agitated. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he looked at An Yiqing intently. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder if he was overthinking things. An Yiqing looked up at him. Is there a problem? Zhou Tongqi suppressed his pounding heart and ultimately refrained from asking An Yiqing for a definitive answer, trying to appear calm and composed. No, Lord, I go downstairs and arrange the meeting. An Yiqing nodded. Zhou Tongqi turned and left, his steps a little more unsteady than usual. An Yiqing smiled suddenly at this. Zhou Tongqi entered the elevator and, the moment the doors closed, patted his face. Xiao Yunan, Zhou Tongyuan, and Zhou Tongbin had all gained superpowers. It was clearly impossible for them to awaken on their own. Although none of them had ever told him how their powers came about, even Zhou Tongbin, who had always been closest to him, and Zhou Tongyuan, who was the easiest to coax out of him, were extremely tight-lipped and hadn't revealed anything. But even with Zhou Tongqi's indirect probing, even if he didn't get a definitive answer, he had some guesses. But even if he knew in his heart that, of their family, he was the least likely to be gifted with superpowers by An Yiqing. This was the result of a choice he had made in the past. Even though An Yiqing seemed to trust him now, even making him the Lord Secretary, he remained clear-headed and hadn't forgotten the past because of An Yiqing's trust. Zhou Tongqi even considered that perhaps everyone who had originally followed An Yiqing had acquired superpowers, except him. Even thinking about such a thing was hard not to feel a sense of loss. He had already prepared himself mentally to avoid the potential for mental imbalance should that situation ever arise. However, all his previous preparations had collapsed at An Yiqing's words just now. It was almost evening, and by the time he finished the meeting, it would surely be dark. Normally, An Yiqing wouldn't have called him to discuss anything at this time, especially since he already knew Zhou Tongbin and Zhou Tongyuan both gained their powers at night. The elevator reached the 1st floor. The moment the door opened, Zhou Tongqi immediately returned to normal, his demeanor composed, as he exited the elevator as if nothing had happened. Just then, a voice called the intercom rang in his ears. Zhou Tongqi took out his territory card. It was Qiu Yuanyuan. Zhou Tongqi answered the call, and immediately heard Qiu Yuanyuan's excited voice on the other end. Song Yu's awake? But she's still very weak. So, should we wait for her to recuperate, or return to the territory now? When Qiu Yuanyuan left, Zhou Tongqi's position hadn't yet been determined, and many people didn't know what to call him. So, they either didn't address him directly, or simply called him by his name. Qiu Yuanyuan was the one who didn't address him directly, but spoke directly. Zhou Tongqi immediately turned and went upstairs. Wait a minute, don't hang up yet. I go ask the overlord. Qiu Yuanyuan, okay. Province S base. Liao Zihao and Qiu Yuanyuan weren't An Yiqing after all, and couldn't withstand endless instantaneous mental recovery. During their time treating Song Yu, they discovered that they could only use a maximum of 20 chocolate beans per day to restore their mental power. A box of chocolate beans contained 10, meaning each person could only use 2 boxes per day, otherwise they would feel very uncomfortable. So Liao Zihao and Qiu Yuanyuan took turns treating Song Yu. Chocolate beans were precious, and it would be a waste for other low-level psychics to use them, so only the 2 of them used them. The other healing psychics came every evening when they had free time to give Song Yu a little treatment. It was better than nothing. Fortunately, An Yiqing knew Song Yu's injury was unusual, so she gave Qiu Yuanyuan 200 boxes of chocolate beans, so she wouldn't have to worry about them running out. Song Yu had woken up. Jiangren and Jiang Xiao, father and son, were excitedly by her bedside, asking about her well-being. Song Yu had woken up, but she was still very weak. Her mind was blank, and she was stunned for a long time before she slowly recalled what had happened. The thought of the previous events immediately came back to her, but she found her body felt like it wasn't her own. Apart from being able to open her eyes, she couldn't move at all, as if she were a vegetable. Sister Qing. Song Yu was anxious, her lips moving in a pitifully soft whisper. Jiang Shao didn't hear clearly, so he leaned over and asked Xiao Yu, "What did you say?" Song Yu took a breath. "Did Tang Bai summon Sister Qing?" She tried to speak clearly, each word, but it was still too quiet for Jiang Shao, but this time he heard it clearly. This question left Jiang Shao somewhat bewildered. He hurriedly asked Xiao Yuanyuan, who was standing nearby, "Did she ask Tang Bai to summon the Overlord?" Xiao Yuanyuan had come over, having understood the entire situation. She approached and said with a smile, "Sister Yu, don't worry. Rest well. The Overlord is fine now. He sent me here to treat you. How are you feeling? Are you still feeling unwell?" Song Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She blinked, finding it more laborious to shake her head than to speak. She could only say, "I'm fine, but I can't move." Jiang Shao leaned in to listen, then served as a sounding board for the two of them. Xiao Yuanyuan glanced at Liao Zhao, who was standing nearby. "She's probably not fully recovered yet, and is too weak. Should we give Sister Yu some more treatment?" Since this was about the base commander's daughter, Liao Zhao naturally agreed and nodded. That should be the case. After all, it's been so long since she woke up, so it's normal to be weak. A little more treatment would be best. Song Yu frowned. "I go back and rest." Jiang Shao paused, a hint of disapproval in his heart. How could she go back in this state? What if something happened along the way? Even if Qiu Yuanyuan had a space car that could teleport her, would her current health be able to withstand it? He sighed and advised, "Xiao Yu, your health is still very poor. Can you rest for a while? I accompany you back to the territory later." He and Jiangren had already discussed this. During Song Yu's coma, he had stayed by her side, not participating in any base affairs. Song Yu pursed her lips. She wanted to go back, to see an I Ching with her own eyes. She knew Qiu Yuanyuan wouldn't lie to her, but she still felt she needed to see it with her own eyes to feel at ease. "I'm fine. I go back first." Jiangren's heart ached, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on Song Yu's hand. Although Song Yu couldn't move, her body was still aware of the outside world, and her gaze shifted to Jiangren. Jiangren saw her looking at him, and quickly smiled. He said cautiously, "Xiao Yu, your brother? I mean Jiang Shao, he's right. You haven't recovered yet. Can you wait a little longer? At least wait until you can move before leaving, okay?" Song Yu stared at Jiangren in amazement. She had tacitly agreed to spend a few times with the Jiang family before, but she always felt a bit disconnected. Jiangren always acted relatively normal in front of her, at least much more normal than Jiang Shao, though he was still a little cautious in his words and actions. This was the first time she felt such intense concern in his cautiousness. It was something she had once deeply envied others, something she deeply desired. It turned out that, like everyone else, she could receive such concern without any effort or ingratiation. Song Yu remained silent for a moment. Jiang Ren's concern touched her, but it didn't sway her resolve to return. "I want to go back." For a moment, the room was unusually quiet. To her, Sister Qing was more important than anyone else. Until she had personally confirmed Sister Qing's safety, she couldn't rest and could only remain restless. Xiao Yuanyuan looked at the family in a stalemate inside. "Then I contact the territory and ask the Lord?" Song Yu's eyes lit up, and she looked at Xiao Yuanyuan. Jiang Shao glanced at Jiangren. Jiangren sighed helplessly. "Fine, that's all." He reached out and tucked the corner of Song Yu's blanket. "I'm not trying to keep you here, I'm just worried about you." Song Yu looked at Jiangren and hummed softly. Her voice was still weak, and it was unclear if Jiangren heard her response. Xiao Yuanyuan had originally intended to contact an I Ching, but when she picked up her ID card, she found that an I Ching's contact name was blacked out again. So she contacted Zhou Tongqi. At that moment, Zhou Tongqi had already gone upstairs. An I Ching was absorbing the crystal core that Su Jingxian had sent her. When she heard the knock on the door and came out, she looked at Zhou Tongqi with some surprise. "What's wrong?" Zhou Tongqi walked over to her and said, "Song Yu's awake." An I Ching was startled, then smiled. "That's good. How is she doing now?" Zhou Tongqi shook his head. Xiao Yuanyuan said she's not feeling well. Although she's awake, she can't move. It's probably because she's too weak. She probably needs some time to recover. And I Ching nodded. "Okay, then let her recover and come back when she's fully recovered." Zhou Tongqi paused, listening to Xiao Yuanyuan's retelling of the story, then looked at an I Ching with some resignation. Xiao Yuanyuan said Song Yu was clamoring to come back. And Iching paused, then nodded. I understand. I contact her later. After Zhou Tongxi informed Qiu Yuanyuan of Iching's intentions, he left to continue arranging the meeting. Even then, Iching's true form emerged from the realm again, took out her citizen card, and contacted Song Yu. Song Yu couldn't move, but answering the call was a simple thought, and the call went through quickly. Sister Qing. Song Yu's voice was weak, but it reached Iching's ears clearly. Iching smiled. Yes, it's me. Don't worry. I already taken care of things here. I just got delayed and couldn't come pick you up. Song Yu's nose felt sore, and tears fell uncontrollably. Though she hadn't said it, she insisted on returning to the territory. Besides wanting to confirm Sister Qing's safety with her own eyes, she also felt a little aggrieved. After all, if Sister Qing was okay, why couldn't she come see her? Even if she was busy, at least a quick visit would be enough. She hadn't expected Sister Qing to contact her and immediately explain. Though Sister Qing didn't explain the reason for the delay, her words were enough. Even though Iching couldn't see, she forced a smile. I understand. I'm glad you're okay, Sister Qing. Iching, then rest well in the base. I pick you up when I'm done here, and we go back to the territory together. Song Yu's eyes were still wet with tears, but she was already genuinely smiling. Okay. I wait for you, Sister Qing. Jiang Xiao on the side was visibly upset. Seeing that the overlord hadn't even shown up, he dialed her number and spoke a few words to calm her down. When Song Yu didn't say anything, guessing she hung up, Jiang Xiao wiped her tears with a tissue and tentatively asked, Aren't you going back? Song Yu hummed, Sister Qing will pick me up. Jiang Xiao, He felt even more upset. But he had no right to be jealous of Iching. The sky was gradually darkening. After Zhou Tongxi finished the meeting, comforted the survivors, and announced the situation regarding Shinrong Base, he returned to the territory, heading up to the 7th floor with excitement yet trepidation. In the 7th floor living room, Iching was already waiting for him. Iching pushed over a notebook, recording all the superpowers she currently possessed and could offer him. This time, the superpowers were quite complete. Except for the lightning-related superpower, all others were present. Zhou Tongxi glanced at the various superpowers listed, his gaze settling on the last one. Thread control. This power reminded Zhou Tongxi of the golden thread Iching had used before, and his eyes remained fixed on it. Iching followed his gaze and smiled. Thread control? This was something Iching had acquired from a religious source. At the time, most of the religious apostles possessed the thread control ability. While each of these abilities wasn't particularly strong individually, they were quite powerful when combined. Afterward, Iching devoured them, integrating all of their silk control abilities. So, in reality, the silk control ability core is now quite advanced. If we insist on categorizing it by level, Zhou Tongxi's ability could leap to level 6 or even 7 if he could just contain the silk control ability core. Zhou Tongxi pondered carefully for a moment, ultimately deciding that, compared to any other ability, he desired silk control more. Perhaps influenced by Iching, he felt that none of the other abilities could compare to silk control. Iching nodded. Okay, then, summon me. Her consciousness didn't grant Zhou Tongxi any abilities, so she could only summon her true form. Zhou Tongxi nodded. Okay. Even then, Iching's true form, within her domain, glanced at the group of people on the battle vehicle, who were somewhat skeptical. By this time, their memories had largely recovered, at least they no longer considered themselves children. However, their memories were still stuck in the pre-apocalyptic era, so they almost thought Iching was a kidnapper. Iching got up and went to the bathroom, locked the door, and waited for Zhou Tongxi to summon her. A familiar tug was felt, and the next moment, she appeared next to her consciousness. Zhou Tongxi glanced at his original form, then at his consciousness. Even though he had witnessed this before, seeing it again still seemed a bit magical. Lord. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Tongxi still greeted his original form. Iching smiled. The fusion of the superpower core will be very painful. Your body will undergo a tremendous transformation at the same time. If you can't bear it anymore, you must call a halt. Zhou Tongxi nodded earnestly. I understand. Iching, then let's begin. She controlled the gray mist, enveloping the supernatural core, and slowly sending it into Zhou Tongxi's body. The supernatural core quickly entered Zhou Tongxi's dantian, and his face immediately turned extremely pale, with beads of sweat covering his head and face. Zhou Tongxi gritted his teeth, trying not to make a sound, but his body buckled uncontrollably, and he fell to the ground. His veins bulged, and a dense web of threads could be vaguely seen surging beneath his skin, a terrifying sight. and I Ching's consciousness and body watched from the side. Zhou Tongqi was truly enduring. The threads beneath his skin grew more and more, until his entire body swelled up. Even so, he only let out a few broken whimpers from his throat, without crying out in pain. After a while, I Ching's consciousness continued to guard, while her main body descended the stairs, hastily removing the construction materials they had collected and placing them on the open ground. 20 minutes passed quickly, and I Ching's main body returned to the realm. On the 7th floor, Zhou Tongqi was still gritting his teeth and holding on. At this point, his original appearance was unrecognizable. His entire body had swelled into a ball, cracks beginning to appear on his taut skin, and blood oozed from the ruptured flesh. I Ching frowned, sensing Zhou Tongqi's vitality dwindling. "How are you? Can you still hold on?" At this point, Zhou Tongqi was speechless. It felt as if his skin were filled with silk threads, and he couldn't even move his lips, let alone speak. But I Ching's consciousness could sense his determination not to give up. I Ching sighed, a bit worried that Zhou Tongqi would die here, leaving her without a helper. Zhou Tongqi's vitality was dwindling. I Ching tapped the sofa lightly with her fingers. If his vitality continued to decline, she would directly strip him of his supernatural core. Even though her main body was gone, her consciousness could still strip Zhou Tongqi of his supernatural core. Before I Ching could act, Zhou Tongqi's bloated body gradually began to shrink, and soon, his body had completely returned to normal. I Ching breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed successful. But this also proved that every time she bestowed supernatural powers on someone, she would probably experience the same thing. Zhou Tongqi's clothes had been shattered into rags when his body swelled up, so now, back to normal, he was completely naked. I Ching pulled a blanket from the sofa and threw it over him, covering him with it. "Do you have any chocolate beans left?" "Take 2 first." Zhou Tongqi had just experienced excruciating pain and was still a bit dazed. It wasn't until I Ching's blanket covered him that he realized the utter awkwardness of his situation and immediately wrapped himself tightly in it. He stood up, picked up his recently fallen resident card, and took out 2 chocolate beans from it. After Zhou Tongqi's pale face had eased somewhat, I Ching had him sit across from her and began to cultivate his mental power with her spiritual force. At the same time, her main body also began to cultivate. Perhaps because the conscious body was guiding Zhou Tongqi's mental power, neither the main body nor the conscious body felt anything being absorbed by her during this practice. Before dawn, Zhou Tongqi, who had successfully awakened his superpowers and learned how to cultivate his spiritual power, hurried downstairs wrapped in a blanket. It was still early, and while some people in the territory had already woken up, the territory mall was still empty. Zhou Tongqi glanced around and hurried inside. He quickly took his territory card and swiped it to pay for his points. He then grabbed his temperature-controlled combat uniform and immediately put it on. "Huh? Secretary Zhou? You're here to buy things so early too?" A voice called from behind. Zhou Tongqi, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, tensed up again. He turned and looked at Lian Yu, who was yawning as she approached. Lian Yu was followed by several people, all shopping for food. Zhou Tongqi nodded stiffly yes. He subconsciously glanced at Lian Yu and the group behind her, confirming that they looked normal. He breathed a sigh of relief and hurried away without saying anything. Zhou Tongqi didn't know it, but as soon as he left, the group behind him, who had previously looked normal, gathered together, their faces lit up with anti-smiles. "Did you see that?" Yes. Secretary Zhou just came out of the elevator. Oh, no clothes on, just wrapped in a blanket. TSK. So, Secretary Zhou and the Lord are really a couple. Ahem, him, don't spread rumors about it. If it's not true, it would tarnish the Lord's reputation. Lian Yu quickly interrupted their musings. Yes. We know. Don't worry, boss. We won't say anything. Lian Yu, Why does it sound even more worrying? But aside from them, Lian Yu couldn't help but wonder about it herself. After all, coming down from the 7th floor meant he probably spent the night there, and Secretary Zhou hadn't even come down wrapped in a blanket. Anyone would have had wild thoughts. Finding her thoughts spiraling further and further away, Lian Yu quickly shook her head. Stop talking. Today, both the territory and the internment area were bustling with activity. Of course, it wasn't about Zhou Tongqi and I Ching, but rather about what Zhou Tongqi had said during the meeting yesterday. Attack Shinrong base. At this moment, the registration points Zhou Tongqi had arranged were already set up, right between the territory and the internment area. There were 8 registration points in total, 4 for the territory residents and 4 for the survivors. In the internment area, Jiangze and the other 5 gathered in Jiangze and Yang Jin's dorm room. What do you think? Should we sign up? Kong Lele raised her hand. I want to join. That Shinrong base is truly disgusting. They're using me as guinea pigs for experiments, and it almost brought Yang Jin under suspicion. Lu Weiduo scratched his head. Well, with our current limited skills, how much can we really help? I'm a little worried we hold them back. 10Xian couldn't help but nod. I think we should stay out of the way. How long have we been practicing physical training? We can't compare to those who already been practicing physical training and learning swordsmanship. Jiangze looked at Yang Jin. Yang Jin hesitated. You can go if you want. I won't let you hold us back. Several people, they almost forgot. Yang Jin is the zombie king. He could definitely lead them. But wouldn't it be better to just let Yang Jin go? He'd be even more powerful without them as a burden. But because of Yang Jin's zombie identity, they really didn't trust him to go alone with the team. A few people discussed it in the dormitory, and finally Jiangze made the final decision, then go. No one has signed up yet. Maybe our signing up will have a positive impact and help others decide to sign up sooner. 10Xian felt a little uneasy. She had always been timid, but seeing that Lu Weiduo, who had hesitated before, now agreed, she sighed, and could only obey the majority. Seeing 10Xian frowning with worry, Kong Lele smiled and said, okay, don't worry. If you get scared, just stay with Yang Jin. With Yang Jin protecting you, you'll be safe. Yang Jin looked up and said, you all be with me then. Don't stray too far from me. Jiangze patted Yang Jin's shoulder and said, don't be so protective of us. Unless we're in mortal danger, hold off. Give us some room to grow. Kong Lele agreed. Right. We're friends. We can't expect you to protect us forever. We need to grow too, so we can protect you in the future. Yang Jin paused, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. He curled his lips and nodded, okay. The 5 of them had agreed to go to the registration point together, but when they arrived, there was already a long line. Kong Lele was stunned. Wasn't there anyone here just now? How come so many people are signing up all of a sudden? The people at the back of the line sighed when they heard Kong Lele's words. Yeah, who would have thought? I thought I was quick thinking and wondered if I'd be the first to sign up. Jiangze, Many people were still hesitant in the internment area, so while the line was long, it couldn't compare to the grandeur of the territory. The line in the territory was already incredibly long. At a glance, it was a dense mass of people. Territory Hospital. The medication in Xiao Yunan's system had finally been metabolized. When he awoke, he was still dazed, memories slowly returning to his mind. His expression suddenly changed, and he rolled over and got off the bed. Just as he stood on the ground, someone pushed open the door and walked in. Deputy Chief Instructor, are you awake? Are you feeling unwell? Xiao Yunan was stunned, hesitantly looking at the girl in the nurse's uniform. Where is this? The nurse immediately laughed. This is the Territory Hospital. Where do you think this is, Deputy Chief Instructor? Xiao Yunan uttered a cry, his eyes a little confused. Why am I here? The nurse smiled and said, I heard you were attacked while exploring the route, and it was the Territory Lord himself who brought you back. Xiao Yunan, The previously lost memories suddenly came flooding back. Yes, when he was about to cross the narrow canyon, something pricked him in the back. A cold liquid was immediately pushed into his body. It was obvious that someone had pricked him with a needle. Xiao Yunan's face suddenly turned pale. He sat on the bed, with a dejected look on his face, silently comforting himself. It's okay. Even though you were infected, you must have warned Sister Qing and prevented her from suffering, right? But no matter how he consoled himself, he still felt aggrieved. By the way, Deputy Chief Instructor, the Overlord is recruiting men to attack the Shinrong base. You were unconscious yesterday and didn't know about this, did you? If you're not feeling unwell, would you like to sign up? Everyone's signing up now. The nurse asked him. Xiao Yunan looked at the nurse in surprise. Attack Shinrong base? Where is Shinrong base? Why attack it? The nurse blinked. Secretary Zhou mentioned this during the meeting yesterday. He said that those who disappeared from our internment zone were captured by the research institute established by Shinrong base for human experimentation. It's abominable. Even though the lab has been destroyed, who knows when Shinrong base will establish another research institute for human experiments. So the Lord plans to lead his men to attack and destroy Shinrong base. Xiao Yunan understood the whole story and immediately stood up. I'm fine. Go sign up now. The nurse called out, Deputy Chief Instructor, please come over here and get a checkup. The registration line is so long, you won't be able to sign up now. Xiao Yunan stepped back. Are there a lot of people? The nurse pointed out the window. Yes, there's a long line over there. I don't know how long it take to register. Anyway, you'll be able to sign up after you finish your checkup and go through the discharge procedures. Xiao Yunan nodded. Okay, thank you for your help. The nurse smiled and said, You're welcome. Xiao Yunan was in good health. The checkup was fine, and the hospital quickly discharged him. Shou Tongyuan, upon hearing the news, ran over and walked around Xiao Yunan, sighing, Oh Xiao Yunan, ah Xiao Yunan, you're truly remarkable. So heroic and full of ambition, yet you died before you even achieved anything. Ha ha ha. When he recalled the news he gotten from Tang Bai and the events of the past, he couldn't help but laugh, clutching his stomach and laughing non-stop. Xiao Yunan's face darkened, darker and darker. Finally, unable to hold back, he unleashed a bolt of lightning moderate in size, towards Zhou Tongyuan. He controlled the force perfectly, not injuring Zhou Tongyuan at all, though his hair was instantly blasted into a bang. Zhou Tongyuan's laughter died down, and with his afro, he glared sinisterly at Xiao Yunan. Xiao Yunan had been furious just moments before, but now, seeing his afro, he couldn't help but laugh. The very thought of laughing had him in danger, but fortunately, he had already completed the discharge paperwork, so he turned and ran without a word. Xiao Yunan. Stop right there, you bastard. Zhou Tongyuan gnashed his teeth in rage, his eyes blazing with fire, and he hurled wind blades at Xiao Yunan. Xiao Yunan dodged left and right, scurrying around the territory. Zhou Tongyuan's roaring voice quickly attracted the attention of everyone lined up in the territory, and they all saw Zhou Tongyuan with his afro. Zhou Tongyuan, noticing the gaze, said, Eh. And Yiqing, standing by the 7th floor window, also saw Zhou Tongyuan and Xiao Yunan, and couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Tongyuan, seems to be getting more and more interesting. Zhou Tongxi, standing nearby, pinched his brow, looking down at Zhou Tongyuan with genuine disdain. And Yiqing retracted her gaze. After registration is over, you have to work hard and divide them into teams today. Then, Uncle Zong will give them a short intensive training. She didn't have much time to prepare for them, as they had to resolve the situation quickly before Shinrong Base discovered the lab incident. They couldn't afford to delay for too long. A few days was already the limit. Zhou Tongxi nodded. Okay, I go down and make arrangements. After Xiao Yunan left, and Yiqing's gaze shifted toward Shinrong Base. At this moment, the so-called Captain Tian was still sound asleep. Qi Bin was in the bathroom, sitting on the floor with his back against the door. And Yiqing's consciousness transformed into a miniature figure, standing in Qi Bin's palm. Don't worry, I woven a beautiful dream for him. He won't suspect anything. This was the first time Yiqing had used her divine power to weave a dream for someone. To maintain this, she had even merged her consciousness in the inner city with Qi Bin's consciousness. Only then, after knocking Captain Tian down last night, had she managed to weave him a lusty dream. And Yiqing had only sketched out the general idea, leaving the details to Captain Tian's imagination. However, judging by Captain Tian's sleepy mumbling, it was clear that the dream was indeed to his liking. Qi Bin was still nervous. He looked at the little figure in his palm. Thank you, thank you. And Yiqing waved her hand. You're welcome. Shrunk countless times, and Yiqing's every move became adorable. Qi Bin's eyes welled up slightly. He longed to hug the little figure who had saved him from danger, but he was afraid of hurting her because she was so small. Don't forget what you promised me. I need to find the commander of Shinrong Base, and Yiqing reminded him. Qi Bin then remembered the deal he had made with this suddenly appearing figure last night. And Yiqing was at her wit's end. She had also visited the commander's villa, but hadn't seen the so-called Commander Yang. She had also tried to gather information at Shinrong Base, but hadn't yet obtained the commander's exact location. After much deliberation, she appeared before Qi Bin and struck a deal with him. In addition to feeling that Qi Bin was a trustworthy person, she also heard from Huang Ming that Captain Tian had a high status in the base, and she might be able to find out from Captain Tian where the base commander was. Chapter 128. At this time, the white fog in the area was already very thick. Dong Yin and the others' memories had basically returned to the time before the apocalypse, so the atmosphere inside the battle vehicle was extremely eerie. Because they weren't losing their memories, but were gradually recovering, and Yiqing had already explained the current situation to them, so there was no need to explain it again. But when they thought about their behavior a few days ago, when their memories had regressed to, when they were children or even infants, everyone wished they could just drop their heads and die right there. Although they had already recovered their memories before the apocalypse yesterday, and it was embarrassing enough, But every day when they woke up and recovered some of their memories, they would face a new wave of embarrassment. Even Kong Wei and Zhang Zichen were very quiet. And Yiqing, unconcerned with their thoughts, pulled out the ingredients from her space and said, "Yesterday's eggplant boxes were delicious. Can we make them today?" This sentence broke Dong Yan's awkwardness. She immediately took the ingredients and nodded, "Okay. What else do you want to eat?" Unsure what to eat, and Yiqing simply followed Dong Yan upstairs and filled the refrigerator with ingredients, beef, mutton, chicken, duck, fish, and eggs, to see what Dong Yan wanted to cook. "I don't know what to eat either. Just make whatever you want. Sorry for the trouble." Dong Yan smiled. "You're so polite." "I'm sorry." And Yiqing said nothing more. She didn't go downstairs either, but sat by the window of the second-floor restaurant, gazing at the shimmering sea outside. Soon, the 5 people below came up to help Dong Yan. Perhaps because of their playful interactions in the battlefield vehicle a few days ago, these people, despite their mutual awkwardness, had developed a special closeness. Even Tong Sheng, who had always stood a distance from them, had become more familiar with them. It wasn't long before Yiqing smelled the aroma emanating from the kitchen, and couldn't help but inhale. Before Dong Yan regained her memory, Yiqing's diet consisted mostly of instant noodles and sausages, or self-heating rice and hot pot. It wasn't that she didn't want to cook, but she was fine with pre-cooked meals, like the dumplings her mother had made, marinated steak, and ready-to-cook sausages and bacon. The original owner didn't leave her with many memories of cooking, though she had seen how others cooked in various cooking videos and knew the steps well. But she didn't know if there was something wrong with the original owner's memory, or if she was just not cut out for it. A few days ago, Yiqing tried to cook for herself, but the result was a pot of rice that, while cooked, didn't quite resemble dry rice, nor porridge, and was truly unpleasant to eat. The same thing happened with stir-frying. She was doing the same thing, and she didn't think she'd done anything wrong, but the food she cooked was always burnt on the outside and raw on the inside. And Yiqing had no choice but to start making the porridge she cooked before. It wasn't until Dong Yan's memory had largely recovered and she knew how to cook that Yiqing began to eat normal meals. Yesterday, Dong Yan fried her eggplant boxes. The boxes, coated in a layer of crispy flour, were fried to a crispy exterior and tender on the inside, delicious. They were topped with a sweet and sour tomato sauce, and Yiqing fell in love with them the moment she took one bite. She ate 10 in a row yesterday and still couldn't get enough. It's a shame that the consciousness isn't the real body and can't eat, otherwise she have asked Lian Yu in the territory to make her some. Lian Yu's recipe would surely be even better. Dong Yan didn't cook anything too elaborate that morning. Besides the fried eggplant boxes for Yiqing, they each had 2 boxes and a soft-boiled egg, and then each cooked a bowl of noodles. And Yiqing devoured each box with great satisfaction. As she ate, she pondered the affairs of Shinrong Base. Captain Yang of Shinrong Base was truly strange. No one at the base was known for keeping their mouths shut, and they occasionally mentioned the captain. But no one had revealed whether this person was a man or a woman, or what they looked like. Although Yiqing had made a deal with Qi Bin, she didn't hold out much hope. After all, the consciousness would lead its men to attack the base in a few days. The chances of Qi Bin getting Captain Tian to reveal the captain's identity in such a short time were slim. Especially, she had discovered that Captain Tian was a cautious and secretive person. Even if Qi Bin had volunteered, it wouldn't be easy to get information from him, let alone that he had been forced to stay. Of course, nothing is certain, who knows what might happen. Besides wanting to get information about the base commander from Captain Tian, she made a deal with Qi Bin out of a bit of sympathy. And Yiqing estimated that in 2 days, Dong Yan and the others' memories would fully return. By then, if Song Yu had recovered, they could return to the territory together. If Song Yu hadn't recovered, she would have to return first. At any rate, they had to arrive before the attack on Shinrong Base. Mainly, and Yiqing was somewhat wary of the so-called base commander Yang. He was too mysterious. After dinner, Yiqing left the territory and took out her resident card to message Jiang Shao, asking him about Jiang Ren's earlier promise. Jiang Shao quickly replied to Yiqing, "Lord, don't worry. We contacted the psychologists and teachers you need. They're all willing to come to the territory, but there aren't many of them, only 4 psychologists, 5 high school teachers, and 3 university professors. Also, the Research Institute has recently produced a lot of walkie-talkies. My father wants to give them all to you." As if remembering the fact that the territory's citizen cards could communicate, another message arrived quickly. "Lord, we prepared about 400 of them. Do you need them?" And Yiqing was a little surprised. After all, there were only 30 before, and over 400 were produced so quickly. I see. Thank you to your father for me. I need one too. Now, those outside the territory who have been assigned to non-resident cards are members of the body collection team. For the time being, the walkie-talkies are for the body collection team and the search and rescue team. With them, it will be much easier for both parties to communicate while outside the territory. By the way, how is Songyu now? Is she feeling better? Jiang Xiao replied quickly. Much better. She can move her arms, legs, and neck, but she's still a little weak. She gets tired if she sits for a while, and she sleeps a lot every day. But judging by her current condition, she'd probably be fully recovered in a few days. And Iching, that's good. Let her rest and recover slowly. Don't worry. After sending these words, and Iching paused. At Captain Tian's home at Shinrong Base. Qibin had fallen asleep, leaning against the bathroom door. He wasn't very old, only about 19 or 20, still an inexperienced young man. And Iching heard the change in the breathing outside, and climbed onto Qibin's shoulder. Wake up, you should go out. He's about to wake up. Qibin had been sleeping soundly to begin with, and an Iching's presence on his shoulder jolted him awake. Are you awake? And Iching asked. Qibin rubbed his sore eyes and nodded, though his body still felt a little stiff. He stood up and scratched his hair. He didn't want to go out and face the person outside, but remembering his promise to an Iching, he took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Sitting on Qibin's shoulder, and Iching's entire body turned the same color as Qibin's clothes, making it difficult for anyone to notice even if it looked closely. Qibin had known an Iching's abilities yesterday, so he wasn't worried about her at all. He was only worried that he might fail to handle the situation well, and be discovered by Captain Tian. Pushing open the bathroom door, Qibin saw Captain Tian already awake. He was sitting on the bed, the blanket having fallen to his waist, revealing his shirtless torso. Qibin looked away in disgust. He was a man. Back in the day, when he and his classmates played basketball at school, they always take off their shirts even when it got too hot, so they weren't so disgusted by the sight of men shirtless. Forget shirtlessness. Sometimes, when they got back to the dorm late, 2 or 3 people from the same dorm would shower together, rushing to get a quick shower before the water and power went out. But now it was different. This was a man who had those feelings for him. Not only did he find him naked, but even fully dressed disgusting. Qibin wasn't anti-gay. No matter their sexual orientation, they were all worthy of respect. But not someone like Captain Tian, who, knowing he wasn't happy about it, and that he wasn't gay, still used his parents and sister to force him. Captain Tian was a tall, strong man, with a nice physique, though his looks weren't particularly attractive. He was sitting on the bed, yawning, when he saw Qibin coming out of the bathroom. His yawning suddenly stopped, and he stared at Qibin with his eyes fixed on him. The look was truly unpleasant, and it made Qibin nauseous. He instinctively took a step back, wanting to return to the bathroom, and close the door behind him to block Captain Tian's view. Captain Tian, unsure of what was on his mind, reflected on it for a moment with a look of contentment. Then he smiled. Up so early? Sorry, I haven't been able to find anything I like. I've been sober for so long, and I lost control yesterday. Are you feeling uncomfortable? I have someone send you some medicine later. Here he paused, his gaze gazing at Qibin's lower body. Can you apply the medicine yourself? Or should I help you? Qibin's expression shifted, nearly contorting his pretty face. Even though he mentally prepared himself to ask Captain Tian about the base commander, he couldn't seem to hold a friendly expression towards Captain Tian. He even felt sick to his stomach at the thought of his words, and the implication they held. I'm fine. I'm not feeling well. No need for medicine, he said stiffly. Fortunately, Captain Tian didn't take his attitude seriously, and smiled meaningfully. Don't try to be so stubborn. If you get hurt, you be in big trouble. With that, he flung back the covers, completely ignoring his nakedness, and revealing himself to Qibin. Qibin, He felt like he was going blind. Captain Tian walked directly towards the bathroom. Even though Qibin had averted his gaze, he saw him approaching from the corner of his eye. His pupils constricted, and his mind buzzed. Before his mind could even begin to think, his body had already dodged to the side, his face wary of Captain Tian. Captain Tian hadn't planned to do anything to Qibin so early in the morning. He simply felt sticky and uncomfortable, and wanted to take a shower. But then he saw Qibin nimbly dodging. He was momentarily surprised, and couldn't help but look Qibin up and down. Then he smiled. So we're a fellow virgin, huh? I was mistaken. I thought it was your first time. In that case, there's really no need for medication. It wasn't until Captain Tian entered, closed the bathroom door, and heard the sound of running water from inside that Chi Bin realized what Captain Tian meant. His already unpleasant expression shone even brighter, and he trembled with anger. Seeing how furious he was, and I Ching consoled him, well, it's better if he thinks you're gay than if he actually suspects you. Chi Bin was still too young, and he wasn't reassured by I Ching's words. Instead, his face flushed even redder. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I'm not gay. Regardless of whether he was or not, Captain Tian now believed he was, and he was experienced. That's why, despite last night's intense situation, today wasn't unusual. As they were leaving, Captain Tian paused, tilted his head, and said to Chi Bin, except for the base commander's house and the main gate of Central City, you can go anywhere. If anyone gives you a hard time, just mention my name. Chi Bin hesitated for a moment and asked, then can I go visit my parents and sister? Captain Tian smiled, looking at him meaningfully. Maybe later. As long as you live well with me, we can bring them to live with us in Central City. In other words, not now. Chi Bin's face was grim. He watched Captain Tian leave and close the door. I'm sorry. Chi Bin felt a little annoyed at his attitude. How could he possibly get information about the base commander from Captain Tian? And I Ching didn't care. She still had two very small parts of her consciousness, one at the base commander's home and the other with Huang Ming. She comforted Chi Bin, don't stress yourself out. Take your time and find out as much as you can. Chi Bin looked at the little figure on his shoulder and asked, are you a psychic? He had actually wanted to ask yesterday, but he was nervous and scared at the time. When I Ching appeared, he hadn't had time to consider what she was like. He clung to her like a lifeline. In reality, no matter what she proposed, he would have agreed, regardless of the consequences. And I Ching hummed, saying nothing more. Chi Bin was a little disappointed, but didn't pursue the topic further. Instead, he said I could go out, so why don't I walk around and maybe hear some news from others? And I Ching nodded. Okay. Chi Bin took I Ching out with him. Except for Captain Tian, who lived alone, the other houses around were occupied by many people. As Chi Bin walked along, he saw not only the elderly, but also children. If he hadn't just been coerced and bribed into sleeping with someone, he would have almost thought this was a good place. Chi Bin saw someone sitting by the doorway washing clothes. Water shortages were severe during the apocalypse, and the Central City was the least water-scarce part of the entire base. There was a massive reservoir above, and water users took turns filling it every day, though water conservation was still necessary. Thus, this group of people would wash clothes together when they had a lot of clothes, trying to use as little water as possible. The people washing clothes here were all middle-aged women, which made Chi Bin feel more secure. So he walked over. Annie, are you washing your own clothes or for others? Chi Bin knew his response was a bit awkward, and for a moment, he was very nervous. Several women washing clothes looked up at Chi Bin. Chi Bin was truly good-looking, with a neutral look that didn't seem overly feminine. He had the kind of appearance that would appeal to elders. Of course I'm doing laundry for my family. A woman looked up at Chi Bin. You're new to the Central City, aren't you? Chi Bin gave an embarrassed smile and nodded. Yes, I just got here yesterday. He tugged at his clothes. I've been wearing them for ages, and I was thinking of getting someone to wash them. The women looked at each other. You don't have anyone to wash your clothes? Then you have to go to the outer city. There are plenty of people who can do it there. Chi Bin was stunned. Outer city? Yes, families in the Central City who don't have women to wash their clothes take them to the outer city to have them washed. It's not expensive. I heard they can wash a whole load of clothes for just a small piece of bread. Chi Bin lowered his eyelids and said shyly, I see. Thank you, Auntie. The women smiled and said it was nothing. Seeing that Chi Bin hadn't left, someone offered him a stool to sit on for a while, and they immediately began chatting with him. For example, they asked about his age, when he had come to the base, how he had gotten to the Central City, what his family did for a living, and what he did there. Chi Bin was vague, not knowing how to answer, feeling that dealing with these people was too much. With great difficulty, he finally changed the topic to the commander of Shinrong base. Chi Bin looked so well-behaved and deceptive, so the women didn't suspect him at all, and actually started chatting about the commander. I heard our base commander is quite capable. He established a base here shortly after the apocalypse. Yes, I heard the base commander was alone, and he built a base here. I don't know how he did it. Chi Bin was puzzled. How could one person build a base? Several women shook their heads. Who knows? We were the first to enter the base, and there was no one there at the time. Chi Bin's eyes lit up. So you met the base commander? They couldn't help but laugh. How could that be? The base commander isn't someone we can just meet. We were just kindly taken in. Chi Bin was confused. You were the first to arrive, and you didn't get to meet the base commander? It's not that I haven't seen him. I heard his voice. I heard it, too. It's a pity the base commander never appeared in front of us. Chi Bin was puzzled, but An Iching had a possible idea. The ability to become invisible. And Iching thought of the traces of life in the base commander's villa, and a sense of understanding dawned on her. So, the so-called base commander possesses the ability to become invisible, and remain so? Is this intentional, trying to confuse others, and make them fear him? Chi Bin, is the base commander a man or a woman? You all know, right? I don't know. The base commander's voice is deep, and a bit raspy, so I can't quite make out his gender. And Iching sat on Chi Bin's shoulder. Even though she still couldn't figure out the base commander's specific situation, she wasn't as worried as before. Those hiding like this probably aren't very powerful. Those with sufficient strength wouldn't bother hiding like this. Only those without would resort to deception. Just like the domain master who had trapped her before. Of course, An Iching didn't dare to be careless. What if this base commander was truly a maverick? So, she had to gather as much information as possible. If she could find him, she could leave a mark on him. As long as she left a mark, she wouldn't have to worry about missing the base commander when the attack came. Chi Bin sat on a small stool, chatting casually with the women. As they chatted, they became closer to Chi Bin. They even asked him to go to their house to put on a set of clean clothes first, and then take off his clothes so they could wash them. Chi Bin felt a little embarrassed and repeatedly declined. But in the end, he couldn't refuse the offer. Furthermore, his clothes were indeed extremely dirty, so he went to an aunt's house and put on a set of clean clothes that fit him better. They then took his own clothes to be washed. The women were quick and efficient, each quickly scrubbing and wringing the clothes. Chi Bin thanked them profusely, took a handful of candy from his pocket, and then returned with the clothes. After returning, he found a place to hang the clothes to dry, then went out to continue gathering information. When hungry, he would go to Captain Tion's house. There was plenty of food, and Captain Tion had left that morning and never returned. Chi Bin didn't know where Captain Tion had gone or what he had done, but An Iching, who had been assigned a small part of the morning to accompany Captain Tion, knew. Although Captain Tion lived in the central city, he worked in the inner city. There was a mission distribution area in the inner city that Captain Tion was responsible for. He issued various missions, and any psychic in the inner city could go there to claim them. There were quite a few missions, but the most common ones involved collecting various experimental reagents, materials, and equipment, as well as collecting various supplies, recruiting volunteers for experiments, and capturing living zombies. And Iching stared at the task board posted by the Research Institute regarding capturing living zombies. She had never seen zombies at the Research Institute before. In other words, zombie research wasn't happening at that Research Institute. There were other research institutes within this base. Were they researching zombies? What kind of zombies? And Iching could only think of one thing: zombie virus serum. Even if she didn't have the zombie virus serum, it had been mentioned in major pre-apocalyptic movies and novels. Now that the world was ending and zombies had truly appeared, it was only natural to pursue research in this area. That evening, before Captain Tion returned, Chi Bin hesitated for a moment, but finally went into the kitchen. He wasn't much of a cook, but he could make a simple fried egg noodle dish. Since Chi Bin had eggs and noodles at home, she made 2 bowls. When Captain Tion returned yesterday, 2 bowls of fried egg noodles were just coming out of the wok. When Captain Tion pushed open the door and entered, he was immediately greeted by the rich aroma of fried eggs. He paused for a moment, then smiled. I was wondering if you'd be hungry home alone. Looks like you won't be. He brought some food with him when he returned. He had ordered it from the cafeteria. It wasn't the cafeteria in the inner city, but the one in the central city. The food was quite good. A bowl of milky white tofu stewed with fish. The fish had been sun-dried and well-preserved, uncontaminated by the virus, and a plate of stir-fried taro. Chi Bin's heart was in his throat when he faced Captain Tion. He didn't dare look at him, fearing that he would be filled with disgust. Taking a deep breath, he quickly walked to the table inside the room, his voice cold but with a subtle tremor. Let's eat. Captain Tion didn't care about his attitude and walked over, saying, I brought some food back, including fish. Eat more. After a pause, he said pretentiously, Don't worry about your parents and sister. I visited them today. They're doing well. I even sent some food over. And Iching sneered silently. If she hadn't been with Captain Tion today, she would have believed it. Chi Bin's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he hummed softly. After a long pause, he managed to say thank you. The two of them finished dinner in silence. Captain Tian wiped his lips, and when he looked at Chi-bin again, his eyes held a different meaning. Chi-bin froze under the gaze and panicked. He hurriedly took the dishes to the kitchen to wash. Captain Tian followed, his eyes lingering on Chi-bin's waist and perky buttocks for a moment before he realized something was wrong. "Have you changed your clothes? Where did you come from?" Chi-bin paused. "Today I met some women washing clothes. I exchanged some candy for a clean set, and then I asked them to wash my clothes for me." He pointed to the clothes still hanging to dry. Captain Tian nodded and took 2 steps forward, getting closer to Chi-bin. Chi-bin's hands were shaking with panic, and he stammered, "Today, I heard from those women that they were among the first survivors to arrive at the base, but they haven't even met the base commander yet." Captain Tian subconsciously looked up at Chi-bin, narrowing his eyes. "What do you want to ask?" Chi-bin put down his washed dishes, and immediately turned away from Captain Tian. "No, it's just that they were chatting and said they didn't even know if the base commander was a man or a woman, and they were curious." Captain Tian saw that his lips were turning pale with nervousness, and he immediately realized that she was deliberately trying to change the subject. He smiled and said, "Indeed, not to mention them, no one in our entire base has ever met the base commander. So you despise me and want to curry favor with me?" Chi-bin looked at Captain Tian in shock, suspecting he was lying. No one in the entire base has ever met the base commander? How could that be possible? For a moment, he couldn't even think of disliking Captain Tian. Captain Tian's eyes widened at his shock. She was already handsome, and now she looked even more adorable. She was incredibly fond of him, and said nonchalantly, "I'm not kidding. Many people know about this. Our base commander is incredibly capable. Even if he has to attend a meeting, he won't show up." He walked towards Chi-bin. "Our base commander has a special ability. He can become invisible." Just as he reached out to Chi-bin and extended his hand, an Iching attacked. A flash of golden light flashed, and Captain Tian silently closed his eyes, his body limp, and he collapsed. Chi-bin exhaled deeply. An Iching sat on his shoulder, lost in thought. This base commander couldn't simply possess invisibility. If it were simply invisibility, there's no reason she wouldn't have noticed. You see, invisibility only hides the body, the person is still there. She could clearly sense the life force of others, something that even invisibility couldn't conceal. So, under normal circumstances, she should have been able to detect the invisible person appearing near her consciousness. And Iching frowned. Chi-bin had already stripped Captain Tian of his clothes, and despite his nausea, he threw him onto the bed, and covered him with a quilt. Then he ran to the bathroom, turned on the tap, and rinsed his hands vigorously. For the next few days, An Iching dispersed her consciousness as much as possible, staying in the central city and at the base commander's house, hoping to find something else, but nothing happened. I wonder if the base commander was no longer around, or what. Perhaps it wasn't that she hadn't noticed, but rather that the base commander had already quietly left the base. 2 days later, Dong Yin and the others' memories had indeed fully recovered. An Iching withdrew from her territory and drove them back to the S province base. When they arrived at the gate of the S province base, Song Yu was already waiting there. "Sister Qing." Seeing An Iching get out of the car, Song Yu quickly ran over and hugged her. An Iching touched her face. "You lost weight." When they first met Song Yu, she was very thin, practically skin stretched over bones, with no flesh at all. The flesh she gained back gradually grew back with her. In a short while, she lost weight again. Song Yu smiled, touching her face and pinching it. "No, Sister Qing, look, there's some flesh." Jiang Shao also came over. Dong Yin and the others saw him as soon as they got out of the car. All three knew Jiang Shao. The moment they saw him, their eyes reddened and their voices choked with sobs. "Captain Jiang." Jiang Shao looked over, his gaze scanning Dong Yin, Lin Chong, and He Wei. He felt a familiarity and asked hesitantly, "Who are you?" Dong Yin and the other two stood straight and saluted Jiang Shao. "Captain Jiang, we're Captain Yiquan's men." Jiang Shao couldn't remember every member of the team, but he did recognize the captain. Yiquan was part of the team he joined to search for survivors. After returning, he learned that they hadn't been heard from since their departure, and everyone thought they'd been wiped out. His expression suddenly changed. "Where's Yiquan? What happened to you? Why are you back so late?" It looked like An Iching had rescued him. Lin Chong choked up, saying, "Captain Jiang, Captain Yi, he's dead." Everyone had gotten off the convoy, and there was no sign of Yiquan. Jiang Shao already had a suspicion and wanted to ask, but seeing the crowds gathering at the base entrance, he could only say, "All right, go check it out first. We report back to the base about what happened next." Yes. The three agreed, then turned to Aniching. Dongyan walked over and bowed deeply to Aniching. Thank you for saving us. She thanked her sincerely. After spending so much time with Aniching, she knew she had everything she needed, and she had nothing to offer that could even compare to the life-saving grace she had shown her. Yes, several times. If it weren't for Aniching, they would have died countless times. Lin Chong and Yi Wei also came over and thanked Aniching. Dongyan pursed her lips and looked at Aniching. I know you're very capable. All of us combined are still no match for you. I'm afraid we'd be of little use to you, but if you need our help, we'd definitely be there. Kong Wei and Zhang Zichen also came over. Perhaps because of this unique experience, their abilities had significantly improved, and they had actually become second-level Esper users. They also thanked Aniching from the bottom of their hearts. Several people lined up for the checkup. Aniching patted Song Yu's head. Are you feeling better? Song Yu nodded. I'm completely fine, Sister Qing. Shall we go back now? Aniching nodded. Yes, you're fine. We go back now. Jiang Xiao, who was standing beside him, said, I go get them. Those people I mentioned are ready and can leave at any time. After a moment's hesitation, he added, Lord, do you still stand by what you said about exchanging those zombie corpses for cell activation spray and chocolate chips? Unsure what Aniching wanted the corpses for, Jiang Xiao worried she might regret it. Recently, many of those who had previously stuffed zombie corpses into their unused carts had, after calming down, discarded them and used them as storage space. As a result, the others who had stored zombie corpses had become increasingly anxious, frequently asking Jiangren if they could actually be exchanged for those items. Aniching, of course it counts. Besides these, we also have rice, flour, grain, and oil. Jiang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. So this time, can they go to the territory to exchange for things? There are quite a few people going to attack Shinrong Base this time. Only about a third of the personnel from the internment area and the territory will participate. They are all actively participating in training, and are very outstanding in physical skills and swordsmanship. The remaining people are more than enough to receive the people from the base. Of course, the base certainly can't handle too many people at once. Aniching nodded. Okay, then you can bring them over slowly. I take Song Yu back first. You can use these 2 battle vehicles. By the way, give me your territory card and I grant you access. After granting Jiang Xiao access to the battle vehicle, Qiu Yuanyuan also emerged. She ran over with a smile, Lord. Aniching nodded. Let's go! We go back first. Qiu Yuanyuan nodded and immediately produced the space vehicle. This maneuver of pulling out a vehicle out of thin air still attracted the attention of many people around. Tong Sheng, who had been standing by the battle vehicle, now came over. Just now, when Dong Yin and the others were thanking Aniching, Tong Sheng had stood aside and didn't come over. Seeing Aniching chatting with the others and not going in, he had a vague suspicion, but wasn't sure, so he stood aside and waited. Now, hearing Aniching say she was going back, it confirmed his suspicions. So Tong Sheng walked over and looked at Aniching seriously. Can I come with you? Without waiting for Aniching to speak, he continued, You know my special abilities. They're very useful. My ability levels have also increased recently, and they will only become more useful in the future. I can also learn things I don't know. Chapter 129. When Aniching returned to the territory with Song Yu, Qiu Yuanyuan, and Tong Sheng, after several days of intensive team training, the team was ready to go. We would rest in the territory tonight, and depart for Shinrong Base early tomorrow morning. After arriving at the territory, Tong Sheng was assigned to the holding area. Aniching returned to the 7th floor of the building, and her consciousness returned to her body. Instantly, Aniching gasped. A wave of soreness washed over her, like someone who never exercises suddenly running a few kilometers. Aniching sat on the sofa to relax, then contacted Zhou Tongxi, asking him to notify everyone to come to the meeting. After receiving the message, Zhou Tongxi notified everyone one by one. Zhongxi, Su Yi Xiaoyunan, Wang Bin, Chu Dong, Tang Bai, Zhou Tongyuan, Zhou Tongbin, Song Yu, Su Jingxian, and others soon arrived on the 7th floor. Aniching was already sitting at the conference table, waiting. Zhou Tongxi had arrived before them. Please take a seat, Aniching said. Everyone knew that they were here today to discuss tomorrow's attack on Shinrong Base. Although they had been training intensively these days, none of them knew anything about Shinrong Base. Aniching stood up, pulled out a mobile whiteboard, and drew a general outline of Shinrong Base with a marker. Shinrong Base doesn't cover a large area. The outermost circle is the outer city area, with walls about 20 meters high. This circle is the inner city area, with walls over 40 meters high, twice as high as the outer city walls. The highest wall is the central city area, nearly 100 meters high. Zhou Tongyuan was stunned. Isn't it true that the walls of this base are this high? And I Ching nodded. Yes, and their walls are very thick, about 2 or 3 meters. So, when attacking Xirong base, scaling them would be difficult, and simply forcing them in would be difficult too. Zhou Tongqi, then I go this time. I can climb inside, and open the base gate to let them in. And I Ching glanced at him, and shook her head. That's fine in the outer city, but not in the inner city. The inner city of Xirong base, including those on missions, has over 3,000 espers, all of them high level. Climbing the walls isn't an option, and forcing them in isn't an option. So how can we get in? Zhou Tongyuan was troubled. Tang Bai pondered for a moment. I have a gold-type esper under my command, and he's signed up this time. He's quite powerful, so maybe he can help open the gate. The base gates are usually locked, mostly with metal locks for security. In this case, a sufficiently skilled gold-type esper could easily break the lock or even melt it. And I Ching nodded. That's one way, but you need to get close to the city gates. The inner and central cities are heavily guarded, and you'd be discovered before you even reach the gates. After a moment's thought, she said, Has Xie signed up? The name Xie was unfamiliar. Everyone looked at each other, unsure who she was. Zhou Tongqi opened his laptop and typed Xie into the list. Soon, he had screened through all the names with the surname Xie. A quick glance revealed Xie name. Lord, is that her mother? Zhou Tongqi turned his laptop toward an I Ching. Now, Xie was the only person in the territory with the surname Xie. And I Ching nodded. Yes, that's her. Zhou Tongqi turned the computer back around. She signed up. She's also a psychic, and a water type. And I Ching smiled. She's a water type, but unlike ordinary water types, she can transform into a puddle of water. After a pause, and I Ching couldn't help but sigh. If only it would rain. Years had passed since the apocalypse, and not a drop of rain had fallen. However, she remembered that in the original story, Xie had relied on rain to escape the Holy Land unnoticed. So it would definitely rain later. The question was when. If it rained, Xie could transform into water, enter Xirong base, and open the door without drawing attention. However, when it wasn't raining, a puddle of water on the ground would be extremely conspicuous, not to mention the fact that it could move. Of course, she would let these people do it for now. If they couldn't handle it, she could intervene later. Unfortunately, the commander of Xirong base hasn't been found yet. And I Ching mapped out the terrain of Xirong base, including possible escape tunnels, and left it to them to discuss tomorrow's battle plan. After they finish their discussion, they have to hold a meeting with their subordinates, passing down tomorrow's arrangements one level at a time. After they left the meeting, and I Ching stopped Zhou Tongqi and Su Jingxian as they were about to leave. Soon, someone from the S province base will arrive to exchange supplies. They have zombies, and they earn 1 point per zombie. If they want to exchange supplies, we give them the supplies. If they don't want to, we just record their points. They have extraneous cards. Zhou Tongqi and Su Jingxian both nodded in agreement. After the two left, and I Ching's attention finally turned to the Xirong base. Mainly, she felt something was off about Huang Ming tonight. He seemed nervous, a little agitated, and a little gloomy. Huang Ming dressed up all day, looking alluring and seductive. He could twist his body even more fiercely than the women. He seemed unable to walk when he saw a man, his eyes darting and his expressions darting. But, unless they had a special fetish, even homosexuals would be paralyzed by his demeanor. How could they possibly be seduced by him? Didn't they see how everyone at the base avoided Huang Ming? As if afraid of getting caught up with him. But, after observing him for the past few days, and I Ching had finally understood Huang Ming's subtle motives. He was doing this on purpose, deliberately being so disgusting to prevent anyone from taking advantage of him. It must be said that Huang Ming was quite clever in turning a passive position into an active one, and he was also willing to lose face. That night, unusually, he didn't wander around like a brothel owner, entertaining people. After washing up, he didn't put on makeup again, but instead smiled at the mirror with a clean, fresh smile. Then he sat on the bed, occasionally glancing toward the door. And I Ching clung to the wardrobe, her eyes flickering between Huang Ming and the door. He was clearly waiting for someone, but he was so excited. Who was he waiting for? It was obvious that it was no ordinary person. As I Ching pondered this, the door suddenly creaked open. Huang Ming stood up and flashed the same refreshing smile he had just given the mirror. You're here? And Iching looked towards the door. It was empty. But soon, the door closed, and someone responded to Huang Ming yes. And Iching was surprised. So, this was Base Captain Yang? And Iching felt a surge of life. It seemed the person she hadn't been able to find earlier was indeed not at the base. So now that he was back, he went straight to Huang Ming. Even after removing his garish, seductive makeup, Huang Ming still looked quite handsome, a clean, sunny, and handsome young man. But if you recall how he had treated Qiu Yuanyuan in the past, you could tell he was a sunny exterior, but a treacherous man at heart. Base Captain Yang's voice was a little hoarse, making it hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. He quickly reached the bedside and, presumably, pushed Huang Ming back. Huang Ming suddenly leaned back, collapsing into the soft bedding. I heard you've been acting rather dishonestly lately, flirting with people? Base Captain Yang's voice was calm, and since he couldn't see him, it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Huang Ming's Adam's apple rolled, his breathing becoming heavier. He said, somewhat aggrievedly, you forbid us from sharing our relationship. If I hadn't deliberately acted like that, who knows, one of your men might have taken a fancy to me. What would I have done then? Base Captain Yang chuckled softly. Don't worry. I announce our relationship to the entire base soon. Okay? Huang Ming's eyes twitched, unable to contain his excitement. Yes, it worked. Base Captain Yang, well, that loser Eric isn't any good. It's a good thing I didn't pin all my hopes on him. That's great, dear. You're so kind. Huang Ming reached out and embraced an invisible figure, then rolled over, pinning them down and kissing them passionately. And Iching stared blankly at the kisses, seemingly a one-man show, despite the fact that there were clearly two people on the bed. So, there really was another research institute. And Iching had thoroughly researched the base, even finding the tunnels, yet she hadn't been able to locate the second research institute. This research institute must be different from Eric's, and not connected to the base. They still had to capture and interrogate Base Commander Yang. However, she was only a tiny consciousness present, and she had no power to capture the base commander, and would probably alert the enemy. So, she planned to use her divine power to mark Base Commander Yang. Thinking this way, and Iching was about to act when she realized Huang Ming had already stripped off his clothes. The intimate sounds of the two intertwined could be heard from the room. And Iching, she truly admired Huang Ming for being so interested in a completely invisible person. And Iching quickly marked her departure for Base Captain Yang, wanting to leave, but fearing they might discuss something more useful later. After a moment's thought, she silently closed her eyes, deciding to sacrifice her ears. The next afternoon, the survivors and civilians of the territory, a total of just over 10,000, set out for Shinrong Base. The battle vehicle stopped not far from Shinrong Base, and everyone disembarked, spreading out into the surrounding woods, waiting quietly. The sun set, and the sky gradually darkened. The entire base seemed to fall silent as night fell. In the darkness, Xie transformed into a pool of liquid, slipping silently through the crack in the base gate. The base's main gate was also a heavy one, with guards on both sides. When Xie arrived, the two men were chatting. One of them yawned, I'm so sleepy. I'm going to take a nap, and I take your place later. The man next to him immediately got angry and grabbed him. Why are you sleeping? We be switching shifts when you wake up. Why do you need to switch? Oh, if it doesn't work this time, there's always next time. Next time, you can just sleep. No. Who knows if we still be on duty together next time? How about I sleep first, and then take your place when I wake up? The person who first suggested it immediately got angry. The two men remained in a stalemate. After a while, one of them sighed, Hey, actually, our base walls are so strong and sturdy. Why would we need someone on guard so late at night? Not to mention if there aren't any zombies around. Even if there were, they wouldn't be able to climb over the outer city walls. That's right. I really don't know what those people up there are thinking. Another person complained. Actually, I've seen others sleeping next to each other while on duty. How about we all get some sleep? The two looked at each other, then wrapped themselves in clothes and sat down at the gate. They yawned, leaned against the wall, and closed their eyes, truly intending to sleep. Xie She had already entered the gate, and saw that the two men were truly asleep. After a moment's hesitation, she regained her form, and struck each of them in the neck, completely knocking them unconscious. It was so effortless that it almost made her feel a little unbelievable. There were also people on duty patrolling the walls, but judging by the behavior of these two, Xie could roughly guess what the people upstairs were like. She took out her citizen card, and quickly sent a message to Tang Bai and the others. It was already completely dark, with only a crescent moon hanging in the sky. The timing was auspicious today. Dark clouds drifted across the sky, obscuring the moonlight. At the same time, a dense mass of people quickly descended from the hillsides on either side of the base. They moved swiftly, yet silently, sprinting to the base of the city wall outside the base the moment the clouds obscured the moon. Sierra received the message, unlocked the base gate, and then transformed into liquid, silently climbing up the city wall. After observing the guards for a moment, she immediately reported the situation. Soon, those who reached the base's wall, using both hands and feet, scaled the wall in a few strokes. They dangled from the edge, waiting for the right moment to strike almost simultaneously. With a firm grip on the edge, they flipped themselves onto the wall. Instantly, their legs clamped around the necks of the patrolmen on the wall, leaving them no chance to make a sound, and they pressed their feet hard. With a snap, the men's necks were snapped. The next moment, they were standing where the others had stood, replacing them. After confirming that no one had escaped the wall, they took out their citizen cards and sent a report. Soon, another group descended from the hills on either side of the base, silently approaching the base. Reaching the gate, they slowly pushed it open and filed in. By this time, Sierra had already entered the inner city gate. There was also a guard on duty at this gate, but not many, just one. He lazily leaned against the wall of the gateway, but unlike the outer city, he hadn't slept. Sierra quietly approached, reaching the man's feet before suddenly transforming back into human form. The man's eyes widened in shock at the sudden transformation. But Sierra was swift. She returned to human form, raised one hand to cover the man's mouth, and with the other, grasped his neck. With a firm pressure from her fingers, the man's neck snapped and broke. This time, they were targeting the inner city's tower, so those assigned to enter were all psychics. They scaled the walls, and quickly replaced the patrolmen. And Iching left her consciousness outside to monitor the battle, while she used her invisibility to enter the central city. The central city was quiet. It was late at night, and except for the guards, everyone else was deep asleep. Teams of armed men patrolled the central city. And Iching used her invisibility to pass by them without anyone noticing. She silently entered the base commander's villa. The villa was quiet, empty. And Iching walked straight towards the villa's master bedroom. Standing at the door, she activated her domain skill. Invisibility is prohibited here. Instantly, a golden thread slipped through the crack in the door and instantly captured Captain Yang, who was resting on the bed. Who? The person on the bed woke up the moment they felt themselves being restrained. They tried to break free, but found that it was only a golden thread, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break free. The next moment, the door opened. And Iching turned on the light, and saw the person on the bed. The person sitting on the bed, looking shocked, was a woman. The woman, with short hair, was wearing a loose-fitting sweatshirt and pants. The loose clothing covered her body, outlining her delicate figure. However, her face was completely different from her figure. A palm-sized black scar stretched across the woman's face, slanting from her right eye down to her left cheek, giving her a startling look. Her right eye, covered by the black scar, was slightly swollen, as if squeezed by the surrounding flesh, leaving only a thin slit. Even an Iching, who usually didn't pay much attention to others' appearance, paused for a moment at her face. This woman was truly rather ugly. Not just any kind of ugly, but rather an ugly ugliness caused by a subtle facial deformity. And Iching closed the door and walked in, looking at the woman. "Are you Director Yang?" As an Iching scrutinized her, Yang Mei sensed something was amiss. She instinctively lowered her head, clearly seeing her legs and feet. "Ah!" Yang Mei screamed in terror. "Let me go! Let me go! Bitch! Let me go! I'm going to kill you!" And Iching hadn't expected her to be so agitated. After a pause, she didn't let go of her, but pulled a chair over and sat down. "Calm down, don't get excited. I mean no harm. I just want to have a good talk with you." Yang Mei struggled fiercely, ignoring an Iching's words. As she struggled, the golden cord tightened, slicing through her clothes and flesh, and streams of blood oozed from her body. Ah! Her face was filled with intense hatred and resentment. The golden cord had already cut deeply into her, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain, struggling frantically and screaming. And Iching frowned. It seemed as if the base commander had lost his mind after realizing his invisibility had failed, becoming so frantic. After a moment's thought, an Iching withdrew her domain skill and used her domain power. However, within her domain, she perfectly simulated the appearance of Yang Mei's villa. Then, Yang Mei's figure became transparent before her, vanishing. At this moment, Yang Mei, who had been screaming frantically, paused, then quieted down. "Can you speak properly now?" An I Ching asked. Yang Mei, invisible again, slowly calmed down. She shifted, then gasped in pain. The golden thread still bound her, showing no sign of releasing it. After a while, Yang Mei spoke, her voice even hoarser than before. "What do you want to say?" "An I Ching, where is the research institute?" Yang Mei lowered her eyes, her pupils darting back and forth. She still hadn't figured out what was going on, or who the woman across from her was. She looked at An I Ching, her eyes a mixture of envy and jealousy, as they rested on her beautiful face. "I don't know what you're talking about," Yang Mei said, pondering how to kill her. This person could accurately locate and restrain her while she was invisible, and even force her to reveal herself, making her feel suddenly insecure. After all, after she became invisible, others were always intimidated in her presence, which gradually built her confidence and gave her a strong sense of superiority. In the eyes of others, she was powerful and mysterious. But now, this power and mystery were directly shattered by An I Ching. "I already know Dr. Eric's research institute." An I Ching smiled. "Now you're asking about another institute. Are you sure you don't want to tell me?" Yang Mei was stunned, and the unease in her heart intensified. Eric. Come to think of it, she hadn't contacted Eric in a while. So, had this person already known about the lab? Yang Mei couldn't help but glance at An I Ching's expression, wondering what this person had done to Eric. Had he taken over the lab, or was he trying to take Eric and his crew for himself? However, since he was asking her, it meant he hadn't found another research institute yet. Yang Mei paused for a moment before saying anything. "An I Ching, don't want to talk. It's okay, I can help you." As soon as she finished speaking, flame shot up into the air. The bed Yang Mei was sitting on instantly caught fire. "Ah!" A sharp, piercing scream rang out. Yang Mei's entire body was burning. The pain intensified her, and she instinctively struggled and tumbled, falling off the bed. However, as she hit the ground, the flames followed her down. "No, no, spare me, spare me. Help, woo-woo-woo, help her." Yang Mei screamed, begging for mercy as she rolled on the ground. And I Ching continued to ask, "Where is the research institute?" She smiled, squatting in front of Yang Mei. Even though she couldn't see her now, she knew exactly where Yang Mei was. "Don't lie, I check." Yang Mei rolled her eyes in pain, but kept her mouth shut, saying nothing. And I Ching saw that she was nearly fainting, yet still unwilling to speak, so she had to stop. This was a field illusion, allowing one to truly feel the pain of burning flames, but it wouldn't actually kill them. The flames around them died down, and Yang Mei lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling with her eyes open, gasping for air. "It seems you're not afraid of death at all." The moment An I Ching finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind blew through the room, and knives rained down from the ceiling. "Ah!" Yang Mei dodged left and right, frantically crawling on the ground to escape. However, a falling knife pierced her hand, the blade piercing the back of her hand, and piercing the ground, then piercing her back and legs. Blood gushed from Yang Mei's body, and her eyes rolled back, but she still had no intention of saying anything. And I Ching had just stood up when she suddenly felt something was wrong. She kicked her feet, and suddenly moved to the side. The next moment, a huge, thick, heavy stone appeared where she had been standing. It was about 2 meters wide, 3 meters long, and 1 meter high, a perfectly flat rectangular block. And I Ching glanced at it, and immediately dodged to the side again. One after another, huge stone came crashing down. The stones hit the ground with a loud booming sound. As An I Ching dodged, she sensed someone approaching. She suddenly drew her Xiantian sword, splitting several nearby boulders with a single blow, and dodged in the opposite direction. Yang Mei, clutching a knife, stabbed at An I Ching fiercely. And I Ching felt the cold blade brush against her cheek, nearly piercing her directly. And, if she hadn't sensed the intense killing intent, she wouldn't have noticed anyone was there. Because, Commander Yang was still bound by her golden thread. Yang Mei, unaware of An I Ching's shock, pursued her with a knife, each strike aimed at her vital points. And I Ching shot out golden threads to trap the second invisible figure, but soon felt a chill from behind. She bent down, raised her leg, and kicked backward. Without a word, she was stabbed by a sharp knife. Hiss. The pain made An I Ching dodge immediately, frowning as she looked in the direction where the knife had just stabbed her. There was an invisible figure over there, and she should have kicked it, but instead, her kick missed, and she was stabbed. Boom! The boulders continued to fall, and soon the surrounding space was almost filled with them. Instantly, An I Ching's master bedroom transformed into an endless green meadow. She nimbly dodged the attacks of the boulders and Yang Mei, her silk thread in her hand binding one invisible figure after another, but new ones would soon appear. Is this the power of director Yang Ji? With every boulder that appeared, a copy of Yang Ji would grow, and I Ching thought back to the news she had heard before. This base was built by this man. So, she built her base with this ability? These huge stones do bear a resemblance to the stones used to build the base's walls. What now? And I Ching suddenly recalled Captain Yang's reaction after being forced to reveal her true form. This domain now belonged to her. Was it okay to use her domain skills within her own domain? Yang Mei's eyes had turned blood red. She paid no attention to the changes in her surroundings, frantically charging at an I Ching with her dagger in hand. She controlled the falling position of the huge stone, driving an I Ching towards her. Kill her! Kill her! At this moment, Yang Mei had only one thought in her mind. And I Ching had used her domain skills, and it had actually worked. Invisibility is prohibited here. The next moment, the invisible Yang Mei's figure revealed itself. Instantly, and I Ching saw the dense crowd of Yang Mei around her. All the Yang Mei also saw their other selves, and whether bound by the golden thread or not, they all let out a sharp scream. The simultaneous screams of over 100 Yang Mei were deafening, and an I Ching instinctively covered her ears. One of the Yang Mei, knife in hand, rushed madly towards another identical figure, striking down with a swift blow. Soon, the necks of all the Yang Mei around her were severed, their heads tumbling to the ground like zombies, their bodies falling straight to the ground. Her face was grim, and she screamed as she killed, her eyes a maddened mess. In a short while, Yang Mei had killed every Yang Mei she could see. She bent over, propped up on her knees, gasping for air, her body stained with blood. And I Ching frowned as she watched Yang Mei, frantically stabbing herself with a dagger, immediately bound her with gold wire. Ah! Let me go! Let me go! I kill you! I kill you! Yang Mei's face, already unbearably ugly, now became even more distorted and terrifying. And I Ching began to suspect that this man had truly lost his mind. I let you return to your invisible state. Can you answer my questions properly? Ah! Yang Mei, who had been frantically trying to stab herself, suddenly lunged at her at the sound of I Ching's voice, her jaws wide open to bite her like a zombie. And I Ching took a step back, a headache brewing. This man was simply impossible to communicate with. It was obvious that this base Captain Yang seemed very concerned about her appearance. Perhaps it was because of her appearance that she awakened her invisibility ability. Once the invisibility wore off, and she was exposed to everyone's sight, she would go crazy. But if she wasn't allowed to show herself, what would happen if she continued to replicate herself? After a moment's thought, and I Ching looked at Yang Mei. Several mirrors suddenly rose up around Yang Mei. The mirrors completely surrounded Yang Mei, clearly reflecting her perfectly. Ah! Yang Mei screamed, her eyes rolled back, and she actually fainted. And I Ching, too much stimulation? She rubbed her brow with a headache, then used golden silk thread to roll Yang Mei into a mummy, then pulled her in front of her. After a moment's thought, and I Ching gently placed her index finger between Yang Mei's brows, wanting to test whether using divine power could access Yang Mei's memories. She had never used divine power to peer into someone's memories, but it didn't seem difficult to do. The divine power penetrated Yang Mei's consciousness, and I Ching soon saw her memories. Yang Mei's parents were a real-life example of lovers who eventually became siblings. Of course, they weren't biological siblings, but they were close relatives within 3 generations. Because their families lived far apart and hadn't been in contact for years, the two were completely unaware of their relationship when they began dating. By the time they found out, Yang Mei's mother was already pregnant. At the time, both parties opposed the couple's relationship and urged them to abort the child. However, their feelings were already deep, and neither was willing to give up on each other, let alone the fruit of their unborn child. In the end, despite their parents' objections, they got together and gave birth to Yang Mei. In the end, Yang Mei had to pay the price for their love. Yang Mei was born without any physical deformities, but 2 of her bones were misshapen, resulting in a strange, unattractive face, with a large blackboard across it. The couple, who had previously loved each other deeply, saw their relationship broken down because of Yang Mei's birth. They argued daily and expressed dislike for her. Finally, despite their parents' opposition, they divorced. Yang Mei ended up being cared for by her grandparents. Since childhood, she has endured widespread hostility and discrimination because of her appearance. She feared seeing people and looking in the mirror, living in uncertainty and fear every day. Her grandparents worked tirelessly to save money for her plastic surgery, finally finding enough by the time she was 21. Alas, Before she could even undergo the procedure, the apocalypse arrived. After the apocalypse, Yang Mei gained the ability to become invisible, though it's not quite true. Her abilities were unique. Besides becoming invisible, she could summon giant stones. Each stone created a replica of her. Each replica was a true copy of her. In this case, she possessed countless lives. But an I Ching knew otherwise, because the copies of Yang Mei were in fact lifeless. They were merely empty shells controlled by Yang Mei. However, Yang Mei's vitality could be seamlessly transferred between these shells. For example, the Yang Mei that an I Ching had initially bound with golden thread possessed vitality. But after she had deactivated the invisibility of all the Yang Mice, when Yang Mei went berserk and killed herself, her vitality had already been transferred to the shell that had wielded the knife. Even so, Yang Mei's supernatural powers were already incredible. No wonder she was able to single-handedly build this base. Yang Mei's grandparents had already turned into zombies when the apocalypse struck. In fact, even before the apocalypse, Yang Mei's mental state was already unstable, extremely neurotic. But after awakening her supernatural powers, she became much more normal. She established a base here and, by chance, met Dr. Eric. Eventually, they connected the research institute with the base, sending experimental subjects to Dr. Eric, a mutually beneficial relationship. In addition, Yang Mei also met a researcher named Mingxi. He was a very young and very good-looking researcher. Yang Mei fell in love with Mingxi at first sight, but she was self-conscious about her appearance, and could only try to please him cautiously. When Mingxi wanted to research the zombie virus, she provided him with zombies. When Mingxi wanted to research supernatural powers, she provided him with supernatural beings. Every time Yang Mei gazed longingly at Mingxi, wanting to approach but afraid, a crazy idea came to her mind. She wanted to change. It just so happened that one of Mingxi's researchers was working on exactly the research she wanted. Consciousness transfer. That is, transferring one person's consciousness into another's body. If this research succeeded, she could completely change her body, no longer needing to constantly hide herself with supernatural powers, no longer feeling ashamed of her appearance, and could be with Mingxi openly. And Huang Ming happened to bear a resemblance to Mingxi, especially when he smiled. An I Ching, a real-life version of body double literature, right? So, could it be that what Yang Mei had said to Huang Ming earlier was actually about herself? However, an I Ching had searched Yang Mei's memories thoroughly, and couldn't find the exact location of Mingxi's research institute. Even her own memories of the research institute were very vague, and Mingxi was the only one with the clearest memories. Her memories seemed to have been tampered with. An I Ching frowned. At that moment, Mingxi and Yang Mei's memories suddenly looked up, staring directly at an I Ching, her lips curled up in a refreshing smile. Then, Yang Mei's body began to swell. An I Ching quickly retreated as Yang Mei's body exploded in front of her, blood and flesh turning into dust that enveloped her. Alarm bells rang in her heart, and she immediately withdrew from the area. Even so, a small amount of dust still stained her body. The moment it touched her skin, it transformed into tiny insects that burrowed through her pores. Chapter 130. The survivors of Shinrong Base had no idea that the base would be completely transformed overnight. At this moment, the wall separating the inner city from the outer city, and the central city within the base was completely opened. Xie and 20 people moved 20 tables and chairs, and placed them side by side. Inside the central city, all survivors lined up from the main gate, registering one at a time before entering. This prevented those in the back from overhearing what those in front were saying. This was done because when an I Ching required registration, the registrants were not only required to clearly describe their own circumstances, including their experiences since the apocalypse, and what they had done, the more detail the better. They were also required to describe all the people and events they knew. With multiple sources of evidence, it was possible to best discern a person's character. At this moment, an I Ching was in the bathroom of the base commander's villa. After a thorough self-examination, she found nothing amiss, and then used her consciousness to check her internal state. At that moment, she had clearly felt the powder transform into insects and rapidly burrow into her body, but now, there was nothing amiss. Heaven's way. An I Ching asked, "Do you know what just happened?" "I'm not sure, but aside from the bloody scene, it feels a bit like the divine blessing of the past." In the past, when the gods were universally worshipped, believers would pick flowers and fruits for annual offerings. After the ceremony, the fruits would be cut into small pieces and distributed to all believers. And the sacrificial flowers would, like Yang Mei, transform into mist, enveloping all believers. That was the divine blessing, blessing believers with a new year of health and happiness, free from illness and disaster. But clearly, what an I Ching encountered was no blessing. And I Ching frowned. So another evil god? She carefully recalled Mingqi's appearance just now, confirming that this person looked different from An Yao, practically no resemblance at all. Of course, this doesn't prove he's not the incarnation of the evil god. Who says an incarnation of an evil god necessarily looks like An Yao? An I Ching took a deep breath, then exhaled. After confirming the water in the bathroom was fine, An I Ching turned on the shower and took a hot bath. However, the nausea from having insects burrow into her skin lingered. After finishing her shower, she dressed and emerged. An I Ching went to the villa's living room, sat on the sofa, and used the deprivation card on herself. Then, all of her previously undeprived ice, fire, earth, wind, plant, scent tracking, and teleportation abilities were stripped away. After collecting the psychic core, the consciousness, Tang Bai, and the others also escorted the psychics from Xinrong base. Amusingly, because there were so few psychics in the territory, An I Ching was genuinely worried, which was why she had left the consciousness outside. It turned out that these so-called high-level psychics were actually quite weak in combat. At least much weaker than Tang Bai and the others. Even those in the territory who had reached the 5th stage of physical training and mastered the sword techniques and formations of the Zongqi sect could use formations to trap and strangle these psychics. For the first time, An I Ching realized that she needed to reassess the strength of the people and survivors in her territory. After all, for an ordinary person to strangle a psychic above level 5 or 6 was truly an exaggeration. Only about 1,800 espers had been brought before An I Ching. The rest had perished in the attack and defense last night. Those who survived, even those seriously injured, were now here. At this moment, these espers were dejected, like dogs that had been robbed of their wealth. An I Ching glanced at them. Although their espers had been depleted, she still wrapped a golden thread around their necks just in case. The espers rubbed their necks with grimace, their nerves tensing. An I Ching said to Xiao Yunan, just like outside, register one by one. Xiao Yunan nodded, okay. Compared to the shock he received at the research institute, Xiao Yunan felt a sense of pride this time. Thunder powers were indeed powerful in combat. Coupled with his relentless training in physical strength, mental strength, and the use of his espers, he fully demonstrated his prowess during the attack on Xinrong base. At least 1/5 of the psychics at Xinrong base were captured by him, though many also died at his hands. Elsewhere, Qi Bin was weaving through the crowd, searching for his parents and sister. Because he hadn't slept that night, he quickly noticed when the commotion broke out at the base. Captain Tian was the only one who had been put to sleep by An I Ching, still dreaming, unresponsive. Qi Bin was initially panicked, but after An I Ching calmed him down, he patiently waited. Sure enough, someone soon arrived and abducted Captain Tian, who was still asleep. He was then sent to queue outside the central city like the others. Qi Bin searched the crowd for a long time without finding his parents. He immediately gave up on lining up and continued his search further back. Everyone was lined up, making it the easiest time to find someone. Qi Bin checked each person, fearing he might miss someone. But the further he went, the heavier his heart sank, and he couldn't help but start to wonder. Qi Bin's hands unconsciously clenched tighter, trembling with fear. An I Ching's consciousness had said goodbye to Captain Tian when he was captured. Qi Bin stood alone, bewildered, in the crowd. He subconsciously wanted to talk to An I Ching, but belatedly realized that the little person had already left. After a moment's silence, Qi Bin continued to walk towards the end of the line, still checking each person. Until he saw the family of 3 at the end, he paused, his eyes instantly reddening. Qi Bin's throat choked, his voice hoarse. Dad, Mom, Sister. The somewhat uneasy family of 3 turned their heads to look at Qi Bin, surprised and delighted to see him. Qi's father rushed over, grabbed Qi Bin's hand, and looked him up and down. Son! He hugged Qi Bin tightly, patting him hard on the back. It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're back. Brother. The girl who struggled out of her mother's arms was about 3 or 4 years old. She was the couple's daughter, born only a short time before the apocalypse. She rushed over, hugged Qi Bin's thighs, and burst into tears. Qi's mother couldn't hold back her tears either. The 4 of them huddled together, their sobs quickly attracting the attention of those around them. In the group, a family of 3 glanced sideways at the Qi family. Then, Song Song looked at his parents. Mom and Dad, my sister's brother is back. Can my grandma come back too? He was about 6 or 7 years old, and he already had memories. Since childhood, his parents were busy with work and rarely spent time with him. He was always raised by his grandmother, who was very kind to him. When the apocalypse struck, he was frightened and burst into tears. His grandmother comforted him with gentle words, never yelling or yelling at him impatiently, and even took him back home. Afterward, his family arrived at Shinrong Base, but unfortunately, they weren't eligible to enter the inner city at the time, and had to stay in the outer city. Living conditions in the outer city were truly poor. They didn't have enough food or clothing, and they didn't even have a decent place to live. Later, his grandmother awakened her special powers, allowing her to go out with the inner city team to collect supplies. Their lives improved somewhat. But one day, she disappeared. His parents took him back to live in the inner city. He cried and begged for his grandmother. At first, his parents patiently tried to comfort him, saying she had important things to do and would be back when she was done. But then, when their efforts to soothe him proved unsatisfactory, they hit him a few times. Whenever he wanted to find his grandmother, or even cried, his parents' faces turned grim, and they couldn't help but slap him angrily. Gradually, he stopped crying and clamoring for his grandmother. Hearing Song Song's question, his father's expression changed. He glared at Song Song and whispered, "Shut up. No one thinks you're mute if you don't speak." Song Song flinched, tears welling up in his big eyes again. He pursed his lips, afraid to cry, but he couldn't help but turn his head and look enviously at the little girl who had found her brother. Because the Chi family was in line behind them, Song Song had heard the uncle ask his aunt and sister to line up here while he went to find her brother. Song Song was clever enough to figure out from the family's conversation that his sister's brother had also disappeared, just like his grandmother. But his sister's brother had returned, but his grandmother hadn't. What he didn't know was that his parents were feeling a bit uneasy. Song Song's mother whispered, "It'd be okay. It's been so long. Maybe he's already dead." She didn't say it out loud, but Song Song's father clearly understood the meaning and breathed a sigh of relief. Probably. It's been so long. The Shinrong base had distinct hierarchies. Even though his family had sold their mother to enter the inner city, their living conditions weren't as good as others. They were just barely survivable. The outer city was clearly a refugee camp. The capable had a slightly better life, but the less capable suffered many deaths from freezing and starvation. Under these circumstances, one could imagine what the base's management was like. And the base needed people with special abilities for experiments. Anyone with even a little common sense knew this was definitely not a good thing. Once they became experimental subjects, they were like fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Especially, they had never seen a test subject emerge alive. Song Song, weeping in grievance, suddenly saw someone approaching from afar. He froze for a moment, then wiped his tears and looked again. It wasn't an illusion. A familiar figure was approaching. Song Song immediately shook off his mother's hand and rushed over like a cannonball. In truth, Song Song had never been able to eat enough, and he was skinny from hunger, never having much strength. But now, as if he had regained all his strength, he rushed towards the approaching person, Grandma. Li Chuanhua's gaze had been fixed on her son and daughter-in-law, a cold glare in her eyes. But then, a child suddenly rushed over, calling out for Grandma. Li Chuanhua was stunned, and before she could react, her body, as if possessed of its own consciousness, instinctively bent over and hugged Song Song. "Grandma. Whoa, Grandma, I miss you so much. Where have you been? Song Song has been looking for you, but can't find you." Whoa. Song Song cried more and more aggrieved, clasping Li Chuanhua, tears streaming down his face. He was still young and had no idea what had happened, but his memory was truly excellent. Even after all this time, he could still remember what Grandma looked like. Li Chuanhua's body was stiff, but she gently patted Song Song's back, her throat tight. "Be good, don't cry." Song Song, feeling even more aggrieved by the coaxing, immediately complained, "I want to find Grandma, and Daddy's beating me." Li Chuanhua's mind was in a turmoil. She had been locked up in the lab for too long, suffering inhumane torture day in and day out. Those years of pain were sustained solely by hatred for her son and daughter-in-law. Gradually, she had forgotten that she even had a grandson. Clinging to Song Song, she remembered, yes, she had a grandson. Because she had raised him since he was young, he had always been very close to her. Li Chuanhua held Song Song in her arms, listening to his constant complaints, her heart warmed yet also bitter. She slowly raised her head and looked at the couple. The couple had already glanced over when Song Song had left. Seeing Li Chuanhua clearly, their faces turned pale with fear, and their legs and feet weakened as they collapsed to the ground. A family of 4 gathered nearby. Father Chi, who had already calmed down, reached out to pull them. "What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Song Song's parents were so frightened, they couldn't even stand. They stared in terror at Li Chuanhua as she appeared before them. Li Chuanhua's chest was filled with resentment, like a wound already rotting, requiring a knife to cut away the rotting flesh for her to survive. And her son and daughter-in-law were that rotting flesh. But listening to Song Song's chatter in her arms, she felt a sense of daze. If she killed Song Song's parents, would he still be close to her? Would he hate her? He would definitely be. Grandparents couldn't be closer than their own parents. No matter how much a child complained about their parents, they still relied on them the most. Mom. As Lee Chunhua approached, Song Song's parents trembled with fear. Dad, she looked at the two, then at Lee Chunhua, hesitated for a moment, and instead of trying to pull them back, he took 2 steps back. What's going on? What's going on? Mom, she was puzzled. She had assumed this family was just like her own, but the couple's reaction was clearly off. Chi's father shook his head. I don't know. Let's stand further away, so we don't get caught up. Anyone with eyes could see that the atmosphere in this family was not right. Mom. I'm sorry. It wasn't me. It was this woman. It was her. She signed you up without telling me. Whoa. Song Song's father had been completely exhausted, but amidst his fear, hope seemed to surge. He dropped to his knees and slumped forward towards Lee Chunhua's legs. Mom, I really didn't mean it. It had nothing to do with me. It was all her fault. Before he could even grab Lee Chunhua's legs, she kicked him and sent him flying. Ah! Song Song's father screamed, flying several meters before landing heavily on the ground. Puff! A mouthful of bright red blood spurted out. The surroundings immediately fell into an eerie silence, and everyone looked at Lee Chunhua in horror. Lee Chunhua hadn't held back her strength in that kick. Now fully recovered, her body had completely recovered. The kick she given Song Song's father felt as if his bones and internal organs had been shattered. He couldn't even scream, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Song Song's mother's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as her husband pushed all the blame onto her. Her heart chilled, her whole body as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. But before she could say anything, she saw her mother-in-law's merciless kick. In an instant, fear overwhelmed her. If her mother-in-law could do that to her own son, how could she do that to her? Song Song's mother tried to escape, but her body was as limp as cooked noodles. She couldn't even move, let alone run. In her panic, she saw her son in her grandmother's arms. Song Song seemed frozen in fear. His chattering little mouth opened, staring blankly at his father, who had been kicked and unable to get up, still vomiting blood. Blood was already spilling all over the floor. At this rate, he would soon bleed to death. Song Song's mother looked at Song Song with a hopeful air. Grandma, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. For Song Song's sake, he's still so young. He can't live without his mother. She cried until her face was covered in tears and snot, and she looked at Song Song with hope. Song Song, say something. Tell Grandma you can't live without your mother. Song Song, save your mother. She cried so miserably, and Lee Chunhua's sudden kick severely injured Song Song's father, leaving him practically on the verge of death. Watching this scene from a distance, people, unsure of what was happening, pointed and whispered. People are naturally gossipy, and many of them abandoned the queue and gathered around. Fearing Lee Chunhua's brutality, the onlookers dared not get too close. Lee Chunhua looked at the couple, then at Song Song, who lay dazed in her arms. After a moment, she sighed and bent down to put Song Song down. Terrified, Song Song instinctively hugged Lee Chunhua's neck, anxious and bewildered. Grandma. Lee Chunhua paused, then reached out and pried Song Song's hand away. I'm not your grandma. Your grandma died 2 years ago. Before Song Song could react, she walked over, grabbed her daughter-in-law by the collar, and pulled her to her feet. Do you know you're wrong? You two, stupid and vicious, are truly a match made in heaven. Do you know what I've been through these past few years? Do you know what it feels like to have your body cut open without anesthesia? Lee Chunhua was already dead from the moment you sent me to the research institute as a test subject. What's returned now is just a vengeful ghost. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but the people around her had fallen silent the moment she began. The Shinrong base knew all about the test subjects. After all, the base was openly recruiting volunteers to serve as test subjects for the future of humanity. Some thought those who volunteered to be test subjects foolish, while others admired them. But in reality, some people were aware that the only true volunteers for the so-called experimental subjects were probably ordinary people. Those with special abilities were essentially volunteers. And Lee Chunhua, who could kick Song Song's father like that with a single kick, was clearly no ordinary person. As the crowd chatted, those who had also sent their relatives and friends to the research institute had flickering eyes, filled with guilt and fear, and couldn't help but glance around. Li Chunhua had returned, but where were the people they had sent in? A man and woman, nervous and fearful, walked against the flow of people, even lowering their heads, fearful of being seen. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them, blocking their path. The woman, head bowed, was walking forward with the man beside her when she suddenly caught sight of a pair of legs, seemingly deliberately blocking their path, with no intention of giving way. She raised her head, slowly following the legs upwards, and soon landed on the figure's face. It was a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar. The woman was momentarily dazed, her memory of him, emaciated and almost unrecognizable from hunger, completely different from the one she remembered. Her memory suddenly dragged her back to the time she and her husband first met. He, too, had inadvertently blocked her path, and that was how they met. The woman's lips trembled, and she instinctively released her grip on the man beside her. Husband. Feng Jin's lips twitched into a mocking smile, looking down at the pale man and woman before him. Who are you calling? The woman suddenly came to her senses, her eyes widening. Upon realizing that the man in front of her was indeed her husband, she screamed and ran. The man beside her, however, reacted faster, pushing the woman towards Feng Jin, and they fled frantically. The woman's eyes widened in horror, but her body involuntarily swerved toward Feng Jin. No. She stretched out her hand, glaring at the fleeing man, reaching out to grab him. Then, a green vine shot out with a whoosh, wrapping itself around the man's waist and pulling him back. He had only taken a few steps, but was dragged back, tumbling down with the woman. I never thought I'd make it out alive, did I? Feng Jin dodged the woman charging at him. He grasped a thorny vine between his fingers. Fueled by his supernatural powers, the seed quickly took root and sprouted, controlled by him, wrapping around the two men, quickly wrapping from their ankles to their shoulders. Ah! Ah! The man and woman simultaneously let out a shrill scream, drawing the attention of the surrounding crowd. Before the excitement on one side had even finished, a new excitement unfolded on the other side, and soon people gathered to watch from afar. The vines sprouted tough thorns, their tips piercing their skin mercilessly. Blood oozed through the densely packed thorns. In a matter of moments, their clothes were completely stained red, transforming them into two veritable blood-stained figures. Hubby. I was wrong. Please forgive me, Woo-woo. Hubby, I love you. I was possessed by evil before. I let you down. I haven't been able to eat or sleep for over a year. I'm so sorry. Please give me a chance to make it up to you. The woman felt the thorns of the vines entangling her grow longer. The pain nearly made her faint. She bit her tongue tightly, trying to plead for her life. Brother, it wasn't me. I was also a victim. It was this woman who came up with the idea of sending you to the research institute. She seduced me into making a mistake. Please forgive me, brother. The man screamed and begged for mercy. The crowd around him couldn't help but sigh. Another test subject from the research institute. Those who were upright and had done nothing wrong sighed in admiration, while those who had sent psychics to the lab paled and trembled with fear. Some, fearing the test subjects would recognize them, squatted on the ground and began smearing dust on their faces. But before they had finished, the former test subject appeared before them. The third and fourth cases happened, and soon more and more psychics rescued by an I Ching from the research institute found their enemies, and began to seek revenge. Thanks to an I Ching's special permission, the surrounding residents responsible for maintaining order turned a blind eye and did nothing to intervene. Even when those targeted by psychics crawled to the residents for help, the residents kept their eyes closed, like old monks in meditation. This was also a warning to other survivors, letting them know that even if the apocalypse arrived and order was in chaos, there were some things they couldn't do. Of the 10,872 people at Shinrong Base, only 7,200 ultimately remained unaffected by the environment, living honest lives and never harming anyone. Of the remaining psychics at the base, almost all were villains. Because of the clear hierarchy within Shinrong Base, they had completely subscribed to the principle of respecting the strong, believing that ordinary people were mere ants, their lives and deaths at the mercy of their whims. There had even been instances of these psychics directly beating several people to death in the street. So, an I Ching used her devour skill, devouring all the psychics in one gulp. Among those swallowed by an I Ching was Hang Chi, who possessed the ability to replicate. After realizing it was an I Ching and the others who breached the base, Hang Chi tried to minimize his presence, even planning to escape while no one was paying attention. But an I Ching had already spotted him, and immediately after breaching the base, she captured Hang Chi. Copying superpowers. As long as one has enough mental strength and can reach the wall, one can copy as many superpowers as desired. This is clearly a very powerful superpower. Because the records required were extremely complex, and Iching and the others remained at Shinrong base for 3 days. Those who committed serious offenses were executed on the spot, while those who had committed unacceptable offenses, but did not warrant execution were exiled to fend for themselves. On the 4th day, an Iching returned to the territory. Once there, an Iching began to reward those who had performed well. An Iching's consciousness participated in the entire attack on Shinrong base, observing and recording everyone's contributions. So, after an Iching consulted Zhou Tongxi about the battle roster, she filled in her own records of achievements. The rewards were varying amounts of territory points. Survivors from the internment zone, who participated in the battle, and had sufficient merit could exchange their merit directly for the opportunity to become territory residents. The 20 most contributing residents would be awarded with the ability to awaken. This did not apply to those who had already awakened their abilities. Those who had already awakened their abilities could accumulate merit first, or exchange it for more territory points. If possible, an Iching would have liked to reward more people with awakened abilities. After all, with over 10,000 people, only 20 people would have awakened their abilities, which was a bit too few. But there was no other way. She didn't have that many abilities. And Iching couldn't help but sigh. That was the downside of using the gray mist to devour. It had swallowed over 1,800 psychics, so there should have been 1,800 ability cores. However, she only devoured, not directly stripped, using the deprivation card. Therefore, after being devoured, fire and fire powers would automatically fuse and strengthen, and earth powers would fuse and strengthen. This time, she gained 11 superpowers: metal, wind, wood, water, fire, earth, space, ice, lightning, healing, psychic, and shadow control. The psychic power had been fused with Hong Ying's previous power, and an Iching didn't intend to separate it. She used the deprivation card on herself, separating the cores of the 10 newly acquired powers. Including the power cores she had previously acquired but hadn't yet bestowed upon others, the total number was 28. These included 2 wind, 3 water, 2 fire, 2 earth, 2 ice, 2 metal, 2 plant, 1 space, 1 lightning, 1 healing, 2 speed, 1 skin enhancement, 2 strength, 1 teleport, 1 jump, 1 scent tracking, 1 illusion, and 1 shadow control. The spatial abilities within them had undergone a subtle shift after their fusion. While the spaces they had previously occupied were small and only useful for storage, they were now accessible. The space remained small, only 200 square meters, pitch black and invisible, with only the ability to breathe. Thankfully, the flow rate inside and outside the space was the same, meaning that if danger arose, one could hide in the space and then exit again after escaping it. The downside was that the space remained in the same place one entered. Once inside, the space remained immobile. The ability to control shadows was new to her, though she had tried it before. A shadow-controlling psychic could touch the shadow. If a shadow-controlling psychic grabbed the shadow, it meant the person was also captured, and the shadow's restraints would affect the person as well. In addition, shadow-controlling psychics can also manipulate their own shadows to do things. Shadow-controlling psychics can also cause their own shadows to change appearances and attack the shadows of others. This is a very difficult psychic ability to defend against. After all, under normal circumstances, who would be prepared for their own shadow to be attacked? And Iching looked at the 28 psychic cores and asked, "How many deprivation cards can I draw now?" Deprivation cards have no limit, they don't need to be fused and upgrading them doesn't add any other functions. You gain the powers of over 20 psychics this time, significantly improving your psychic abilities. Next time you encounter a large group of psychics, you can try to control them. And Iching paused, then nodded. Okay, I try that later. If it doesn't work, she draw another mind control skill card, enhancing it to the point where she can control a large group at once. Anyway, she has no shortage of cards these days. Plus, her consciousness had previously devoured so many crystal cores, absorbing and purifying a lot of polluted divine energy. She probably doesn't have many card draw restrictions anymore. Without any other significant expenses, leveling up mind control would be a no-brainer. Of course, if mind control achieved the desired effect, then it would be wise to use it sparingly. And Iching had already handed everyone's merit records to Zhou Tongxi. The points awarded to these individuals, as well as whether their merits could be redeemed, were handled by Zhou Tongxi and the finance department. And Iching was just about to ask Zhou Tongxi to notify the 20 people who had awakened their powers to come up to the 7th floor, but she discovered that Zhou Tongxi had already gone off to work. She suddenly felt that one secretary was too few, she should hire a few more assistants. However, it was clearly too late to recruit assistants now, they would have to wait. So Aniching had to take out her resident card and send a notification to the 20 residents. She copied and pasted the message, quickly sending 20 copies. Soon, the 20 arrived on the 7th floor, filled with a mixture of trepidation and excitement. Aniching received them in the conference room. These 20 people were among the 20 most contributing individuals in the territory, aside from those with special abilities. They had already reached the 4th or even 5th stage of physical training. Their physical fitness was definitely not a concern. The rest depended on whether their mental strength could withstand the pressure. Lord. The 20 people stood in the conference room and bowed to Aniching. Aniching waved her hand. All right, everyone, take a seat. Before I help you awaken your powers, I need to remind you of something. The success or failure of your power awakening depends on your physical constitution and your character. Unlike a natural awakening, this method of awakening will be extremely painful. So if you can't bear it, I will take back your power core, which will mean your awakening has failed. Do you understand? Her words made the 20 people nervous. Aniching glanced at them. 20 of them, 8 women and 12 men. She didn't show any bias based on the gender of her subjects. In fact, both women and men stood here through genuine merit. However, all 8 women were from Tan Xiang's team, women who had suffered humiliation in the religious community. There were other women who performed well, had considerable combat effectiveness, and made significant contributions, but none of them made it into the top 20. A woman nervously raised her hand. Aniching nodded. Whatever you want to say it. The woman swallowed. Lord, is it really painful? Aniching hummed. When Xiao Yunan awakened his lightning powers, lightning and sparks covered his body. His skin was charred black, then peeled off, revealing bright red flesh. Then the skin slowly healed, and the cycle repeated itself. I can't even remember how many times it happened, not to mention the simultaneous reshaping of his veins. This example instantly made everyone understand the true extent of the pain, and they shuddered. Even Tan Xiang, who was among them, couldn't help but shiver. Aniching said seriously, So, I'm not trying to scare you. The awakening process is truly excruciating, probably even more painful than Ling Qi. So, are you still willing to awaken? In fact, the 20 people here are already quite formidable. They might not be a match for ordinary psychics. But was this really the end? 20 people discreetly glanced at the faces of those around them, trying to see if anyone would voluntarily withdraw. However, after a long while, no one chose not to awaken. They all expressed their desire to do so. No matter how painful it was, they chose to give it a try. Aniching nodded, somewhat relieved. As expected, those who trained diligently and could endure hardship still possessed perseverance and determination, and wouldn't be easily intimidated by the difficulties before them. Okay, then, who will go first? Tan Xiang pursed her lips. Lord, can we go together? The main thing was that awakening superpowers sounded terrifying and intimidating. If they were to actually face the tragic plight of others awakening their powers, their courage might be worn away. Instead of this, why not join forces and suffer the pain together? There's no need to continue trembling in fear. Aniching nodded. Okay, do you all want that? The others nodded in agreement. What if they were truly frightened and didn't dare try again, while the person before them managed to survive and gain a superpower? How bad would that be for them? So, Aniching pushed the 28 superpower cores she had just rewritten over to them. Choose yourselves. Which superpower do you want? You could actually choose your own? Everyone, shocked and curious, gathered around to see. Everyone read from front to back, dazzled by the sheer number of superpowers, almost overwhelmed by choice. Tan Xiang, unlike them, read from back to front, and immediately spotted shadow control. This time, Aniching not only listed the various superpowers, but also gave a brief description of their usage and effects. Tan Xiang stared at shadow control, unable to take her eyes off it. She was the first to speak. Lord, I want to control shadows. Aniching, okay. After hearing Tan Xiang's voice and Aniching's response, the others finally looked at the last one, shadow control. After seeing the description, many were tempted. However, there was only one shadow control, and Tan Xiang had already chosen it, leaving them all with no chance. At this point, everyone became anxious. After all, while there were many types of superpowers, each had a maximum of 3. If several people simultaneously looked at the same power, it was obvious whoever spoke first would get it. Driven by a sense of urgency, a second person quickly spoke up. I want the lightning power. I want the ice element. I want the ice element too. The third person, who had just chosen the ice element, felt a little annoyed that he had spoken too late. With a quick glance, he immediately spoke first. I want the gold element. Soon, all 20 had chosen their powers. And Iching then manipulated the gray mist to inject the power cores into their bodies. Instantly, the fire element was incinerated, the ice element was frozen into a block of ice, and the lightning element suffered the same fate as Xiao Yunan had suffered before. Tan Xiang's shadow control ability was unknown. She felt like plasticine being rolled, flattened, and stretched by an invisible hand, and soon she was unrecognizable. The painful wails and shrill screams from the 7th floor were too loud and piercing. And Iching immediately used her domain power to send them into her domain, shielding herself from the demonic sound. Of course, her consciousness followed them in as well. It was impervious to the sound waves, and could protect them from harm. They were already near death from their superpowers, yet they hadn't managed to fuse their cores when Zhou Tongji arrived. He tallied up the achievement list that Iching had given him, along with everyone's earned points, and then handed it over to the finance department before arriving. He expected to find 20 miserable people, but an Iching was the only one there. Zhou Tongji was stunned. Lord, where are they? And Iching rubbed her brows. They were sent to the domain. They awakened simultaneously, and the noise was too loud. Zhou Tongji nodded, and walked over to pour an Iching a glass of warm water. Lord, you previously instructed the people from the S province base to come and redeem points for something, but they haven't arrived yet. Even the psychologist and teacher you mentioned from the S province base haven't arrived yet. And Iching paused, rubbing her brow. Hasn't he come yet? Zhou Tongji nodded. How about I send a message and ask? He knew Jiang Shao already had a resident card, so he could have sent a message directly, but he had to inform the Lord first. And Iching asked, Does Song Yu know about this? Zhou Tongji shook his head. I don't know, but Song Yu has been very busy these days. With Xiao Yunan away, she's temporarily taking over his duties. Even with Zhong Shi in charge, she still has a lot to do. It wasn't easy at first, so she's been busy from morning till night these past few days. And Iching nodded. Then I sent a message and asked. She took out her resident card and sent a message to Jiang Shao. At this moment, Jiang Shao, who hadn't yet left the S province base, received an Iching's message and felt a little flustered and anxious. After some thought, he decided not to hide anything and recounted what had happened at the base over the past few days. It turned out that, after learning that zombie corpses could be exchanged for points, and that points earned from killing zombies could also be used on cards, many people in the base who had non-registered cards had their cards stolen. As a result, the base erupted in chaos. Those whose cards had been stolen, enraged, surrounded the Jiang family, demanding that Jiang Ren and Jiang Shao intervene and help them recover their cards. As a result, Jiang Shao, along with the psychologists and teachers who were heading to the territory, were all trapped in the base. Unfortunately, it was unclear whether the stolen cards had been well hidden or destroyed. Jiang Shao and his men had searched nearly the entire base, but still couldn't find those whose cards had been lost. The more this happened, the more furious the survivors of the lost cards became. That space was usable, full of zombies that could be exchanged for points, and plenty of points earned from killing zombies. Points could be exchanged for food and medicine, but now that they'd been stolen, these people felt more enraged than if their ancestors' graves had been dug up. Anger often leads to irrational behavior, like any of those whose cards hadn't been lost. In just a few days, many people were put in solitary confinement for stealing or robbing others' cards. Others, irritable and easily angered, got into fights over a disagreement and ended up in solitary confinement as well. However, this method proved ineffective. Instead, after searching the base repeatedly and failing to find their cards, those whose cards had been stolen were driven to the point of losing their minds. Even if those people hadn't blocked his way, Jiang Shao wouldn't have dared leave, fearing something might happen to the base after he left. And Iching hadn't expected a single unauthorized card to cause such trouble, and she was at a loss for words. Although it's a non-staff card, it's also bound by blood. If you're not the one holding the non-staff card, you can't use it. Besides the person who bound the non-staff card, does anyone else know about this? Yes. Jiang Shao was racked with headaches after the past few days. Previously, we promoted the non-staff card throughout the base out of fear that those who didn't receive it would steal it. But even though everyone knew it couldn't be used unless you were the one holding it, card thefts still occurred, and quite a few of them. And Iching had distributed a total of 10,000 non-staff cards to the S province base, and over 2,000 of them had their cards stolen. And those 2,000 or so weren't even in the military, which is why it became such a big deal.